At Marine Headquarters Marineford, a group of recruits was fervently engaged in physical training on the new recruits' drill ground. Chief Instructor Zephyr separated the male and female recruits for different sessions. On the men's training field, some recruits were running with heavy loads, others were lifting weights to build strength, some were practicing boxing, while others swung wooden swords as they trained in swordsmanship. Every male recruit strove to make the most of every second to temper their bodies. Their goal was to become stronger, to qualify as elite soldiers and enter the elite training camp, where they would receive Zephyr's personal instruction. Zephyr was a former Marine admiral renowned for his superb martial prowess and formidable armament Haki. Known as Black Arm, his fame stood shoulder to shoulder with Garp's Iron Fist. After stepping down from the Admiralty, he became the Marines' chief instructor dedicated to training new recruits. Though Zephyr was not the single strongest existence in the world of pirates, his ability to teach and nurture students was in no way inferior to that of Kaido Sensei, and perhaps even surpassed him. Many of the currently serving rear admirals and vice admirals within the Marines had once been Zephyr's students. Even the 3 admirals themselves were taught under his guidance. Thus, entering the elite camp and receiving his personal instruction was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to become far stronger. Every recruit threw themselves into training with all their might, all for the sake of securing a top 10 ranking in the elite selection and thereby entering the elite camp. Yet within the recruit camp, there appeared an odd exception. While all the male recruits were training desperately, someone had secretly slipped over to the women's training field, a high-definition nautical telescope in his hand. I never expected Tina's figure to be this good. What a pity that those long legs are hidden in trousers. When will the Marines design a better uniform for female soldiers? Mine's figure isn't bad either. These short shorts combined with those long legs are perfect, and yet for some reason it still feels as if those beautiful legs lack a soul. The sneaky male recruit swept his high-definition telescope back and forth between Tina and I, the lenses seemingly gleaming with a feverish light as he continued to ogle shamelessly. "Lee, you bastard, you're spying on the women's training again. If Chief Instructor Zephyr catches you, you're done for." Lee was a new Marine recruit born in Marineford. Both his parents had been Marine officers, but they died heroically in the line of duty during a mission to pursue pirates. Before their deaths, his parents entrusted Lee to their closest friend in the Marines, Borsalino, one of the 3 admirals also known as Kizaru. At the same time, Lee bore another identity, that of a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been born in a great nation called Huagua, and during a thunderstorm one day, he had the misfortune of being struck by lightning. He had thought that his life would end then and there, yet to his astonishment, heaven granted him another chance, this time in the world of One Piece. As Lee was enjoying the pleasant scenery, an abrasive voice sounded behind him. The moment he heard it, he knew it could only be Smoker, that chain smoker whose body always reeked strongly of cigars. "Smoker, you know it's really annoying to interrupt someone when they're appreciating a beautiful view. Do that, and people will want to barbecue you." Smoker was one of the few friends Lee had made in the Marines. At first, the two couldn't stand each other and fought constantly, but after brawling again and again, they inevitably became friends, as men often do. By this time, Smoker had already eaten a devil fruit, so whenever they fought, Lee was invariably the one on the losing end. In theory, every transmigrator came equipped with some sort of cheat-like system. Yet Lee had been in the One Piece world for so long, without any system awakening, that he had begun to suspect he might be a fake transmigrator. "Lee, I came to remind you to be careful not to get caught by the chief instructor again. This isn't the first time Zephyr Sensei has caught you." Smoker kindly warned him from behind. Lee was practically the laziest among all the male recruits. While everyone else trained diligently, he slipped away to secretly ogle the girls. Lee said casually, "What's there to be afraid of? That old man Zephyr isn't coming today. Don't disturb me while I enjoy the scenery." Smoker snorted, "Fine, go court death then." Helplessly watching this, incorrigible fellow Smoker turned to leave, only for a broad towering figure to suddenly block his path. Smoker looked up and almost had his soul scared out of him, stammering, "Sir, it's just missing one little thing." Zephyr replied evenly, "And what exactly is it missing?" Lee sighed and answered, "Obviously stockings, preferably the long thigh-high kind." The moment he finished speaking, Lee felt that something was wrong. Why had Smoker's voice changed? It sounded so familiar, exactly like a certain strict old man. Wait, that voice belongs to old man Zephyr. Time to run for my life. With a sharp whoosh, Lee's figure vanished in an instant as he unleashed Shave, one of the Marines' 6 styles. Though he had yet to awaken any cheat-like system as a transmigrator who had watched hundreds of episodes of One Piece, he at least knew how to train in the 6 styles. Zephyr snorted, "Too naive. Such petty tricks, and you dare show them off before me. You think you can escape using Shave in front of this old man?" As his words fell, Zephyr's figure also vanished, and in the blink of an eye he had caught up to Lee. As he sprinted at full speed, Lee suddenly sensed a powerful aura erupt behind him. In the next instant, a large hand clamped down on his head. With a heavy thud, his entire body was smashed to the ground, and immense strength pinning him so firmly that he couldn't move at all. "Easy, old man. My head's about to explode," Li Yi yelped. Pinned to the ground, Li Yi howled in pain, provoking hearty laughter from everyone on the training field. Clearly, this was far from the first time he had been caught like this by Zephyr. Zephyr growled, "Among all the students I've taught, Borsalino is already considered lazy, but I never imagined you'd be even lazier than him." Spreading his hands helplessly, Li Yi protested, "Can't be helped. He's my uncle. I learned it all from him." Looking down at the boy beneath his hand, Zephyr could only feel a headache coming on. Li Yi might not be the strongest among this batch of recruits, but his talent was unquestionably the most outstanding. In an astonishingly short time, Li Yi had managed to master shave, one of the most formidable techniques in the Marine's 6 styles of body arts, and what shocked everyone was that no one had ever formally taught him. He had merely snuck into the elite training camp a few times to watch Zephyr's demonstrations, and within days he had grasped the technique. Yet this fellow was abnormally lazy and simply detested regular training. Every training session, he would slip over to the women's field to peek at the female recruits, and every time he was caught by Zephyr, much to the latter's endless frustration. Because of this, Zephyr frequently sought out Kizaru. Whenever Borsalino saw Zephyr coming, he would immediately activate his Yasukani no Magatama mirror light escape, fleeing, as he complained, "Too scary. How did I end up with a nephew like this? How many times have I told you that you must train diligently? Your great talent doesn't mean you can skip training," Zephyr admonished, hating the fact that such fine iron refused to become steel. Li Yi replied earnestly, "Chief Instructor, I believe that reasonably appreciating some beautiful scenery helps keep one's mood cheerful, which in turn greatly benefits training." He spoke with a straight face. As a transmigrator, he firmly believed that his cheat would eventually awaken. Once that happened, why would he still need to train? Zephyr asked flatly, "And what proof do you have of this?" Li Yi answered, "It's based on scientific analysis. If you don't believe me, go ask Vegapunk, the world's #1 scientist." He added smugly, "Science? Do you even understand science?" Seems Garp was right. When dealing with idiots, only the fist of love can bring enlightenment. As he spoke, Zephyr slowly raised a fist as large as a cooking pot. After giving Li Yi a thorough lesson, Zephyr shouted assembly. Instantly, all the trainees who had been watching the spectacle snapped into formation, lining up to await his address. "You have already undergone a period of training," Zephyr declared. "But to become true Marine soldiers, training alone is not enough. You must also undergo the baptism of real combat. Therefore, in 2 days' time, we will conduct live combat training. You will be divided into 2 teams. One team will be led by me personally, the other will be under Vice Admiral Mole." As Zephyr finished speaking, the recruits erupted with excitement. All their days and nights of grueling training had been for this very moment, to sail out, capture pirates, and realize the justice they held in their hearts. On the following morning, Li Yi boarded a Navy warship with a long katana at his side, together with a group of fresh recruits. He was assigned to the fleet under Zephy's command, and Ein was likewise placed in Zephy's fleet, while Smoker and Tino were assigned to the fleet led by Mole. The warship cut across the sapphire blue sea toward the waters near Sabaody. Recently, Marine headquarters had received reports that pirates from the 4 seas were gathering around Sabaody, so these new recruits were being sent out for their first real combat. Li Yi, katana in hand, stood on the deck looking around just like the other recruits. Yet his gaze would occasionally drift in a particular direction. On the deck, Ein wore a tight sailor top and short shorts to shield her thighs from the sun. She had pulled on sheer stockings, a sight that made Li Yi's mouth unconsciously water. Lifting his eyes to scan the deck and confirming that Zephyr was nowhere to be seen, Li Yi swaggered over toward Ein. "Hey, Ein." Hearing the greeting, Ein turned her head and saw Li Yi walking straight toward her. "It's you, Li Yi. You're on Teacher Zephy's ship too." Seeing that Li Yi was here as well, she brightened with delight. Back in Marineford, the two of them had once met by chance on the training grounds. At that time, Ein had been practicing alone when she suddenly noticed a sneaky figure secretly watching her from the side. Irritated, Ein had picked a fight with Li Yi. However, she had not yet eaten a devil fruit then, and her physical skills were far from refined. She was no match for him at all. During the fight, Li Yi even toyed with her several times, deliberately striking at parts of the body that were difficult to defend. In the end, Ein was reduced to tears. Seeing this, Li Yi hurried to tell a few jokes to coax her, and later even guided her hand in hand in physical techniques. It was in this way that the two gradually became friends. Li Yi asked Ein, "Are you nervous about going out to sea to catch pirates for the first time?" Ein replied, "Not at all. With Teacher Zephyr here, no matter how powerful the pirates are, none of them will be coming back." As she spoke, worship shone in Ein's eyes. She held absolute faith in Zephyr's might. A former Marine admiral was a presence that made pirates the world over tremble. "Hey, Brad, enjoying the view?" "Yes, it's excellent. Really excellent." A sudden voice from behind made Li Yi's body stiffen. He slowly turned around, only to be greeted by an enormous face right up in front of his own. Zephyr grabbed Li Yi's head in one large hand and said, "Looks to me like you're awfully idle." In that case, you can polish every cannon on this warship for me. Inside the warship, rag in hand, Li wiped down the cannons while cursing Zephyr under his breath, grumbling that the old man always showed up to ruin his attempts at flirting. Suddenly, a shrill alarm bell rang out. A soldier shouted, "Pirate attack. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare for battle." You've got to be kidding me. A pirate bold enough to attack a Navy warship with Zephyr on board. Li had never expected pirates to take the initiative against them. With no time to think, he snatched up his katana and followed the unit rushing up onto the deck. By then, the deck was already a maelstrom of violence. Blades clashed all around, gunshots, and the roar of cannon fire boomed as Marines and pirates threw themselves into a chaotic melee. A thunderous boom sounded. Looking over, Li saw Zephyr locked in combat with a massive pirate. What shocked him was that this pirate was actually managing to exchange blows with Zephyr on equal footing. The pirate stood around 7 meters tall, wielding a gigantic blade. His hair was golden, and on his face was a crescent-shaped mustache. As Li stared at the hulking pirate, he felt a strong sense of familiarity. He rifled through his memories and at last recalled who this man was. Edward Weeble, a fool who after Whitebeard's death claimed to be Whitebeard's son, yet was once described by Kizaru as a monster possessing the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. Zephyr is finished this time. In the story of the pirate king, Zephyr had once taken recruits out to sea for training and was ambushed by Weeble, losing an arm as a result. Li had never imagined he would be so fortunate as to encounter that very event. At this moment, Weeble was swinging a gigantic sailor's blade at Zephyr in a wild flurry, yet his frenzied attacks could not even brush the hem of Zephyr's coat. In his mastery of the 6 styles, Zephyr had reached the pinnacle. In his hands, the 6 styles were no different from a devil fruit ability. Before Weeble's great blade could descend, Zephyr's figure had already vanished in an eerie blur, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. 6 styles, Shunshin. Armament, black arm. Like a wraith, Zephyr appeared behind Weeble. His fist sheathed in dense armament, Haki drove forward in a savage punch aimed at Weeble's back. Though Weeble looked simple-minded, he was anything but foolish in battle. In the instant Zephyr's fist struck his back, he hastily coated the area with armament Haki. With a resounding boom, Zephyr's fist slammed home. Yet after taking the blow, Weeble merely lurched forward a step and did not fall. "Big guy, you may look slow-witted, but your reactions aren't bad," Zephyr said coldly. "But your armament Haki cannot withstand my fist. Black arm, ripple fist." As his words fell, the armament-shrouded fist began to emit rippling waves. Under the tremor of those ripples, the armament Haki on Weeble's back shattered into fragments in an instant. This ripple fist of Zephyr's required advanced armament Haki to perform, and in principle was similar to the flowing Haki technique of Wano. Flowing Haki sent force inside the body to wreak havoc, whereas Zephyr's ripple fist gathered armament Haki on the surface of his fist and used vibration to break apart the enemy's armament Haki. It was a technique created specifically to shatter the opponent's defensive Haki. As the armament on Weeble's back collapsed, the full force of Zephyr's punch plunged into his body like a shockwave, passing straight through and blowing a gaping hole in the deck. Under that tremendous blow, Weeble spat out a mouthful of blood. "That hurts, old man. I'm angry now. I'm going to kill you." Wounded Weeble's ferocity erupted. His eyes turned scarlet, and a violent aura surged from his body as he suddenly spun around, bringing his massive blade down toward Zephyr in an overhead chop. At the very moment Weeble turned, Zephyr instantly used Shunshin to evade. The raging aura pouring off Weeble actually made Zephyr feel a sense of danger. That chilling sensation was one Zephyr had only ever felt in the presence of Roger Rock's Golden Lion, Whitebeard Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Though the slash cut only empty air, Weeble's strike unleashed a terrifying shockwave like the slash of a master swordsman, carving a long fissure straight across the deck of the warship. Even Li was stunned. Once injured, this man rampaged like a berserker, bursting forth with immense power, his attacks growing ever more precise. No matter how Zephyr used Shunshin to dodge, Weeble could always launch an attack the instant Zephyr reappeared. "Big guy, you think this old man doesn't dare clash with you, Hedon, is that it?" Zephyr growled. "Today I'll show you the true meaning of the black arm." Both of Zephyr's arms turned jet black with Haki. With a single Shunshin, he flashed to the front of Weeble, his ink-dark fists carrying terrifying force as they hammered toward the giant. Seeing this, Weeble raised his great blade to meet Zephyr's fist. Steel and flesh collided with a deafening clang, and a powerful shockwave erupted, spreading in all directions. Blow after blow, the two launched into a fierce close-quarters struggle. Fists crashed against the blade with rapid metallic clangs, throwing off a shower of sparks. As Zephyr's fists met the blade again and again, cracks soon spiderwebbed across Weeble's massive sword. Clearly the big man had not coated his weapon with Haki. Tempest kick, black axe. Zephyr leapt high, his right leg wrapped in armament Haki. He raised it like a battle axe and brought it cleaving down. Weeble lifted his great blade to block, but with a sharp crack the weapon shattered in two. The force of that technique not only smashed Weeble's blade, but also carved a bloody gash across his chest. Seizing the opening, Zephyr prepared to finish Weeble in a single decisive blow. As his right hand gathered power for another ripple fist, Zephyr's body suddenly spasmed. His breathing turned ragged, and he collapsed to his knees in agony. Watching from the side, Li immediately knew from Zephyr's condition that his asthma had flared up. Fasheoze suffered an acute asthma attack, rendering him too weak to mount any counteroffensive, while Weeble, having just endured Zephy's storm leg black axe, only grew more ferocious, his rage igniting a savage surge of power. Weeble raised his right fist, sheathed in armament Haki, and lunged forward with devastating force towards Zephyr, who, gasping for breath, knelt halfway on the ground, sensing imminent peril. Zephyr crossed his arms, instinctively coating them in armament Haki, but in his wheezing, weakened state, he stood no chance against that crushing blow. With a thunderous crack, Zephyr was hurled backward through the air. Even shielded by armament Haki, his arms could not absorb the full impact. The shockwave tore through his body, and a crimson gush of blood erupted from his lips. Before Zephyr could catch his breath, Weeble's fists descended like a relentless tempest, blow after blow, unceasing and brutal. Trapped in the throes of his asthma, Zephyr could neither evade nor retaliate. His body became a silent canvas for Weeble's fury, scarred instantly with countless wounds. After a furious barrage, Weeble stooped to retrieve his shattered greatsword, its blade broken, its edge still lethal, and prepared to end Zephyr's life. The fractured blade cleaved downward. In that desperate moment, Zephyr raised his right arm on pure instinct, destined per the unfolding fate to lose it to Weeble's strike. At the very brink of catastrophe, smoke billowed from Weeble's back. He had been struck. There stood Ain, twin pistols drawn, her aim unwavering. "Pirate, you will not harm Master Zephyr," she cried out fiercely, her twin barrels blazing without pause. Her rapid-fire shots struck Weeble like gnats, harmless, irritating. He whirled around, eyes blazing with fury, and slashed his broken sword sideways, unleashing a concussive shockwave. Ain reacted instantly, activating the Marine's 6-power shave. In a whisper of displaced air, she vanished from sight. Yet just as she believed herself safe, a colossal figure loomed behind her, impossibly swift, impossibly close. "You wish to play hide and seek. Now I've found you." Hearing Weeble's voice at her back, Ain paled. How could this mountain of a man move so fast? Weeble raised the broken blade high. Ain had no time left to flee. Her eyes closed, bracing for death. But the expected agony never came. Instead, she felt herself lift off the ground, wind rushing past her ears, then opened her eyes to find herself cradled tightly in Li's arms. Cradling her close, Li inhaled the delicate fragrance of her youth and savored the soft warmth of her form. His spirit soared light and unburdened. "Li, it's you. Thank you. You're most welcome. I'd sooner shatter the heavens than let harm touch so fair a lady." Li smiled. A charming, effortless grace. Yet Ain, nestled in his arms, saw Weeble's massive frame advancing once more, his broken sword arcing down anew. "Li, watch out." At her warning, he vanished in a flash of shave, reappearing instantly beside Zephyr. Old man Zephyr, still wheezing. "Did you forget your medicine?" They steadied Zephyr between them, his breaths remained ragged and shallow. "I didn't have it on me." "Good grief. When you carry a chronic illness, you carry the cure. This is sheer recklessness." "Humph. Brat, who are you calling old man? Try me. I'll discipline you right now." "Oh please, look at you panting like a bellows." Ain, take him aside to rest. "I'll hold off this lumbering oaf. Boy, you won't best him in strength alone. Just buy me time. Once my breath steadies, I'll rejoin the fight." Zephyr spoke between labored breaths, while Ain watched Li with quiet dread. Meeting her gaze, he clasped her hand firmly. "Fear not. I am not destined to die." Their eyes locked, drawn together by something wordless profound, drawing nearer until Ain's lashes fluttered shut. "Cough, cough, cough." Zephyr's wheezing intensified. Intentional or not, it shattered the moment. Ain guided Zephyr away to retrieve his medicine, glancing back to see Li step forward alone toward Weeble, slender and resolute against the giant's towering might. They stood face to face, eyes locked, two storms converging, each radiating lethal intent. Li regarded the hulking brute before him, sniffling boorish absurd, with undisguised disdain. Weeble in turn glared at the diminutive figure studying him with unsettling focus, and roared tiny runt. "You disgust me. I'll kill you." Without hesitation, Weeble swung his broken sword downward with crushing force, but Li would not meet raw strength with raw strength. Instead, he deployed the shave technique, vanishing and reappearing in a blur, maintaining distance, weaving a tactical dance of evasion and pressure. His right hand gripped the hilt, drawing the blade in one fluid motion, and unleashed a crescent-shaped energy slash. Known as a slash wave, this technique is the hallmark of master swordsmen. capable of striking airborne foes or distant targets. By channeling immense force through the blade in a precise arc, the swordsman projects a cutting wave rivaling artillery fire in destructive power. Though Li Yi appeared lax in daylight drills under moonlight, he trained with unwavering discipline, his blade singing through the silence. His swordsmanship was forged under Kizaru himself, not famed for martial prowess, yet renowned for wielding a blade that matched Rayleigh's in skill and precision. The slash wave streaked toward Weeble, striking his chest and carving a deep bleeding gash. Enraged, Weeble charged forward like a maddened bull. Li Yi responded with a flurry of slashes, wave after wave, but Weeble, now wiser, armored his body in armament Haki. The waves shattered harmlessly against his skin, forcing Li Yi to retreat once more, circling like lightning, striking from every angle. Runt, your attacks sting no more than mosquitoes. Now my turn. Weeble raised his broken sword, gathered power, and brought it down in a single devastating cut, unleashing a shockwave aimed straight at Li Yi. Caught off guard, Li Yi blocked horizontally with his katana and simultaneously activated the Marine's 6 powers iron body. A deafening boom shook the air, the shockwave slammed into him. Even with iron body engaged, searing pain lanced through his frame, driving him to one knee, and blood spilled hot from his mouth. A grim truth revealed itself, meeting overwhelming force. Heated with iron body invites only ruin. That single shockwave carried such terrifying power. No wonder years later Kizaru would declare Weeble possessed the raw might of Whitebeard in his prime. Even as Li Yi staggered, wounded and bleeding, Weeble bore down upon him, broken sword raised for the killing stroke. With no room to dodge, Li Yi raised his katana to meet the blow. Steel clashed with a ringing clang, and his grip trembled violently, as if his bones themselves were about to splinter. Weeble's assault raged on, relentless, torrential, while Li Yi strained to parry each blow, a fragile vessel adrift in a maelstrom. After over 100 strikes, his body was a tapestry of wounds, blood dripping steadily onto the deck. Frustrated by Li Yi's stubborn resilience, Weeble raised his broken sword high, gathering energy for a final cataclysmic strike, its shockwave far greater than any before, splitting the deck beneath its path. This time Li Yi failed to withstand it. He flew backward, crashing hard onto the deck, motionless. Master Zephyr, Li Yi can't hold him off any longer. Damn it, I'm still not recovered. Weeble strode forward, blade raised for the finishing blow. This insolent boy had dared rise again. Ain and Zephyr watched in horror. As Weeble advanced, Zephyr forced himself upright, prepared to give his life in defense. A thunderclap split the sky. Rain poured in torrents, clouds boiled black, and lightning crackled within their depths. Battered and broken, Li Yi dragged himself upright, staring at Weeble's approaching silhouette, powerless to stop what came next. Is this truly how I perish? Li Yi gazed helplessly upon the world, regret settling like ash in his heart. Once a golden age of cultivation lay before me, and I squandered it. Only now, on the cusp of annihilation, do I grasp its worth. The greatest sorrow in mortal existence is to transmigrate, yet awaken without divine advantage. If heaven grants me one wish, I shall devote myself utterly to cultivation. And if I may add but one condition, then let that cheat code activate immediately. His outburst left Zephyr and Ain stunned, bewildered by his sudden tirade. While Weeble paused mid-step, scratching his head, did the blow knock him senseless? Li Yi lifted his face to the storm-racked heavens and roared his defiance. Thunder answered, roaring across the blackened sky, as if heaven itself recoiled in wrath. A colossal bolt of lightning struck, not Weeble, not Zephyr, but Li Yi himself. Light consumed him, agony seared his flesh white-hot and all-consuming. So, I escaped Weeble's blade only to be felled by lightning. Truly, I must be the unluckiest transmigrator across all realms and heavens. As Li Yi closed his eyes, awaiting oblivion, a progress bar flickered into being within his mind. Tears streamed down his face. After endless waiting, this day had finally arrived. Every transmigration, it seemed, came with its own celestial boon. The bar surged forward, leaping from 1 to 60, then climbing still higher, faster than thought. And Li Yi realized his body was absorbing the lightning. The system itself was drawing in the storm's raw primal energy. In an instant, the bar reached 100. A crisp mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness. Host activation complete. Initiating selection of optimal breathing art. Breathing art. What manner of technique is this? Surely, not the breathing arts from Demon Slayer. Before his mind's eye, icon spun like a celestial wheel. Sun, moon, wind, fire, lightning, stone, water, mist, insect, flower, sound. Until the wheel slowed, halted, and settled upon lightning breathing. Congratulations, host. You have selected lightning breathing. The mechanical voice echoed again, and with it came the complete mastery of its sword techniques etched into his soul. The sudden lightning strike stunned both combatants. All eyes fell upon Li Yi. charred black smoking seemingly lifeless, wondering whether he had perished. Then, Li Yi moved. A collective shiver ran through the onlookers. Blades drew in unison. He slid his katana smoothly back into its scabbard at his waist, and assumed the poised stance of a master swordsman. Silence fell, deep, absolute, reverent. Facing him, Weeble sensed it. A low, rhythmic sound like distant thunder gathering. Each breath a coil of latent devastation. A primal instinct screamed danger. Instinctively, Weeble coated his body in armament Haki, and swung his broken sword in a desperate sweeping arc. Lightning breathing. First form thunderclap flash. Li Yi's eyes snapped open, crackling with blinding gold lightning. His body erupted in radiant arcs of electricity, and in the next heartbeat he was lightning, blazing forward in a single incandescent strike. A sharp crystalline ting rang out. Li Yi's lightning-swift form crossed Weeble's, and they stood frozen, back to back, unmoving. Weeble stared blankly at the hilt still clutched in his hand. Then he looked down, and discovered with dawning horror a meter-long gash splitting his chest. Blood gushed forth in a violent torrent. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone only saw Li Yi draw his sword and slash with a speed like lightning. Even with Weeble using his armed color Haki, he could not defend against this strike, which directly injured Weeble severely, leaving a long wound that even exposed the insides. After delivering this blow, Li Yi had exhausted all his strength and collapsed, while Weeble, clutching his wound, half knelt on the ground. The pain from the wound made him cry like a child filled with hatred as he looked at Li Yi lying on the deck, disregarding his own pain and clenching his fists as he walked over. "You bastard, you hurt me. I will kill you." Filled with furious power, his fists smashed down towards Li Yi's head. This punch was undoubtedly lethal. Bang! At a critical moment, a pitch-black fist appeared, knocking Weeble back. "Sorry, big guy, but this old man's body has already recovered." Zephyr appeared beside Li Yi, and judging by his appearance, his asthma attack had paused. While not fully recovered, he was more than capable of dealing with the already severely injured Weeble. Although Weeble was foolish seeing that Zephyr could fight again combined with his own injuries, he realized he could not win. Since he could not win, he decisively ran away with the other pirates. Not long after Weeble fled, the mole, having received a distress message, rushed over. Seeing the wrecked warship devastated by battle, the mole hurriedly inquired about casualties. Upon learning that Zephyr had nearly been taken down by Weeble, the mole was somewhat incredulous. That a general-level powerhouse like Zephyr could nearly be defeated by an unknown pirate was astonishing. However, upon discovering Zephyr's asthma had flared up, the mole understood the physical reasons behind Zephyr's diminished combat power. What shocked the mole even more was that Li Yi, known as the laziest in the rookie camp, could actually hold his own against Weeble. When Li Yi opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the Navy headquarters hospital. All he remembered was activating the system and awakening the thunder-breathing technique to slash at Weeble before falling unconscious. Closing his eyes, the system interface appeared in his mind, displaying various attributes. Host Li Yi. Occupation swordsman. Level beginner swordmaster. Main breathing technique thunder breathing. Auxiliary breathing technique none. Tao power 3000. Haki not awakened. 3 realms of breathing techniques none. In the Navy, an ordinary soldier's Tao power value is 10, and those exceeding 500 can be considered superhuman. This superhuman does not refer to the person who wears underpants outside and flies, but rather means surpassing ordinary humans. Furthermore, within the Navy, combat power levels are classified according to Tao power: extraordinary, destructive, devastating, and apocalypse. Extraordinary level Tao power ranges from 1000 to 900. Destructive level Tao power ranges from 100 to 900. Devastating level is 1000. And as for the legendary apocalypse level, it cannot be measured with Tao power. While I'm now stronger than Zoro. He could at most take on 10 of me, but I can take on 300. Li Yi, with his eyes closed, chuckled foolishly. The nurse beside him whispered to the doctor upon seeing this. "Doctor, that person has woken up, but why is he laughing?" The doctor replied, "Generally those struck by lightning are not normal." Has literally woken up. Suddenly, a pair of long legs and black high heels stepped into the ward, wearing pink tight shorts and a figure adorned with a famous sword. The newcomer was none other than Admiral Candidate Peach Rabbit, the only female candidate in the Navy, carrying the famous sword Jean Kuan Luo at her waist. Has Little E woken up? Why is he laughing with his eyes closed? Admiral Candidate Peach Rabbit, we are also uncertain as symptoms like this after being struck by lightning are a first for us. We estimate he is probably. The doctor pointed to his head. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit hurriedly held Li Yi's head and said, "Poor little E, to encounter such a thing during his internship." As Li Yi, with his eyes closed, checked the system interface, he suddenly caught a whiff of a charming fragrance, followed by a sensation of sinking into a soft sea of clouds. When he opened his eyes, he saw the deeply concerned expression of Peach Rabbit. Ever since his parents passed away, Li Yi, who lived alone in Marineford, had always been cared for by Peach Rabbit. To her, Li Yi was like a younger brother. Sister Peach Rabbit, you're here. I heard you were injured, so I hurried over to check. Are you alright? I heard from the doctor that you were laughing foolishly. You weren't injured in your... Peach Rabbit pointed to her head. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He was transferred from the nearby psychiatry department and knows nothing about internal and external medicine. You should ask him, right? Li Yi shot a glare at the doctor behind Peach Rabbit, who immediately fell silent upon meeting his gaze. But after you were struck by lightning, your hair color changed. Why am I going to turn green? He hurriedly found a mirror and sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't green. He saw that his originally black hair had turned yellow after enduring the thunder, just like that brother from Demon Slayer, whose hair color changed after being struck by lightning. However, this was not the main point. The crucial part was that Li Yi felt his physical strength had increased significantly compared to before. No wonder his Dao power value was now 3,000. It was known that the world government's CP organization genius Rob Lucci probably had only 3,000 Dao power as well. Indeed, not only did I turn yellow, but I also became stronger. After confirming that Li Yi's body had no issues, Peach Rabbit kissed him on the forehead. You must take good care of your injuries. After saying this, she left under Li Yi's reluctant gaze. After Peach Rabbit left, a figure pushed open the ward door and entered, revealing a burly figure with familiar purple hair. Without needing to ask, everyone knew it was Zephyr, this troublesome fellow. Zephyr, how's the recovery, kid? Li Yi, not bad. I think I can be discharged now. Zephyr, you did well this time, managing to hold off that pirate for so long. That pirate isn't simple, his strength is considerable, but he's not very bright. Otherwise you wouldn't have lasted until my body recovered. Zephyr, after you were struck by lightning, you actually unleashed powerful strength and used a sword technique I have never seen before. This sword technique even contained the power of lightning. It is truly extraordinary. Li Yi, I don't know why I could use that sword technique either. It felt like a power awakened within my body after being struck by lightning. Facing Zephyr's inquiry, Li Yi could only brush it off. He couldn't very well say that he had activated a cheat, could he? Zephyr, I've never seen a situation like yours. Perhaps the power of that lightning was absorbed by you. Zephyr, however, that one sword strike of yours was able to break through the armed color Haki, indicating that you have reached the level of a sword master. Li Yi recalled the situation at that time. The system had activated and awakened the breathing technique, and an enigmatic breathing technique had appeared in his mind, placing him in a wondrous state. In that moment, he felt as if he was breathing in harmony with the universe, never expecting that this would lead him to become a sword master. Zephyr, not noticing that Li Yi was lost in thought, continued, the higher-ups believe your potential and talent are promising, and they have decided to grant you the qualification to participate in the Elite Camp Selection Competition. The Elite Camp Selection Competition is specifically designed to select Navy recruits with strong talent and potential. The top 3 finalists will enter the Elite Camp to receive personal guidance from former Navy Admiral Zephyr and learn the Navy's martial techniques, Marine 6 styles, and Haki. Instructor Zephyr, I'm determined to win the championship in this selection competition. Li Yi confidently patted his chest and declared. Zephyr patted Li Yi's head and said, Kid, you haven't been struck silly, have you? You should know that there are several strong competitors in this selection, one of whom, named Drake, is a devil fruit user. Memories of everything about Drake instantly surfaced in Li Yi's mind. Drake hailed from the North Sea and was the son of former Navy officer Dias Borellus, a user of the ancient type devil fruit, the dragon fruit. Instructor Zephyr, I'm fine, it was just a lightning strike. Looking perfectly alright now, and I have confidence I can defeat Drake, Li Yi said confidently. Zephyr, rest well, and make sure to train hard after being discharged. Strive for a good ranking in the selection competition. Zephyr shook his head as he looked at the lost in thought Li Yi and left. After a day, Li Yi had fully recovered and was discharged. Upon returning to his residence, Li Yi closed his eyes to check the system attributes. The main breathing technique on the system interface was shining brightly, and at that moment the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Host strength has increased. The second and third forms of the main breathing technique, sword skills, can be learned. Would the host like to learn them? Learn. Li Yi immediately issued the command, and then the methods for cultivating the second and third forms of thunder breathing appeared in his mind. An image in his mind demonstrated the thunder breathing sword techniques, and Li Yi's consciousness watched and learned within his mind, quickly mastering both the second and third forms. In the naval training room, a figure moved like lightning, darting back and forth around a wooden post, swiftly wielding a blade, leaving behind numerous sword marks in the blink of an eye. With a low shout, Li Yi approached the wooden post and activated his breathing technique, unleashing a lightning-shaped 5-hit combo, with his saber splitting the post into 5 pieces in an instant. Breath of Thunder, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. As he rapidly spun around a wooden post, spherical bolts of lightning fell, followed by a series of explosive booms. After continuously performing sword techniques, Li Yi sheathed his sword and stood proudly staring at his results with satisfaction. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and a figure entered the training room unbeknownst to him. Draped in a justice coat, wearing a pink sleeveless top and black hot pants, long white legs adorned with a black spider tattoo, she stepped in black high heels with a famous blade hanging at her waist. The newcomer was none other than Vice Admiral Tao Tu, one of the top female swordswomen in the Navy. For some reason, every time Li Yi saw Tao Tu, he felt an unusual impulse. She exuded a charm called maturity, which attracted Li Yi like a poison. Tao Tu, Li Yi, were those sword techniques you created yourself? Li Yi: yes, I pondered them during my hospital stay. What do you think, Sister Tao Tu? Tao Tu: the moves are good and they are extremely fast, but there are some flaws. Li Yi: then please guide me, Sister Tao Tu. Li Yi bowed to ask for guidance. Tao Tu: no problem, brother, draw your sword. Tao Tu drew her famous blade Jin Kunwu, and seeing this, Li Yi also unsheathed his saber without hesitation. He stepped forward, charging with his saber raised, but Tao Tu showed no sign of movement or evasion. With a loud clang, just as Li Yi's saber descended, Jin Kunwu accurately blocked it. Tao Tu seemed to have anticipated Li Yi's attack, effortlessly deflecting it with a light flick of her arm. Indeed, truly worthy of being a future candidate for Admiral, your strength and swordsmanship are extraordinary. Li Yi was shocked by the Admiral's prowess. His attacks felt like mere mosquito bites, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued his assault. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Li Yi launched a fierce attack, while Tao Tu defended like a mountain, occasionally counterattacking, forcing Li Yi to give his all to resist. Very good, your fundamentals are solid enough to withstand my casual attacks. Tao Tu praised as she watched Li Yi deflect each strike. Sister, I haven't even used my sword techniques yet, watch closely. Breath of thunder, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Li Yi's speed surged like lightning as he rapidly spun around Tao Tu, while spherical bolts of thunder rained down from him towards her. Faced with the spherical bolts of thunder, Tao Tu moved swiftly, her beautiful legs in high heels exerting force against the ground, unleashing an incredible burst of speed to evade the explosions. This is the Navy's 6-style shave. In a moment, she stepped on the ground more than 10 times, generating immense impact force and achieving incredible speed. Tao Tu's use of shave was anticipated by Li Yi. Just as she dodged the spherical thunder from the third form, Li Yi launched his second sword technique. Breath of thunder, first form, flash of lightning. Seizing the moment as Tao Tu had just evaded the spherical thunder, Li Yi charged at her like lightning. This strike was incredibly fast, but in the end it was still blocked by Tao Tu. However, this did not mean Li Yi's assault had ceased. Breath of thunder, second form, concealed soul. With his saber once again swirling, he instantly unleashed 5 lightning-shaped slashes. Facing the 5 lightning strikes, Tao Tu finally took it seriously, swinging Jin Kunwu to clash with the 5 lightning slashes. Boom! The collision of their strikes produced a resounding noise. After executing 3 consecutive breathing sword techniques, Li Yi was exhausted, kneeling on the ground while gripping the sword hilt. Xiaoyi, your swordsmanship is impressive. The speed of your self-created techniques is astonishing, even I almost fell victim to them. But the only flaw is their lack of power. When you unleash sword techniques, you always use a unique breathing method to concentrate your body's strength into the technique. However, it is clear that your breathing is not focused, causing your techniques to lack explosive power. Moreover, your sword techniques have a significant weakness. Your opponent can gauge your movements through your breathing. Tao Tu pointed out Li Yi's shortcomings one by one. As expected of a future admiral, she could identify all of Li Yi's flaws at a glance. Enlightened by the expert's guidance, Li Yi suddenly gained clarity. To unleash the power of his breathing sword techniques, he needed to learn the total concentration breathing method. Total concentration breathing is a technique from Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, allowing one to concentrate their entire strength for explosive power in battle. In the series, pillar-level swordsmen can even master it to the point of normal breathing, enabling them to heal injuries and restore damaged organs. Sister, thank you for your guidance. It has made me aware of my shortcomings. Li Yi bowed in gratitude. My shoulders are sore after practicing with you for so long. Help me massage them. With that, Tao Tu removed her justice coat, sitting on a chair with her beautiful legs crossed, beckoning Li Yi with a finger. Watching her elegant and charming posture, Li Yi was mesmerized as he slowly approached her from behind, placing his hands on her fragrant shoulders. The moment he touched her skin, a soft sensation transmitted from his hands. He gently caressed his fingertips, lightly tapping like floating clouds, and in an instant Tao Tu felt as if an electric current coursed through her involuntarily, letting out a delightful sound. After a gentle massage, he gradually squeezed her shoulders from low to high, reaching her neck, alternating between light squeezes and firm presses, and instantly the feeling of fatigue vanished. Tao Tu, not bad. When did you learn this, little brat? Li, I figured it out myself. Tao Tu, I don't believe you just learning useless stuff, but it feels pretty good. Listening to Tao Tu's delicate words, Li couldn't help but laugh internally, joking, I was once the prince of health preservation. I know all sorts of unique techniques as a master in the health preservation world. Top-notch techniques entranced Tao Tu, and she closed her eyes to quietly enjoy. Watching Tao Tu with her eyes tightly closed, Li's courage swelled as he leaned forward to take a look, and before him loomed a vast, majestic mountain range, a seemingly bottomless chasm cutting through the peaks. Staring into the abyss, one could unknowingly become ensnared. Is it beautiful? Suddenly a voice pulled Li back from his reverie, staring into the abyss. Li snapped back to reality to see Tao Tu gazing at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, as if she were watching a little brat playing a prank. Beautiful. Li didn't know where he found the courage to answer Tao Tu. After his response, Tao Tu seemed slightly annoyed, extending a finger to flick his forehead, saying, Naughty little brother, you can't do that next time. Hearing this, Li's heart leaped with joy. So you mean there will be a next time, haha. You naughty little brat, what were you doing just now? At the entrance of the training room stood a figure exuding a murderous aura as he glared at Li, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he were a rival seeking vengeance. Jiaji, what are you doing here? Tao Tu looked at the person with disgust. This detestable man had declared his love for her over 100 times in public, and he would come by every so often, which was extremely annoying. Jiaji immediately displayed a collapse of intelligence upon seeing Tao Tu kneeling down and pulling out prepared flowers. Dear Tao Tu, I love you. Unfortunately, Jiaji hadn't finished speaking before Tao Tu kicked him away, sending him flying out of the training room. Get lost, don't bother me. After kicking Jiaji away, Tao Tu turned and left the training room. Jiaji, who had gotten back up, chased after her. Li couldn't help but lament. What a devoted little puppy. Even after being mistreated countless times, he still loves you like a first love. After Tao Tu and Jiaji left, only Li remained in the training room, deciding to practice the total concentration breathing technique based on the issues pointed out by Tao Tu. Recalling the method practiced by the protagonist and Demon Slayer in the Butterfly Mansion, Li decided to start with physical training, performing push-ups and weightlifting to enhance his physical abilities. With continuous training in conjunction with the breathing technique, Li's strength steadily increased, and the system in his mind unlocked new features. With his eyes tightly closed, the system materialized in his mind, and within the system interface, the entry for the breathing technique displayed total concentration breathing technique. Host Li. Occupation Swordsman. Level Junior Swordmaster. Primary breathing technique, Thunder Breathing Beginner. Auxiliary breathing technique, Total Concentration Breathing Technique Beginner. Dao Power 3000. Haki Not Awakened. 3 realms of breathing techniques, none. Both the primary thunder breathing and total concentration breathing technique are at the beginner level. On the 3rd day after Tao Tu's guidance, Li finally mastered the total concentration breathing technique, and the next step was to practice the sword wave. The so-called sword wave is actually a flying/a sword technique that all swordsmen in the pirate world possess, also serving as a ranged attack. A great swordsman's sword wave can even cleave through the sea surface and the earth, causing terrifying destruction. The principle of the sword wave is similar to the gale foot from the Navy's 6 styles, where the gale foot generates a vacuum by kicking at super high speeds to deliver slashes. The sword wave of a swordsman is released by compressing the power through the sword in hand, and at the moment of a quick slash, the compressed power arcs outward in a wave-like form. The key lies in speed and strength. During his battle with Weeble, Li discovered that his sword wave attack was too weak to inflict any substantial damage, prompting him to combine the breathing technique to create his own sword wave technique. In the following days, Li remained in the training room, swinging his sword repeatedly. This scene was witnessed by many who came to practice, all of whom admired his strong will. 2 days later in the training room, Li gripped his sword with both hands, utilizing the total concentration breathing technique to condense and compress his strength while operating the thunder breathing with lightning speed as he swung his sword. A curved lightning sword wave shot out at speed so fast that it echoed like thunder. The lightning sword wave struck a nearby iron training post, cleaving it in two, and the power of the wave continued unabated towards the wall. With a boom, the steel wall was struck by the sword wave, instantly creating a 1-meter wide hole, as if it had been bombarded by artillery. Not bad. I'll call this technique Thunder Serpent. The Thunder Serpent is a breathing technique sword skill created by Li after days of intensive practice with the sword wave belonging to the sword skills outside the 6 styles of thunder breathing. It seems that after practicing for so many days, your swordsmanship has improved significantly. This sword wave has decent power. A voice came from behind it. Was Zephyr, who had appeared in the training room without Li noticing. Of course, this technique is one I've painstakingly developed over many days. Li boasted proudly in front of Zephyr, unaware that Zephyr's expression had turned serious. You arrogant little brat, just because I complimented you a bit you got cocky. There are many strong contenders in this selection competition, and among the devil fruit users there are 4. Do you think with your level of strength you can sit comfortably at first place? Zephyr scolded Li. He was pleased with Li's rapid growth in power, but Li's arrogance accompanied that growth. Li asked what kind of devil fruits are those, Chief Instructor Zephyr. Zephyr replied, smoke fruit, rust fruit, cage fruit, dragon fruit. These individuals possess potential and strength not inferior to yours, so aiming for first place won't be easy. Listening to Zephyr list these devil fruits, Li immediately recalled their users: Smoker with the smoke fruit, Cheyenne with the rust fruit, Tina with the cage fruit, and Drake with the dragon fruit. Li roughly assessed their strengths and concluded that only Smoker and Drake posed a threat to him. Cheyenne's ability allows him to rust objects, making it easy for those unaware of his power to fall victim, as Zoro had when his famed sword Snow Walk was destroyed without him knowing. Although Tina's cage fruit has binding abilities, it poses no threat against Li's speed. Smoker with the Logia smoke fruit at this moment should have not fully developed his powers, but the troublesome aspect is his elemental transformation capability. Lastly, Drake with the ancient type dragon fruit, whose power multiplies after transforming, and his recovery ability is also formidable. Don't worry, Chief Instructor, I'm confident that I won't bring you shame. Zephyr replied, we'll see how you perform. Although your parents are no longer here, I hope you can become a formidable Marine. Upon hearing Zephyr's expectations, Li immediately saluted, saying, I won't let you down, Chief Instructor Zephyr. After that, Li prepared to leave quickly, his steps so swift it was as if he was using the breathing technique. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape Zephyr's grasp. Zephyr's hand had somehow already caught Li by the collar, pointing at the wall of the training room. You little brat, fix the wall before you leave. Reluctantly, Li had to repair the wall damaged by his sword wave. He returned home to rest, and the next day the Marine Elite Selection competition officially began. The next day 4 arenas were set up in the square of Marineford, filled with people, some there to compete and others to watch. Many Navy officers were quietly observing the competition from around the square, as some of them might become their subordinates. Li walked through the square with his katana, surveying the crowd, when a figure suddenly caught his eye. A figure with long pink hair danced in the wind, her tall stature attracting attention, while the expanding Navy uniform struggled to contain her growing form. To his surprise, he encountered Tina while casually strolling, and beside her stood a white-haired man with a cigarette. It was Smoker. Not far from Tina and Smoker, Drake stood alone with his arms crossed, leaning against the arena. Suddenly, Li felt a strong sense of hostility approaching. Soon a figure appeared before him, sporting a zombie-like face and carrying a standard Navy long sword. It was T-Bone, who would later be known as the Sword Slayer. T-Bone said, you must be Li. You don't seem that impressive. You must have defeated that pirate by luck. Li replied, whether it's luck or not, you'll find out in the arena when you face me. T-Bone retorted, if you encounter me in the arena, that will be your misfortune. Li countered, whose misfortune it is remains to be seen. Their exchange was charged with tension, drawing the attention of onlookers. Both were warriors destined for a clash. Kid, don't be too arrogant, you're getting too close to the wrong person. After leaving those words, T-Bone departed while his words caught Li's attention. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled, so, he's one of that Lickspittle's lackeys. The Lickspittle Li referred to was Jia Ji, who was currently watching him intently from a distance. This detestable little brat actually dared to touch Tao Tu. Such an intimate gesture deeply provoked Jia Ji. He had confessed to Tao Tu numerous times, but had never even touched her finger. Thus, Jia Ji found T-Bone asking him to teach Li a harsh lesson during the competition. Knowing that this was Jia Ji's messenger, Li sneered, oh, a mere T-Bone was not worth his attention. Jia Ji was just a clown on his path to conquering Tao Tu. With a resounding ding, the selection competition officially commenced under Zephyr's announcement. In the venue, the 4 arenas awaited, and whoever stood last on any of the 4 arenas would earn a spot in the elite camp, with the champions of each arena facing off in the final match to determine the first place in the selection. As the competition began, the participants stepped onto the arenas one after another, and fierce battles erupted across the 4 platforms. Many of those who took the lead were of average strength. After watching for a while, Li chose one arena and went straight up. Looking at the Navy soldiers guarding the arena, Li arrogantly declared, stop wasting time. I want to fight 10 of you. I will take on 10. The moment these words left his mouth, the champion on stage was left dumbfounded, and the referee outside the ring was equally bewildered. He yelled angrily at Li. I have presided over elite selection competitions in the Navy for many years and have never seen such an arrogant contestant. In response to the referee's furious reprimand, Li Yi arrogantly retorted, "Well, today you're witnessing it." The referee was momentarily speechless, as if he had bitten into something foul, while the champion on stage felt that this was a blatant insult. "You bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Die." Furious, the champion raised his axe and swung it down. Watching the axe come toward him, Li didn't even spare it a glance as he slowly drew his sword. Breath of Thunder, first form thunderclap. Before the champion could react, a golden lightning bolt flashed before him, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed unconscious. The scene fell into a brief silence. Everyone only saw the champion rush forward with his axe, then Li Yi moved like a flash of lightning, and afterward the champion was instantly defeated. The referee beside the ring was astonished. This soldier, named Li Yi, drew his sword with such speed that it rivaled the agility of Admiral Kizaru's Pika no Mi. After defeating his opponent in an instant, Li Yi looked at the spectators below the ring and declared, "Who else wants to come up? My time is precious." The arrogant words ignited a frenzy among the crowd, with various exclamations flying about. Observing the chaos around him, Li Yi merely stated, "In my eyes, all of you down there are trash. If you have the strength, step up, if not, shut up." This statement completely ignited the fury of the crowd below, also attracting the attention of Drake, Smoker, Tina, and T-Bone, who all turned their gazes to see Li Yi's strength. In the center of the square, Zephyr watched Li Yi's arrogant demeanor and with a hand on his forehead remarked, "Is this guy's brain damaged? Can't he just behave?" Beside Zephyr stood the naval strategist Crane, who contemplated both Li Yi on the stage and the distant location of Kaji. At this moment, the stage was filled with people. Upon careful counting, there were exactly 20 individuals, all armed, and surrounding Li Yi. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Now that we have you surrounded, no matter how fast your sword is, how can you defeat us all at once?" The leader among them shouted fiercely at Li Yi, "Have you ever seen a sword that moves as fast as lightning?" Li Yi replied indifferently, stepping forward and gripping the hilt of his sword in a drawing motion. Seeing Li Yi make a move, the others raised their weapons and slashed down. Breath of Thunder, first form thunderclap, 20 consecutive strikes. With a low shout, the lightning erupted. In the split second, the blades descended, Li Yi's figure vanished, and the lightning flashed back and forth among the crowd at speed so fast that it was indistinguishable, nor could anyone see the movements of Li Yi wielding his great sword. Subsequently, every one of them bore wounds and fell to the ground. At this moment, the area below the stage fell into a deathly silence. Within mere moments, 20 people had been defeated without any chance to retaliate. Off in the distance, Drake, Smoker, Tina, and the others who had not yet ascended the stage wore grave expressions, astonished by Li Yi's strength. Tina remarked, "His speed is incredible. I can't even see it clearly." His speed is indeed fast, but against a Logia-type fruit, can his attacks even have an effect? Meanwhile, Kaji also witnessed Li Yi's performance, astonished by how much this kid's strength had increased in just a few days. However, Kaji was well prepared and spoke to those around him. "Shuin, it's your turn to take the stage." After defeating the 20 individuals, Li Yi stood tall, exuding an aura of dominance that left everyone below the stage in awe. At this moment, Li Yi, filled with fighting spirit, shouted at those below the stage, "Who else?" No one dared to step up. Li Yi's overwhelming power intimidated them. "It's me, Shuin, here to battle you." Suddenly, a voice rang out as a figure approached from afar and leaped onto the stage. Seeing Shuin jump onto the stage, Li Yi smirked and said, "You have quite a confidence in your fruit ability. It seems you know a lot about my fruit ability, so you should understand that my abilities are perfect against swordsmen, rendering your slashes useless against me." Hearing Shuin's words, Li Yi suppressed a laugh. This guy really thought his ability was impressive. In reality, anyone with a bit of Haki could easily ignore the rust fruit's power. Seeing Li Yi's expression as if he wanted to laugh, Shuin felt belittled and took the initiative to attack, reaching out toward Li Yi's great sword. If he touched it, the sword would corrode and rust, leaving Li Yi weaponless. Li Yi was well aware of his intentions and swiftly dodged. "Is dodging all you can do? Where did your earlier bravado go? You can't defeat me, you just accept my attack obediently." In response to Shuin's taunts, Li Yi merely replied with two indifferent words, "Foolish child." Breath of Thunder, Thunder Serpent. With both hands gripping the sword, he delivered a horizontal slash, sending a lightning-shaped sword wave flying towards Shuin before he could react. Boom! The sword wave struck Shuin, and the sword energy erupted, sending him flying off the stage with overwhelming force. Once again, the area below the stage fell silent. A devil fruit user was defeated so easily, and the attack just now was a sword wave that only a sword master could unleash, leaving many new recruits unable to accept the reality before them. Who in the Navy didn't know that this guy was the laziest during training? Now he had suddenly become this powerful. It was like a failing student suddenly transforming into a top scholar. Can you accept that? Kaji, watching the match from a distance, exclaimed in disbelief. He never imagined Li Yi would improve so quickly in just a few days. Who else? After defeating Shuan with one move, Li Yi continued to arrogantly call out to the spectators below. I am T. Bone, and I will battle you. T. Bone responded to Li Yi's provocation, crossing through the crowd and leaping onto the stage. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. You're worthy to be my subordinate. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, T. Bone began to act arrogantly, which made Li Yi quite displeased. In his view, this stage was already his territory, and only he could act arrogantly. Li Yi commented, It must be Kaji who sent you to challenge me. T. Bone replied, So you've already guessed it. You should know that Vice Admiral Kaji has a fondness for Admiral Peach Rabbit. This is common knowledge in the Navy. So what? He's not her husband. Oh, does he have any say in it? T. Bone retorted, arrogant. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Slowly drawing his long sword from his back and assuming an attacking stance, Li Yi also drew his great sword without hesitation. Li Yi did not immediately use his breathing technique against T. Bone. T. Bone was no ordinary person, being a sword master in his own right. Having already witnessed the thunderclap technique, T. Bone must have been prepared. The two stood with their swords drawn, waiting, without immediately attacking, both adjusting their breathing. A gentle breeze blew, and in that instant both moved, their swords clashing and stirring a fierce wind, almost flipping the wooden boards of the stage. In the moment of their clash, both sensed the tremendous power of the other. Li Yi estimated that T. Bone possessed a strength of 1,500 combat power, which was already at a remarkable level. However, in comparison, Li Yi held the advantage. When using his breathing technique, the explosive power far exceeded 3,000 combat power. As they exchanged blows with their swords, both utilized basic swordsmanship, and as time passed, their exchanges grew increasingly intense. T. Bone deeply felt Li Yi's strength, gradually realizing he was being suppressed, specifically in terms of power. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. I hate crooked sword techniques the most, so I created my own style. Right angle / flash. T. Bone gripped his sword with both hands, accumulating energy, and then swung it to unleash a straight sword wave. T. Bone's sword wave was not the usual arched shape. Instead, it resembled an arrowhead shooting out with the force of a cannonball, faster and more powerful than a normal sword wave. Boom. The sudden sword wave shot toward Li Yi, who raised his sword to block it. The force from the blade felt like cannon fire, numbing his hands. Do you think you're the only one who can unleash a sword wave attack? I can too. Breath of thunder, thunder serpent. With a powerful swing, a lightning-shaped sword wave shot out. Seeing that Li Yi had deflected his attack, T. Bone immediately retaliated with a sword wave. His fighting spirit ignited as he unleashed his own sword wave in response. Boom. The collision of sword waves erupted with a thunderous sound, creating a large crater in the stage. The two continued to wield their swords, sending waves of sword energy flying in all directions. The clashes of sword waves and sword energy ravaged the stage, leaving it in tatters. Sword waves occasionally flew beyond the stage, causing destruction to the surroundings. The fissures created were like craters from cannon fire, shocking the spectators, who retreated in fear. The devastation caused by the sword masters was truly terrifying. Zephyr, sitting at the central judges' table, praised their performance. Both of them are quite strong. Such a splendid duel between sword masters is rarely seen in selection matches. Crane beside him was also astonished by Li Yi's strength. T. Bone's power ranked among the top 5 among his peers, aside from Smoker Drake and Tina, those with devil fruit abilities. Few new recruits could match him. The two had been exchanging sword waves for a while, and as time passed, the outcome began to emerge. T. Bone's stamina was nearly depleted. He struggled to continue launching sword wave attacks, but their strength started to wane. In contrast, Li Yi continued to unleash sword wave attacks effortlessly, clearly not exerting his full strength in the confrontation with T. Bone. T. Bone, it's time to end this match. You can't hold out any longer. Total concentration. Breath of thunder, great thunder serpent. With a low shout, he activated his breathing technique, channeling his power into his hands. With a sweeping motion of his great sword, a massive arc-shaped sword wave, 3 meters long, shot forth, resembling a giant lightning serpent accompanied by the sound of thunder. Exhausted, T. Bone barely managed to unleash a sword wave in defense, but the great thunder serpent surged forward, striking T. Bone and sending him flying, the immense force causing him to crash through several walls. The sword wave unleashed by this strike once again shocked the crowd, and on the central podium, Zepha's eyes exploded with astonishment, while Smog and Drake wore serious expressions. After Bone's defeat, no one dared to challenge on the ring, instead turning their attention to the other 3 rings. Smog, Drake, and Tina each chose their rings, showcasing overwhelming power to dominate them, becoming the ring champions. Thus all 4 rings had their champions, and until the challenge time ended, no one dared to challenge. Zephyr looked at the final 4 contenders with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The 3 users of devil fruits and a swordsman with a bit of training could become formidable naval officers in the future. After a series of battles, the 4 rings had suffered severe damage, prompting Zephyr to order the construction of a new ring. Soon a sturdier and larger ring appeared. The 4 finalists gathered beneath the ring, and Zephyr approached them holding a jar, saying to the 4, "Draw lots." The 4 reached in to draw slips of paper. Lee opened his slip to find it read, "Contestant 1, Tina," while Tina, who opened her slip at the same time, glanced at Lee. "Zephyr, now you all know your opponents, right?" Zephyr, then for the first match of the finals, contestants 1 and 2 will compete. Those who drew the numbers step up to the ring. Tina was the first to leap onto the ring, followed closely by Lee. Tina, who would have thought we would become opponents? It's hard to go all out. Tina, I heard that after being struck by lightning, not only did your hair change, but your strength also skyrocketed. Lee, Tina, there's actually one more thing you overlooked. Tina, what did I overlook? Lee, that I've become even more handsome. Tina. Knowing that Lee's breathing technique swordsmanship was exceptionally fast, Tina took the initiative to strike, first extending iron branches in a barricade formation to trap Lee. Iron barrier. The barricade constricted, making it difficult to escape once ensnared. Lee, however, was not foolish enough to get trapped, activating his breathing technique to escape the attack range like a flash of lightning. Tina, you're fast. Tina can't trap you. How disappointing. Lee. Tina, do you want to trap me or my heart? Her cheek reddened by the flirtatious remark. Tina slightly pouted in anger. Tina is angry now. A black iron branch extended from her fair palm, transforming into a long black spear. With the spear in hand, Tina launched a fierce attack. As the spear lunged, Lee raised his blade to meet her, and the two engaged in close combat. After a few exchanges, Lee assessed Tina's strength in his mind, realizing it was actually lower than Tbone's at only 900 combat power. For Lee, who possessed 3,000 combat power, it was easy to suppress her. The spear thrusts were easily dealt with, occasionally bringing his blade close to Tina, catching a whiff of her enchanting fragrance. After a while of close combat, Tina realized she had no advantage in proximity. Her strength was inferior to her opponent's, and continuing the fight would only lead to her defeat. Retreating to create distance, Tina pressed her hand to the ground. Black array spear. Countless black iron branches erupted from the ground, forming a barrage of spears. The incessantly rising spears forced Lee to dodge left and right, all the while observing the timing and pattern of the spears emerging from the ground. One must admit that Tina's utilization of her devil fruit power compensated for her lack of strength. Despite Lee's speed, he struggled to close the distance, leading one to suspect that during the war at Marineford, Tina had gone easy on Luffy. After observing for a while, Lee finally discovered a flaw in the black array spear. The moment a gap appeared, he activated his breathing technique, swordsmanship. Thunder breathing, first form thunderclap. With the sword technique activated, he moved like lightning, and at the moment Lee began to move, Tina had already assumed a defensive posture, forming an iron wall with her hands. Tina had long prepared for the breathing technique swordsmanship. Although the speed of the thunderclap was quick, its power was relatively weak, and as long as she fortified her defense, she could withstand it. However, Tina clearly underestimated Lee. How could the thunder breathing technique only have one move? Relying on the lightning speed of the thunderclap, Lee instantly reached Tina's front, unleashing the thunder-breathing sword technique once more. Thunder-breathing, second form soul concealment. He swiftly swung his blade, delivering for lightning-shaped slashes against the iron wall, instantly cleaving it apart, and the final slash aimed directly at Tina. As the slash was about to strike Tina, the blade halted just inches from her neck. You lose, Tina. Looking at the blade poised at her neck, Tina felt a mixture of unwillingness and disbelief, though she never expected Lee's self-created sword technique to have more than one move, especially since he hadn't revealed its full potential during the fight with Tbone, leading them to believe it was a single strike. Tina concedes, your strength is formidable. With Tina's concession, the referee announced Lee's victory, advancing him to the finals. The next match would be between Drake and Smog, with the winner becoming Lee's opponent in the final. Smog and Drake stepped onto the ring simultaneously, and neither of them had customized weapons. Both were wielding ordinary military sabers. As the referee declared the match to begin, both rushed towards each other, wielding their military sabers in close combat. Neither made use of their devil fruit abilities, clearly intending to test each other's strength first. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of military sabers clashing echoed on the ring. Without using their abilities, the battle proceeded in a conventional manner. Li Yi observed the two battling from below the ring, evaluating their strength and techniques. At this moment, Smog and Drake's combat power was roughly comparable to Tbone's, ranging from 1,000 to 1,500. Both were users of devil fruits. One was of the Logia type, and the other of the Zoan type. The smoke fruit allows its user to transform any part of their body into smoke, enabling them to instantly reconstitute their form even after sustaining physical damage. The dragon fruit grants the user the ability to transform into a dragon species, significantly enhancing their strength and defense with sharp claws and a robust physique. The key to victory in this battle of devil fruit users lies in how well each can utilize and develop their abilities. After a series of close exchanges, the two had nearly gauged each other's strengths, and they stepped back to prepare to unleash their devil fruit powers. White Fist Smog initiated his devil fruit ability, first his wrists transforming into a smoke state, followed by an explosive punch shooting out like a rocket. At this moment, Drake also activated his devil fruit ability, his body swelling as his limbs transformed, revealing sharp claws and a dinosaur tail, while his head morphed into that of a dinosaur. Boom! In his hybrid beast form, Drake directly withstood the attack, leaning slightly back without showing any signs of injury as he lunged at Smog with his sharp claws. White Vine. Smog certainly wouldn't just wait for Drake to charge in. He transformed into white smoke, ensnaring Drake. Drake, caught in the white smoke, struggled to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the smoke. The power of the Logia type is formidable due to its elemental nature, making it nearly impossible to harm unless one possesses Haki. Only armed Haki can effectively strike a Logia user. Thus, Logia users can dominate in the first half of the Grand Line, as it is challenging to encounter strong opponents equipped with Haki. After successfully blocking Drake's movements, Smoker transformed back into his human form. With the white mist launcher, his lower body turned into white mist, and the explosive force generated propelled Smoker high into the sky. With the White Fist Riot, Smoker unleashed a barrage of punches in midair, his fists dancing like shadows, bombarding Drake relentlessly. Unable to master the armament, Haki, Drake could only passively endure the onslaught. Even when Drake attempted to counterattack, it proved utterly ineffective. He could not inflict any harm on Smoker, as his elemental form rendered him immune to attacks without the armament Haki. Under the relentless assault of Smoker's White Fist, Drake's stamina was gradually depleted, and he was on the verge of collapse. Seizing this opportunity, Smoker prepared to unleash his next technique. With the White Gale, Smoker transformed his entire body into smoke, enveloping Drake before violently throwing him off the stage. The referee immediately declared Smoker the victor. Drake, standing beneath the stage, looked up at Smoker with a face full of reluctance. His defeat felt too suffocating. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Smoker, but the capabilities of the Logia-type fruit were simply insurmountable. Without the armament Haki, he could not inflict damage. With the match between Smoker and Drake concluded, the next fight would be between Smoker and Li Yi in the finals. Everyone unanimously favored Smoker, including Zephyr, who sat in the judge's seat. Suddenly, a golden light appeared behind Zephyr, gradually taking shape into a human form clad in a yellow suit and sunglasses. It was Admiral Kizaru. Zephyr, I didn't expect you to show up. Are you here for that little guy? Kizaru, after all, he's my nephew. Isn't it normal for me to come and take a look, teacher? Zephyr, he's quite impressive to have reached the finals. If I hadn't carefully reviewed his profile, I wouldn't have believed he had such talent in swordsmanship. After only 3 months of training with a sword, he comprehended the breathing of all things and became a sword master, even grasping the sword intent of thunder. Kizaru, I didn't expect his talent to be so frightening. Zephyr, it's a pity that his next opponent is Smoker, who possesses Logia-type abilities. He is bound to lose. Kizaru, what a pity indeed. As Zephyr and Kizaru conversed, Li Yi, in preparation for the finals, was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd as a figure approached him. Li Yi opened his eyes to see a tall figure with long, beautiful legs. It was Peach Rabbit. Li Yi, sister, why are you here? Peach Rabbit, I heard you made it to the finals and came to see it for myself. You performed well on stage. Li Yi, then sister, shouldn't you reward your little brother? Peach Rabbit, that depends on whether you win first place. Li Yi, that's what you said, don't go back on your word. Peach Rabbit, your next opponent is a user of a Logia fruit. Your attacks won't be able to harm him, so you cannot defeat him. Li Yi, how will I know if I don't try? Perhaps I can create a miracle. Peach Rabbit, they'll be waiting to witness your miracle. Soon the finals began and Li Yi and Smoker stepped onto the stage, their gazes clashing with tension. Smoker, I didn't expect your strength to have increased so rapidly all of a sudden. Li Yi, actually I'm a genius, my talent simply hasn't awakened until now. Smoker, just keep boasting. You kids spend all your time staring at the female soldiers next door and never train seriously. Li Yi, don't measure me by the standards of an ordinary person. I'm a genius. Smoker, even if you are a genius, so what? Without the armament Haki, how can you deal with someone like me who possesses a Logia-type devil fruit? Li Yi, then let's give it a try. Thunder-breathing first form thunderclap. Li Yi launched the first attack, drawing his sword and dashing towards Smoker like a bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, Smoker's head fell cleanly off. Strangely, no blood was shed. His body and head emitted white smoke, and soon the severed head was reattached. Smoker, your attacks are ineffective against my elemental body. With the white tendril, his body transformed into smoke, morphing into vines aiming to ensnare Li Yi. However, Li Yi, utilizing the speed of the thunderclap, evaded Smoker's smoky vines, which could not catch him at all. White smoke launcher erupted from behind, accelerating Smoker's movement speed. Although not as fast as the thunderclap, he managed to closely follow behind Li Yi. White fist. A fist enveloped in smoke shot towards Li Yi like a rocket. Li Yi turned and blocked with his sword. With a clang, the fist collided with the sword, producing a metallic sound. The immense impact reverberated through the blade as Smoker's strength was enhanced by his devil fruit abilities. Thunder-breathing thunder serpent. The breathing technique activated, swinging the sword in a horizontal slash, sending arcs of thunderous energy slicing through the air. Smoker dismissed the arc as inconsequential, allowing it to pass harmlessly through him. Smoker, stop wasting your energy, it's futile. Li Yi, I refuse to believe I can't land a hit. If one strike doesn't work, then I'll just try a few more times. Thunder-breathing first form thunder flash. The lightning shot forth, instantly arriving before Smoker, followed by Li Yi's next sword technique. Thunder-breathing second form soul cloak. With a swift draw, Li Yi unleashed 5 lightning strikes in an instant. Smoker was cleaved into 5 pieces, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. The severed areas were enveloped in white smoke and quickly restored. Smoker, it's useless. You cannot triumph over me in the face of Logia-type abilities. White snake. Smoker's entire arm morphed into a snake-like smoke coiling around Li Yi. He swung the serpentine smoke, tossing Li Yi around like a leaf in the wind. Li Yi felt as though his bones were about to crack. Smoker's white snake attack truly clung on like a snake, refusing to let go. In the face of adversity, one must remain calm, as memories of Haki flooded his mind. Haki is the latent power possessed by everyone in the world of One Piece. It is an innate ability, but ordinary people must break their shackles through training or other means to awaken this hidden power. Willpower controls these invisible forces to form a formidable ability capable of touching the bodies of Logia users, enhancing both attack and defense. It can even predict an enemy's next move. The powerful observation Haki can foresee the future. The Conqueror's Haki can intimidate foes with mere presence, and when 2 powerful users clash, it can cause the heavens to tremble. At this moment, Li Yi's eyes were tightly shut, entering a peculiar state. The thunder breathing operated at its utmost limit, concentrating power into his hands, and the lightning erupted with dazzling brilliance. Li Yi aimed to compress and amplify the power of his breathing technique to awaken his latent Haki. In the process of employing the technique, he even forgot the pain. Smoker, noticing Li Yi's unusual state, sensed a dangerous aura growing within him, instinctively realizing that he could not afford to delay any longer. The naval commanders outside noticed it even earlier than Smoker, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at the scene. Zephyr, impossible. He is trying to concentrate his power to forcibly unlock his potential, thus awakening the armament Haki. Kizaru, wow, my nephew is terrifying. Crane, how did he achieve this? Peach Rabbit, you didn't teach him this, did you? Peach Rabbit, I didn't teach him. A little E's talent is truly frightening. Zephyr, this kid has the potential to become an admiral. Upon hearing this, the other 3 were shocked. An admiral represents the pinnacle of naval strength. Can this little brat really become a top-tier powerhouse? Kizaru gazed at Li Yi on the stage and murmured, my nephew has the potential to be an admiral. Not only the 4 on the rostrum were stunned. In a shadowed corner, Jiaji stared at Li Yi as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiaji could no longer remain seated. The thought of that brat and Tautus' promised reward unsettled him. Even without thinking, he could guess the mischief the wretched boy had in mind. Smolder, you idiot. Drive him off the ring, and you win. Jiaji surged to the edge of the arena, yelling at Simoji with frantic insistence. A swirl called White Gale wrapped Li Yi in choking vapor and hurled him skyward. White-fisted strikes came next, arms flailing as puffs of smoke-laden fists blasted forward like missiles. But it was all too late. The hand that gripped the blade vanished into a flash. Dark energy condensed, cloaking the edge of the sword in inky shadow. When Jiaji at the ring's rim saw that smear of black, his eyes bulged and his jaw dropped toward the mat. Zephyr, aghast, could not believe it, and Huang Yuan muttered fearful whispers. Numerous white smoke fists had already surrounded Li Yi, their blows closing in. At that moment his eyes opened, lightning shimmered within them, and a blinding thunder light erupted from his body. A low whisper carried through the air, breath of thunder, Godspeed. From the heights, Li Yi fell like a streak of lightning, the roar of thunder echoing across Malinkejuo. At the crack of thunder, Zephyr shouted to Huang Yuan, hurry and stop him. Simoji cannot withstand that blade. Before Zephyr could finish, Huang Yuan had already transformed into a beam of light and dashed off, abandoning even the 8-foot mirror. Li Yi's strike had been impossibly swift. On the ring, Simoji stood defenseless, every white smoke fist that targeted Li Yi missed in an instant. The next moment, the jet-black blade descended, cleaving toward his head barely 50 centimeters away, exuding a deathly aura. Simoji felt an instinctive dread. If it struck, he would be finished. With a lightspeed kick, Huang Yuan arrived in a flash and planted a foot upon the blade, halting the strike. Though he stopped the blow, the force unleashed by Godspeed split the ring in two. A thunderous crash sent dust billowing everywhere. When it settled, Simoji sat on the ground with a thud, and beside him a tall figure pressed the blade at bay with his foot. Isn't that Admiral Huang Yuan? The crowd gasped as they realized a great general had been drawn into the contest. Huang Yuan said, that was close, Simoji. Move any slower, and you'd have been cleaved in two. Simoji could only stare. Huang Yuan continued, Xiao Yi, you won this match. Sheath your blade. Strangely, Li Yi did not respond. He still held the posture of a man ready to strike. Hey, why aren't you answering? Huang Yuan called as he approached and gently tapped Li Yi's shoulder. With a dull thud, Li Yi collapsed to the ground, black smoke spilling from his mouth. He had pushed Godspeed beyond his bodis limits and fainted once more. Zephyr observed, forcing out armament. Haki combined with such extreme swordsmanship has clearly exceeded his physical capacity. Zephyr walked over to inspect the fallen Li Yi as Tao Tu climbed the ring to cradle the unconscious youth. Huang Yuan warned, using such techniques without a powerful physique is truly dangerous. Zephyr replied, I will personally train him from now on. His constitution will certainly surpass that of certain others. Huang Yuan protested, Master, hearing you say that stings a little. The final match had shaken the upper ranks of the Navy. Li Yi's performance had drawn the attention of many commanders. In the Naval Marshal's office sat 6 of the Navy's finest. Present were Naval Marshal Zhanghua, the 3 admirals Huang Yuan, Qingji, Qichuan, former Admiral Zephyr, and Navy hero Kapu. Zhanghua began, Zephyr, I hear a promising recruit emerged from the selection. Zephyr answered, the boy shows remarkable potential. If I train him personally, he will surely become an admiral. Kapu chimed in, Zephyr, I rarely hear you praise someone so openly. That kid is impressive. He caused quite a stir the other day. Chiquan grumbled, a conceited brat who cannot even control his own strength. He nearly cleaved his opponent. Someone like him needs strict discipline under my command. Huang Yuan countered, Sakazuki, that's not right. My nephew should be under my squad. Qingji quipped, under your command. So you can openly torment him. Huang Yuan sputtered in indignation. The men argued in earnest, but their motives were plain. Each wished Li Yi to serve under his banner. Zhanghua slammed the table and commanded silence. Enough. It is premature to decide whose command the boy will fall under. Wait until he graduates from the elite camp to discuss it. Meanwhile, Li Yi was honorably admitted to the Navy hospital. In his fading memory, a beautiful figure had embraced him, and he had felt as if he sank into a soft cloud before losing consciousness. When he awoke, he was in a hospital room, and 2 nurses called the doctor. After an examination, the physician announced, Young man, there is nothing seriously wrong. You can be discharged tomorrow. After the doctor and nurses left, Tao Tu arrived. Li Yi, you look much better now. Seeing you has my spirits lifted instantly, she said with a smile. Li Yi, beholding Tao Tu's slender, graceful form, felt a rush of vitality, as if savoring a rich cup of coffee. Tao Tu flicked his forehead with a delicate finger. Ouch, that hurts. Li Yi feigned pain in playful response, making Tao Tu laugh. Stop pretending. I made porridge for you. Eat it while it's hot. Tao Tu opened a food box and took out a steaming bowl. As Li Yi reached for the bowl, he noticed a furtive figure outside the room. No need to guess who it was. Jiaji, Tao Tu's loyal sycophant. Jiaji pleaded through the door in an affected voice. Oh sister, my arm feels weak. Could you feed me? Tao Tu was well aware of Li Yi's schemes. She had known Jiaji was lurking behind her from the start. Tao Tu relented. Fine. Since you've just recovered, I'll feed you myself. She cradled the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other, her pink lips blowing gently over the porridge. She brought the spoon to Li Yi's mouth. The taste spread warmth and a savory aroma that delighted him instantly. Beyond the culinary pleasure, the sight before him was an exquisite visual delight that left Li Yi entranced and unable to break free. Li Yi recalled Tao Tu's earlier promise of a reward for winning and grinned. Sister, didn't you say there would be a prize for victory? Tao Tu asked, what reward do you want? Li Yi replied mischievously, come closer and I'll whisper it to you. As she leaned in, he said it still wasn't close enough. Their faces were now barely a palm's breadth apart. Li Yi began, "The reward I desire is." And in that instant he launched a lightning-fast kiss, his lips aiming straight for Tao Tu's lovely face. He felt the smooth softness and a bewitching fragrance at the moment of contact. The surprise was so swift that Tao Tu barely reacted. Her sudden blush left Li Yi dazed and eager to try again. This time, however, Tao Tu evaded before his lips could reach her. Outside the room, Jiaji's anger had already ignited a green haze of fury bursting above his head. He slammed open the door in a fury. "Bastard, what are you doing?" Jiaji demanded, pointing at Li Yi. "Eating porridge," Li Yi replied calmly, then continued to open his mouth as Tao Tu fed him, as if ignoring Jiaji entirely. Li Yi's nonchalance and the way they ignored him made Jiaji feel trampled and humiliated, his rage about to explode. Suddenly, a lazy voice spoke from behind Jiaji. Turning, he found Huang Yuan standing there. Jiaji stammered, "I was just visiting this popular fellow. Nothing else will be off now." The moment Huang Yuan appeared, Jiaji scurried away. Despite Huang Yuan's casual air, his temper could be brutal. Tao Tu, flushed from the earlier stolen kiss, left soon after Huang Yuan's arrival. Li Yi watched Tao Tu depart, her cheeks still rosy, and felt a sudden surge of triumph. His conquest had advanced another small step. Tiny but a glorious beginning of happier days. Huang Yuan looked at his laughing nephew on the hospital bed with a speechless expression. This kid even dared to flirt with Tao Tu. Everyone at the Navy headquarters knew that Jiaji liked Tao Tu. Isn't this just openly stealing? Omega, the young people nowadays are truly terrifying. Huang Yuan, how does Xiao Yi feel? Li Yi, uncle, I feel so much more energized after a good sleep. Huang Yuan, such a frightening recovery ability. Since you're fine now, let's hurry and get you discharged. Teacher Zephyr is waiting for you in the elite camp, and it's rare for anyone to receive his personal guidance. Huang Yuan, under Teacher Zephyr's personal instruction, your strength will experience a tremendous boost. Li Yi, with my exceptional talent, I am destined to be the future Admiral of the Navy. This nephew seems quite good at the moment, but he is a bit arrogant. No wonder Akina doesn't like him. Huang Yuan, don't get too complacent. In the Navy and across the entire sea, strength is what matters. So don't be too ostentatious without absolute power. Li Yi, understood, uncle. The next day, Li Yi left the hospital early and headed straight to the elite camp training base. Upon entering the training base, he saw Smoker and Tina training, but both of them looked a bit disheveled. At that moment, Smoker was sparring with an old student from the elite camp. Being a newcomer, Smoker was no match for the seasoned student, who crushed him with proficient martial arts. Old student, is this the runner-up of this selection? Looks like his strength isn't much. Smoker, damn it, his martial arts are too strong, and he even knows a bit of Haki. My devil fruit ability is being suppressed. Old student, after playing with you for so long, it's time to end this. 6 styles shave. 6 styles armament Haki, iron block, iron fist. Suddenly the old student flashed forward, his fist covered in black Haki, striking Smoker and sending him flying. Ha, this year's new students are too weak. Natural type users are also just average. The old student mocked Smoker mercilessly. TCH, the old student's strength is just average, nothing impressive. Li Yi's arrogant voice echoed, causing all the old students to glare at him. Old student, so it's the champion of this elite selection. Do you want to spar with us, old students? The old student said provocatively. Li Yi, since you are willing to teach, I couldn't ask for more. After saying this, the two stepped back, their momentum rising as they prepared to strike. 6 styles Gale Foot. The old student struck first, sweeping his leg in a horizontal arc to deliver a slashing attack. Breath of Lightning, Thunder Serpent. Li Yi drew his sword and unleashed a lightning-shaped slash to counter, creating a thunderous collision between the two attacks. 6 styles Shave. Breath of Lightning, First Form, Thunderclap. The two accelerated into close combat, with the old student having mastered the iron block technique to a high level, allowing him to move even while using it. His hands hardened as hard as steel collided with Li Yi's katana, creating a metallic clashing sound. Breath of Lightning, Third Form, gathering mosquitoes to form thunder. A spherical lightning gathered and flew towards the old student, surrounding him and preventing him from using Shave for instant movement. Unable to dodge, the old student could only brace himself with iron block. Boom, 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 boom. The spherical lightning struck the old student, creating a series of explosive sounds and raising a cloud of thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, several charred wounds appeared on the old student, indicating that iron block couldn't fully defend against the lightning ball's damage. Damn it, this ugly brat dared to hurt me. Gale Foot Chaos. The injured old student unleashed a frenzied attack like a wild beast, kicking out several slashing waves. To Li Yi, all of this seemed like a cornered beast making its last struggle as he gripped the hilt of his sword and activated his breathing technique to gather power. Total concentration. Breath of Lightning, Great Thunder Serpent. With a single slash, he unleashed a formidable high lightning arc that directly deflected Gale Foot's attack, the force of the slash continuing toward the old student. At a critical moment, a black arm appeared, grasping the lightning slash and throwing it into the sky. Boom! The slash exploded in midair with a loud bang. Zephyr appeared and blocked Li Yi's great thunder serpent slash, looking at the injured old student and shouting, "Look at how disappointing you are. After being here for so long, you let a newcomer do this to you. You need to step up your training from now on." Under the barrage of reprimands, the old students lowered their heads and continued training, while Zephyr took Li Yi to a spacious training area. "Zephyr, kid, your talent and potential are quite impressive, especially since you awakened armament Haki without anyone's guidance." "Li, instructor Zephyr, I was just taking a gamble at that time, but after the finals I couldn't use it again." Zephyr laughed and said, "During the finals you only awakened armament Haki through a clever trick. Your physical condition didn't meet the requirements to awaken armament Haki, so you can't use it now." Next, Zephyr detailed the methods for training Haki, and Li Yi suddenly understood after the explanation. A true powerhouse capable of training 3 admirals made everything clear to him in an instant. "Zephyr, your biggest weakness right now is your poor martial arts, so you need to focus on training it next. Zephyr, additionally, you must practice the Navy's 6 styles diligently to compensate for your deficiencies in swordsmanship." During the finals, Zephyr noticed the flaw of Thunderclap. While it is very fast, this skill consumes a lot of stamina when used continuously due to its reliance on breathing techniques, and its linear movement makes it easy for opponents to predict. Thus, mastering the shave technique within the 6 styles can easily compensate for the flaws of Thunderclap. In the following days, under Zephyr's direct guidance, Li Yi began martial arts training, performing weighted exercises starting with a 100-pound weight and progressing to over a ton, running for extended periods, and even training with a heavy iron pillar as a sword. Under Zephyr's direct supervision, his physique grew increasingly stronger, and at that moment a sound echoed in his mind, indicating the unlocking of a new ability. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detected that the host's physical strength has reached the standard, unlocking auxiliary breathing technique. Breath of Rock appeared in his mind. The system interface presented itself. Host Li Yi, profession swordsman, level junior swordmaster, main breathing technique breath of lightning, auxiliary breathing technique breath of rock, Tao power 5000, Haki junior armament, Haki 3 realms of breathing techniques none. The supplementary explanation indicated that while the auxiliary breathing technique lacks sword techniques, it serves a purpose, assisting in training. When practicing, activating the breath of rock significantly enhances the speed of physical training, making the physique stronger, ultimately leading to breaking the human shackles and reaching one of the 3 realms of breathing techniques, the pattern realm. Seeing Li Yi's rapid progress, Zephyr was astonished. Under his supervision, Li Yi's physique strengthened day by day, reaching a height of 2 meters, though compared to the admirals this height was still considered short. With the support of the breath of rock, his Tao power continually increased, reaching about 9,000, just one step away from breaking 10,000 to step into the rank of commander, and at this time, Li Yi was only 16 years old. As his strength increased, Li Yi's muscles did not bulk up significantly. Through the breathing techniques, he could control the changes in his muscles, so his appearance remained tall and handsome, with his golden hair captivating many female officers. Being able to control his muscles and bodily functions freely indicated that he had comprehended the essence of the 6 styles, the return of life. After a year of physical training, Zephyr began to guide Li Yi in Haki training. During the selection, Li Yi had awakened armament Haki, and under Zephyr's instruction, he quickly mastered its usage. Finally, Zephyr imparted the experiences and training methods of the 6 styles and observation Haki to Li Yi for his independent training. The unique martial arts of the 6 styles are commonly studied by many officers in the Navy, serving as a means to counter the abilities of devil fruit users. The 6 styles cannot be learned by just anyone. One must possess a physique that exceeds the limits of ordinary humans to master them. In an instant, one must stomp the ground more than 10 times within 0.36 seconds, using the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. One of the defensive techniques, Iron Block, grants the body the hardness of iron, making it impervious to bullets and blades. However, the only drawback is that one cannot move while using it. Yet this drawback applies only to beginners. Those who have mastered advanced levels can move while using Iron Block. Paper drawing, another defensive technique, allows the user to negate the force of an enemy's attack, enabling the body to evade strikes. Moonwalk resembles the lightness of martial arts novels, allowing one to kick in midair during jumps, creating a reaction force that lets them float. Raging Foot, an attacking skill of the 6 styles, generates a cutting wave attack akin to a swordsman's slash through high-speed kicks. Finger gun, another attacking skill, condenses power at the fingertip to pierce through targets, its might comparable to that of a bullet. Among the 6 styles there exists a powerful move called 6 Kings Gun, which can only be used by those who have mastered the 6 styles. It unleashes a tremendous shockwave from both hands, rivaling the firepower of a battleship. For Li Yi, learning the 6 styles posed little difficulty. Given his current physical strength, there were no restrictions in his training. After carefully studying the training methods provided by Zephyr, Li Yi had already mastered the 6 styles and successfully demonstrated them, with the next step being to develop his unique version. As a unique martial art of the Navy, the 6 styles not only grants users power beyond that of ordinary humans, but also allows for continuous development akin to devil fruit abilities, enabling the creation of one's unique 6 styles techniques. Among the 6 styles, Shave and Moonwalk are particularly practical for Li Yi, and prioritizing their development could enhance his combat capabilities. To develop the 6 style skills, CP9 members Gabra Lucci and Kaku integrated their zone-type devil fruit abilities with the 6 styles, merging them together. Thus, an idea sparked in Li Yi's mind to integrate the 6 styles into his breathing techniques. The high-speed movement skill Shave could perfectly substitute for Li Yi's thunder breathing technique to reduce stamina consumption. With a thought, the thunder breathing technique activated as Shave operates by generating explosive speed through stomping the ground. Thus, when the breathing technique activated, the force transmitted to his feet allowed him to stomp faster than 0.36 seconds, landing 50 stomps in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar as Li Yi moved like a bolt of lightning. His speed was 5 times that of a regular Shave. Li Yi named this developed version Instant Thunder, which, unlike thunder breathing, was not limited to linear movement and enhanced his mobility. After developing Instant Thunder, his next focus was on enhancing Moonwalk. The ability of Moonwalk allows the user to walk in midair, not true flight, but rather floating due to the reaction force generated by kicking. However, Moonwalk has its drawbacks. Its movement speed in the air is relatively slow. Yet for Li Yi, utilizing his breathing technique to drive Moonwalk significantly increased its power, causing his legs to flicker with lightning as he kicked, leading him to name it Thunderstep. Li Yi did not intend to delve deeply into developing the remaining 4 styles, opting instead to practice continuously until mastery, with the goal of mastering the 6 Kings Gun skill. After a year of intense training, Li Yi had proficiently mastered the armament Haki, awakened his observation Haki, and refined the Navy's 6 styles to a proficient level, while also learning all the sword techniques of the thunder breathing technique. At this point, Li Yi was already 17 years old. After 2 years of rigorous training, his combat power surpassed 1000, making him a commander-level powerhouse. With a thought, a system interface appeared in his mind. Host Li Yi: Profession Swordsman Level Intermediate Swordsman Primary Breathing Technique Thunder Breathing Auxiliary Breathing Technique Rock Breathing Combat Power Haki Intermediate Armament Haki Beginner Observation Haki 3 Realms of Breathing Techniques None. On this day, Zephyr summoned Li Yi to the training ground of the elite camp. Observing Li Yi, who had undergone 2 years of hard training, Zephyr revealed a satisfied smile, knowing Li Yi was the most impressive student among many in the elite camp, as no one else could compare to his talent and speed of improvement. Zephyr, your progress in these 2 years has been remarkable. Now there is little I can teach you. Your future path lies in your own hands. Li Yi, if it weren't for your personal guidance, teacher Zephyr, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. Zephyr, you are no longer suited to remain in the elite camp. It's time for you to graduate early. Li Yi, so soon? I am not yet prepared. Zephyr, do you think graduating is that easy? Before you graduate, I want to see how strong you are. Li Yi, teacher Zephyr, you aren't planning to spar with me, are you? Li Yi looked at Zephyr in disbelief, who after all Zephyr was a commander-level powerhouse, and sparring with him would reveal just how far he was from the top-tier experts. Zephyr, what? Are you scared, kid? Li Yi, don't joke. How could I be afraid? I've wanted to experience your black arm for a long time. Facing Li Yi's bold words, Zephyr laughed heartily, not angry, but rather more appreciative. Facing a strong opponent without fear is the hope for the Navy's future. News of their impending duel spread throughout the elite camp, leaving all the students astonished as they rushed to watch. The training ground of the elite camp was surrounded tightly. Smoker, Tina, T-Bone, and Drake watched Li Yi, all speculating just how much his strength had grown over the past 2 years. Zephyr, kid, give it your all, and come at me. Zephyr stood confidently with his arms crossed, emanating an aura as imposing as a mountain directly towards Li Yi. Li Yi, then I won't hold back, teacher Zephyr. Although the aura radiating from Zephyr brought considerable pressure, it did not affect Li Yi much. If he couldn't withstand Zephyr's aura, how could he hope to fight him? Slowly drawing his katana, Li Yi focused intently on Zephyr. Against a powerhouse like Zephyr, he had to exert his full strength from the start without any chance to test the waters. First form of thunder breathing, Thunder Flash. His figure shot towards Zephyr like a flash of lightning, arms bulging with muscle as he raised the katana to strike. While using the thunder-breathing technique, he simultaneously employed the rock breathing to unleash powerful physical strength, compensating for the weakness of Thunder Flash's rapid speed but low attack power. Zephyr, good one, kid. It's been a while since I've moved my body. Oh, let me play with you this time. Armament Haki Black Arm. Black Haki enveloped Zephyr's arms, and his pitch-black arms glimmered with a dark luster as he raised his arm towards the katana. Bang! The katana collided with the black fist, producing a thunderous roar that created a violent storm, the force of which spread outwards, blowing away weaker onlookers. As he struck down with the katana, Zephyr remained unmoved. Just then, an immense force transmitted from the katana, the power of his casual punch exceeding 1,000 combat points. With no time to think, Li Yi immediately activated paper drawing from the Navy's 6 styles, transforming his body to become as pliable as soft mud, dissipating the force. Zephyr, kid, nice reflexes. I thought you would take it, Heaton. You actually understood how to use paper drawing to offset force. In truth, Li Yi could have absorbed Zephyr's punch with his body, but that would not have been a wise choice, as Zephyr had not yet exerted his full strength. Indeed, as expected of the former admiral, a casual punch possesses such might. The strength of the admiral is truly terrifying, easily blocking the thunderstrike technique. If it weren't for Zephyr suffering from asthma, he would not have stepped down from his position as admiral. Breath of Thunder, Thunder Serpent. After an ineffective strike, Li Yi immediately distanced himself, wielding his saber to unleash arcs of sword waves. Seeing this, Zephyr smiled slightly, his black-armed Haki enveloping his body. Even with the sword waves striking him, he remained unharmed. Zephyr, not bad, kid, but your strength still falls short. Now it's my turn to attack, be careful. At this moment, Zephyr became serious. He brought his 2 fingers together and with a swift motion shot forward like a black spear. Armament Haki Black Spear. This move fused the techniques shave and finger pistol from the 6 styles, showcasing a powerful combination of speed and indomitable armament Haki. The speed of this attack was astounding, but Li Yi had already foreseen it, with his observation Haki instantly activating instant thunder to evade. Good observation, Haki, able to predict my attack. The development of the 6 styles is impressive and very quick. After Zephyr's attack missed, he commented appreciatively on Li Yi's developed 6 style skills. Let's see if you can handle my attack. Storm Kick Black Axe. Zephyr's right leg bent fiercely as he executed a powerful kick akin to an axe, cleaving down, aimed directly at Li Yi. Instant Thunder. As Li Yi watched the cleaving attack come at him, he swiftly dodged, causing the attack to miss and strike the training ground, cleaving it in 2. What terrifying power! It actually developed the Storm Kick to such a degree. Li Yi was astonished by the massive crack in the training ground. If Zephyr unleashed his full power with a kick, it would probably surpass even the great swordsman's slash. You dodged quite quickly, but let's see you evade this. Zephyr unleashed a flurry of kicks, his Storm Kick Black Axe barrage raining down like a storm, leaving no gaps. With no way to evade, Li Yi could only confront it head-on, activating the thunder-breathing technique, taking a deep breath, and raising his saber to strike continuously. Breath of Thunder, Thunder Serpent. The saber swung, unleashing arcs of electric slashes that hissed through the air, resembling a massive snake. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between Thunder Serpent and Black Axe produced a series of thunderous sounds, the impact akin to cannon fire, leaving the training ground in utter ruin, riddled with cracks. Such overwhelming destructive power left the elite trainees watching in disbelief, questioning how Li Yi's strength had escalated so rapidly, transforming into such a terrifying force in just 1 or 2 years. Among the observing trainees, Smoker felt turmoil within it. The gap between him and Li Yi had become immense. Having learned from his past failures, Smoker had been training hard in martial arts for a year and hadn't even mastered shave, while Li Yi had already learned all 6 styles and was proficient in their practical use. Drake trembled at the sight of such a terrifying battle, especially as Li Yi had become adept at utilizing Haki in such a short time, leaving him astonished. Even now, he hadn't even touched the threshold of Haki. Tina watched Li Yi battling Zephyr, inexplicably captivated by his figure. His handsome face and formidable strength deeply attracted her. Breath of Thunder, 5th form, Heated Thunder. Taking a deep breath, Li Yi raised his saber and delivered a powerful strike in the shape of lightning, releasing intense heat to counter Zephyr's attack, instantly obliterating it. Armament Haki Steel Body. The 5th form of thunder breathing was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast, reaching Zephyr in the blink of an eye. Unperturbed, Zephyr crossed his arms, his armament Haki enveloping him as he braced for the Heated Thunder / Heated. The formidable force of the Heated Thunder caused Zephyr to retreat several steps. His crossed arms, despite being covered in armament Haki, turned a deep red, resembling a piece of glowing red steel. Zephyr hadn't expected the power of heated thunder to penetrate even his armament Haki, the scorching lightning managing to inflict damage. Just as Zephyr was about to praise Li E seized this brief moment to launch an attack. Breath of Thunder third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Breath of Thunder fourth form, distant thunder. Like a flash of lightning, he charged at Zephyr, first using a thunderball attack, then swiftly slashing with his blade. A seamless series of sword techniques followed one after the other, even causing Zephyr to secretly admire him. Achieving such strength in such a short time is the hallmark of a genius, and his talent was unparalleled within the Navy. Facing the rapid strikes of distant thunder, Zephyr raised his fists to meet the blows. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of blade and steel fists produced a tremendous sound echoing like thunder throughout, startling the commanders of Marineford. Many commanders rushed to the elite training ground, and upon seeing that the one battling Zephyr was Li E, they were all astonished. Mole, are you kidding? That kid has already achieved such strength in such a short time. Spider, I never expected such a powerful swordsman to emerge among the new generation of the Navy. Dalmatia, I never imagined such an incredible genius would arise from this elite camp. Tontata, I can't believe my little brother has become so strong. T-Pig, the wicked little brat, has grown stronger. Kizaru, my nephew, has become stronger again, how terrifying. Garp, ha ha ha, what a fine young man. Sengoku, the Navy will gain another powerful force in the future. Zephyr kid, you have truly surprised me to make me use 30 of my strength, you can be proud. Li E, this is all thanks to Master Zephyr's guidance. Zephyr kid, if you can withstand my final move, you may graduate from the elite camp. Be careful. With a punch that pushed back the saber, Zephyr increased his momentum, his right arm's muscles bulging as an endless stream of armament Haki gathered. Black arm shockwave punch. A punch exploded forth with a thunderous sound like a stone thrown into a lake, sending ripples through the air. The devastating power obliterated everything, leaving the training ground in ruins. Faced with Zephyr's earth-shattering punch, Li E focused all his energy, channeling the full force of his breathing technique. Breath of Thunder sixth form, Thunderclap, Dragon Break. This sword technique originally released numerous lightning-like slashes from the user's center, but while its range was vast, its drawback was that it lacked concentration and could not unleash tremendous power. Thus, Li E modified the original sword technique. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from him, tearing the ground apart as they converged into a golden thunder dragon that surged toward Zephyr. Boom! The collision of two powerful forces erupted in a dazzling light, creating a vortex of destruction that momentarily held both powers in a stalemate before launching skyward, tearing a massive hole in the clouds above. The immense power from the two forces erupted, piercing the sky, leaving behind a scene of devastation after the dazzling light faded. Zephyr laughed heartily and said, "Boy, you have graduated." In the final strike, Zephyr had already exerted 50% of his power, making it difficult for even an average mid-ranking general to withstand. After using the sixth style of the breathing technique, Li E was nearly exhausted, half kneeling on the ground. The power of a general was indeed terrifying. Zephyr's final strike was estimated to reach a value of 50,000 combat power, a single punch that even an average mid-ranking general could not block. Fortunately, the explosive power from the breathing technique was sufficient to withstand it. Otherwise, Li E would likely have knelt under that punch. Even with his body trained in the rock breathing technique, he could not resist the force of Zephyr's vibrating punch, whose destructive power was terrifying enough to rival the attack abilities of the Whitebeard's fruit. Afterward, the battle between Zephyr and Li E spread throughout Marineford. Although Zephyr did not exert his full strength in this battle, it did not prevent everyone from marveling at Li E's formidable strength and talent. In the marshal's office, Sengoku listened to Zephyr's evaluation and commendation of Li E, believing that with Li E's current strength, he was qualified to hold the position of Rear Admiral. However, being young and lacking achievements, granting him the position outright might not be well received. Sengoku, Zephyr, you have taught a good disciple. With such strength, he could serve as a Rear Admiral. Zephyr, Li E's strength is indeed suitable for the position, but he still lacks combat experience and needs to continue honing his skills. Kapu, haha, that kid has good talent. In such a short time, he has acquired such strength. Why not let him come under my command so I can continue to hone him with my loving fists? Sengoku, Sigma de Sigma, Kapu, don't even think about it. Zephyr, if he were under your command, he would probably end up like Akiji. Tsuru, enough of the bickering. Let's discuss what rank to grant this kid. Zephyr, I believe we should grant him the rank of Rear Admiral. 2. Granting him the Rear Admiral rank outright might raise some eyebrows. Kapu, then let this kid capture a few pirates and show his strength to win people's approval. Sengoku, Kapu's idea aligns with mine. Therefore, I plan to send Li E to capture pirates to prove his capability. Tsuru, Sengoku, what kind of pirates do you intend for Li E to capture? Sengoku took out 3 wanted posters from the drawer, and Tsuru's attention was drawn to one of them. Sengoku, shouldn't this person's strength be something Li Yi can handle? Kizaru pointed at the wanted poster and said, Sengoku, these 3 wanted posters are the choices I give him as well as a test of his courage. If he does not possess the heart to challenge the strong, how can he grow quickly? Kizaru, but no matter what, he is a member of the Rocks Pirates. Kapu, that was just a small fry from the Rocks Pirates back in the day, ha. Zephyr, Kapu, he once trained under the Golden Lion and his strength has undergone tremendous changes over the years. Kizaru, Zephyr is right. His strength has indeed changed significantly in recent years. A mid-ranking general who once captured him said that his swordsmanship has already touched the threshold of a great swordsman. Sengoku, Zephyr, how confident are you that this kid can handle him? Zephyr, 50%. Overall, the opponent's swordsmanship physical skills and Haki are slightly stronger than his. After the 4 discussed and dispersed, Sengoku called Li Yi to his office alone. Sengoku pointed at the 3 wanted posters and said to Li Yi, your strength has reached a level where you can graduate from the elite camp, but strength alone is not enough. You also need corresponding achievements. These 3 wanted criminals all have bounties exceeding 100 million. Choose one to capture alone and bring them to justice. As Li Yi looked at the 3 wanted posters on the table, he began to examine them closely. The first wanted poster was for a pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries, the leader of the evil wolf black pirate crew, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the snow wolf form, skilled in using armament Haki. The second wanted poster had a bounty of 200 million featuring Nork, the captain of the Black Axe pirate crew, rumored to possess half-giant bloodline powers, standing about 7 meters tall, and also known as a small giant and proficient in the Giant Kingdom's martial arts, Conqueror's Haki. The first 2 wanted criminals posed no challenge to Li Yi. Bounties of 1 or 200 million did not impress him. However, when he looked at the third wanted poster, he was instantly captivated. On the wanted poster was a burly man holding a giant sword standing atop a mountain peak, surrounded by the corpses of countless swordsmen. Who is this person? Li Yi glanced at the figure on the wanted poster and realized that this was a formidable swordsman. Bloodthirsty mad swordsman Lux. He once followed the Golden Lion and learned swordsmanship from him. After the Golden Lion's rampage in Marineford, he established the Mad Sword Pirate crew and quickly became a renowned swordsman in the world within just a few years. Sengoku handed Li Yi a stack of documents. Upon opening them, Li Yi saw records of Lux's exploits in the New World, and astonishingly, his last battle in the New World was against Dracul Mihawk. In that battle, Lux was defeated, and afterward, he disappeared from the New World. Later, Lux suddenly appeared in the West Sea, sweeping through the entire region with his giant sword, causing even the mafia families in the West Sea to fear his immense strength. Sengoku, kid, with your current strength, you shouldn't be able to handle him, right? Li Yi, my current strength is not weak, but if I want to advance further, mere closed-door training won't suffice. Sengoku, you want to challenge Lux to hone your swordsmanship. Kid, I must warn you that Lux's swordsmanship has also been improving over the years, and may have already touched the realm of a great swordsman. Li Yi, if my opponent isn't a bit stronger, then it won't be worth the challenge. Sengoku, arrogant kid, the current situation in the West Sea is quite complex, and Lux aims to dominate it. Li Yi, will the world government allow that? Sengoku, the world government will not permit that, so this is a kill mission. Do you still want to take it? Li Yi, of course I will take it. Currently, Li Yi's swordsmanship level is only at the intermediate swordsman stage. To advance further, he must battle against stronger swordsmen and improve through those encounters. At the same time, Sengoku indicated that this mission was extremely important for Li Yi. Granting a newly graduated recruit from the elite camp the rank of Rear Admiral would inevitably attract much scrutiny. Thus, Sengoku arranged this mission for Li Yi as an opportunity to showcase his strength. Among the 3 wanted posters, Lux's strength was the most formidable. Sengoku was not entirely sure if Li Yi would choose Lux, but it must be said that the inflated Li Yi truly believed in his potential. After leaving the office of the Warring States, Tao Tu walked towards him in the corridor, her red high heels making a tap-tap-tap sound on the floor. Li Yi, sister Tao Tu, what a coincidence to meet you here. Tao Tu, I was specifically waiting for you here. I heard the Marshal assigned you a mission, right? Li Yi, yes, the Marshal wants me to eliminate the bloodthirsty Mad Sword Pirate group led by Lux. Upon hearing that Li Yi's target was Lux, Tao Tu's expression turned serious. Lux was one of the powerful pirates that Tao Tu had encountered before. They had fought against each other, and Tao Tu was well aware of his strength and swordsmanship. His swordsmanship inherited the techniques of the Golden Lion, and with his own hard training, he had become a top-notch swordsman. Tao Tu, are you confident? Li Yi, about 50%. Tao Tu, did I hear you right? You dare to challenge with a 50% success rate. Even if you start from a cadet rank with your ability, you could quickly be promoted to a major general. Li Yi, I never planned to start as a cadet officer. My goal is to become the youngest admiral in the Navy. Tao Tu, such a cocky kid. Why do you want to become an admiral? Li Yi stared at Tao Tu and said, because that way I can protect you, sister. Hearing such aggressive words, even a mature woman like Tao Tu couldn't help but blush, and she playfully poked Li Yi's forehead with her fair finger saying, arrogant brat, if you can't win, just run back alive. I'll be waiting for you. After finishing her words, Tao Tu turned and left while Li Yi looked at the departing Tao Tu, feeling as though he had taken another step towards conquest. The next day, with the intelligence from the Navy headquarters, Li Yi embarked on his mission. According to the Navy's information, Lux was currently on a small island in the West Sea. It was rumored that after gaining fame in the New World, Lux had once challenged the world's #1 swordsman Haki, but ultimately suffered defeat. After his defeat, Lux came to the West Sea, where he occupied a small island and became a powerful force, standing equally with the 5 major mafia families. After leaving Marineford aboard a warship, he entered the West Sea, then switched to a small boat heading towards the island indicated by the intelligence. Li Yi, having changed out of his Navy uniform into gray attire, walked upon an island dominated by pirates. On this island, pirates were everywhere. The civilians living here trembled at the sight of pirates, fearing that these pirates might kill them at the slightest provocation. Life for the civilians on this island was undoubtedly like living in hell. As he walked down the street, not only were there pirates, but also many swordsmen with swords hanging at their waists coming and going. After a while, Li Yi entered a bar. Ding-ling. As he pushed the door open, countless pairs of eyes turned towards him, their gazes filled with malice, curiosity, and hostility sweeping over Li Yi. Upon entering the bar, Li Yi found that all the patrons were pirates or bounty hunters. When they saw a stranger enter, their expressions turned predatory, ready to pounce at any moment. At that moment, a pirate behind him suddenly stood up and swung a knife at Li Yi. As he made his move, the pirates in the tavern erupted into cheers, believing Li Yi would soon fall. However, Li Yi had already anticipated this. Just as the blade was about to strike his back, he slightly tilted his body to evade the blade and swiftly drew his katana. In an instant, a flash of lightning was seen and a long gash appeared on the pirate's neck, causing him to drop, dead blood pooling on the floor in a shocking display. The entire bar fell silent in an instant. They realized from the quickness of that strike that Li Yi was a formidable swordsman, and the speed at which he drew his sword terrified them, making them instinctively touch their own necks. Bounty hunters in the bar looked grave upon witnessing that sword strike. It was too fast, they couldn't even see when he drew the sword. By the time they responded, Li Yi had already sheathed his blade. Ignoring the pirates and bounty hunters, Li Yi walked directly to the bar counter, placing a gold coin on it. Sorry for making a mess, please clean it up. The bartender, seeing the coin, carefully asked, what would you like, sir? Just bring me a drink. The bartender quickly placed a drink in front of Li Yi, then deftly cleaned up the dead pirate on the floor. From the bartender's skilled movements, it was clear that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. Evidently, such incidents frequently occurred in this bar. Is there anything major happening on this island lately? Li Yi asked while sipping his drink, trying to gather information about the island. From your accent, you must not be from the West Sea. The bartender glanced at Li Yi and said in a low voice, in 2 days it will be Lord Lux's birthday, the leader of the bloodthirsty mad sword pirate group. I heard that at Lord Lux's birthday party, he will invite all the major forces in the West Sea to attend. Moreover, I heard from my cousin, who is a pirate, that Lord Lux will announce something significant at the birthday party. Significant? What kind of significant? Li Yi asked, curious. At that moment, the bartender raised his hand. Seeing this, Li Yi threw a coin, and the bartender quickly caught it, showing a delighted smile. I heard that Lord Lux will announce the establishment of a West Sea alliance, and the bloodthirsty mad sword pirate group will lead all forces in the West Sea to dominate it. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh at the bartender's words. Did he really think the Navy and the world government were fools to allow someone to dominate the West Sea? Even Hawkeye only dared to occupy a single island, yet Lux wanted to control the entire West Sea. No wonder the world government wanted to eliminate Lux. After chatting with the bartender for a while, and confirming there was no more information, Li Yi sipped his drink while surveying the surroundings. Just then the door swung open with a ding, and everyone, including pirates and bounty hunters, turned their attention to the newcomer. The sound of black high heels echoed on the floor as long legs adorned in a suspender dress and a red cheapao perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure, while her long golden hair cascaded like waves down to her waist. Pirates and bounty hunters brazenly eyed the woman, yet when they met her icy gaze, they immediately turned away and resumed drinking. The woman walked elegantly to Li Yi's side, sat down, and after tasting a sip of red wine, looked at Li Yi and said, "Handsome guy, you're a new face. Are you recently arrived on the island?" Seeing this gorgeous woman suddenly sit beside him, Li Yi recalled the information about the 5 major mafia groups in the West Sea from the Navy headquarters. The 4 most powerful mafia groups in the West Sea were pirate crews, And the woman in the red dress sitting next to Li Yi was the leader of one of the 5 major mafia groups, known as Bloody Rose Suxia. Don't be fooled by Suxia's feminine appearance. Her methods rival those of the infamous Capone Beige of future notorious generations, 12 supernovas. Li Yi's gaze scrutinized Suxia. I never expected the fearsome Bloody Rose of the West Sea to be so beautiful. Suxia, you have a sweet tongue, how charming. Hearing Li Yi's compliment, Suxia let out a silver bell-like laugh. Anyone unaware of her true nature would undoubtedly be captivated by her smile, but in Li Yi's eyes that smile concealed a cold blade capable of taking lives without a trace. Li Yi, such a beautiful lady, what business do you have with me? Suxia, you just hurt one of my men. Li Yi, I'm sorry, but it was he who made the first move. I was just retaliating. Suxia, is that so? But you hurt him, and that makes me furious. Li Yi, what do you want then? Suxia elegantly extended a finger and said, 10 million berries. Li Yi, are you trying to extort me? Li Yi, but I'm not afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. The other patrons seemed to sense the impending storm and hurriedly fled. Ha ha, suddenly Suxia laughed, staring at Li Yi, and said, if you won't give it, then I'll just take it myself. With a loud bang, Suxia swiftly drew a handgun from her thigh and aimed it directly at Li Yi's face, firing a shot. Unfortunately, Li Yi had already sensed this with his observation Haki, and with a slight tilt of his head, he dodged the bullet effortlessly. He then caressed Suxia's hand, which was adorned with black lace gloves, inhaling the intoxicating scent of roses. Sister, ambushes aren't nice. Your reaction is quite fast, little brother. Sister, I usually am quick on the upper body, but slower on the lower body, ha. Perverted brat. Suxia did not expect Li Yi to dodge the bullet so easily, and even dared to tease her. Feeling a bit angry, Suxia retreated, raising her gun and firing wildly at Li Yi, each shot aimed precisely at different parts of his body. However, facing these attacks, Li Yi did not even draw his sword. He simply raised it and used the hilt to effortlessly deflect the bullets. How is this possible? My attacks can't even harm him. Li Yi's strength exceeded Suxia's imagination. Perhaps he was the one she had been searching for all along. She then holstered her guns and said, you're so strong, little brother. I can't compete with you. Why have you stopped, sister? Li Yi asked, puzzled, as Suxia had just been ready to eliminate him. You must not be from the West Sea. Your purpose here is to challenge Luke's right. Since you know my purpose, may I ask what you want from me? Li Yi understood that Suxia's sudden approach must have a purpose. According to naval intelligence, the West Sea was currently dominated by Luke's bloodthirsty sword pirates, which even the 4 major gangs sought to avoid. Despite Suxia being one of the gang leaders, her influence was the weakest among the 4, as the bloodthirsty sword pirates constantly encroached on their territory. If this continued, her gang would likely be consumed by them. Suxia, let's cooperate. Li Yi, what can we cooperate on? Suxia, of course, to defeat Luke's and his bloodthirsty sword pirates. Don't underestimate them. Luke's pirate crew has grown stronger over the years, and many defeated swordsmen have joined them. You can't succeed alone. Li Yi replied, I guess you haven't just sought me out, but many swordsmen to challenge Luke's. Can you defeat them with just your gang and a few swordsmen? Suxia, not just one gang. As the bloodthirsty sword pirates grow stronger, the 4 major gangs of the West Sea will eventually be swallowed. At that point, he will become the overlord of the West Sea. Suxia, the 4 major gangs have already united to take down Luke's. However, Luke's power is formidable. His swordsmanship is unmatched in the West Sea. Li Yi, do you think my strength and swordsmanship can match Luke's? Suxia, I don't know, but my intuition tells me that you might be able to defeat Luke's. Li Yi pondered, knowing the odds of defeating Luke's were only 50-50. If he had to expend energy dealing with the other minions, he might overexert himself. After a moment of thought, Li Yi agreed to meet Suxia at the peak known as the Sword Tomb tomorrow. It was the day of Luke's birth, and the 4 major gangs planned to launch a surprise attack during the birthday banquet to take down the bloodthirsty sword pirates. The next day, after resting overnight at an inn on the island, Li Yi hurried to the peak Sword Tomb. On the way, he saw many swordsmen with blades hanging at their waists. The peak was a burial site for countless swordsmen, their weapons standing like gravestones, showcasing Luke's immense power. In this world, the quickest way to gain fame and rise to power is to defeat strong opponents and create significant events. Just like Monkey D. Luffy's journey taking down the 7 warlords, demolishing Enies lobby, and participating in the Marineford War, all these actions greatly boosted his bounty and reputation, making him a renowned powerhouse across the seas. Thus, to rise and grow stronger, one must challenge these powerful beings with status and titles. Simply put, it's like farming dungeons. The higher he went, the more people he encountered. Soon he reached the top, where countless swords were planted in the ground. In the back, there was a throne made of stone, and a figure sat upon it grasping a massive silver sword, the famed Stormbreaker sword. Beneath the throne were several tables where representatives of various forces from the West Sea sat. Representatives from the 4 major gangs and small countries had come to celebrate the birthday of this overlord of the West Sea. They brought with them a large amount of gold and silver treasures as gifts for Luke's birthday, each standing humbly before him uttering blessings and praises. Amidst the crowd, Li spotted Saxia. Today she looked exceptionally beautiful wearing a black cheongsam that showcased her perfect figure, her silhouette curving like an S. The hem of the cheongsam revealed her long slender legs, and she wore black fishnet stockings paired with high heels exuding a queenly aura. Although Li had never seen the pirate Empress Boa Hancock in person, Saxia's figure was not far behind. At that moment he regretted that his observation Haki had not reached the level of clarity. At this moment Saxia held a small treasure chest in her fair hands waiting in line to present her birthday gift. However, Li sensed something was off from her beautiful face. The seemingly innocent smile concealed a hint of murderous intent. Why is this girl planning to strike when she presents her gift? Realizing the fleeting murderous intent from Saxia, Li understood that the 4 major gangs were preparing to act today. Having scanned the entire scene, Li knew that aside from Luke's, the core members of the bloodthirsty sword pirates were quite strong. To Luke's left and right stood 2 of his subordinates. The one on the left wielded a long sword and was a swordsman, Luke's disciple who had mastered the iron-cutting realm and become a swordsman. The one on the right was a muscular man, his muscles bulging like granite, clearly a martial artist specializing in physical techniques, serving as Luke's shield within the bloodthirsty sword pirates. The gift-giving line slowly moved forward until it was Saxia's turn. She stepped forward, slightly crouched, holding the treasure box, and exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Lord Lux." Lux extended his hand, but did not take the gift from Saxia. Instead, he pinched her exquisite face and said, "Rather than gold and silver treasures, I would prefer you as my birthday gift. It is my honor to receive your favor. This is the gift I prepared for you." Lux took the gift from Saxia without hesitation and opened the box, causing a burst of intense light to erupt from within. In that instant, Saxia quickly retreated, followed by a loud explosion. "Make your move," Saxia shouted, drawing 2 handguns from her thighs and began to fire wildly. The other gang members also pulled out firearms, shooting frantically as bullets flew like a torrential storm, causing a series of explosions. Seeing this, Li couldn't help but feel speechless. If Lux could be taken down so easily, he would have already been captured. Such a surprise attack likely wouldn't even harm a hair on him. As the smoke cleared after the wave of attacks, everyone saw a massive figure standing in front of Lux, his granite-like muscles absorbing all the attacks. He looked at Saxia and the others with disdain and said, "Is this all you have to tickle me?" At this moment, Lux remained unscathed on his throne. Clearly the bomb in the box had not harmed him at all, as he watched the 4 major gangs like a spectator at a farce. Saxia stared at Lux, who remained unharmed in shock. Under such overwhelming firepower, he was completely unscathed. Is this the power of a pirate who once roamed the New World? Seeing Saxia's astonished expression, Li sighed in resignation. Why is the first half of the Grand Line referred to as paradise by the pirates of the New World? It is because there are hardly any strong opponents in the first half, of very few can master armament Haki, which is why devil fruit users are nearly invincible here. Ordinary weapons cannot inflict harm on those with abilities, let alone against a pirate like Lux, who has mastered armament Haki. In Li's eyes, Saxia and her gang's actions were utterly foolish. Lux, who gave you the courage to strike against me? Saxia, ever since you came to the West Sea, you have been constantly encroaching on our 4 major gangs' territories. Sooner or later you will swallow us. Rather than that, we might as well resist. Lux laughed at Saxia's words. Resistance? You underestimate yourselves with these toys in hand. How ridiculous. Saxia, to defeat you we have prepared more than just this. We have gathered a group of swordsmen. This time it's either you die or I die. Lux looked up disdainfully, saying, "With these garbage swordsmen who can't even cut iron, you think you can challenge me? Are you joking?" Then Lux shouted loudly, "Get rid of these people." As his words fell, the pirates of the bloodthirsty sword pirates surged forward, and the forces of the 4 major gangs also mobilized. Meanwhile, the gathered swordsmen raised their blades and charged at Lux, igniting a chaotic battle. Luxus observed the members of the gang family, and the gathered swordsmen began to act, addressing his 2 trusted aides. "Jason, Gino, you 2 tackle the gang family together." "Aye, Captain." "Understood, Master." As Luxus' 2 trusted aides entered the battlefield, a pirate named Ainyo, who had been helping Luxus fend off a wave of firepower, began to undergo a transformation. His legs morphed into those of a bull, his arms grew incredibly strong, and his head transformed into that of a bull. Bull fruit, human beast form, wild bull charge. Ainyo completed his transformation and charged forward, his massive bull horns piercing through enemies as they screamed in agony. Luxus' disciple Gino swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a crescent wave that knocked down a large number of charging swordsmen. Looking at the swordsmen who fell beneath his attack, Gino scoffed. "A bunch of trash swordsmen think they can challenge my master." Luxus capable aides entered the fray, changing the tide of battle. The Silver Sword Pirates launched a full-scale attack, causing the 4 major gang families and the swordsmen to retreat in disarray. Seeing this, Sophia said to Becky, "You go stop that wild bull, and he'll deal with Luxus' disciple." With that, Sophia discarded her pistol and drew a rapier, charging at Gino, leaping into the air with both hands gripping the sword, aiming a downward slash at him. Clang! The blades clashed with a metallic sound. Sophia's agile movements targeted Gino's vital points, with each strike favoring thrusts in her swordplay. "I didn't expect you to be a swordsman hiding it well. Unfortunately, women lack the innate strength of men. You cannot defeat me." Gino calmly countered Sophia's every thrust with his dual-wielded blades. His swordsmanship taught by Luxus surpassed Sophia's, and with his strength advantage he temporarily suppressed her. Although Sophia was physically overpowered, her agile footwork allowed her to cleverly evade Gino's attacks, and even counter from time to time. Meanwhile, Becky engaged in a defensive battle with Jason, both being devil fruit users. One wielded the castle fruit, while the other had the bulbul fruit. Becky's castle fruit ability allowed her to transform her body into that of a castle capable of hiding any objects such as weapons and people within her body. In critical moments, those inside could wield weapons and unleash firepower, making her a living fortress. Leveraging her powerful firepower, Becky initiated a kite-style attack against Jason, but her assaults hardly inflicted any serious harm. The animal-type devil fruit user's defense drastically improved after transformation, rendering ordinary firearms nearly ineffective. Becky activated her fruit ability, transforming her legs into tank treads, significantly boosting her speed. She created distance from Jason as she was no match for him in close combat. In the midst of the chaos, a swordsman broke through to stand before Luxus, brandishing a long sword and declaring, "If I defeat you, I will gain fame across the seas." In his mind, the swordsman began to visualize his victory over Luxus, imagining the glory that would follow. Watching the young swordsman lost in fantasy, Luxus raised his hand and unleashed a wave of sword energy. The young swordsman attempted to block with his blade, but all defenses were in vain as the crescent wave sliced his long sword in half with ease. "Impossible, how can you be this strong?" The young swordsman let out a final desperate cry as he fell into a pool of blood. Luxus looked down at him and said, "You are not even a swordsman. What gave you the courage to challenge me? After watching for so long, are you not going to make a move?" Luxus' gaze fixed on a direction where only one person stood, Li. Clearly, Luxus had noticed Li's presence and sensed his extraordinary strength, instantly intrigued. In this weak West, no swordsman had been able to pique his interest. These years of diligent training were aimed at advancing further to challenge Haki. Unfortunately, his closed-door training had not yielded significant progress. Now encountering a swordsman of remarkable strength, how could he not be intrigued? "It seems you have already discovered me." Seeing that Luxus had recognized him, Li stepped out of the shadows, walking towards Luxus. His pace was leisurely, but the formidable aura he radiated made it so that no pirate dared to obstruct him. This also drew the attention of everyone around. Even Sophia and Gino, who were engaged in battle, paused to watch Li, with expectation gleaming in Sophia's eyes. At the tavern, although Li had shown a glimpse of his skills, Sophia had already perceived his extraordinary strength, but whether he could contend with Luxus remained uncertain. "Luxus, I have been in the West Sea for so long and never knew a swordsman like you existed. You must not be from the West Sea, right?" "Li, indeed, I am not from the West Sea. I am here to kill you." "Such arrogance. Young man, you must be after my silver sword. In that case, show me your strength to see if you deserve this legendary sword. I heard you once fought against Haki. Oh, let me see how strong you really are." Li placed his right hand on the sword hilt, gazing at Luxus, who similarly drew the silver sword from its sheath, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Both sides concentrated their vital energy, creating an overwhelming aura. Everyone present felt a wave of pressure, and an unspoken chill filled the air. Within 100 meters of the two, no one dared to approach, all halting their battles to witness this duel. At this moment, even the sky seemed to sense the cold, murderous intent becoming remarkably dim. Neither side rushed to attack, instead observing each other in search of weaknesses. After a long observation, Li decided to strike, first activating his breathing technique to gather strength. Thunder breathing, first form lightning flash. Golden lightning appeared with a thunderous roar, and in the instant he drew his sword, it slashed towards Luxus like a bolt of lightning. Such speed. Li's velocity stunned Luxus, whose vision caught a flash of gold before a blade struck before him. Years of combat experience enabled Luxus to instinctively react, quickly blocking the rapid strike, with his silver sword held horizontally against his chest. Clang! The moment the sword and blade collided, a loud metallic sound echoed, followed by a powerful shockwave that lifted the ground beneath them. The destructive force left everyone present in shock. Li Yi, good reflexes, no wonder you have challenged Hawkeye before. Luxus, kid, your speed is incredible. I've never seen such a fast draw. Without observation, Haki ordinary people would be unable to withstand your attack. As their blades clashed, they unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating a series of clang sounds. Luxus, a formidable opponent who had battled Hawkeye, remained composed against Li Yi's fierce and rapid strikes, skillfully countering each attack. While it seemed that Li Yi had the upper hand, the rhythm of the battle slowly fell under Lux's control. As each attack was deftly resolved by Lux, Li Yi couldn't help but marvel at Lux, a true powerhouse who had once roamed the new world. His battle experience was unparalleled. Even in the face of Li Yi's fierce and rapid strikes, he remained as steady as a rock, mastering the rhythm of the fight to counterattack. Silver Moon Sword Wave. Suddenly Lux leaped back to create some distance, swinging his Storm Greatsword to unleash a massive silver sword wave. Instant Thunder. In response to the sudden attack, Li Yi immediately activated his self-created breathing technique, dodging the blow in an instant. The massive silver sword wave flew into the distance, cleaving a small hill in two with power comparable to that of a great swordsman. This is the power of an attack close to that of a great swordsman, indeed a terrifying strike capable of splitting a small hill in half. Watching the small hill being bisected, the onlookers gasped in shock. The members of the four major families were so frightened that their legs trembled. Only then did they realize just how powerful Lux truly was and how foolish they were to dare confront the Silver Sword pirate crew. Soja's stunning face turned pale from the sheer force of this terrifying power. Only now did she realize how ignorant and foolish she had been. All she could do was pray for Li Yi to prevail, otherwise no one would escape today, as Lux was known for his ruthless methods against enemies. Seeing Li Yi easily evade his attack, Lux immediately slashed out another sword wave, showing no sign of pause. It was this kind of attack that he could continuously unleash. Breath of Thunder, Great Thunder Serpent. Facing Luke's second sword wave attack, Li Yi countered with a massive arc-shaped thunder sword wave, colliding with the silver sword wave and producing a thunderous roar. Not bad, little brat, you actually managed to withstand my attack. You have the qualifications to be my opponent. After the two attacks, Luke recognized Li Yi's strength. Being able to evade his attacks and counterattack meant that Li Yi was not far from his own level. This battle would not end easily, but encountering an opponent of such comparable strength ignited Luke's long-dormant fighting spirit. He swung his Storm Greatsword, repeatedly unleashing several silver sword waves. Silver Moon Thousand Cuts Valley. A barrage of sword waves surged towards Li Yi, a technique Luke had learned from the Golden Lion with enough power to shatter a small hill into pieces. Breath of Thunder Second Form Soul Concealment. The moment he activated his breathing technique, he unleashed 5 lightning-shaped sword waves. The sword waves clashed, producing a series of booming sounds, and the shockwaves from their battle spread in all directions. An unfortunate bystander was caught off guard and was split in half by a sword wave, causing the crowd to flee the battlefield in panic. Both combatants were filled with fighting spirit, unleashing their full strength as their weapons danced, sending sword waves flying in every direction. The distant observers could only see golden lightning and silver crescents colliding, emitting dazzling sparks and rumbling like thunder. As time passed, Luke grew increasingly astonished. The swordsmanship of this little brat was surprisingly on par with his own. During the exchange of sword waves, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. What kind of monster had emerged before him? In the first half of the Grand Line, it was nearly impossible to cultivate such a powerful swordsman. The only entities capable of producing such monsters in this world were the world government or the Navy. With this thought, Luke looked at Li Yi with a murderous intent. Over the years, he had defeated several naval commanders with his own formidable strength, hoping that the Navy would no longer trouble him and allow him to develop peacefully in the West Sea. It seemed he had been too optimistic. Now the Navy had sent a little brat to deal with him, clearly treating him as a whetstone. However, a powerhouse like Luke's was not easy to deal with. He gripped his sword tightly, muscles tensing as he prepared to unleash a heavy horizontal slash with his Storm Greatsword. A spiraling sword wave cleaved through the air, and Li Yi's sword wave attack crumbled before it. Breath of Thunder Fifth Form Heat Domain Thunder. A burst of thunder erupted from Li Yi's body, shooting forth a high-temperature bolt of lightning. The Heat Domain Thunder clashed against the spiraling sword wave, creating a standoff. However, it lasted only a moment before the Heat Domain Thunder was overwhelmed, the spiraling sword wave barreling towards Li Yi. Seeing the attack approaching, Li Yi immediately activated Instant Thunder to dodge. The spiraling sword wave struck a mountain behind him, the tremendous destructive power drilling a massive hole through it. Elbaf, Wagwuk. As Luke unleashed this move, Li Yi immediately recognized it as a technique of the Four Emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Rumor had it that this technique was created by Charlotte Linlin based on the giant race's technique, Bagua. This technique possessed immense penetrating destructive power, launching like a rotating cannonball, obliterating everything in its path. Seeing the enormous hole behind him, Li Yi's expression grew grave. He never expected that the heat domain thunder could not withstand Weigua. The reason was not the power but the force infused within the technique. Weigua was created by Charlotte Linlin based on Bagua, but its power far exceeded that of Bagua. Bagua is a unique combat technique of the giant race capable of unleashing their terrifying physical strength in the form of sword waves or shock waves. In contrast, Weigua incorporates Busashoko Haki, significantly enhancing its might. Li Yi, I never expected you would also know the techniques of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Seeing Li Yi's shocked expression, Lux laughed heartily and said, "What's so strange about knowing her techniques? After all, we both spent time in the Rock's pirate crew, learning a move or two is no big deal. If you have the guts, don't dodge. If your strength is only this, then I am quite disappointed." With that, Lux gathered his strength once more and swung down a heavy strike of Weigua. Clearly this was a provocation, but Li Yi did not dodge this time. He sheathed his Taideo, assuming a draw stance. The Busashoko Haki enveloped the entire blade, turning it a shining black. Simultaneously, the breath of thunder circulated, fully concentrating his physical strength to prepare for an explosive release of power. Breath of Thunder's sixth form, thunderous Songlong break. Endless lightning erupted from his body, converging into a thunderous Songlong that charged towards Weigua. The two powerful attacks collided, creating dazzling brilliance, followed by a thunderous roar that caused the entire mountain peak to begin to crumble, as if half of it had been deliberately erased. The onlookers were left speechless, gazing at the mountain peak that had been halved. Such overwhelming power exceeded the limits of ordinary people. This was the true strength of a formidable warrior. Lux also did not expect Li Yi to possess such a powerful technique. Momentarily distracted, it was at that moment that Li Yi's hand moved, and in the instant of drawing his sword, lightning erupted. Breath of Thunder, first form, lightning flash. A sharp pain surged through him, and as he touched his wound and saw the blood on his hand, Lux burst into wild laughter, a violent, murderous intent radiating from him. "Since my battle with Mihawk, I have not been injured again. I thought that aside from Mihawk, no one in this world could harm me. But I never expected you could directly injure me through my sword technique, making me experience pain once more. You have successfully enraged me. Next, let me show you my true self, the bloody Lux." The injured Lux seemed to be stimulated, laughing maniacally as red light flickered in his eyes. A red aura enveloped his body, emanating the killing intent he had accumulated over the years, a cold aura laced with a heavy scent of blood. His imposing presence erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing the spectators in the distance to vomit and weakly kneel. The killing intent wrapped around the blade of the giant sword, turning it blood red, as if covered by the armed color of Haki. Lux's aura and momentum underwent a shocking transformation, radiating an extreme sense of danger. Especially when the giant sword in his hand turned blood red, the eerie presence intensified the feeling of peril to a hair-raising degree. With a whoosh, Lux vanished like a specter, reappearing before Li Yi, leaping high and raising the giant sword to strike down. Clang! The clash of blades echoed as the sword met a block of pressure akin to a mountain crashing down surged forth. The powerful impact shattered the ground beneath Li Yi's feet like a broken mirror. This is Conqueror's Haki, along with another form of advanced armed color Haki. After transformation, Lux's speed increased, and the strength emanating from the sword was even stronger than before. Even more bizarrely, the red light on the giant sword could erode the armed color Haki on the katana, making a hissing sound. Tiny cracks began to appear on the blade of the katana as the sight of the red light resembling blood on the giant sword flashed a possibility in his mind. The red light covering the giant sword is an advanced form of armed color Haki with special characteristics. Only advanced Haki can suppress lower-tier Haki. Lux fused years of killing intent with Haki to create a form of slaughter Haki. This empowered his weapon, not only enhancing its attack, but also granting it an eerie ability to erode. "My armed color Haki is superior to yours, so you can never defeat me." Laughing maniacally, Lux swung the giant sword wildly, overwhelming Li Yi like a torrential storm. In their fierce clash, Li Yi found himself at a disadvantage as Lux's giant sword, bolstered by slaughter Haki, became even sharper, easily breaking through Li Yi's armed color Haki. Soon Li Yi's body was covered in wounds, his clothes stained with blood. Breath of Thunder, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. With a light shout, thunder erupted as Li Yi unleashed a rapid spin around Lux, leaving behind a series of spherical lightning orbs that charged towards Lux. "Mere tricks. Erupting killing intent, break for me." With a loud roar, Lux's killing intent surged, erupting like a volcano. The power of his explosive killing intent shattered the lightning orbs, and then Lux extended his left hand, revealing a powerful suction force. bloodthirsty hand. In an instant, Li Yi's body, which was moving at high speed, was uncontrollably drawn forward. Lux's left hand was firmly attached to Li Yi's chest, and no matter how Li Yi struggled, he could not break free. Breath of Thunder, sixth form Thunderstrike. With a boom, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his body, enveloping Lux. However, the lightning attacks had no effect on Lux, as Slaughter Haki not only enhanced Lux's strength, but also increased his defense. Killing impact. Lux gathered power in the palm of his left hand and unleashed it. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth. This impact infused with Slaughter Haki targeted Li Yi's heart, powerful enough to shatter it. 6 forms Armed Color Paper Drawing. At the moment of the impact, Li Yi immediately used Armed Color Haki to cover his chest while employing the paper drawing technique from the Marine's 6 forms to soften his body and cushion the impact, protecting his heart with Armed Color Haki. Boom. Despite having defensive measures in place, the force of the impact struck Li Yi's heart like a hammer. The powerful impact sent him flying into the ground, creating a large crater and stirring up clouds of dust. Once the smoke cleared, Li Yi stood up again, a hint of crimson on his lips. Not bad for a kid practicing the Marine's 6 forms. Lux admired Li Yi, who had just risen. The previous impact could have shattered Li Yi's heart, but thanks to the paper drawing technique, part of the impact was mitigated, and the remaining force was partially absorbed by the Armed Color Haki on his chest. However, the leftover power was still enough to shatter Li Yi's heart. Yet with the body refinement of rock breathing, Li Yi's physique surpassed that of ordinary people. Even after such an impact, he could still stand. Blood Shadow Breaking Slash. With a whoosh, Lux moved at high speed like a red light, his giant sword slicing through space. As Lux's attack was about to land, Li Yi immediately activated Instant Thunder to dodge Lux's strike, but Lux's assault did not cease. Breath of Thunder, first form Thunder, Flash 6 strikes. As the sword technique was unleashed, Li Yi moved at high speed, transforming into a golden thunderbolt that met Lux. The two collided fiercely in the air, one gold and one red, their battle echoing like thunder in the sky. Lux, kid, you must be from the Marines. At such a young age you possess such formidable strength. Even among the younger generation of the Marines, not even the leaders have your prowess. I admire you with your abilities. Why serve the world government as a dog? Don't you think it's a waste? Lux, join my pirate crew as my right hand. Together we can dominate the West Blue and even carve out a place in the New World. Li Yi, how ridiculous. You've been in the West Blue for too long, thinking you're invincible here. In reality, you're just a failure of the New World. Lux, arrogant brat, you can't defeat me. In swordsmanship, Haki, and strength I surpass you. What makes you think you can win? Lux, you should know that the Marines have sent many commanders to capture me, but they were all defeated without exception. During the battle, Lux continuously tried to sway Li Yi with words, secretly harboring thoughts of a ceasefire due to his inability to swiftly defeat his opponent. While Lux appeared to dominate in Haki, Li Yi's strength, though seemingly slightly lower than Lux's, exhibited astonishing endurance. Throughout the fight, Li Yi's reflexes and attacking power showed no signs of weakening, whereas Lux's stamina was beginning to wane, a consequence of maintaining Slaughter Haki for an extended period. The state of being enveloped in Slaughter Haki was akin to a battle mode. Activating this mode rapidly drained stamina. If one could not quickly defeat the enemy, they risked exhausting themselves first. Li Yi coldly laughed at Lux's words. As the saying goes, villains perish from overtalking. If Lux were confident in his ability to defeat him in one blow, why utter so many words? An admiration from a pirate to a Marine could only be as rare as the camaraderie between Roger and Garp. Li Yi also recognized that Lux's stamina was rapidly depleting, as using such advanced Armed Color Haki was immensely taxing. This led Lux to contemplate a ceasefire. However, with the body refinement of rock breathing, Li Yi was not afraid of stamina depletion. The powerful martial arts taught by Zephyr combined with the assistance of rock breathing made Li Yi's physique actually stronger than Lux's. Li Yi, what kind of joke is a ceasefire? Although your strength surpasses mine, in the end it remains uncertain who will die first. Lux, kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you think I really can't kill you? I simply see your youth and strength as a waste to kill. Think carefully about what good being a Marine brings you. The whole world knows that the Marines are merely the dogs of the celestial dragons and the world government, even beneath pirates. Li Yi, I joined the Marines to punish wicked pirates like you. I will not coexist with evil. Lux, since you can't be my subordinate, then you shall die. Killing intent condenses, shattering the heavens and earth slash. This strike concentrated all of Lux's power and killing intent onto the giant sword, its blade engulfed in burning blood-red flames, forming a 10-meter-long colossal sword. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky and a fierce wind blew. The aura of Lux was terrifyingly potent. Clearly, Lux had wagered everything on this one strike. Li Yi could also feel the terrifying power emanating from the sword. A sense of extreme danger washed over him. At this very moment, as the colossal sword descended, the powerful sword pressure caused the remaining half of the mountain peak to begin to crumble with a thunderous roar, and the entire island trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. The crowd on the island shook in fear, while thunder and lightning roared in the sky, as if heralding the end of the world. This is the destructive power of a great swordsman. Even the mere release of his aura is terrifying, and this strike has the power to split mountains and shatter the earth. As the colossal sword came down, Li Yi raised his sword to block, producing a loud clang. The immense killing intent emanating from the giant sword seemed ready to tear him apart. Pain surged through him, and his hands could barely support his knees as he knelt halfway down. His breathing technique, operating at its utmost, his heart racing violently as his body temperature rose rapidly. As someone fortunate enough to have crossed over, he absolutely could not fall here. If he couldn't defeat Lux, how could he stand against the other powerful beings in this world? Anger roared within him, veins bulging on his forehead, and this indignant fury was the only force sustaining Li Yi at this moment. Fueled by anger, Li Yi's latent potential ignited. A lightning-shaped pattern gradually appearing on his forehead. Powerful energy surged from within him directly, sending the colossal sword flying, an overwhelming aura sweeping across all directions. Under the pressure of Lux's heaven-splitting, earth-crushing slash, Li Yi unexpectedly awakened the pattern. This pattern is a sign of awakening for swordsmen in the world of Demon Slayer, a powerful ability that rapidly enhances a swordsman's strength, speed, reaction, and recovery. Impossible. How could you suddenly awaken Conqueror's Haki, and your power has increased so much? Lux stared at Li Yi in disbelief, clearly sensing that Li Yi's power had dramatically increased, and his ultimate sword technique was beginning to lose its suppressive effect. With his power explosively increased, Li Yi easily lifted his katana and sent the colossal sword flying, which sliced through the air toward another direction, crashing down to the ground as if cutting through tofu. In this awakened state, Li Yi entered a marvelous condition. New strength surged within him, his wounds rapidly healed, and his perception of the surrounding environment had increased 2 to 3-fold, even sensing a soaring eagle in the high sky. Due to Li Yi, that eagle flew as slowly as an ant. Lux, you actually awakened Conqueror's Haki, but what has happened to your body? Lux looked at Li Yi in shock, unable to comprehend how the nearly exhausted Li Yi could undergo such a drastic change. He felt Li Yi's aura was now stronger than before, and he had awakened Conqueror's Haki, a power that only those with kingly qualities could awaken. Li Yi, I should thank you for this tremendous change. Oh, under your pressure, I broke through and mastered this. He raised his right hand, holding the katana, and with a thought, a layer of black lightning appeared along the blade. Your armament Haki has actually evolved, and it carries the attribute of lightning. Lux stared in shock at the black lightning on the katana. In such a short time, even the armament Haki had changed. What on earth had happened to this kid? Absolutely impossible. The power I painstakingly cultivated cannot be so easily refined. Lux, clearly unable to believe it, swung his sword in anger. With a loud clang, the two weapons clashed, and at that moment the sky split in two. At this moment, the spectators gazed in shock at the bizarre sight in the sky, their eyes bulging in astonishment. It was beyond what any ordinary person could imagine. Human power could actually reach such a realm. Gino stared at the crack in the sky, the strength he had always pursued. Blood Shadow Dance Slash. Lux shouted loudly, gripping his sword with both hands and swinging it rapidly, instantly forming a dense net of swords. Blood-red sword chi surged like a torrential storm. Armament Haki, second form of thunder, breathing soul concealment. After awakening, the pattern breaking the shackles within his body caused tremendous changes, especially after Li Yi activated the breathing technique. If the previous breathing technique was like a small stream, then at this moment it surged within him like a roaring river. The power released from the breathing technique and sword techniques had increased more than twice. Now Li Yi had unleashed the soul concealment attack more than 5 times, and in an instant his long knife waved rapidly, unleashing countless black lightning slashes. The collision of blood-red sword chi and black knife flashes unleashed destructive power that cracked the ground where the two stood. With a loud bang, they retreated from each other. If this continues, I will lose. This kid is getting stronger, and I can no longer suppress his aura. Lux realized that Li Yi's current strength had surpassed his own. In terms of strength, speed, and aura, he was no longer inferior, and in terms of power, he was even stronger. Continuing the battle would lead to his certain defeat. Killing intent ignites. With a loud shout, the blood-red killing intent emanating from Lux burned like flames, and at this moment his aura continually surged. He was forcibly enhancing his power by draining his life force. The terrifying power darkened the sky with dense clouds and roiling thunder, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Seeing such a terrifying sight, the members of the 4 major gang families and the bloodthirsty mad sword pirates frantically fled toward the beach of the island. This world-destroying power was enough to annihilate them all. Lux, are you really going all out? Then let's end this battle with one final move. Total concentration, thunder breathing. As the breathing technique circulated, the power within him flowed like a surging river, the vast strength finally converging into a sea, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a raging wave. Li Yi's body erupted with countless black lightning auras continually rising, even attracting the lightning from the sky, making him appear like a god of thunder. One was burning his life force, while the other unleashed exponentially greater battle power. Both were frantically charging their strength to unleash their strongest attack. This strike would determine victory in life or death. Before the storm arrives, it is always eerily quiet. Dark clouds shroud the entire island as if it were the end of the world. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, sounding the horn of battle. At this moment, both sides moved. Lux's burning, killing intent enveloped him, transforming into a Western dragon, while Li Yi's body erupted with black lightning, morphing into an Eastern divine dragon. Roar. The sound of dragon's roar echoed through the sky as the 2 dragon figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward each other. Ultimate technique, Blood Shadow Rampaging Dragon. 7th form of thunder-breathing thunder dragon's destruction. The clash of ultimate techniques produced a thunderous boom, and the immense destructive power instantly shattered the entire island, sending shockwaves spreading like a hurricane in all directions, stirring up monstrous waves in the sea. The 2 dragon figures confronted each other in midair. Black lightning and blood-red flames entangled and fought fiercely, but as time passed, the blood-red flames began to falter against the black lightning. Li Yi, you have lost. As his words fell, the thunder breathing surged once again at full concentration. The lightning pattern on his forehead radiated a golden glow, and the thunder dragon struck down, shattering the blood-red giant dragon. Those fleeing the island saw the thunder dragon break the blood-red giant dragon, followed by a tremendous explosion as 2 figures flashed past each other in midair, and then the sky cleared again. Looking up, the 2 floated quietly in midair, all holding their breath, waiting for the final result. You have won. You are the first powerful swordsman I have encountered. It is an honor to fight against a formidable opponent like you. This is Li Yi's first battle in the pirate world, and fighting against such a powerful opponent has accelerated his growth. Such a rival is worthy of respect. Little Brett, I hope you continue to grow stronger. It's a pity I couldn't have another battle with Hawkeye. After saying these words, a wound appeared on Lux's neck. Li Yi's final strike had cut through Lux's neck, blood gushed out, and Lux plummeted toward the sea. The people fleeing the island looked on in shock as Lux fell from the sky, all incredulously staring at Li. And no one had expected this young man could actually defeat Lux, who had dominated the West Sea for many years. The result of this battle would soon spread across the world, and Li Yi's name would echo throughout the vast seas. 3 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a naval soldier hurriedly ran towards the marshal's office with a document in hand. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking echoed, and Sengoku, who was reviewing documents, responded, "Come in." The door opened, and the soldier entered first, saluting Sengoku before saying, "Report, Marshal Sengoku. There has been a new development in the West Sea." "Hand me the report." Upon hearing about the West Sea, Sengoku immediately thought of Li Yi. He took the document from the soldier's hand and smiled, relieved that he hadn't been mistaken. The young man had succeeded. Sengoku had his doubts about Li Yi's ability to defeat Lux, but the final result was that Li Yi triumphed while Lux was defeated, adding a powerful force to the navy after that battle. After reading the document detailing the entire battle, he couldn't help but marvel at how the new generation was pushing the old ways aside, defeating a formidable opponent comparable to a general in his debut battle. The world government had once sought to recruit Lux for the warlords of the sea position, but Lux, determined to return to the new world to fight for dominance, rejected their invitation. Otherwise, the position of warlord wouldn't have gone to Moria and Crocodile. After reviewing the battle report, Kizaru looked shocked and said, "My nephew is terrifying. Are the young people of today really this impressive?" 3 days later, the news of Li Yi defeating Lux was exposed by Morgan's World Economic News Agency. The newspaper carried by the Newsbird detailed the battle, and Morgan's even headlined it as the youngest great swordsman in marine history. Somewhere in the Grand Line, Akiji rode his bicycle while reading the newspaper from the Newsbird and exclaimed, "Oh my, what an impressive young man." After reading the newspaper, Akanu burned it in anger and muttered to himself, "Not a bad kid, but what is your justice?" On a warship in a certain sea area of the New World, Peach Rabbit read the newspaper, and Li Yi's aggressive gaze from that day appeared in her mind, a slight smile blooming on her lips. The naval soldiers on deck stared blankly at Peach Rabbit, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Usually stern and icy, she was actually smiling. My goodness, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is actually smiling. This can't be real. One sailor, while scrubbing the deck, asked another beside him. With a slap, the sailor next to him slapped him. The scrubbing sailor was stunned. Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? It hurts. Then it must be real. The two soldiers whispered excitedly when suddenly a sharp gaze struck them. They looked up and found Peach Rabbit glaring at them with murderous intent, instantly drenched in cold sweat. Are you too idle? Hurry up and finish your work. Yes, Vice Admiral, well, finish it right away. Not wanting to trouble the two sailors any further, Peach Rabbit continued to look at the newspaper, muttering, Stinky Dee, you are getting more impressive. As the newsbird transmitted information about the battle in the west, Lee's name gradually reached the ears of powerful figures. Morgan's, the head of the World News Agency, lavishly praised Lee as the new generation powerhouse of the Navy, the Thunder Swordmaster, making him a representative of the younger generation in the Navy. Inside the castle on Cake Island, Perispero read the newspaper aloud to the 4 Emperor Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Upon hearing that Luke's had been defeated, she was taken aback, recalling Luke's appearance back when he was part of the Rocks Pirates. Perispero, are you saying that Luke's was defeated by a naval soldier? Big Mom asked incredulously. She knew how powerful Luke's was. His talent was exceptional, and he even learned her swordsmanship secretly. After the Golden Lion caused havoc at the Marine headquarters in Marineford and was captured, Big Mom had once considered marrying her daughter to Luke's to bind him to the Charlotte family, but unfortunately Luke's refused. This made Big Mom furious. How could her beautiful daughters not be suitable for him? The newspaper says that Luke's was defeated by a young soldier from the Marine elite camp, calling him a new generation powerhouse of the Navy, Perispero explained. A new generation powerhouse of the Navy. Let me see the newspaper. Perispero quickly handed the newspaper to Big Mom, who glanced at it and said, This kid looks decent, too bad he's not a pirate. Otherwise he could have been my son-in-law, and our family would become even stronger. On the Moby Dick in the New World, Marco was explaining the significant events in the newspaper to Whitebeard. When he heard that Luke's had been defeated, he first showed a look of surprise, then burst into laughter, saying, Hey Marco, are you kidding me? Dad, this is what the newspaper says, take a look. Hearing this, Whitebeard snatched the newspaper and carefully read its content, after which he took a deep drink and sighed loudly. Why the sigh, Dad? Marco asked, puzzled. Whitebeard looked at Marco and said, Actually, many years ago I invited him onto my ship, but he refused to join, wanting to roam alone instead. Back then, when Whitebeard approached Luke's, he had bluntly asked, Be my son, to which Luke's darkened his face. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Whitebeard, he would have drawn his sword and cut him down without hesitation. On Onigashima and Wano, Kaido of the 100 Beasts laughed heartily upon hearing his subordinates read the newspaper, saying, Haha, that guy was actually defeated by a kid. This is truly laughable. But if he can kill me, or if I kill him, that would be interesting. On an island in the New World, the red-haired pirates were holding a party. Shanks, while drinking, looked at the newspaper and remarked, I bet Mihawk is very pleased. Inside the castle on Krajiga Island, the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk was reading the newspaper from the newsbird. Suddenly his eyes fixed on the paper, and he burst into laughter as if he had encountered something very amusing. At the pinnacle of swordsmanship, Mihawk felt an unbearable loneliness. Since Shanks lost his arm in the East Blue, there were very few people worthy of his sword. Luke's was one of the rare individuals who piqued his interest, and after acknowledging Luke's victory in swordsmanship, he did not kill him, but instead spared his life, hoping Luke's would return to challenge him after improving. Little did he expect Luke's was actually defeated by a novice Marine soldier, immediately piquing Mihawk's interest. He threw down the newspaper, picked up the world's #1 sword, the Black Blade Yoru, and set sail on his coffin-shaped boat. At this moment in Mary Geos on the Red Earth continent, the 5 elders began discussing the matter. Originally, Luke's was chosen by the 5 elders to replace Crocodile. The reason was that he had committed a taboo by daring to seek historical texts in search of the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. The world government knew about the historical texts that recorded the ancient weapon Pluton. What could a major pirate king of the warlords want in a poor place like the East Blue? Especially in a desert nation like Alabasta, was he looking to develop something? The 5 elders quickly deduced what he was after, and thus formulated a plan to replace Crocodile. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The 5 elder with a scar on his left cheek was the first to speak. Now let's discuss the matter of Luke's being defeated in the West Sea. The 5 elder with long white hair and a long beard said, That guy Sengoku has disrupted our plans. We were originally going to use Luke's to replace Crocodile as a warlord. Now that plan is no longer feasible. The 5 elder with a scar on his chest said, Then find someone else. The balding 5 elder with a pair of mustaches shaped like a bee and a birthmark on his forehead said, The strength of the others is inadequate. They are too weak to be of any use to the world government. The 5 elder dressed in a white robe holding the original Yoru's sword said, If we continue to let crocodile be the historical texts hidden in Alabasta will soon be found. The 5 elder stars with a scar on his left cheek said, even if crocodile finds the historical texts, what good will it do? Only the people of O'Hara possess the ability to interpret those texts. The 5 elder stars with a scar across his chest added, do not forget that the people of O'Hara are not completely extinct. There is still someone named Nico Robin in the world. Dressed in a white robe and wielding the original blade of demon, the 5 elder stars coldly uttered a name, his aura radiating with murderous intent. Nico Robin. The bald 5 elder stars sporting a pair of distinctive whiskers and a birthmark on his forehead remarked, according to CP's intelligence, Nico Robin may have escaped to the East Sea. What will we do if crocodile finds her? The 5 elder stars wielding the original blade of demon declared fiercely, then we shall eliminate crocodile. The 5 elder stars with a scar on his left cheek responded, immediately eliminating crocodile would leave us without a suitable replacement. The balance of power among the Navy, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea would be shattered. The 5 elder stars with long white hair and a beard said, let crocodile remain in Alabasta for now. If he truly finds the ancient weapons, we will send someone to eliminate him immediately. The 5 elder stars collectively agreed, saying, agreed. The 5 elder stars with a scar on his left cheek continued, now let us discuss the situation in the West Sea. Since Lux's death, both pirates and the 4 major crime families have been stirring restlessly. Battles occur every day in the West Sea, and this chaos is detrimental to the world government's rule. The bald 5 elder stars added, especially the 4 major crime families who have become particularly active. When Lux was alive, he kept the 4 families in check. Now that he is gone, they have begun to swell with power, continuously expanding their territories. The 5 elder stars wielding the original blade of demon commanded, mobilize all branches of the Navy in the West Sea to suppress this group of pirates. The 5 elder stars with long white hair and a beard replied, no, the Navy's high-level forces are currently deployed in the New World and cannot spare anyone to the West Sea. The 5 elder stars wielding the original blade of demon suggested, the brat who defeated Lux is a member of the Navy's elite camp. Let us grant him the rank of Rear Admiral to lead the Navy branches in the West Sea and restore order there. The 5 elder stars with a scar on his left cheek questioned, he is too young, is it appropriate to grant him the rank of Rear Admiral all at once? The 5 elder stars with a scar across his chest responded, in extraordinary times we should not concern ourselves with age. His strength is indeed commensurate with the rank of Rear Admiral, and I see that Sengoku has intentions to groom him as a candidate for Admiral. The 5 elder stars with long white hair and a beard concurred, that young man's strength is impressive. Let him hold fort in the West Sea. This is currently our last resort. The 5 elder stars discussed whether to send Li Yi to the West Sea, agreeing unanimously on the proposal and notifying Marine Admiral Sengoku in Marineford. Inside the West Sea's 80th branch, the snail phone rang incessantly. Colonel Rum, the branch commander, answered the call standing straight and respectfully saying, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku asked through the phone, is Marine Li Yi at the 80th branch? Colonel Rum replied, yes, Admiral. Marine Li Yi is currently resting at the 80th branch. Sengoku commanded, bring him to me immediately. I have something to discuss with him. Rum replied, understood, Admiral. I will fetch him right away. Colonel Rum waved his hand immediately, instructing a Marine to notify Li Yi. The young Marine who defeated Lux arrived at the 80th branch 3 days ago. Rum sensed that this young man was about to soar to great heights. With the West Sea in chaos and the 4 major crime families seizing the opportunity to expand, the various pirate crews grew increasingly rampant. However, the combat strength of the Navy branches throughout the West Sea was too weak to combat these pirates, especially the 4 major crime families who completely disregarded the Navy. The West Sea urgently required a powerful naval commander to stabilize the situation. Soon Li Yi received a call. Admiral Sengoku, I have completed my mission and am ready to return to headquarters. Sengoku replied, you need not return. You performed excellently in your graduation mission. Headquarters has decided to grant you the rank of Rear Admiral. Li Yi asked, I want return to headquarters. Where should I go then? Sengoku explained, you will remain in the West Sea. Because you defeated Lux, the crime families and pirates have begun to seize territories. Recently, many areas in the West Sea have been attacked by pirates. You must lead the West Sea Navy to suppress them. This is why we are granting you the rank of Rear Admiral despite the irregularity. Li Yi assured, Admiral, rest assured I will restore peace to the West Sea. Sengoku replied, do well, with your strength you will soon complete your task. The real battlefield lies in the New World. After finishing his sentence, Sengoku hung up the snail phone. From the call it was clear that without Lux's suppression, the 4 major crime families and pirates had begun to clash. This chaos in the entire West Sea was detrimental to the world government's rule, which is why they decided to grant him the rank of Rear Admiral despite the irregularity. Li Yi was not surprised by the rank of Rear Admiral. After defeating Lux, he had proven his strength. He then opened the system interface to check host Li Yi profession swordsman, level peak swordmaster, main breathing technique, thunder breathing, auxiliary breathing techniques, rock breathing, wind breathing, Tao power 50,000, breathing technique, realm pseudo pattern body. He discovered that a new breathing technique had been unlocked, but this pattern body was only a pseudo pattern body. In the original Demon Slayer series, those who awaken a pattern body generally do not live past 30, except for the chosen one Yuta. The system noted that it was a pseudo-pattern body, meaning that Li Yi had not truly awakened the pattern and had yet to break the real shackles. It seemed that the swordsmen in the Demon Slayer world were also pseudo-pattern bodies, as they had not truly broken the shackles. Otherwise, why would breaking the shackles lead to such a short lifespan? The next day, Li Yi gathered all the officers and soldiers of the 80th branch together. Under the watchful eyes of all the soldiers, he donned the Navy uniform and Justice cloak, stepping step by step onto the constructed platform. Looking at the scattered soldiers below, all with vacant eyes, Li Yi thought, "This is the West Sea Navy. No wonder they are being crushed by the 4 major crime families and pirates. With such weak fighters, they probably cannot even defeat the pirates of the East Sea." The soldiers below gazed up at the young figure on the platform, whispering among themselves. They speculated that a young man being granted the rank of Rear Admiral must have connections, or perhaps he possessed extraordinary strength. "I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Don't imitate the fool. Oh, be careful not to get struck by lightning. Hey Brad, are you the son of a celestial dragon? It's obvious this kid didn't ascend through strength. Just look at his baby face. He must have relied on connections to get here. Omega to Omega." The playground of the base had turned into a marketplace, with everyone speaking at once. Li Yi glanced at Colonel Ram, who understood, and bellowed, "Silence." With Colonel Ram's shout, the soldiers in the playground instantly quieted down, waiting patiently for the new Rear Admiral to speak. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yi stepped forward and spoke his first sentence. "In my eyes, all of you present are trash." Instantly, the soldiers below erupted in an uproar, all dumbfounded. No one expected Li Yi's first words to be such an insult, and every soldier began to curse in anger. Listening to the unbearable curses from below, Li Yi let out a cold laugh. No wonder the first half of the Grand Line is a haven for pirates. These soldiers of the branch are rotten to the core, their combat power against pirates akin to that of internet trolls in later generations. The war god and the 5 old men of the world government are simply a scam. How can they suppress the West Sea with this group of weaklings with a battle power of 5? What a joke. Each member of the 4 major gang families is ruthless, and their leaders are not weak either. It's estimated that one Becky could take on Colonel Rum beside him. "Shut up, all of you." Seeing the soldiers below becoming more and more agitated, Li Yi took a deep breath and activated his breathing technique, his roar resonating like thunder. All the soldiers felt as if thunderclaps echoed in their ears, and a heavy pressure bore down on them, causing them to kneel involuntarily, some even foaming at the mouth. This roar not only carried the power of the breathing technique, but also a hint of Conqueror's Haki. Under Li Yi's control, if fully unleashed, there would be no soldier left standing. Colonel Rum also felt the pressure beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He looked at the young man before him in horror, realizing he had awakened the legendary Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a power that can only be awakened by those with royal potential. It is known that in the Navy, only Garp and Sengoku have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Those who possess this power are top-tier strongmen of the sea. No wonder Luther was defeated by him. With a single shout, the soldiers below dared not make a sound. Li Yi continued, "The headquarters has appointed me to command all branch bases in the West Sea, so there is no room for waste under my command." Hearing the words waste and garbage, the soldiers below were once again furious, but they dared not speak out, intimidated by Li Yi's overwhelming strength, which reminded them of the earth-shattering battle that had transpired in the West Sea 3 days prior. The long-dominant Luther of the West Sea had actually been defeated by a young man. Initially, they did not believe it, but now they did. Just a single word or glance from Li Yi rendered them motionless like demigods. "Do you know why I said you are all garbage?" Li Yi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing the soldiers below to lower their heads in fear. "Look up at me," Li Yi shouted, and the soldiers all lifted their heads to look at the young man on the high platform. "Why did you join the Navy?" Hearing Li Yi's question, the soldiers below fell into confusion. What was their purpose in joining the Navy? "For justice. For world peace. To defend our homeland and defeat all pirates." Suddenly a shout rang out among the soldiers. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice to find a young soldier about 17 years old, roughly the same age as Li Yi. Unlike the other soldiers, he bore countless scars, with a particularly gruesome one across his face. This soldier caught Li Yi's attention. He never expected that among these weaklings there would be such a promising talent. From his gaze, he could see unwavering determination and hatred for pirates. This kind of promising talent could easily become a loyal and capable subordinate. What is your name? Mijia. Li Yi assessed the soldier before him, who was of similar age. Although young, he exuded an aura of a seasoned warrior. Unlike the other soldiers, he bore multiple scars, with one particularly fierce one across his face, proof of his experience in brutal battles. Good Mijia Private. What you just said is the responsibility of every Navy soldier. You should all be locals of the West Sea, right? Do you not feel any anger watching your homeland ravaged by pirates and gangs? Can you stand by and watch your homeland be destroyed without any emotion? Don't you want to protect your loved ones from humiliation? Li Yi's words pierced each soldier's heart like a knife, and all the soldiers clenched their fists, their faces filled with anger. No, we are not cowards. We are the Navy. We will defeat those pirates and send them all to impel down. All the soldiers shouted in anger. At this moment, their dormant fighting spirit was finally ignited. Seeing this group of soldiers energized like they had been injected with a stimulant, Li Yi showed a satisfied smile. In the following month, he subjected the soldiers of the 80th branch to hellish training, teaching them martial arts in the style of Zephyr to enhance their combat abilities and increase their willpower. Through this hellish training, the original 3,000 soldiers were reduced to only 500 chosen elites by Li Yi. Each soldier had a willpower of 100, capable of taking on 10 opponents. Among them, Mijia showed the most improvement, with his willpower reaching as high as 800. Thus, Li Yi designated him as a key training target, teaching him the Navy's 6 styles. Mijia's talent was also impressive. He quickly mastered Soru and Jeppo. A month swiftly passed, and Li Yi decided to mobilize troops to eradicate all pirates in the West Sea. Colonel Rom would remain stationed at the 80th branch base, while Li Yi set sail with his 500 elite soldiers on a warship. Report Major General Li Yi, we have now entered the territory of one of the 4 major gang families, Capone Beach. On the deck, Mijia reported to Li Yi. Due to his outstanding performance during training and being the strongest among the 500, Li Yi promoted him to sergeant, making him an officer in charge of these soldiers. Suddenly, 5 pirate ships appeared in the distance. All 5 ships fired their cannons, and 30 cannonballs rained down from above. Mijia focused and shouted, "Enemy attack, evade." At this moment, Li Yi, who had been standing on the deck, calmly said to Mijia, "No need to evade, proceed at full speed." Mijia exclaimed, "What? No evasion?" The 500 soldiers on the deck stared blankly at Li Yi. Our enemy cannonballs were raining down, yet he was charging forward. Li Yi did not explain to the soldiers, leaping into the air, drawing his sword, and unleashing 5 slashes. The golden lightning sword energy sliced through the waves, striking the 5 pirate ships. The sword energy cleaved through the 5 pirate ships, cutting them in half with smooth and clean edges like tofu, leaving the Navy soldiers on the warship dumbfounded. Did I just see that? He just cut the pirate ship in half with one sword. So strong. This is the strength of the new generation of Navy powerhouses. Incredible. This is the slash of a great swordsman. It's terrifying. Mijia watched in shock as 5 pirate ships were sliced in half like tofu, only to be swallowed by the waves. He yearned for power, believing that only strength could protect those he cared about. The military ships quickly approached the island controlled by the Baiki gang, and the gang members atop the lookout tower soon spotted the Navy, immediately sounding the alarm as all gang members grabbed their weapons ready for battle. Inside a building on the island, Punkha Baiki received news of the Navy's arrival, his face revealing a look of disdain. The Navy of the West Sea had lost their minds to dare cause trouble on his territory. Order everyone to arm themselves and eliminate those damned Navy. Baiki immediately issued the command to attack the Navy. As soon as Li Yi and his group landed on the island, they were met with a torrential assault, bullets raining down without giving the Navy a moment to retaliate. However, facing such a dense barrage, the Navy showed no signs of panic. Under Mijia's command, the soldiers swiftly activated Shave, instantly appearing before the gang members and striking down one minion with a slash of their military sabers. What a joke! When did the Navy become this strong? In the minds of these gang members, the Navy of the West Sea was as weak as the pirates of the East Sea. In the past, the Navy would turn tail and flee at the sight of pirates or gangs, but now they seemed like superhumans and bullets had ceased to affect them. The Navy soldiers trained personally by Li Yi possessed combat abilities far superior to ordinary individuals, with each soldier's combat power exceeding 100, allowing them to take on 10 opponents at once. Faced with the greatly enhanced combat power of the West Sea Navy, the gang family began to retreat in disarray, discarding their helmets and armor. Inside the castle, Punkha Baiki was stunned upon hearing the battle reports, wondering when the Navy of the West Sea had become so formidable. Could it be the forces from the Navy headquarters? Before Baiki could think further, gunfire and the sounds of blades clashing erupted outside. Looking out the window, he saw the Navy had already invaded his stronghold. Baiki led his men out of the castle to confront the enemy. As he entered the fray, he activated the ability of the fortress fruit. Castle explode. Instantly, Baiki's body transformed into a small fortress sprouting numerous small windows filled with armed personnel wielding powerful weapons like Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and cannons, all unleashing a furious barrage. The scene shifted dramatically as Baiki became a human war fortress, his overwhelming firepower rendering the Navy unable to evade, resulting in immediate casualties among their ranks. Mijia. Li called Mijia to his side, pointing at Baiki, who was rampaging ahead. Use the sword techniques I taught you to take down Baiki. Understood, Major General Li. Mijia grasped a katana and charged towards Baiki, facing a storm of bullets and cannon fire. However, he made no attempt to evade, instead drawing his katana from his waist. First form of wind breathing dust whirlwind slash. As he drew his sword, Mijia surged forward at incredible speed, his body enveloped by wind blades like a tornado tearing up the ground beneath him. Baiki's bullets and cannon fire were deflected by the wind blades. What is this? A sword technique or the power of a devil fruit? Baiki was astonished by Mijia's displayed power, having never witnessed such a tempestuous yet agile sword technique. This extraordinary sword technique was the newly unlocked wind-breathing sword style from the system, characterized by its bold and powerful movements. Among the 500 Navy soldiers, Mijia was the strongest. Thus, Li taught him the wind-breathing technique, and in just 1 month Mijia had mastered 3 forms. Mijia's dust whirlwind slash was not something Baiki dared to take heed in. He immediately activated his devil fruit ability, transforming his legs into tank treads, which spun rapidly, allowing him to evade the strike with high-speed movement. Second form of wind-breathing claw wind slash. Mijia instantly unleashed another sword technique, swinging his katana to release 4 claw-shaped wind blades towards Baiki. Baiki had not anticipated such a rapid counterattack. As he retreated, he hastily launched an offensive, firing rockets from his body directly at Mijia. Boom, boom, boom. The claw-shaped wind blades collided with rockets, resulting in a series of explosions, the aftermath creating billowing smoke that obscured Mijia's vision, while Baiki took the opportunity to widen the distance, continuously attacking Mijia from all directions with bullets and rockets. Third form of wind-breathing clear gale wind tree. In the face of the all-encompassing attack, Mijia executed the third form of wind-breathing, his katana slicing through the air to neutralize the incoming assaults one by one. Seeing that all his efforts were being effortlessly countered by Mijia, Baiki decided to resort to his final measure. Giant Fortress Big Boss. With a loud shout from Baiki, his body radiated light, and he began to grow larger. After a dazzling flash, a gigantic fortress materialized before Mijia. This enormous fortress was supported by 2 massive tank treads, with gigantic arms on either side, each bristling with cannons. Seeing Baiki's size, Mijia didn't hold back and took the initiative to strike, unleashing the first and second forms of wind breathing in quick succession. The wind blades struck the colossal Baiki, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage. Instead, Big Boss swung his massive arm, swatting Mijia away. Navy, are you just tickling me? Now die. Take this, Big Boss unleash full firepower. In an instant, dozens of cannons from the giant fortress fired, with rockets raining down like a biblical flood, while countless gang members inside the fortress fired their machine guns wildly. Boom, 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 boom. The tremendous explosions echoed, and facing such a relentless barrage, Mijia used the third form of wind breathing to defend himself, but the firepower of Big Boss was simply too overwhelming. With Mijia's current strength, he simply could not withstand such a dense and powerful bombardment. Just at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and a golden lightning bolt descended from the sky, revealing a figure amidst the golden bolts. Draped in the Navy's Justice Code and wielding a katana at his side, his golden hair shimmered brilliantly as it intertwined with the golden lightning. Having watched from the shadows for a long time, Li finally made his move. As cannonballs, rockets, and bullets continued to rain down, Li slowly unsheathed his katana. Total concentration, thunder breathing, great thunder serpent. He swung his katana, releasing a 10-meter-long arc of golden sword wave, which let out a hissing sound like a python. The golden sword wave obliterated all incoming cannonballs, rockets, and bullets, erupting in a cloud of thick smoke. Damn it, who is interfering with me? As the smoke cleared and Baiki caught sight of Li, a look of fear crossed in his large eyes. His massive body trembled uncontrollably, as if a building was shaking during an earthquake. How is this possible? This guy has returned to the West Sea. Baiki would never forget the scene of Li battling Luke's. This man was nothing short of a monster. He had initially thought that after Luke's death, he would dominate the West Sea, never expecting that the Navy headquarters would send Li to the West Sea. Pungjia. Beiji, you have only two choices now. Drop to your knees and surrender with your hands on your head, or our navy will not kill you. The second choice is to continue resisting, in which case I can slay you on the spot. Li Yi lazily said, his voice not loud, yet it thundered in Beiji's ears with a heavy sense of murderous intent. This young naval officer appeared clean and fair, yet his heart was darker than that of these gangsters. You make it sound like I have no choice. Faced with the choice of life and death, Beiji ultimately chose to live, for when one is dead, one has nothing left. He decisively abandoned his big boss persona and raised his hands in surrender. Mizia, handcuff him with the Sea Tower stone handcuffs, then notify headquarters to send someone to escort him to impel down. Everyone else go to Pungjia, Beiji's lair, and take away all their illegally obtained money. Yes, sir. With each command from Li Yi, the naval soldiers swiftly charged into Beiji's lair, entering raid mode. A group of sailors rushed into the house, taking everything of value, and after counting they found it amounted to a staggering 1 billion berries. As one of the 4 major gangster families of the West Sea, Pungjia, Beiji's wealth was quite substantial, nearly matching the bounty of the 5 emperors at a staggering 1 billion berries. Indeed, the gangster families of the West Sea were so rich that they overflowed, with just Pungjia Beiji alone having 1 billion berries. One could only wonder how much wealth the other 3 gangster families possessed. At that moment, the glimmer of berries shone in Li Yi's eyes, as the system's functions were just too limited. There were no rewards, no lotteries, and no summons. Other systems either had pay-to-win features or provided various powerful skills and divine equipment through lotteries, making Li Yi's system feel rather lacking in comparison. Mizia, is everything packed? Lord Li Yi, everything is packed. Then let's head to the next location immediately. The news of the downfall of the Pungjia Beiji family quickly spread throughout the West Sea, shocking all factions and causing even the most audacious pirates to refrain from appearing openly. The remaining 3 major gangster families were trembling in fear as they finally learned through various channels who was in charge of the Navy's West Sea base. The leaders of the remaining 3 gangster families gathered together, their faces serious as they looked at the photos on the table. The bloody battle on the island of the bloodthirsty mad sword pirate crew was still vivid in their memories, with sword waves soaring through the sky, capable of cleaving the earth, and ultimately the entire island vanished. This was no longer a matter of mortals, but of monsters, and now they had to face such a monster. The Pungjia Beiji gangster family was the strongest in the West Sea, yet they were annihilated in less than a day by only 3,000 sailors. Before the Navy, the power of the gangster family was utterly insignificant, lacking even the strength to fight back. After much contemplation, the 2 leaders decided to flee the West Sea, except for Suxia. Upon hearing the thoughts of these 2 leaders, Suxia curled her red lips into a barely perceptible cold smile. She found their ideas naive. Ever since the collapse of the Pungjia Beiji family, the West Sea Navy had already been patrolling the sea routes densely, and now it was too late to try and escape. However, Suxia did not share this information, instead feigning support for their plan to escape the West Sea. What these 2 gang leaders did not expect was that after their meeting, Suxia personally wrote a letter to inform the West Sea Navy base of their escape plan. At the West Sea Navy base, a letter in a red envelope lay on Li Yi's desk. Upon picking up the envelope, a waft of rose fragrance greeted him, and a golden rose pattern was stamped on it, the emblem of the West Sea's bloody rose Suxia family. Opening the envelope and reading the letter, Li Yi smiled, realizing that the pirates were indeed trying to find a way to escape the West Sea. The letter detailed when the other 2 gangster families planned to flee, and at the end, Suxia invited Li Yi to meet with her lip print stamped on it. Clearly, this pure print sent a pink signal to Li Yi, instantly stirring his heart. In his mind, the alluring and mature visage of Suxia surfaced, her voluptuous figure, and that Cheongsam deeply etched in his memory. However, as a righteous naval officer, he wouldn't be easily swayed by feminine charms. Naturally, he would finish his official duties first before delving into deep discussions about human origins. Li Yi pondered that this work arrangement was perfect and picked up the transponder snail, saying, "Call Sergeant Mizia to my office." Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As the door opened, Mizia entered, standing at attention to give Li Yi a military salute before saying, "Report, Major General Li Yi. Sergeant Mizia is here to stand by. I received reliable intelligence that the leaders of the 2 major gangster families are preparing to flee with their families tomorrow. You must immediately relay my orders. Notify the patrolling warships to keep a close watch on all sea routes. All remaining personnel at the base are to engage. I want to give them a taste of our dumplings." The next day, the Sea of the West Sea was calm, and the 2 gangster leaders quickly had their underlings load their assets onto the ships. Looking at the splendid weather on the sea today, the 2 leaders felt it was an auspicious day for a long journey. Why haven't we seen Suxia? She wouldn't be leaving us hanging, would she? No matter her, we need to hurry and leave the West Sea, though I don't want to end up like Pungjia Beiji, locked up and impelled down. The two still believed they could succeed, unaware that they had already been betrayed by Suxia. Soon the underlings packed box after box of treasures and gold coins. With the command from the two leaders, the pirate ships set sail. The two pirate ships sailed towards the Grand Line, and soon they approached it. However, just as they were gleefully thinking they could escape the West Sea, 3 Navy warships appeared behind them, while not far away 2 more ships were lying in wait. Not good, leaders. Navy warships have appeared behind our ship. Now Navy warships have also appeared in front of our ship. The gangsters on lookout shouted a warning. What? How could the Navy suddenly appear? How did they know? The 2 gangster leaders were dumbfounded. How could the Navy possibly know about such a covert operation? No, there's another person who knows. That bitch, she actually sold us out. The 2 leaders instantly thought of one person. To the personnel on the 2 ships ahead, listen up, you are already surrounded by our Navy. I advise you not to resist. Drop your weapons and surrender, and I will try to secure you a good position and impel down. On the Navy warship, Mizia shouted to the 2 ships with a loudspeaker. What should we do, leaders? We've been caught. I don't want to go to impel down. Oh, it's not a place for humans. I heard there are even monsters inside. The underlings on the ship were all filled with terror as they recalled various legends about impel down, their expressions tightening. The 2 leaders also pictured various terrifying scenarios in their minds, and after issuing orders, shouted, charge forward, don't mind the Navy ships behind us. Major General Lee, it seems they have no intention of stopping and are preparing to force their way through our blockade. The Navy soldiers on the warship reported the situation through binoculars. Notify the warships in front to avoid them, and we won't pursue, or let them run for a while. The Navy warships in front and behind have dispersed. A gangster underling suddenly noticed that the warships surrounding them had spread out. Haha, it seems these Navy men are also afraid of death and dare not pursue us. Full speed ahead. As long as we leave the West Sea and enter the Grand Line, the sky is high and the birds can fly freely. The 2 leaders laughed heartily, as if they were already imagining their days as pirates in the Grand Line. As they watched the 2 ships grow more distant until they were about to disappear from sight, Lee, reclining on a deck chair, stood up, gripping a sword in one hand, leaping into the air as lightning burst forth from him like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky. The skill Thunder Step was developed by Lee during his 2 years of training in physical arts under Zephyr, combining breathing techniques with the Moon Step from the 6 forms. Compared to the leisurely running speed of the Moon Step, Thunder Step strikes through the air like a lightning bolt, explosive and swift. The personnel on the 2 gang ships only heard a thunderous sound behind them, followed by the sight of a lightning-fast figure approaching. Boss, there's a lightning bolt coming towards us. What do you mean it's getting closer? Before the leaders of the 2 ships could regain their senses, a figure appeared above them, clad in a righteous coat, a sword hanging from his waist, looking down coldly upon the crew, resembling a deity. The youngest Rear Admiral of the Navy, the youngest great swordsman in history, Lee. The 2 gang leaders instantly recognized the newcomer. Lee, hovering above them, did not attack, but merely looked down at them with disdain, the invisible aura of a strong warrior suffocating them. Everyone take out your weapons, point the cannons upwards and attack. In fear, the leaders of the 2 ships issued the command, and countless bullets and cannonballs were fired directly into the sky. Breath of thunder, Thunder Serpent. Facing such a barrage of fire, Lee slowly drew his katana and with a swing unleashed a golden arc of sword energy. The sword wave swept through all the bullets and cannonballs, causing them to explode. The crew below were left dumbfounded, their weapons dropping onto the deck. So weak, hurry up and finish, let's get off work for our date. Fully concentrated breath of wind, 2nd form wind slash. Shifting to the breath of wind, Lee gripped his sword, and after gathering strength unleashed 2 powerful wind blades, which were even larger than those produced by Maishia. The 2 gigantic wind blades instantly split the 2 ships in half, the cuts as smooth as tofu. The gang members on the ships fell into the sea just as the Navy warship arrived. Maishia salvage all valuables and capture those people, sending them to impel down. Lee immediately ordered, and the Navy soldiers acted swiftly, soon having salvaged the valuables from the 2 ships, filling the deck of the warship with the treasures of the 2 gang families. After precise counting, the total valuables from both families amounted to 1.5 billion berries plus 1 billion from the Pankabiki family, resulting in a total haul of 2.5 billion. Rear Admiral Lee, 3 of the 4 major gang families have already been wiped out. When will the last one, the Sasha family, make their move? After tallying all the gang debts, Colonel Ram inquired whether they should move against the remaining Sasha family. We'll take action tonight. Wait, he'll act alone tonight, no need for the soldiers to move. Lee stopped Colonel Ram from issuing the order. Tonight he intended to confront the wolves and tigers alone. Soon night fell, and the Navy warship arrived at the island where the Sasha family was located. Inside the ship, Lee was meticulously combing his hair with a comb, his golden locks shining under the light. A knock sounded at the door, and Maishia entered the cabin. Report Rear Admiral Li, we have arrived at the target island. It's about time I need to set off now. You stay here with the troops on standby. Li donned a brand new righteous coat with a red rose tucked into it. Seeing this, Maishia quietly asked Rear Admiral Li, are you really going alone? You don't believe in my strength. Do I really need to tell you that I'm going to negotiate a multi-billion project tonight? Such an exciting project, do I need to bring you along? You can't see that this puts me in a difficult position. That's not what I meant, I just wanted to ask how long it takes for Rear Admiral Li to fight alone. About one night, it's going to be a long battle tonight. Maishia. After landing, a luxurious carriage had been waiting for a long time. The driver bowed respectfully upon seeing Li and said, Rear Admiral Li, please board the carriage. As the carriage drove through the streets of the island city, Li, sitting inside, looked out the window at the city's appearance. Unlike the towns and islands ruled by the three major gang families, the streets, under the Sasha family's rule, showed no signs of pirates, with dedicated personnel patrolling, and the entire street was extraordinarily prosperous. Although the Sasha family's strength ranks last among the four major gang families, this refers only to combatability. In terms of economy, the Sasha family is definitely the strongest among the four. The luxurious carriage quickly arrived at a castle said to be a family heirloom of the Sasha family passed down for generations. The castle appeared to be over 100 years old and had a style reminiscent of a royal castle. It is rumored that the Sasha family was once part of a royal family in a small country in the West Sea, which later fell and became a gang family. As the carriage stopped, a butler in a tailcoat opened the door, gesturing respectfully for Li to enter. Welcome, Rear Admiral Li. Li stepped out of the carriage and onto the red carpet that had been laid out approximately 10 meters long. To show their respect for him, uniformed maids lined both sides of the carpet, bowing and greeting him as he passed, their sweet voices lifting Li's mood immensely. The butler led Li to the castle's hall, which had already been decorated, filled with flowers and fragrant aromas. In the hall stood a long dining table with a candlelit centerpiece and 2 chairs placed at either end. A candlelight dinner, how interesting. Why hasn't your clan leader shown up yet? As Li took his seat at the table, he surveyed the surroundings, but the Sasha family host had yet to appear. Please wait a moment, Lord Li. Lady Sasha will arrive shortly. The butler quickly explained, and then turned to leave, leaving Li alone in the hall. A few minutes later, the empty hall echoed with the sound of footsteps. Following the sound, a figure slowly approached. Lady Sasha appeared dressed in a blue qipao, her black open-toe high heels clicking as she walked gracefully like a model. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lord Li. After sitting down, Lady Sasha expressed her apologies. To see such a beautiful lady, it is worth waiting any length of time. Li's gaze roamed unabashedly over Lady Sasha, his eyes sparkling as if charged with lightning. The quality of the blue qipao that Lady Sasha wore was exquisite, akin to lace, perfectly showcasing the mature curves of her body, alluring and captivating. Under Li's wolf-like gaze, even the mature Lady Sasha felt her cheeks flush slightly, having never encountered such a bold young man. Thank you for your compliment. I never expected the young swordsman I met at the tavern to be the new generation powerhouse of the Navy. Lady Sasha was also observing Li. This young man, who was only 18 years old, was terrifyingly strong. Lukes had dominated the West Sea for many years, having reached the realm of great swordsmen, only to be slain by this unremarkable young man. Butler, served the dishes. With a snap of her fingers, the butler, hidden in the shadows, immediately signaled the maids, and a series of exquisite dishes were brought to the table, with the butler pouring red wine for the two. As the two began their candlelight dinner, once they had eaten sufficiently, Li initiated the main topic. I've had enough to eat now, let's discuss serious matters. What serious matters? Aren't we just discussing pleasant things today? Upon hearing this, Lady Sasha threw Li a flirtatious glance. I have eliminated 3 of the 4 major gang families. Now only your family remains. I do not wish for any gang families to exist in the West Sea. Such a heartless brother. I secretly sent you a message, and now you treat me like this. Lady Sasha immediately put on a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes, looking as if she could easily evoke sympathy. Yet all this failed to move Li. Had he not reviewed the Navy headquarters files, he would never have guessed that she was a decisive gang leader. If I had not considered your warning, I would not have come alone tonight, but instead brought the Navy with me. So what do you want? Dissolve your family, and there shall be no gang families in the West Sea from now on. And what if I refuse? Li looked at her and said, Sister, you wouldn't want your family to disappear from this world, would you? A softly spoken sentence, quiet in volume, struck Soja's ears like thunder, chilling her to the bone. Her face instantly paled. Yet within moments her expression settled into composure, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she lifted a stemmed wine glass and glided toward Li, step by deliberate step, until before he could even react, she seated herself squarely upon his lap. Li's calm shattered instantly. He had never imagined his elder sister would now be so bold and unrestrained. delighting in teasing an innocent, unsuspecting youth. As she settled in, Soja leaned close, her crimson lips brushing his ear as she murmured, voice honeyed and playful, brother, what must I do to earn your mercy? I am a righteous Marine officer. You place me in quite the predicament. Outwardly, Li Yi remained stoic and unruffled like an ancient hound unmoved by temptation. Inwardly, his heart hammered fiercely, his breath quickening as he inhaled Soja's intoxicating fragrance. His cultivation breathing technique surging involuntarily, blood pulsing with rising chi. How exactly is it a predicament? Would you truly consign your dear sister to impel down? As she spoke, Soja feigned helplessness. Li Yi felt warm breath whispering steadily against his ear. This is unbearable. I'm about to explode. I came alone today, not to confront you, but to offer terms. Henceforth your family shall no longer style itself a Yakuza clan nor engage in any Yakuza operations. Can you abide by this? Battling the fierce urge to restrain his surging instincts, Li Yi delivered the ultimatum with practiced nonchalance. Agreed. Truthfully, our family has never relied primarily on such enterprises. Soja accepted without hesitation, a key reason Li Yi chose to spare her lineage. Unlike the other three great Yakuza families, hers abstained from arms trafficking, slave trade, or assassination. Its wealth stemmed instead from legitimate commerce. Then let us raise our glasses to peace and harmony in the West Blue. Soja lifted her glass with graceful poise. Clang! Their crystal goblets met with a clear, resonant chime, and both drained their contents in one smooth motion. At that moment, music swelled through the vast castle hall. Soja extended her slender alabaster hand in invitation. Li Yi, would you honor me with a dance? It is my utmost privilege to dance with such a radiant lady. Taking her delicate hand, he guided her to the center of the hall, where they moved together in seamless harmony to the melody. Indeed, Soja possessed a figure of extraordinary grace, like a sculpted muse, her nearness radiating warmth, her presence stirring subtle currents between them. Each gesture she made was exquisitely refined, every turn, every lift of her wrist exuded aristocratic elegance, captivating Li Yi utterly. And Soja too found herself entranced by his striking visage, his astonishing youth, and the unmistakable aura of a sovereign warrior emanating from him, drawing her deeper inexorably into fascination. Women by nature revere strength, drawn to those who embody power, for strength promises absolute safety. Unawares, they surrendered to each other's magnetic presence, so deeply immersed that even after the music ceased, neither wished to part. Your dancing is simply exquisite. Thank you for your kind words. Shall we try something livelier? After the final notes faded, they raised their glasses once more. Then, gazing at her luminous form, Li Yi recalled a wildly popular duet dance from his homeland. May I teach you a dance from my homeland? What kind of dance? Soja tilted her head, intrigued. Could this young man truly master yet another art? We call it the salsa, a vibrant, beloved partner dance cherished across lands for its charm and simplicity, renowned for kindling intimacy between souls. Cheek to cheek, belly to belly, not a single misstep in half an hour. A soft sigh, a gentle sway, all movement born of friction and closeness. Under Li Yi's patient hands-on guidance, and drawing upon her innate artistry, Soja mastered it swiftly. Music rose anew beneath the muted golden light. They danced again, deeper, bolder, sweat glistening on their skin. If earlier it was his formidable strength that had stirred her on, now it was his effortless grace, the very rhythm of his being, that claimed her heart. In that instant, Soja felt herself utterly softened, yielding alive. That night, Li Yi reveled in pure, unadulterated joy, until exhaustion overtook them both and they collapsed side by side upon the floor, drifting into a hazy, dreamlike slumber. In his dream, he transformed into a celestial dragon wreathed in wrathful fire, soaring through storm-laden skies, commanding waves that surged ever higher, swallowing continents whole. The dragon descended upon an ancient forest, unleashing a single breath of primordial flame, shattering mountains, scorching heavens, then pierced the firmament and vanished beyond the stars. When Li opened his eyes, he lay in a sumptuous chamber. Opening the door, he found the steward awaiting him, clothes freshly laundered, posture impeccably deferential. Good morning, Lord Li. Where is your clan chief? She is preparing breakfast for you with meticulous care. After a swift rinse of mouth and face, he donned the clean garments and followed the steward into an elegant sitting room. There Soja stood arranging the dining table, with quiet devotion directing maids as they placed delicately crafted dishes before him. You're awake. Please sit. This breakfast is prepared entirely by my own hands. She greeted him with a beguiling smile, her cheeks flushed faintly pink, betraying that she too had just awakened from a beautiful dream. Truly, Soja was not only breathtaking in appearance, but also masterful in the kitchen. Her meal replenished Li Yi's spent vitality in an instant. After breakfast, they longed to dance again, but a summons arrived from the warship demanding Li Yi's immediate return. Regret flickered across both their faces. Reluctantly, Soja escorted him to the castle gates, bidding him farewell with a tender "Please do visit often" for more dance lessons. He boarded the same carriage and sped away, swiftly returning to the harbor where his warship lay anchored, then set course for the West Blue Marine headquarters. Aboard ship, Mishia informed Li that Morgan, director of the World Economic News Agency, had urgently requested an audience, though Li had been wholly absorbed in dancing with Soja and could not attend. The World Economic News Agency was far more than a mere news outlet. It was the world's preeminent intelligence syndicate. Its director, Morgan, ranked among the 6 kings of the underworld. This avian creature, resembling a seagull, had likely consumed a human fruit, granting it human intellect. Though Morgan himself wielded no extraordinary combat prowess, his influence was terrifyingly vast. Public opinion wields lethal power in any realm. Consider Monkey D. Luffy, the chosen one. Without Morgan's relentless press coverage, Luffy could never have risen to fame so swiftly. After the Tea Party of 10,000 Nations, it was Morgan's sensationalized reporting, exaggerating Luffy's strength, that propelled him into the ranks of the 4 emperors. Even Shanks the Red shook his head upon reading the paper too soon. Clearly, Luffy's power at that time fell short of emperor status. Morgan's act defied the world government itself, shattering the global balance. What does Morgan's want from me? He didn't mention anything on the phone and wants to speak to you in person. Li was puzzled as he had no connection with Morgan's. It seemed that there must be some business-related matter for him to suddenly request a meeting. Soon the military ship returned to the West Sea base. After stepping into the office for a moment, the phone bug emitted a series of beeping sounds. Picking up the receiver, a voice came through. Hello, I am Morgan's. May I speak to Major General Li? I am Li. What does President Morgan's want with me? It said that no one visits the 3 Treasures Hall without a reason. Oh, certainly this seagull has no good intentions. There's nothing special. I just have great admiration for Major General Li and would like to get to know you. Oh, I almost forgot to properly thank President Morgan's for your publicity. Without you, I wouldn't have such a significant reputation now. That's not true. I am merely loyal to the truth of events. Morgan's never make false reports. Hearing this, Li nearly laughed. Morgan's had fabricated news for the world government more than once or twice. Just tell me your purpose. Morgan's on the other end of the line, seeing this, decided to skip the pleasantries and state his intentions directly. During the time when Lux ruled the West Sea, many businesses were actually controlled by Lux's pirate crew. Maritime transportation, usury, and entertainment industries were mostly in Lux's grasp, with the other 4 major crime families only holding a fraction. Now that Lux has been slain by Li and the 4 major crime families have been wiped out, these industries are currently left without anyone to manage them. The West Sea Navy is now the strongest force. Morgan's expressed on the phone that the 6 kings of the underground world wished to extend their influence into the West Sea and hoped he could facilitate their entrance. These 6 kings of the underground world are all formidable figures. The king of usury, fortune god Rofield, a giant in the shadow finance sector. A hefty man in a suit and tie with a long cloak holding a cigar, he is clearly a typical and scrupulous businessman. The queen of Joy Street, Stussy. Joy Street is essentially the red light district, and Stussy is the one who controls this trade. On the surface, Stussy is a king of the underground world, but her true identity is an intelligence officer for the world government's CP0. The king of assassins, Big Hand Funeral Home, the leader of the underground assassin organization Big Shot Funeral Society. He appears robust with hair like a lion's mane, wearing a clown mask and wielding a scythe, looking ominous and terrifying. The king of storage, Kyberson, known as the Concealer. This guy's main business is storing goods, usually of an illicit nature. The king of transport, Yumite, known as the Deep Sea Current. His primary business is maritime transport. Yumite monopolizes maritime trade channels, and instead of being seen as a king of the underground world, he resembles a pirate more. The king of intelligence, Morgan's head of the World Economic News Agency. I just stabilized the situation in the West Sea. Are you all looking to set up shop here so soon? That wouldn't be advisable. I am the righteous Navy, and I won't tolerate gambling or drugs. Li immediately rejected Morgan's with righteous indignation, while Morgan's on the other end of the line cursed in anger, calling him hypocritical. Major General Li, I have some insider news. Last night someone danced with the Bloody Rose in the West Sea. Morgan suddenly said in a mocking tone, implying that Li wasn't a saint either. As expected of the king of intelligence, you actually know about such matters. I'm flattered to have caught your attention. Li responded coldly, his words laced with killing intent, making even Morgan's on the phone shiver. Please don't misunderstand Major General Li. I have no other intentions. Those individuals merely want to conduct some business in the West Sea. Stussy, fortune god Rofield, and Yumite. I allow them to conduct their business in the West Sea, but I will not permit the Big Hand Funeral Home and Kyberson to enter. Why not allow these 2 to enter the West Sea? One is a leader in the assassination industry engaging in murder and looting. The other specializes in storing contraband. What is contraband? It's nothing but weapons and ammunition. If their influence enters the West Sea, chaos will surely follow. Now that Lux has been eliminated and the 4 major crime families have been wiped out, the West Sea is gradually improving under Li Yi's management. The West Sea, once the strongest among the 4 oceans, will become a second East Sea under Li Yi's governance. Alright, I will convey your opinions to them. After receiving Li Yi's response, Morgans prepared to hang up, but then Li Yi's voice came through once more. President Morgans, I've helped you, and you should help me as well. Help you? What do you need? Morgans asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I simply hope that in the next issue of your newspaper you can give me a front-page headline and conduct a themed interview with me. Morgans was taken aback. What exactly do you want to do? Li Yi poured out his thoughts to Morgans, who exclaimed, goodness, you even know how to play the media. It's not as if he has wiped out the 4 major crime families. Li Yi thought to himself. After achieving such a feat in ridding the public of harm, it is only right that he leaves a name for himself and not remain anonymous. In the pirate world, how can one quickly elevate their reputation? Certainly, they must engage in grand deeds to increase their exposure. Take Straw Hat Luffy, who rose to fame due to a series of major events accumulating prestige through events like Arabasta Eni's Lobby, the Marineford War, and the Reverie. Thus, Li Yi is also accumulating his reputation, and it is essential to publicize his accomplishments in the West Sea and hold a simple press conference. 2 days later, a simple podium was erected at the West Sea Navy base with a group of journalists holding cameras below. Major General Li Yi is here. With a shout from Mijia, the journalist's cameras were all aimed at the young Major General, who was stepping forward. Click, click, click. As the lights flashed from the journalist's cameras, Li Yi experienced what it was like to be treated like a star. Under the eager gaze of all the reporters, Li Yi began his compelling speech. The content revolved around how the West Sea Navy, under Li Yi's brilliant leadership, had eradicated the 4 major crime families that had plagued the West Sea for years. Li Yi eloquently delivered a lengthy narrative, and to achieve better results, he dramatically revealed part of the 10 billion berries obtained from the raid. The pile of berries dazzled the eyes of the journalists, who immediately began frantically snapping photos. Major General Li Yi, where did these berries come from? These berries are the illegal gains of the 4 major crime families. How does the Navy plan to handle these berries? These are the hard-earned money extorted from the people of the West Sea. Our West Sea Navy will use this money to assist the impoverished and improve the environment of the West Sea. The West Sea will become the best and safest region. I personally vow to resolutely combat evil. I bear no love for evil. As he concluded, Li Yi raised his right hand and shouted his slogan, and the Navy soldiers at the base echoed the call, creating a thunderous momentum. Even the group of journalists below the podium was taken aback by this imposing atmosphere, and then they began to pose various questions to Li Yi. Suddenly, a female reporter from the crowd pressed Li Yi. Major General Li Yi, according to our newspaper, the 4 major crime families have not been completely eradicated. The Bloody Rose family still exists in the West Sea. Please provide an explanation, Major General Li Yi. Li Yi's expression slightly changed as he scrutinized the reporter, wondering if Morgan's contact would be so unreliable. This reporter, I can assure you that there are absolutely no so-called crime families in the West Sea right now. However, according to our information, you have an unusual relationship with the Bloody Rose's Sophia. Seeing the female reporter persistently pressing for an answer, Li Yi signaled to Mijia, who immediately appeared behind the reporter and knocked her out. The remaining journalists looked on in shock at Li Yi. I am very glad that everyone could ask me questions, but I do not appreciate trivial inquiries. From Li Yi's cold gaze, the journalists felt a suffocating sense of pressure, and in an instant they understood what questions were suitable and what should not be asked. The day after the West Sea press conference, the content of the conference spread across the world like newsbirds. The headline boldly read, Lieutenant General Li Yi, the people's just partner, the nemesis of evil. Lieutenant General Li Yi's declaration vowing to destroy all forms of vice. In Mary Geos, atop the power table of Panga City, a newspaper was laid out prominently featuring the West Sea press conference. This kid's capability is quite impressive. He has stabilized the West Sea so quickly. Now that the West Sea is stabilized, should we transfer him elsewhere? Let him stay in the West Sea for now. CP0 has received intelligence that the Revolutionary Army is stirring again. I agree. Compared to the gangs and pirates, the Revolutionary Army poses the greatest danger. If those countries in the West Sea secretly join the Revolutionary Army, it would be troublesome. At the same time, let's see if this kid's loyalty is worth cultivating. The 5 elders were indifferent to Li Yi's use of Morgans to promote his achievements. They were more concerned about the state of the world and its balance, turning a blind eye to such behavior. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku was furious after reading the newspaper, exclaiming, "This kid has made a fortune without saying a word, managing to acquire so much money." Don't be fooled by the hundreds of billions of berries allocated by the world government every year. Those damn celestial dragons still shout every year to reduce military funding. Look at this. Is this how humans should behave? Our Navy soldiers bleed and weep on the front lines while you celestial dragons enjoy life in peace at the rear. You say you want reward us fine, but you keep an eye on our military funding. Only you celestial dragons resembling human-like beings can pull off such acts. So the Navy is actually poor. Otherwise, how could brutal characters like Colonel Monko appear in a place like the East Sea? Fuming Sengoku immediately dialed the Navy's finance department. Hello, this is Sengoku. There's no need to allocate military funding for the West Sea Navy base in the second half of the year. In the Navy, many people had varied reactions after seeing the newspaper. T-Pig added, that annoying little brat is becoming more and more famous. He's definitely a Navy superstar. Akainu the kid is doing well. Akiji, oh what a remarkable declaration. Kizaru, nemesis of evil, how frightening. Tama, my little brother is getting stronger. Tina, when are you coming back from the West Sea? I miss you. Far away in the West Sea, Lee received a message from Naval Headquarters cursing. I was careless, but I didn't expect the old man to be so ruthless, cutting off my salary directly. However, Lee didn't rely on the meager military funding from the Navy to manage the entire West Sea. The day after the press conference, he called all the heads of the small countries in the West Sea for a meeting. What do you mean you can't come? This is about the safety of your homes. You wouldn't want pirates fishing right at your doorstep, would you? Thus, these small countries hurriedly sent representatives to the West Sea base. Inside the West Sea Navy base, there was a long table. Lee sat at the head of the table, flanked by Misha and Colonel Rom, coldly observing the representatives of these small countries, the invisible aura emanating from him, making them too afraid to breathe. Today I called you all here to discuss how to enhance the security of the West Sea environment. Although the 4 major gangs and the bloodthirsty sword pirate group have been eliminated, many small pirate groups are still emerging. Many say that the 4 major pirates are the strongest in the West Sea, so my goal is to make the West Sea as peaceful as the East Sea. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to continue enhancing the overall strength of the West Sea Navy. We will establish a security tax, and I hope everyone supports it. Blah, blah, blah. After all this, these small countries finally understood. It turns out he wants us to pay him money. The faces of these representatives instantly darkened, and they voiced their dissatisfaction. Seeing their expressions, Lee glanced disdainfully and said, "Everyone shut up." The voice was not loud, but echoed in the ears of these representatives like a thunderous roar. You've made quite a bit these days, haven't you? Without the oppression of the 4 major gangs and the bloodthirsty sword pirate group, your lives should be quite good now. But you need to think about how you got to this point. It was our Navy that upheld justice and eliminated these forces. In the past, you also paid protection fees to pirates and gangs. Now I'm asking you to pay taxes to support the Navy. What's the problem? Do you want to continue paying pirates and gangs for protection? A few short sentences scared these representatives into a cold sweat. Now let me ask you again, who is in favor? Raise your hand. Instantly, all the representatives from the small countries raised their hands. Very good, I am very satisfied. I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. After sending off these representatives from the small countries, Lee turned to Colonel Rom and said, from now on, everyone at our West Sea base will have their military pay increased. We need to ensure our soldiers live well. Misha, you are responsible for training the soldiers and also need to frequently lead them out to patrol. If you see a pirate group, eliminate them. If there are any capable ones, capture them alive and send them to Impel Down. After arranging everything, Lee went to find Sophia to dance salsa in the evening, practicing his breathing sword technique during the day. Ever since the system unlocked the Breath of Wind, Lee has been practicing day and night. The Breath of Wind is somewhat similar to the Breath of Lightning, characterized by its incredible speed. The sword techniques of the Breath of Wind primarily involve slashing, making them very suitable for close combat executed with the ferocity of a gale. Sophia's salsa dancing became increasingly impressive, making it hard for Lee to keep up. Moreover, to his surprise, Sophia not only danced well, but was also proficient with musical instruments, especially the vertical flute, which captivated Lee completely. Such beautiful days continued for a few days until they were interrupted by a phone call. One morning, Lee, sleeping with Sophia in the castle, was awakened by the butler, who said there was a phone call for him. That adorable little creature from Barbecue Q is ruining my beautiful dream early in the morning. With a groggy attitude, Lee grumbled as he answered the phone. Hello, is this Lieutenant General Lee? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? I'm in a terrible mood right now. Lee asked angrily. Stussy. Oh, so it's the Queen of Pleasure Street. What brings such a beauty to me? Lee, who was initially annoyed, immediately perked up upon realizing it was Stussy, feeling as if he had caught a whiff of a delicious and sweet dish. On the other end of the line, Stussy was speechless, confirming that this guy was just as the intel suggested. Actually, I have another true identity. I am an intelligence member of the world government's CP0 organization. Stussy revealed her true identity to Li Yi. I never expected the Queen of Pleasure Street was actually a member of the world government. Truly surprising. Li Yi pretended to be surprised, and then retorted, as a member of the world government's intelligence organization, what business do you have with me, a Navy Lieutenant General? The Revolutionary Army has appeared in the West Sea and is starting to make contact with some small countries in the West Sea. Stussy's words made Li Yi realize that trouble was coming. The Revolutionary Army had finally made contact. It must be said that the strength of the Revolutionary Army is no less than that of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups, perhaps even surpassing them. In the hearts of the 5 elders, the Revolutionary Army ranks first, its leader, former Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, is regarded as the world's #1 criminal with a bounty of 5 billion berries. To put this in perspective, Pirate King Gold Roger had a bounty of 5 billion berries. Who was the person from the Revolutionary Army appearing in the West Sea? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dorag, a former admiral in the Navy and son of the naval hero, is the father of Monkey D. Luffy. His strength, based on Li Yi's speculations, is undoubtedly at the level of an admiral possessing the power of a devil fruit, although he has only made one move in Logue Town. When he appeared, a fierce wind howled, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Many speculated that Dorag's fruit is of the natural or mythical type. The leader of the Revolutionary Army has appeared. The world government should have sent an admiral from the Navy headquarters or a powerful figure from CP0 to deal with this. UCP0 discovered the leader of the Revolutionary Army is not seeking an admiral, but instead is coming to find a mere major like me. What kind of logic is that? Major Li Yi, your combat strength is already comparable to that of an admiral. Being able to defeat Lux, you must have reached the realm of a great swordsman, right? The Revolutionary Army has many powerful individuals apart from Dorag. Are you sure I can handle it alone? Of course, we CP0 will also send personnel to participate in the operation, but the Navy's Elder Stars have specifically designated you to join. You should understand the meaning of the Elder Stars. Hearing this, Li Yi also realized that those 5 old men were testing him. Indeed, only those loyal to the world government can rise to prominence. After the Marineford War, Sengoku intended to make Aokiji the next fleet admiral. However, Aokiji was too close to Carp, and the Elder Stars did not completely trust Aokiji. In contrast, Akainu, who was determined to eliminate pirates, was absolutely loyal. This was why Akainu had the opportunity to compete with Aokiji for the position of fleet admiral. Where is Dorag in the West Sea, and when will he act? We received news that he might appear within the next 2 days. Why don't you meet up with me first? You came to the West Sea. That's right. After hanging up the phone, Li Yi changed into a gray robe and left the castle of Sashia, heading alone to a small country in the West Sea based on the location provided by Stussy. Jersey Kingdom. Walking through the streets of this small country, he observed that the streets were sparsely populated with vagabonds and beggars lining the sides. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Li Yi, the vagabonds and beggars were stirred subtly, pulling small knives from their pockets. It was evident that the security environment in this city was quite poor. With a cold snort, a hint of Conqueror's Haki radiated from him, instantly stunning the vagabonds. The intelligence agents of the hidden CP0 organization gasped. This ability, which only a very few could awaken, had also awakened in this young major. Stussy was located in a hotel. When Li Yi arrived, there was only Stussy in the room. The spacious room had only a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. At the moment they met, both were sizing each other up. Li Yi felt a sense of pressure from Stussy. This feeling was usually only encountered when facing significant figures. A young naval major had such a presence. He truly was a monster. Li Yi was also examining the renowned queen of the underground world, Stussy, his eyes scanning back and forth like an X-ray machine, making Stussy feel uneasy. Today, Stussy was dressed in a black long dress, her legs perfectly straight like pencils, and she wore a pair of black high heels. Among CP0's 2 beauties, Stussy is charming and alluring, while Khalifa, with her golden glasses, exudes a delicate charm. Ignoring Li Yi's gaze, Stussy elegantly took a seat. The 2 exchanged glances, each trying to glean information from the other's eyes. After sitting down, Stussy opened a bottle of red wine, and they began to converse in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Has Dorag arrived yet? After taking a sip of wine, Li Yi asked. His whereabouts have not been discovered yet. According to our intelligence, it should be within these 2 days. Actually, since coming here, I have been puzzled as to why Dorag wants to engage with these small countries. Dorag's style is not to directly overthrow a country's rule. Stussy didn't directly answer his question. Instead, she pulled out a cigar from her small bag, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled smoke, saying, "Not all countries that the Revolutionary Army targets are directly overthrown. The countries they overthrow are those where civilians are severely oppressed. In such countries, the people's trust in the government reaches its lowest point, making it easy for the Revolutionary Army to entice them to join and overthrow their own government. This country seems to be economically struggling as well. Could it also be under oppression? The reason this country is poor is because of the heavenly gold. The heavenly gold collected every year nearly depletes this country, so how can it be in good shape? It sounds as if it has nothing to do with you. Isn't your salary coming from here? Aren't we all just workers? This world is survival of the fittest. The weak don't even have the qualifications to survive. What you said is true, but could you refrain from teasing me? Under the table, Stussy's shoe tip kept teasing, making Li feel a stirring sensation. What's wrong? Are you shy? Stussy revealed a charming demeanor, teasing Li in a soft voice. As the queen of the underground world, every move she made exuded a deadly allure. If Sasha was a fiery rose, then Stussy was a seductive poisonous spider. To become a ruler in the underground world as a woman, one must possess not only outstanding beauty, but also exceptional intelligence and cunning. Moreover, Stussy was also able to maintain a good relationship with the four emperors, Charlotte Lean, proving her intelligence-gathering abilities were top-notch. The two sat at a table quietly enjoying fine wine, relishing a moment of tranquility, occasionally exchanging a few words. However, beneath their seemingly normal conversations lay hidden intricacies. Both were constantly probing each other, hoping to extract more useful information from the other's mouth. Stussy originally thought that under her beautiful facade this young naval officer would quickly fall for her charms, allowing her to easily obtain any information she wanted. Yet reality was often cruel. Li remained calm like a monk, completely unaffected by Stussy's beauty, and his gaze was intentionally or unintentionally fixed on her eyes. His sharp eyes, like swords, seemed capable of piercing through all her disguises. Left with no choice, Stussy could only take another approach, trying to intoxicate Li with wine. Li scoffed inwardly. Who does she look down on? As long as Qingdao stands, I will not fall. You may pour beer and liquor on me. After all, I am known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How dare she show off her little tricks in front of me? The two exchanged drinks. Stussy thought she could hold her liquor well, but by the end she was feeling hazy. With a thud, she toppled over. The following morning, Li woke, refreshed, his body pulsing with renewed vigor. Suddenly, the phone's ringtone chimed, jolting Stussy from slumber. Hello, this is Stussy. Report. Intelligence indicates Revolutionary Army elements have entered the Western Sea region. They are expected to arrive tonight. Understood, I copy that. Continue to monitor everything around you and report any developments to me immediately. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough? Stussy rolled her eyes and spoke in a coquettish tone. Li admired her unabashedly. After donning her gear, Stussy produced a mirror and began to apply makeup, while saying, we received word that Revolutionary Army forces have entered the Western Sea. They're likely to reach Jirxi Kingdom this evening. There's still a long time before nightfall. Shall we do something to pass the time, ha? Li said to Stussy with a playful look. What do you have in mind? Stussy asked with curiosity. This sudden naval prodigy was known in intelligence circles as a notorious playboy, infamous among Western Sea nobility. Seeing the keen interest glitter in Stussy's eyes, Li adopted a gentlemanly air and extended his hand in invitation. Let us dance the remaining hours away. What dance? Stussy asked. Salsa, Li replied. I don't know how to dance that. I will teach you. Li took hold of Stussy's pale hand. The contact felt like grasping a venomous serpent. The hairs on his arm pricked. One could tell that someone who rose to be a shadow lord of the underworld was no ordinary person. Stussy learned with astonishing speed. After a few simple steps, she mastered the basic moves. Though she appeared incredibly young, her true age remained a mystery, even within CP intelligence. Her striking beauty was matched by formidable skill. She was adept in the Navy's 6 techniques. With a single flying finger gun, she could kill someone a kilometer away. With her beguiling looks and lethal capability, she had defeated many foes in the underworld and quickly risen to become one of its dark titans. What seemed like a casual dance and small talk was in truth a test, each probing the other for opportunities to cooperate. If Li could forge an alliance with Stussy, valuable intelligence would be within reach. They danced and talked, laughter filling the air. They promised to climb mountains to watch the dawn and dive to the seabed to study the stars. When the dance ended, they set off toward the royal castle. By then, the royal castle was already ringed by CP operatives, biding the signal to strike. At the castle gates, the two moved to a shadowed corner where CP intelligence personnel had already gathered. They wore black suits and white masks stamped with numbers. What is the situation? Stussy asked a CP agent wearing the number 1 mask. Stussy, sir, Revolutionary Army elements have already entered the king's castle. How many? Approximately 20 to 30. Are you certain Munchi D. Duelage is present? Their attire is clandestine. Cloaks and hooded faces. so we cannot confirm whether that is Duelage. Where are they located now? Our scouts indicate the Revolutionary Army members are likely in the Great Hall conversing with the king. The number 1 masked man relayed all the gathered intelligence to Stussy. After hearing the report, Stussy waved his hand and ordered enter the castle at once and capture Munchi di Duelage. In an instant, all CP operatives sprang into action. They flooded into the castle and rapidly closed in on the Great Hall. Before the Great Hall stood some 20 to 30 guards. Their garb identified them not as royal sentries, but as members of the Revolutionary Army. Stussy and his team did not act immediately, but hid within a corridor observing quietly. What are you doing? Li Yi asked, puzzled. Wouldn't they attack as soon as they found the enemy? We observe first and devise an operation plan before moving. We are the world government's intelligence agency. We are professionally trained. Do you understand? Stussy cast Li Yi a disdainful glance. Really? You're so impressive, your expertise. There are only a handful of Karami fighters whose combat power hardly exceeds 10. Oh, what kind of operation plan do you need? Ignoring Stussy's derisive look, Li Yi strode straight toward the Great Hall doors. Before the CP agents could react, he had reached the entrance. Stussy turned pale. The Revolutionary Guards at the Great Hall saw Li Yi approaching step by step. Their faces hardened, and they drew weapons aiming at him. The royal castle was supposed to be sealed. How can a navy officer appear here? Bereft of concern, Li Yi slipped his hand to his waist and slowly produced a loudspeaker. You are surrounded. Lay down your arms and surrender. In recognition of your surrender, I will secure favorable positions for you in the Advancement City's Infinite Tribunal. Both sides froze in bewilderment. No one had ever seen such audacity. To demand surrender before a fight felt like mockery. It stunned both the Revolutionary Guards and the CP operatives. Open fire. Replied a hail of bullets, a storm of lead. To Li Yi, however, the bullets crawled like snails. He easily slipped aside, evading every shot. To onlookers, Li Yi's body seemed only to waver slightly before all the rounds missed him. The crowd was stunned. Impossible. How did he dodge that? The revolutionary fighters cried. A CP agent observed those bullets seemed to pass through a kind of afterimage. Li Yi sighed. Why do you force me so often? I'm not fond of violence, truly. Reluctantly, Li Yi drew his tachi from his waist and swung it gently. Breath of thunder, thunder serpent. An arc of golden blood energy like a serpent of lightning rushed toward the revolutionary ranks. With a thunderous crack, the Karami fighters could not withstand the blade wave. They were swept aside, and the Great Hall's doors were cleaved in two. Having split the gates with a single stroke and sheathed his blade, Li Yi stepped into the Great Hall. What do we do now, Stussy? Asked the man in the number 1 mask. What else? Follow him. Now we can only pray they haven't escaped. Saying so, Stussy led the CP operatives swiftly after Li Yi. Inside the hall, they found only 3 people. One wore a crown and kingly robes, clearly the king of Xerxes. Another, draped in a green cloak, bore strange facial markings or tattoos. Munchi di Duelage, the Revolutionary Army's leader and the world's most notorious criminal. The third wore a black feathered coat, was bald and masked. The Northern Army commander Kulus, one of the Revolutionary Armies for captains. I never imagined that the tiny kingdom of Xerxes could attract the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Li Yi had not expected Duelage to appear in person. He had assumed CP0's intelligence was mistaken, yet here he stood. Major General Li Yi, can you handle 2 opponents at once? Li Yi snorted and replied dismissive, of course he could. How could it be a problem? Before Duelage abandoned the Navy, he had already been a candidate for Admiral. His father was famed as the strongest practitioner of physical arts in the Kapu lineage. No one would believe he lacked Admiral-level prowess. Moreover, those events were many years past. Who could say whether Duelage's devil fruit had awakened in the meantime? If it had, he would surely be Emperor class. That pitch-dark Colossi, though he had not shown himself in the original accounts, had become commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Division. His strength should be considerable, likely at Admiral level as well. Duelage regarded the sudden intrusion of world government agents with unruffled calm. I did not expect the world government to move so swiftly, but with your skills, can you truly capture me? He looked disdainfully at the CP operatives and then emitted a faint note of surprise when he saw Li Yi in his naval uniform. I did not expect to find the Navy's rising star here. The youngest great swordsman in history, Duelage said. Li Yi replied with humility veiled as modesty. You flatter me. Such titles are hollow. Beside your reputation as the world's foremost criminal, I feel rather ashamed. Duelage sneered. World's number 1 criminal. People in this world know who the true criminals are. He replied simply, they are the Tianlongren, who sit high above us. 800 years ago, the 20 kings toppled the great kingdom and established the world government. Their descendants, the Tianlongren, consider themselves the offspring of the creators. The Tianlongren are arrogant, oppressive, and brutal. To them, all other races are as insignificant as ants fit to be trampled at will. Li Yi found himself in agreement with Duelage, those people who always wore bubble helmets and shirked all proper work, delighting only in collecting other races as slaves, were contemptible. They were the sort he longed to see pinned to the ground and beaten, yet no one dared act to strike down a Time-Longren, and an admiral would come knocking in an instant. The reason this world is so chaotic now, Duelage pronounced, is that it is led by these cruel and incompetent Time-Longren. Their annual celestial edicts make life unbearable for the common people. Does such a rotten and brutal world government deserve your loyalty? He asked. Li Yi, you possess extraordinary swordsmanship and strength. You should use that power to change the world. Come, Li Yi, join the revolutionary army. Together we will overthrow this corrupt regime and build a world of freedom and equality. As befits the revolutionary leader, whom even the world government fears, his speech would have inflamed ordinary hearts. Many would rise, shout, and cry, down with the world government, down with the Time-Longren. But neither Li Yi nor the CP operatives, such as Stussy, showed any reaction. Duelage had expected as much. To Li Yi, the world's chaos was not solely the fault of the Time-Longren. Pirates were also a principal cause. Those bubblehead nobles were merely symbols of the world government's authority. The true architects of the present disorder were the pirates led by Gold. Roger the Pirate King. Roger's final words before dying ignited the great pirate era. Countless young people set sail in search of the legendary One Piece and the title of Pirate King. Yet laughably many who became pirates had no clear notion of what the One Piece truly was in the end. They simply became brigands who fought and pillaged. In essence, neither the Time-Longren nor the pirates contributed to genuine prosperity. Though Duelage spoke of freedom and equality, Li Yi argued that the first step should be to eliminate the pirates to win public favor, then use the Four Seas as a base to encircle the world government. Constantly seeking to overthrow other nations unsurprisingly alienated the monarchs. When the world convened, the kings were quick to denounce the revolutionary army as a military threat, a sign that the revolution held little popular support. Duelage, do not waste your breath, Li Yi said. Your theory will not work on me. The world government runs deep. You cannot grasp its depths. How deep the world government sank. There was the mysterious Emu and the 5 elders, each suspected of possessing godlike fruits. Any one of them an emperor-class threat. Even Whitebeard's claim to be the strongest meant little if he had not acted. 5 ancient beings rumored to live 800 years were terrifying indeed. Surrender now and I can secure you a comfortable place to rot in the endless hell of imprisonment, someone sneered, appealing to fear rather than argument. Duelage, Stussy, and Colossi exchanged stunned looks. Stussy added with thin politeness, young man, since you are resolute, there is little more to say. I hope you change your mind the next time we meet. Duelage shook his head and prepared to leave. You think you can leave this palace? Someone shouted. Seize him. At Stussy's command, soldiers materialized throughout the palace, each manning a firearm, trained in unison on Duelage and Colossi. Duelage recognized them at a glance as soldiers of the Xerxes kingdom. He turned to the king beside him and said, you have betrayed me. The king protested helplessly, I did not wish it, but they offered too much. It was hard to refuse. Duelage spat, you ineffectual monarch. Do you truly think the world government will protect you? Foolish, Duelage declared. It is right to overthrow kingdoms like yours. The king, who had never been insulted before, bristled and retorted at Duelage, you wretched Duelage, you are nothing but the world's foremost criminal. What of you is admirable? He then strutted arrogantly to Li Yi and barked an order, Navy, I command you. Kill that accursed Duelage. Li Yi stared at the king in stunned silence, thinking the man's arrogance so extreme he might be mistaken for a Time-Longren. Li Yi had never encountered such brazen arrogance in his life. When Li Yi ignored the command, the king continued his tirade, damn Navy, are even you disobedient? I pay the celestial tribute every day. You are obliged to protect me. Do you not fear I will report you to the world government? The king roared, provoking Li Yi's disgust. With 2 fingers pressed like a gun into the king's chest, Li Yi ended that ineffectual ruler's life with a single fatal strike. Outraged voices cried, what have you done? He is a member of a world government allied nation. Duelage spat, furious, I have never seen such shamelessness. Colossi sneered, what a pair of adulterers. Stussy, ever the smooth talker, protested, don't be reckless. We are merely friends discussing advanced engineering and sophisticated social dance. Duelage activated his devil fruit power, cleaving a wind blade that tore open the palace roof. Stussy, who had anticipated his escape by rafters, immediately barked orders. To deal with Duelage, I have prepared bullets, forged from sea stone. Everyone fire. Sea stone is the crystallization of the sea. Like seawater, it nullifies the powers of devil fruit users, which is why it is often used to make restraints to imprison ability wielders. Bullets forged from sea stone act similarly. When they penetrate the body, they release the sea's power within, stripping a fruit user's ability and often rendering their limbs limp and powerless. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets shot from all directions, sealing off the area around Dorag and Karas. Indeed, bullets made of sea stone are effective against devil fruit users, but only if they strike the user's body. Dorag extended his palm, and a swirling mini tornado manifested, gently waving it to transform the mini tornado into a fierce wind that lifted all objects within the hall. The sea stone bullets shot by the soldiers were blown away by the fierce wind before they could even approach Dorag. Following this, Dorag waved his palm upward, sending green blades of wind flying toward the palace roof. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the wind blades cleaved a hole in the palace ceiling. Karas, let's go! Dorag shouted to Karas, who immediately activated his devil fruit ability to conjure 2 large black crows. The 2 jumped onto the backs of the black crows, which immediately flew toward the opening. Everyone chase after them. Stussy ordered upon seeing Dorag and Karas riding the crows transformed by the devil fruit. A group of CP agents followed closely with Moonwalk, yet the speed of Moonwalk was too slow, unable to match the speed of the crows transformed by the devil fruit. Seeing Dorag flying out of the palace and about to leave, Lee immediately activated Thunder Step, unleashing a burst of golden lightning that shot into the sky. Stussy, who was using Moonwalk to chase after Dorag in the air, saw a flash of lightning shoot past him, and in an instant he caught up to Dorag. Dorag, hovering above the palace, heard the rumble of thunder behind him, followed by a flash of lightning appearing in front of him, revealing Li's figure. What incredible speed! Is this the power of a devil fruit? Dorag was astonished by Li's speed, which had already matched that of the Goro Goro Nomi Rumble fruit. Dorag, you leave just like that? That really embarrasses me. Li looked down at Dorag, exuding a very arrogant demeanor. It seems that I can't leave without a fight today. Karas, go entertain those CP intelligence agents. Karas nodded at Dorag's words and turned to head toward the CP agents and Stussy. Now let me see just how strong the Navy's supernova is. Dorag extended his right hand in a challenging gesture. First form of thunder, breathing lightning flash. Gripping the hilt of his sword, armed with Haki, Dorag focused all his thunder-breathing techniques, and in an instant lightning erupted like a bolt toward Dorag. Dragon Claw, Fist, Dragon's Claw. Facing the thunderous slash, Dorag calmly responded by spreading his right hand's fingers, aligning his index and middle fingers, while separating the distance between his middle and ring fingers, bending the ring and little fingers together, all covered by a layer of dark Haki, resembling a dragon's claw. This was the self-created martial technique of Dorag, the Dragon Claw Fist. Clang! The dark blade collided with the black dragon claw, producing a deafening sound, and the impact spread outwards from the two, creating shockwaves that destroyed the palace walls. Dorag's Dragon Claw Fist firmly gripped Li's katana, generating fierce sparks from the friction on the blade. Such swift swordsmanship, but it seems the power is somewhat lacking. Don't be impatient, Dorag. This is just the appetizer. Thunder breathing third form, gather thunder into a sword. The third form of thunder breathing, originally called gather mosquito into thunder, spins rapidly around the target, leaving behind a spherical thunder to attack the enemy. However, Li developed gather thunder into a sword based on the third form. Golden lightning erupted from his body, coalescing into 10 swords. Go for it. With a command, the 10 lightning swords shot through the air with a whoosh. Dorag, sensing the power of the lightning swords, immediately let go and retreated. However, the lightning swords seemed to have infrared tracking, relentlessly pursuing Dorag. 6 styles, Gale Foot, Black Axe. Facing the relentless lightning swords, Dorag raised his right foot and swept it horizontally, striking like an axe. Boom! The black axe swept through the lightning swords with a series of explosive sounds. The power of the 10 lightning swords detonating created large craters in the ground surrounding the palace. This isn't Zephyr's move. Seeing the familiar action, he immediately recalled Zephyr's techniques. By the way, you can call me senior brother. Back in my Navy days, I also received guidance from teacher Zephyr. Since the beginning of their confrontation, Dorag had not used his devil fruit abilities, relying solely on Dragon Claw Fist and the Navy's 6 styles to deal with Li. At this moment, Li realized the terror of Dorag. He had mastered 2 forms of martial arts, one being the Navy's 6 styles and the other his self-created Dragon Claw Fist. Having been trained by Admirals Zephyr and Carp, Dorag was immensely familiar with the application and derived techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, executing various 6 styles techniques with ease. And the Dragon Claw Fist was an even more powerful martial art created by Dorag from the Navy's 6 styles. No need for that, senior brother. I don't want to be seen as a revolutionary. Let's not get entangled in relationships, alright? Let's continue our battle, Dorag. Thunder breathing fourth form, Distant Thunder. Thunder breathing second form, Soul Conceal. Thunder breathing techniques were activated consecutively, unleashing the fourth and second forms. His body erupted with lightning, rapidly dashing toward Dorag, instantly unleashing a lightning-shaped 5-hit combo. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon Claw. The armed color dragon claw swung to block the high-speed slashes of the blade, erupting countless sparks as bystanders could only see the two hands become mere afterimages. 6 Styles armed color finger gun. Dorag's fingers came together like a long spear, his offense unending, resembling a torrential rain of pear blossoms. In an instant, Li Yi switched from offense to defense, blocking the continuous finger gun attacks, with his katana creating sparks with each clash. The battle between the two gradually moved from above the palace to the surroundings like two streams of light violently colliding in the air, producing thunderous echoes, causing buildings to collapse in their wake. Thunder-breathing, great thunder serpent. A massive arc of lightning slashed out, resembling a giant lightning python charging toward Dorag. 6 Styles Gale Foot War Axe. Raising his foot to sweep, Dorag's right leg struck like a war axe. Boom. The collision of the two powerful attacks generated shockwaves that destroyed rows of buildings. With such immense power, why do you willingly serve the world government? Dorag had not given up. He sought to persuade Li Yi to join the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army needs more powerful individuals to overthrow the world government. Stop wasting your breath, Dorag. The Revolutionary Army's strength is too weak compared to the world. What the world government fears is not the strength of the Revolutionary Army, but the ideology of freedom and equality that Dorag advocates. This ideology breaks the shackles of people's thoughts, igniting the hearts of all oppressed individuals in pursuit of freedom and equality, stirring up their fury against the world government. If one were to ask who the true ruler of the pirate world is, it is neither the 4 emperors, nor the 7 warlords, nor the navy, but rather the world government that controls the entire world. The world government commands the Navy, the Army, and the CP Intelligence Agency. There are as many as 8 strong figures at the level of Admiral, including the 3 Admirals Akainu Kizaru and Akiji, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Navy Hero Garp, former Admiral Zephyr, and the Admiral candidates Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. This lineup is vastly superior to the Revolutionary Army, not to mention the Army and the CP Intelligence Agency. Therefore, Li Yi unhesitatingly refused Dracul's persuasion, as joining the Revolutionary Army with its current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. It seems that your mind cannot be changed, but I cannot allow the Revolutionary Army to gain another terrifying enemy. Thus I can only extinguish you. After failed persuasion, Dracul's killing intent surged, and the attacks he unleashed became incredibly fierce, with Dragon Claw Fist striking Li Yi with the might of a mighty dragon. Each punch carried the weight of a small mountain, with a power level reaching 70,000. Dracul was truly exerting his full strength. Dracul, I admit your strength is formidable, but it won't be easy to kill me. Breath of Thunder, second form, Heat Thunder Realm. He slashed out a thunder-like strike, unleashing a high-temperature lightning bolt towards Dracul. The scorching lightning came at high speed, generating temperatures that began to melt the ground, and buildings around them caught fire under the intense heat. The power of this strike made Dracul frown, as the might of the Heat Thunder Realm surpassed his expectations. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Breath. Dracul raised both hands, evenly taking a deep breath as his domineering aura gathered between his palms. Then a terrifying shockwave erupted between his fists. Boom! The clash of two immense powers created a terrifying explosion that shot up into the sky, tearing apart the dark clouds above. As the explosion's force dissipated, only the devastated appearance of the capital of the Jelsi Kingdom remained. Such a terrifying display caused Stussy, who was entangled with Karas, to pause and watch. The might of this battle had already reached the level of an admiral. This young colonel not only possessed sharp poker skills, but also displayed a combat power far superior to what was reported in the news. It seems I must unleash my true power. Dracul's expression became serious. He did not expect that his formidable martial arts could not suppress this young colonel. Dracul slowly raised his right hand, and a tiny tornado manifested above his palm. Immediately, a fierce wind began to swirl around Dracul, creating whirlwind after whirlwind. Nature type, Devil Fruit, Wind Fruit ability. With a wave of his hand, blades of wind shot out, each wielding power comparable to that of a great swordsman's slash. Breath of Wind, second form, Claw Kafu Wind. In response to Dracul's Devil Fruit ability, Li Yi switched his breathing technique to Breath of Wind and slashed out, producing green wind blades. The wind blades of both sides collided, producing a series of explosive sounds while the ground was etched with countless cracks from the wind blades. Are you a Devil Fruit user? Dracul was somewhat startled. The sword technique of this young Navy colonel had suddenly transformed from a lightning attribute to a wind attribute. Such occurrences led Dracul to suspect that Li Yi might also be a Devil Fruit user. There are very few swordsmen who can unleash attribute attacks over the sea. For instance, Bista, the captain of the 5th ship of the Whitebeard pirates, can unleash slashes accompanied by petals. Then there is the 9 red scabbards from Wano known for their sword technique, named Ignition, which unleashes large flames at the moment of drawing their swords. Drackle, should I really inform you? You asked me should I respond. Li deliberately chose not to answer, letting Drackle ponder it. Breath of Wind 7th form, Tengu Wind. Ignoring Drackle's tiresome question, he swung his great sword, sending spiraling wind blades shaped like tornadoes toward Drackle. Whether you are a devil fruit user is irrelevant. In the realm of wind, you cannot surpass me. Drackle raised his palm to form a swirling vortex which spun continuously, producing a buzzing sound. This spinning vortex shot out, shredding everything it encountered. The 2 identical spinning wind blades collided without a violent explosion, merely stirring up fierce winds that tore everything around into fragments. Breath of Wind 1st form, Dust Whirlwind Shredding Slash. He charged at high speed, resembling a human tornado, as he struck towards Drackle. In an instant, Drackle's palm transformed into a dragon claw, attempting to grip Li's blade. However, unfortunately, the rapidly spinning blade could not be caught, instead generating a shower of sparks. Drackle was forced back several meters by the 1st form, Dust Whirlwind Shredding Slash. On another battlefield, Stussy was leading a group of CP intelligence personnel against the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army commander Carves. Facing a group of CP personnel from the world government, Carves appeared composed with the abilities derived from the animal-type Devil Fruit Crow, causing the CP personnel to be in a dire situation. The only one who posed a threat to him was the female leader Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street. Do not underestimate Stussy just because she is female. At least Li believes that her endurance in battle is exceptional, capable of withstanding sustained heavy attacks. Based on Li's personal experience, he responsibly informs everyone that Stussy's greatest strength lies in her long legs. These long legs not only possess a captivating quality, but also deal considerable damage. The gusts of wind unleashed from her beautiful legs are not only pleasing to the eye, but also possess great aesthetic appeal. Most would have likely fallen victim to these enticing legs long ago. Unfortunately, Stussy is facing a determined Revolutionary Army warrior commander Carves of the Northern Army, whose will is as solid as iron. He has long forgotten all female companions, and beauty holds no allure for him. Carves had already seen through Stussy's trap. She was secretly calling for help from the world government. Stussy led a group of CP to hold him off, while Drackle was occupied by the young colonel, who was likely awaiting the arrival of Admiral reinforcements. Realizing this, Carves no longer held back and launched a full-force strike, sending Stussy and the CP personnel flying, then shouted towards Drackle. Chief, we must leave quickly. The CP personnel have secretly requested assistance from the world government, and soon we will face an admiral. Carves worried that if the world government sent 2 admirals to capture Drackle, it would be dangerous. All the members of the Revolutionary Army could be captured or sacrificed. Only Drackle must not come to harm. He is the spiritual leader of the Revolutionary Army, and only the spirit of freedom and equality that Drackle advocates is what the world government fears the most. If Drackle were captured or executed by the world government, the Revolutionary Army would collapse instantly. Hearing this, Drackle unleashed a powerful conqueror's Haki that sent Li flying. He then quickly regrouped with Carves, preparing to leave. It's too late to leave now. Drackle, long time no see. At this moment, a rugged voice echoed across the sky, and a shooting star rapidly approached in the dark night. Soon everyone saw that the shooting star crashed to the ground like a meteor. A streak of light from the heavens fell like a meteor into the royal city of the Jelxi Kingdom, the terrifying impact creating a massive deep pit in the ground and sending dust soaring into the air. In the depths of the pit, a figure moved slowly, each step taken with extreme caution, yet everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. As the thick smoke cleared, the figure gradually became clearer. Clad in a green military uniform and a white justice coat resembling that of the Navy, the only difference was that instead of justice, the emblem of the world government was inscribed on the back of the cape. The newcomer was a tall man with shining silver hair and sapphire-like eyes resembling the bloodline of a warrior nation. Who is he? Li looked at the man exuding a weighty aura reminiscent of a mountain, then turned to Stussy and asked one of the 3 major generals of the army, the White Bear Igu. Igu, one of the 3 major generals of the army, was a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability of the bear fruit. After hearing Stussy's introduction, Li couldn't help but internally scoff. The generals of the world government are all named after animals. It's as if they don't regard the generals as human. Igu, I didn't expect you to come from so far away in the Red Earth continent. It seems this trap has been in the making for quite some time. Dorag looked at the slowly approaching Igu, whose aura was as heavy as a mountain, yet once unleashed it would become incredibly violent. Dorag, we have been old friends since the moment you founded the Revolutionary Army. We are destined to be enemies. General Igu spoke casually, as if conversing with an old friend. Leader, we cannot continue fighting them. If we attract more reinforcements of general rank, we will be in danger. Upon seeing Igu appear, Kara's expression grew serious. As the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, he was well aware of this general strength. People around the world only knew of the two major martial artists of the Navy, Black Arm Zephyr and Iron Fist Carp, but little did they know that the world government's army had another martial artist, Steel Body Igu. Igu stepped forward, removing his white cloak and unbuttoning his military jacket, revealing a muscular torso, veins bulging like small snakes, clearly already in a battle-ready state. Seeing this, Karas hurriedly flew towards Dorag, and at that moment Igu noticed and glanced at Li Yi, saying, "That Navy brat, that annoying raven, is yours to deal with." Thunder step. With a single step, he moved like lightning, swiftly intercepting Karas. I think we might as well watch quietly. Without anyone to hold him back, Igu entered battle mode, his aura erupting like a volcanic explosion as his sturdy body began to transform, limbs becoming thick and claw-like, resembling a bear. Igu activated his devil fruit power, entering his hybrid form. Standing at a height of 6 meters, he resembled a small giant and let out a roar towards the sky. What shocked Li Yi was that this towering 6-meter beast form was surrounded by a swirling blue flame cloud. This was a sign of the awakening of the devil fruit. Igu thrust one hand into the ground with force, and the earth was instantly overturned like a massive wave sweeping through. Dorag's expression became serious. Unlike the ease he had when fighting Li Yi, he could not afford to unleash his powerful martial arts. Igu was also proficient in the 6 styles of the Navy and possessed immense physical strength. With the addition of his Zoan-type Devil Fruit, his combat power was terrifying. Especially for awakened Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, their recovery ability becomes monstrous after awakening. Take one of the 4 Emperors, Kaido, for instance. He is called the Immortal Being not just because of his toughness, but also due to his abnormal recovery ability, making it difficult for general attacks to harm him, and even serious injuries can be healed swiftly. How to deal with such a high defense and abnormal recovery opponent? Using martial arts is akin to seeking death. Only extremely high damage and critical hits can inflict harm on this type. Thus, Dorag unleashed the full power of his wind fruit ability, sending a whirlwind directly towards the stone wave. The massive wave Igu had stirred was instantly shattered into piles of rubble. Dorag, watch my punch. Between Yiga's hands, a layer of blue light enveloped his fists, radiating a chilling aura. Diving straight punch. The 6-meter-tall figure dove rapidly towards Dorag, and the punch created a sonic boom in the air. The power of this punch was immense, and a whirlwind appeared in Dorag's palm. Yiga's straight punch collided with the whirlwind as though striking a mass of cotton, continuously diminishing the force of the punch. Heavy punch. While his right hand was entangled in the whirlwind, Yiga's left hand had been charged up for a long time, and with a single punch the explosive force was as heavy as a mountain, catching Dorag off guard and sending him flying. Using this force, Dorag quickly created distance, waving his hand to summon a violent wind that lifted the stones from the ground, hurling giant boulders towards Igu. Quick punch. Seeing the massive boulders descending, Yiga's fists moved as fast as lightning, unleashing 900 punches within a minute, reducing the boulders to powder. Destruction punch. After dealing with the boulders, Yiga's right hand surged with power, and with one punch a terrifying shockwave erupted. The shockwave caused the ground to crack. 6 styles instant body technique. Dorag instantly dodged the shockwave from the punch, while the shockwave itself struck the palace wall, instantly shattering the tall walls into pieces, destroying half of the palace. Dragon Claw punch. Dragon's Breath. Having evaded Yiga's blow, Dorag overlapped his fists and unleashed a shockwave. Shattering punch. Faced with Dorag's powerful Dragon's Breath, Igu punched and shattered the shockwave. Igu, I don't have time to keep entangling with you here. At this moment, Dorag activated the awakening of his Devil Fruit ability, and the wind blowing through the heavens grew stronger, gradually forming a massive tornado connecting heaven and earth. All the debris of the buildings destroyed during the battle was swept into the tornado, while thunder rumbled in the sky. Awakened Zoan types gain monstrous recovery abilities. Awakened Paramecia types can influence the environment and create changes, and even Logia types can permanently alter regional climates. Li Yi, Stussy, and the others were utterly shocked. The destructive power of a Logia type could reach such terrifying levels. The strength of this tornado, defined by modern standards, had surpassed level 10 and was detected by the system to possess world-destroying power. Finally, I will unleash my full power, Dorag. Then I will use my strongest punch. Arbitration punch. Igu erupted with a terrifying aura, emanating scorching waves of heat, while the blue light enveloping his fist transformed into a fiery red. All the dominance and power converged in this punch as his aura soared ever higher, the searing waves of heat shooting straight into the sky. A massive tornado surged towards him. At that moment, August's momentum had reached its peak, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The heated fist erupted like a volcanic explosion, sending a crimson shockwave crashing against the colossal wind. With a thunderous sound, two powerful forces collided, creating a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, followed by a blinding light illuminating the night as if it were day. When the light dissipated, Dolag and Karas had vanished without a trace, leaving only a wasteland of ruins behind. The Jerksey kingdom was utterly finished in this battle. Neither the navy nor the revolutionary army emerged victorious, and the sole loser was the Jerksey kingdom. However, for a kingdom like this, even its destruction meant little to the world government. It was merely a minor reduction in the wealth of the celestial dragons. Igu cursed as he transformed back to human form, showing no concern for the devastation caused to Jerksey City. He stepped towards Li Yi. Igu scrutinized the young navy officer before him and couldn't help but lament that compared to the navy, the army still lacked many young powerhouses like him. Although his strength had not yet reached the pinnacle, his immense potential indicated that he would one day become a top powerhouse of the sea. Not bad, kid. It's rare to find someone your age who can hold their own against Dolag. I have high hopes for you. It's a pity for you to stay in the navy, why not join our army instead? Join us, and I'll immediately grant you the rank of Rear Admiral. What do you say? Li Yi was taken aback by the army general's offer, especially the immediate promotion to Rear Admiral. It was already impressive to attain the rank of colonel before 20 in either the navy or army, let alone a rear admiral. However, compared to the army, Li Yi still preferred the navy, for battles at sea were far more intense than those on land. Thank you for your kind offer, General, but I prefer to stay in the navy. Li Yi politely declined Gus' invitation. What a pity. If you ever decide to join the army, the doors will always be open for you. Seeing Li Yi reject the invitation, Igu made no further attempts and turned to leave. I never expected an army general to think so highly of you. It seems you have a bright future ahead, little brother. Stussy commented as she approached Li Yi, watching Igu walk away. What now? How do we clean up this mess? Li Yi looked at the ruins of Jerksey City and said, this country is finished. For a small nation like this, even its annihilation will not concern the world government. Stussy coldly remarked, as if the destruction before them had nothing to do with her. But someone has to be held accountable for this. Li Yi smiled at Stussy, who shot him a glance. I've already informed Morgans from the World Economic News Agency. After saying this, Stussy turned to leave, but suddenly Li Yi hugged her from behind, startling her. Stussy exclaimed, damn it, what are you trying to do? Why are you in such a hurry? How about we explore some advanced social dances like salsa? Li Yi suggested. Stussy responded with a surprised expression. The next day, a news report shocked the world, causing each nation to shudder. The newspaper headline read, Revolutionary Army violently overthrows the annihilated Jerksey Kingdom. The report detailed the war of annihilation and even featured images of the once thriving Jerksey City, now reduced to ruins. Looking at the ruins of Jerksey City, the kings of various nations were filled with dread. What frightened them even more was the report stating that the king of Jerksey had been brutally killed by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The image in the newspaper clearly showed the pierced heart of the Jerksey king, a sight that terrified the kings across the nations. They hastily wrote letters to the world government demanding that it dispatch the army and navy to eliminate the Revolutionary Army. The newspaper not only chronicled Dolag's numerous atrocities, but also highlighted the valor of Rear Admiral Li Yi during the battle. Morgans portrayed Li Yi as a beacon of justice, unafraid of evil, and bravely battling the world criminal Dolag, even depicting him as the bane of evil. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku observed the newspaper with great satisfaction. This portrayal enhanced the Navy's image of justice across the seas and showcased its formidable strength to the nations. Even the army generals sent messages praising Li Yi, some even secretly wishing for his transfer to the army. Sengoku firmly rejected this and stated that Li Yi was a key training target for the Navy's future. After reading the newspaper, Tsuru angrily tore it into shreds, seething, this kid is almost as famous as a celebrity now. Akainu remarked after looking at the paper, he performed well. In a corner of the world, Akiji rode his bicycle along the seaside, saying, an impressive young man. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who was slacking off in the scientific department, commented, it's truly terrifying that my nephew crossed paths with Dolag. That's quite dangerous. In the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dolag seethed with anger after reading the news. He shouted at the sky, I've never seen such a shameless person. I will never coexist with the Navy. He was the sole scapegoat for everything. The destruction of the city was entirely blamed on Dolag. As if that weren't enough, they even attributed the king's death to him, which Dolag found utterly unacceptable. He refused to take the blame for this. That shameless rear admiral had thrust the crime of killing the king onto him, which was utterly infuriating. Even though Dolag knew this was unfair blame, he had only lost a few revolutionary soldiers in the battle. However, in the aftermath, he lost his reputation. The world government controlled the narrative, and regardless of the truth, all the blame fell on the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army could not retaliate as they lacked any channels to voice their side. In the realm of public opinion, the Revolutionary Army remained at a disadvantage. This also led Li Yi to reject the Revolutionary Army's approach of merely toppling kingdoms. In the eyes of the kings of various nations, the Revolutionary Army did not hold a positive image. The incident with the Jerxy kingdom only heightened the fear of revolution among the nations. After all, the strength of each nation varied. Some smaller nations couldn't even fend off regular pirates, let alone a revolutionary army. Thus, Dolag ultimately lost in this battle, and the reputation of the Revolutionary Army reached an all-time low across the world. Undoubtedly, in the time to come, nations would arm themselves, leading to an increased demand for weapons and munitions, which would consequently boost the thriving arms trade in the underground world. A military ship bearing the insignia of the world government sails across the surface of the West Sea inside a room on the ship. After a high-end social dance, Li Yi and Stussy lay on the bed resting. Scattered small objects on the floor testify to the intensity of the recent high-end social dance. Both of them are drenched in sweat. Stussy lit a cigarette, gazing at the muscular Li Yi, unable to help but recall their recent dance together, her face flushed like an apple. "Oh, I didn't expect the Queen of Happy Street to be shy," Li Yi teased, looking at Stussy's rosy cheeks. "Isn't it because of some little rascal at?" Stussy shot a glance at him. "So what do you need my help with?" "How did you know I needed your help?" Li Yi pulled her closer, staring into her eyes. Stussy replied, "Come on, after the battle, instead of returning to the naval base, you walk alongside me. A member of the world government saying there's nothing wrong is just a lie. If I said it was for love, would you believe me, eh?" "I believe you, sure. I believe that you just enjoy dancing with me." Between them, there is nothing resembling love aside from technical exchanges. Li Yi merely danced as a side note to get down to business. "Can you contact the world government?" Stussy looked at him in confusion. "What do you want to do?" "I want to speak with the higher-ups of the world government." Stussy looked at Li Yi as if he were foolish, wondering how a mere rear admiral could think he could speak with the higher-ups of the world government. Stussy remarked, "Do you really think the higher-ups of the world government will pay attention to you? Just because you made a splash doesn't mean you've entered their sight. Just help me convey my intentions to them. That's all I need." Stussy replied, "All right, I'll help you this time." Stussy took out a den mushy, conveying Li Yi's intentions to the higher-ups. Holy Land, Mary Geos. After receiving the information from the CP agency, the 5 elders began to discuss. The scarred elder spoke. "That naval kid conveyed information through the CP intelligence agency, hoping to talk with us. Should we pay attention?" The elder holding the original ghost cutter scoffed. "How ridiculous that he wants to talk to us." The bald elder was a hardliner among the 5, often opposing many things and not considering the Navy as people. The balding elder with a mustache commented, "That kid performed quite well in the Girth Kingdom. It wouldn't hurt to hear what he wants to say." The elder with a scar on his chest added, "Although the incident in Girth Kingdom damaged the image of the Revolutionary Army, it also heightened the anxieties among various small nations in the West Sea. Even worse, that kid Don Quixote has already extended his arms into the West Sea arms trade." The elder with white hair remarked, "The situation in the West Sea has become unstable, and now it's in utter chaos." The armed elder said, "According to CP intelligence, many in the West Sea, especially in the Flower Kingdom, are eager to seize this opportunity to expand." The scarred elder stated, "Then let's hear what that kid has to say. I suspect he wants to discuss the situation in the West Sea." Aboard the naval ship in the West Sea, Stussy soon received a reply from the world government. To her surprise, they agreed to Li Yi's request for a dialogue. Stussy handed the den mushy to Li Yi. "The highest level of the world government, the 5 elders have agreed to talk with you." Before long, the den mushy rang, transforming into the visage of the scarred elder. "Admiral Li Yi, I hear you have matters you wish to discuss with us." Li Yi replied, "It's regarding the current situation in the West Sea." In the room of authority, the 5 elders exchanged glances, confirming that this kid indeed wanted to discuss the West Sea. The elder inquired, "As the current head of the West Sea Naval Base, what are your views on the current situation in the West Sea?" Li Yi stated, "The incident in the Girth Kingdom severely harmed the image of the Revolutionary Army, yet it also heightened the sense of insecurity among the nations of the West Sea." Li Yi continued, "Under such circumstances, nations are purchasing weapons to bolster their strength, while some larger countries in the West Sea are seizing the opportunity to wage war, plunging the entire West Sea into chaos." The elder asked, "Which countries are you referring to?" Li Yi answered, "The Flower Kingdom." The Flower Kingdom is one of the major powers in the West Sea, having previously dominated wars against other nations. However, due to Joker Tenyasha Don Quixote's large-scale arms sales in the underworld, enemy nations have acquired significant weaponry, resulting in defeats. This time, the Flower Kingdom has long been prepared, learning from previous lessons, stockpiling a vast arsenal, intending to exploit the current panic to expand its territory. The elder inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" Li Yi suggested, why not support a nation capable of countering the Flower Kingdom? The Girth Kingdom, though devastated, still has its territory. As long as someone becomes the new king, this nation can be reborn. The elder holding the original ghost cutter angrily remarked, this kid harbors ambitions. He actually wants to establish a nation for himself. The balding elder responded, considering the current strength, the only ones who can oppose the Flower Kingdom are this kid and the Navy. The elder with white hair added, don't forget the Flower Kingdom is also a member state of the world government. The Navy cannot interfere in the internal affairs of a kingdom unless requested by them. The elder with a scar on his chest said, after the devastation of the Girth Kingdom, a new king will certainly attract the covetous eyes of other nations. With the secret support of the Navy, no one would dare to provoke them. The scarred elder commented, with this kid's methods, it should quickly become even more prosperous than before. The balding elder concluded, then let's agree to his proposal. The 5 elders quickly reached a consensus. Perhaps they believed Li Yi's current strength was still insufficient to threaten the world government. After a long wait, Li Yi finally received a reply from the 5 elders. The elder stated, Admiral Li Yi, your proposal is commendable. After our unanimous discussion, we have decided to agree to your suggestion. Who do you recommend to become the new king of the Girth Kingdom? Li Yi replied, Sophia from the Rose family of the West Sea is quite suitable to become the new king of the Girth Kingdom. The armed elder in the room of authority snorted coldly. According to CP intelligence, this Sophia has an unusual relationship with Li Yi, but since they agreed, he could only express his dissatisfaction. Why did Li Yi kill the king in the palace of the Girth Kingdom? Was it because of insults? Not at all. It was Li Yi setting a trap to control the West Sea. As Dolage said, could the powerful Li Yi really be content to be a pawn of the world government? Currently this is indeed the case, but only due to his insufficient strength. His goal is to support Sasha in becoming the king of the Jealousy Kingdom, while he secretly controls the kingdom from the shadows, using his current authority in the West Sea to rapidly develop the Jealousy Kingdom into a major power, ultimately unifying the West Sea. Stussy witnessed everything. She had never seen such a bold person before, and the extent of his ambition made her wonder when the Navy had seen someone like him. Thinking about the overly friendly relationship they had, her face flushed, unsure if it was good or bad. Little Didi, you are truly daring. I have never seen anyone dare to speak to the elders like that. Stussy leaned beside Li Yi and said, what's wrong? Have you been conquered by my domineering aura? Li Yi lifted Stussy's chin and replied, Stussy, if you can conquer me, then come and try. Li Yi, it seems it's time to showcase my true physical prowess. The joyful moments always pass so quickly. The world government's warships soon arrived at the Sasha family's island. Reluctantly, Li Yi disembarked, and as he was leaving, Stussy blew him a kiss. Upon stepping onto the island, the luxurious carriage of the Sasha family was already waiting. Riding in the carriage through the streets of the small town, they quickly arrived at the castle. Upon alighting from the carriage, he was greeted by the familiar butler who had been waiting there for quite some time. Greetings, Lord Li Yi. I have been informed of your visit to our family. The patriarch is already waiting in the garden. Please follow me. The butler gestured respectfully, then walked ahead to lead the way. Following the butler, they soon arrived at a garden filled with blooming flowers. There was a fountain in the garden beside which stood a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a beautiful silhouette was brewing tea, waiting for guests to arrive. Today, Sasha wore a deep V-red long dress with white lace gloves. Her every move, while brewing tea, exuded nobility and elegance. Once in the pavilion, the butler promptly hid in a corner. Seeing the butler's discretion, Li Yi silently gave him a thumbs up. Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Li Yi stopped pretending and directly lifted Sasha, sitting her on his lap. What are you doing, you scoundrel? Sasha, taken aback by Li Yi's sudden embrace, felt a bit angry. Li Yi held her gloved hand and said, I missed you. Sasha's face instantly turned red, but she quickly regained her composure. I didn't expect the nemesis of evil, the Navy's hero of justice, to be such a smooth talker. Sasha pointed at the newspaper on the table and said, Alas, it's all just a false reputation. In reality, I am a man of integrity who abhors all vice. Do you believe me? With a long sigh, Li Yi feigned being burdened by his fame, then put on a righteous front, as if he were battling evil. Do you believe it, Little Black? Little Black? Who? Li Yi had a confused expression now. Noted and followed Sasha's finger to see a large black dog squatting in a corner of the pavilion. Upon hearing Sasha's words, the little black dog looked at Li Yi and shook its head. It looks like I don't believe you. See, even a dog doesn't believe what you're saying. Sasha covered her mouth and let out a series of giggles. Li Yi instantly felt a bit angry, casting a somewhat murderous glare at the little black dog, which scared the silly dog into running away. Li Yi, you dare to laugh at me. It seems I need to punish you. With a loud slap, Li Yi struck a certain plump part of Sasha. Sasha's face turned beet red like a ripe apple. "You scoundrel, how dare you hit me?" At that moment, Sasha was both furious and indignant. This guy actually dared to strike her sensitive spot. Ignoring her anger, Li Yi unleashed a rapid 5-strike barrage. Instantly, the garden echoed with the sounds of slapping. The rapid 5-strike barrage proved to be effective, making Sasha immediately beg for mercy. Seeing her tearful eyes, Li Yi felt pity and stopped the punishment, allowing Sasha to seize the opportunity to escape his grasp. After breaking free from Li Yi's grasp, Sasha sat on another chair, glaring at Li Yi with frustration. "So what do you want to see me about? Having seen the newspaper, you should know the current situation of the Jealousy Kingdom, right?" Li Yi looked at Sasha seriously. "The Jealousy Kingdom is completely ruined. Even the king no longer exists. This news is now known throughout the world. Do you have any reason for bringing it up?" Sasha looked at Li Yi with confusion, but since seeing this news, her attitude towards Li Yi was now a mix of awe and admiration. She had already been conquered by Li Yi's strength, and their relationship existed beyond friendship. "Do you want to be a queen?" Suddenly, Li Yi spoke words that shocked Sasha. Sasha was momentarily stunned, but after thinking carefully, she realized that Li Yi would not speak nonsense given his status. "You're not joking, are you?" Sasha looked at Li Yi with seriousness. The incident in the Jealousy Kingdom has instilled fear in countries around the world regarding the Revolutionary Army, leading them to purchase weapons to strengthen themselves. However, the major powers among the Four Seas are taking the opportunity to expand, especially the Flower Kingdom in the West Sea, which has already begun to make moves. Currently, there are no forces in the West Sea capable of resisting the Flower Kingdom. The once bloodthirsty sword pirate crew and the 4 major mafia families have all been wiped out by me, leaving no one to challenge the Flower Kingdom. Moreover, the Flower Kingdom is a member of the world government. Aside from pirate invasions or the Revolutionary Army, the Navy cannot deploy troops to the Flower Kingdom. Therefore, I propose to the world government to support a nation to counter the Flower Kingdom, and the one who becomes the king of that nation will be decided by me." As Li Yi finished speaking, Sasha's heart was already tumultuous, her breathing quickened, and her 2 large ears were trembling incessantly. All along, Sasha had a dream, which was to restore her family's glory. Her family had once been a kingdom in a certain maritime region, but after being defeated in a war with another nation, the country was occupied, and they fled to the West Sea. However, family members had been trying to re-establish the kingdom, but reality was far from easy, and they could only be considered a mafia family. Now the man before her could actually gain the authorization of the world government to support a nation and make someone a king. Ooh, what a terrifying strength that is. Why choose me? Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Sasha understood that the opportunity to become a king would come at a price, and all gifts had a hidden cost. Do you know what is the most fulfilling aspect of conquest? Li Yi's gaze was fixed firmly on Sasha. Sasha felt as if she was being watched by a terrifying creature, her legs trembling as she pressed them together. Looking at Sasha's fearful expression was both endearing and heart-piercing. To conquer the king of a nation is the most fulfilling achievement. Li Yi then walked up to Sasha, lifted her chin, and stared into her eyes, saying, "Kneel down and become my queen." In that moment, Li Yi radiated regal dominance, surveying the world with a gaze streaked, as if with lightning, imposing an almost tangible pressure. Suashia bowed her head, unable to meet his eyes, her heart riven with turmoil. To restore her family's former glory had always been her dream, yet she knew all too well that accepting this offer would bind her to this man's control forever. From his lofty vantage, Li Yi lingered over Suashia's bowed, struggling expression, reveling in the sight. He had utterly conquered and possessed this woman. After a long struggle, Suashia lifted her head, her eyes steady as she met Li Yi's gaze, and under his expectant stare, she slowly knelt. At that moment, Li Yi displayed a pleased smile and told Suashia, "Bring forth the instrument you excel at, and sing me a song of conquest." From then on, a legend spread across Shihai. The Rose Queen Suashia, enamored of the Navy's swordsman, Li Yi knelt in passion to offer a song that stirred the soul. When the song concluded, Suashia produced a silk handkerchief to dab her lips. She had been so absorbed that her cheeks were flushed. The melody left one physically refreshed, yet helplessly enthralled, unable to break free from its spell. Suashia said, "Since you have chosen me to be queen, you must have absolute confidence." Li Yi replied that the world government had approved his plan and that he had selected her as monarch from the start. On her coronation day, agents of the world government would witness the event and formally announce her nation as a member state. Suashia asked, "Will my country still be in Jersey?" Li Yi answered, "No. Jersey has been reduced to ruins. Rebuilding it would cost a fortune and is not worthwhile." Suashia protested that the island she currently controlled was far too small to serve as a nation. Li Yi said that problem is easily solved. Suashia asked how, and Li Yi replied, "Simply by creating an island artificially. In this world there exist not only formidable fighters and wondrous devil fruit abilities, but also astonishing technologies. The technology here is peculiar, appearing both archaic and strangely modern at once. The genius scientist Beijiapanka claimed to wield technology 500 years ahead of the world. After consuming the now fruit, his intellect soared, enabling him to devise many powerful weapons. The pacifistas that surfaced during the Summit War, and later the Seraphim created from warlord bloodline factors, possess strength comparable to admirals and can absorb enemy data to grow, truly like sentinels come to life. Only those elders on Tianchi Island and Beijiapanka possess the means to manufacture islands, yet Tianchi Island drifts unpredictably across the seas and is nearly impossible to locate, leaving Beijiapanka as the remaining option. But how could one persuade Beijiapanka to assist in building an island? As he pondered, an image surfaced in his mind: a yellow suit, a stubbled face, sunglasses, and a frequent lecherous grin, the likeness of a certain Navy admiral. At the Navy Science Corps base, Huang Yuan reclined comfortably in his office, sipping the tea his subordinates had just prepared, enjoying a leisurely moment of idle pleasure. Suddenly Huang Yuan sneezed, an admiral sneezing, an oddly human moment for such a high-ranking figure. Annoyance flared within him. That bastard is speaking ill of me, he thought, feeling as if someone were conspiring against him. The den mushy began to ring. Huang Yuan picked up the receiver and heard a familiar voice on the line. The voice chirped, "Hello, dear Uncle Huang Yuan, long time no see." Huang Yuan answered, "Li Yi, what brings you to call me?" Huang Yuan winced at Li Yi's voice. The young man had been causing trouble recently and had already drawn Zhang Guo's ire. Li Yi explained calmly that he wanted Huang Yuan to ask Beijiapanka to come to Shihai and help manufacture an island. Li Yi spoke lightly, as if the request were a trivial favor for Huang Yuan to grant. "Invite Beijiapanka to build an island for you," he said. Huang Yuan nearly sprayed his tea. Did this boy truly expect Beijiapanka to drop everything and come to Shihai? Beijiapanka was a protected asset of the world government. Such a notion seemed absurd. Huang Yuan warned you recently did a major stunt in the Kingdom of Jersey, and now you propose such things to the world government again. Do you know how much Zhang Guo dislikes you? Qi Quan has even called you a wolf dressed in a Navy uniform. Li Yi asked dismissively, "Is it really that serious?" Huang Yuan replied sternly that it was indeed serious. Li Yi's reputation at Navy headquarters was complicated. The younger sailors idolized him, while the older commanders suspected hidden ambition. Qi Quan had openly branded him as a wolf in Navy clothing. Li Yi scoffed at their jealousy, insisting that all his actions had the world government's consent and were therefore unquestionable. Huang Yuan answered firmly, "It will be impossible to have Beijiapanka himself come to Shihai to build an island." Li Yi countered, "It need not be Beijiapanka in person. The Science Corps surely has the technology." The Science Corps is a special branch of the Navy under Admiral Huang Yuan's command. The Science Corps controls many of Beijiapanka's high-tech creations, such as the pacifistas and the Seraphim. Therefore, the Corps must possess the means to manufacture an island. After a moment's thought, Huang Yuan agreed to Li Yi's request, but he warned him gravely, "Li Yi, the world government is vast and fearsome. These waters run deep, and you may not be able to navigate them. Take my advice and stay in Shihai for now. In a couple of years, Zhang Guo will summon you back to headquarters." Li Yi replied with a wry familiarity, noting that the warning sounded oddly familiar to him. A few days later, a craft like an alien vessel hovered over the Rose Island of the Suo family. The islanders stared upward in terror at the metallic disk above them. Suo Xia appeared at the round metal craft and asked, "What is that?" She had never seen anything like it before. Li Yi explained, "This is a flying craft built by the genius Beijiapanka. It is piloted by the Navy Science Corps here to help us construct an island." Suo Xia asked in astonishment how he could command the Navy Science Corps. Li Yi replied casually that he had neglected to mention the Corps' commander was his uncle, the Admiral Huang Yuan. Suo Xia was stunned. One of the Navy's 3 admirals, Huang Yuan, was Li Yi's uncle. She had not anticipated such formidable connections, and with that support, her realm's future suddenly seemed far more secure. A chubby man wielding a large axe awkwardly descended from the flying vehicle, taking slow, clumsy steps in midair. Watching the tremors of his ample flesh, Li Yi nearly burst into laughter. As the chubby man landed at the port of Rose Island, he approached Li Yi with an unfriendly glint in his eyes. Despite being a rear admiral, Li Yi did not salute immediately. Instead, he stared at him for a long while. Li Yi, known for his explosive temper, locked eyes with the chubby man, creating a tense atmosphere that made Suo Xia, who stood by, feel as if a fight was about to break out. "Li Yi, what are you staring at?" The chubby man, "What's it to you, you yellow-haired brat? I certainly gave you some face, didn't I, Jean Taowan? You've successfully enraged me, and now we'll show you the wrath of thunder, the kingly aura." Lightning flickered in my eyes as an overwhelming, domineering presence erupted from Li Yi. The Conqueror's Haki exploded like ripples spreading out in all directions. Conqueror's Haki, how could he possibly awaken it? At this moment, Jean Taowan faced the unmatched, imposing presence, feeling as if an immense mountain was weighing down on him. With his axe planted on the ground to support himself and avoid kneeling, he found that the terrifying pressure was only intensifying, forcing him to one knee in a desperate struggle. Many have awakened conquerors' Haki at sea, which is quite normal for pirates, but to see it in a Navy soldier is somewhat unusual. What are pirates? They are lawless and unrestrained, unafraid of any moral constraints, making it easier for them to awaken conquerors' Haki. What is the Navy? They are recognized as the lackeys of the world government, controlled by it, executing its orders unconditionally. How could someone bound in such a way awaken conquerors' Haki? In the entire Navy, only Carp and Jean Gua have awakened conquerors' Haki, which is quite normal for Jean Gua leading the Navy. Carp is an oddity. He is loyal not to the world government, but to the justice within his heart, which is why he often ignores orders. It's quite normal for someone like Carp to awaken conquerors' Haki. At the same time, Jean Taoan recalled the evaluation given by Admiral Kizaru regarding Li Yi, a wolf in a Navy uniform, indicating this man harbored ambitions of kingship. The pressure on Li Yi grew heavier, and he showed no signs of relenting. Jean Taoan understood this was a show of strength from his opponent. Reporting Rear Admiral Li Yi, Science Division Leader Jean Taoan has arrived. After struggling to speak, the pressure on him vanished, and Jean Taoan collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Jean Taoan, for coming all the way from the New World. Suaxiao, please take Captain Jean Taoan to rest. Li Yi displayed a warm demeanor, causing Suaxiao to marvel at his sudden shift from cold and unyielding to warmly hospitable, changing as quickly as the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. No need, let's get started right away. Jean Taoan quickly regained his composure and inquired about the manufacturing plan. The area of Rose Island was simply too small, consisting of only a small town, with Suaxia's castle located in the center of the island. Li Yi planned to double the size of Rose Island, but a single island was insufficient for nation building. 3 additional islands needed to be established next to Rose Island, 1 for station troops to defend Rose Island, 1 for manufacturing, and 1 for commercial development. 3. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Jean Taoan's expression shifted instantly. Constructing even a single island with Vegapunk's technology would take a week, and 3 islands would require a month, plus an additional week for the expansion of the current island, totaling nearly 2 months. Absolutely impossible. The scientific division cannot be away from Egghead Island for that long. Jean Taoan flatly refused, joking that unless he was the nephew of the old man, he wouldn't make the trip from the New World to the West Sea. You're making this difficult for me, Jean Taoan, Li Yi remarked, seeing there was no room for negotiation in Jean Taoan's demeanor. He pulled out a Den Den mushi and tossed it over. Jean Taoan caught it and asked curiously, what does this mean? 1, 2, 3. After Li Yi counted to 3, the Den Den mushi in Jean Taoan's hand rang. Li Yi, answer the call. As Jean Taoan picked up the receiver, a dignified voice appeared on the line. Instantly, Jean Taoan stood at attention and saluted. Admiral Jean Gua, greetings. Yes, no problem. Admiral Jean Gua, rest assured I will complete the task. After hanging up, Jean Taoan looked at the young Rear Admiral in shock. He never expected that the Fleet Admiral would personally call and assign him a task to help Li Yi complete the island construction plan. With connections even to the Fleet Admiral, Li Yi's network was incredibly formidable. Jean Taoan's mind was racing, while Li Yi silently scoffed. As soon as Admiral Kizaru ordered the scientific division to come to the West Sea, Jean Gua immediately caught wind of it. The old man called right away and unleashed a torrent of fury. You have some nerve daring to ask Kizaru to send the scientific division to help you build islands. Did you get approval for that? Jean Gua was furious. This kid was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to mobilize troops without informing him, the Fleet Admiral. Hey Admiral, this isn't my fault. I consulted Admiral Kizaru, and it was his order, not my issue. Always looking to pass the buck, he thought, dear Uncle Kizaru, please take the blame for me. Don't use Kizaru as a shield. You're both cut from the same cloth, a den of thieves. How can the Navy have talents like you two? Jean Gua was truly frustrated thinking about these 2 uncles and nephews, one lazing around all day and the other stirring up major issues, but it was enough to drive him mad. 1 billion berries, that's the cost for the scientific division to reach the East Sea this time. After a long discussion, Jean Gua finally revealed his true intentions. Hey, old man Jean Gua, that's too much. I'm doing this for the world government. Li Yi understood that Jean Gua was focused on the money he had earned, so he directly mentioned the world government, implying, don't push your luck, I have powerful backing. To his surprise, Jean Gua was completely unmoved and insisted on 1 billion berries. Thus the two engaged in a tense negotiation like a battle of blades, and in the end Li Yi managed to lower the price to 600 million berries, which prompted Jean Gua to call and directly give Jean Taoan orders. Now that Admiral Jean Gua has given you orders, you must start the construction immediately. Seeing Li Yi's displeased expression, Jean Taoan dared not protest further and promptly commanded the members of the scientific division to begin island construction. Once construction began on Zhantao's side, Li Yi immediately turned to Suoxia and said, "What we need now is manpower. Send someone to recruit refugees from the former Jelxi kingdom and select soldiers from among them." The feeling of being robbed is quite unpleasant, but due to the need to expand the island, there is no choice but to spend money. During this period of island expansion, Suoxia successfully recruited many refugees from the Gishi kingdom. Due to the large number of people, the entire Rose Island was initially filled with residents. When there was no place left to accommodate everyone, tents began to appear. However, under the command of Zhantao, the scientific troops manufactured at a rapid pace, and soon the expansion of Rose Island was completed, doubling its area. At this time, Li Yi suggested to Suoxia to use labor as a form of relief. There were too many refugees from the Gishi kingdom on Rose Island, and their idleness could easily lead to security issues. Such a vast human resource must be utilized, so the large construction project on Rose Island began to develop vigorously. Among the refugees, Li Yi personally selected 5,000 to serve as soldiers for the kingdom, who would then be trained by Misha. After half a month, the scientific troops completed the first island, and the next step was to build factories on this island, mainly producing metals, food, and daily necessities. The second island was designated as a military base intended to house soldiers and serve the purpose of protecting Rose Island. The third island was to develop the entertainment industry, and the development of this sector would naturally require professionals. In the realm of pirates, the one who understands the entertainment industry best is undoubtedly Queen Stussy of Happy Street. With the extraordinary friendship between Li Yi and her, Stussy agreed to open a Martia machine store on the third island. Under the constant urging of Li Yi, Zhantao worked tirelessly, and the technicians of the scientific troops worked in shifts of 12 hours day and night, even being monitored by Zhantao during their breaks, making it darker than a life-threatening assembly line. Truly heartbreaking. Under such high efficiency, the remaining 2 islands were completed in just half a month. On the day the final island was completed, Zhantao quickly led the scientific troops to leave. He did not want to stay in the West Sea for even a second. Even Suoxia, who had prepared a farewell banquet, was left in a state of confusion. Now that the 3 islands had been built, they began to prosper under Suxia's rule, and the grand ceremony for the establishment of the kingdom was being planned intensively. Finally, on a sunny day with gentle breezes, the grand ceremony for the establishment of the kingdom was held. On this day, aside from the envoy from the Flower Kingdom, representatives from other nations came to participate, gathering in the castle of Rose Island. The castle had been renovated with its old walls renewed, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Thus, it was named Rose Castle. Inside the hall of Rose Castle, the envoys from various nations raised their glasses and chatted, forming circles where they discussed their curiosity about the soon-to-be-established kingdom. The sudden establishment of this kingdom had received approval from the world government, and it had even become a member state backed by a powerful force. Amidst the ongoing disputes among the nations of the West Sea, those gathered in the circle were allies, while those outside the circle were either friends or foes. Everyone was on guard, eager to win over this soon-to-be-established kingdom. The envoys were awestruck by the prosperous scene of Rose Island upon their arrival. The bustling streets of commerce were filled with business people coming and going with carts full of goods. Moreover, there was an island dedicated to production, which meant a great capacity for manufacturing. Even more astonishing for the envoys was the emergence of an entertainment island that integrated leisure and amusement. The envoys experienced world-class service on this island and witnessed the astonishing speed at which this entertainment island generated profits. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a navy uniform appeared in the banquet hall, capturing the attention of the envoys from various nations. With a youthful and handsome appearance, golden hair, a charming smile, and bright eyes gazing at every noble lady in the hall. Every beautiful lady who made eye contact with him felt as if his eyes shot forth a blazing lightning bolt, igniting their lonely hearts. Like the life-giving waters nurturing all things in a parched desert, they emitted cries like spring animals. Their legs pressed together, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their faces flushed with the shyness of maidens. Numerous flirtatious glances were cast towards this young navy officer, with some bold noble ladies stepping forward to surround him. With both good looks and an engaging manner, he soon had these lonely noble ladies giggling. The envoys from various nations recognized who this navy officer was: the youngest rear admiral in history, the nemesis who dared to fight against the world's #1 criminal, the hero of justice, Rear Admiral Li Yi. Li Yi's appearance represented the Navy's stance, indicating that the soon-to-be-established kingdom had the support of the Navy. Currently, the West Sea was rife with conflict, with the Flower Kingdom being the most aggressive in waging war. With a powerful army known as the 8 Treasures Navy, the West Sea, devoid of gang families and formidable pirate crews, was at the mercy of the 8 Treasures Navy. Among the 8 treasures navy, the strongest force was not the regular army, but the violent pirates under its command. The violent pirates belonged to the official pirate force of the Flower Kingdom. The former leader Green Pepper was the one who was struck into a turtle's shell by Carp, while the current leader is Lao Cha, who later joined the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Nations trembled in fear of the Flower Kingdom invading them. Dong dong dong, a series of bell tolls announced the beginning of the grand ceremony for the establishment of the kingdom. After everyone in the banquet hall stood in their respective positions, soldiers of the kingdom clad in armor and wielding swords entered, forming 2 lines that created a path leading to the throne at the center of the hall. Such strong soldiers. Their aura is even stronger than that of our country's soldiers. Upon seeing these soldiers, the envoys from various nations were astonished. Was this really a soon-to-be-established kingdom? One glance at these soldiers' spirit and vigor revealed they had undergone rigorous military training. However, the question remained, how could a newly established kingdom have the capability to train soldiers? The envoys looked towards Li Yi, and in their hearts they found the answer. Indeed, the navy was the one controlling this new nation. The butler had now been appointed by Su Xia as the minister of the inner court. And with the announcement of the queen has arrived from the inner court minister. The grand doors of the hall swung open, accompanied by solemn music. Under everyone's gaze, Su Xia entered the hall, gracefully adorned in a red royal robe and crowned. Everyone was captivated by Suxia's beauty. She walked proudly with her head held high, step by step approaching the throne, while the 2 lines of soldiers in the hall drew their swords, crossing them high to welcome the arrival of the queen. With graceful steps, Su Xia moved forward, passing through the soldiers before taking her seat on the throne, and announced loudly, "The Gallia Kingdom is established." As Saxia announced the establishment of the Garcia Kingdom, envoys from various countries applauded. They presented gifts to express their goodwill towards the Garcia Kingdom. Saxia, as the queen, sat on the throne, receiving gifts from various nations and conversing with the envoys. Each envoy expressed their desire to establish cooperation with the Garcia Kingdom, focusing on economic and military aspects. After all the gifts were presented, Saxia ordered the banquet to commence, and everyone wandered about with their wine glasses, seeking conversation partners. The hall filled with pleasant music, and the gentlemen invited noble ladies to dance a waltz. As the most handsome man in the hall, Li Yi received enthusiastic invitations from a group of noble girls. Although the girls were quite beautiful, they paled in comparison to Queen Saxia, as nothing felt more satisfying than winning over a queen. Having politely declined the charming and beautiful noble girls, Li Yi walked directly toward the throne. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he knelt on one knee, extending his right hand toward Queen Saxia, and invited, "Beautiful queen, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" Little rascal, up to no good again. Saxia did not refuse, extending her left hand in response to Li Yi's invitation. Li Yi suddenly kissed Saxia's left hand, causing a slight blush to appear on the queen's face. She never expected this little rascal would dare to kiss her hand in front of so many people. Before Saxia could react, Li Yi gently pulled her closer, wrapping his right arm around her slender waist. With a slight push of his right leg against the ground, they soared to the center of the hall. They began to dance the waltz, a simple dance that was a piece of cake for 2 who had previously danced high-end social dances like salsa. Their coordination was flawless, like a splendid performance in progress. Everyone present was captivated by their elegant movements, and the noble ladies envied their dance. Little rascal, look over there, focus on dancing. Li Yi's gaze remained fixated on the deep valley in front of Saxia, and the longer he looked, the more he felt his soul being drawn in. "My queen, you've gained some weight." Upon hearing this, Saxia's face turned bright red. How dare this little rascal speak such words in such an important setting? Slightly annoyed, she stepped on Li Yi's foot with her high heel. One moment he was admiring the view, and the next a surge of pain hit him. Looking at Saxia's smiling face, Li Yi thought to himself that women could be quite terrifying when they were angry. "My queen, you are provoking me." "So what, little rascal? Even though you are a queen now, I must punish you a bit." Taking advantage of Saxia's turn, Li Yi swiftly unleashed the martial arts technique Lightning 5 Strikes. Bang 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 bang. Saxia felt a sudden pain, but it was quickly followed by a strange sensation of relief, a tingling, as if electrified. "Stop hitting me, I won't do it again." The Lightning 5 Strikes were indeed sharp. Even the proud Queen Saxia found herself begging for mercy. Suddenly, a rumble erupted outside the castle. Upon closer inspection, it was the sound of cannon fire. The dancers in the hall stopped, and a soldier quickly entered, kneeling before Saxia to report. "Your Majesty, we have spotted the Flower Kingdom's 8 treasures naval fleet near the Rose Island waters, forcefully intruding into the Garcia Kingdom's territory. Please give your orders." Upon hearing the soldiers' report, the envoys realized why the Flower Kingdom had not sent any representatives. They had secretly prepared to conquer this prosperous nation. The envoys began to berate the Flower Kingdom, listing a series of grievances clearly indicating that their own nations had suffered from the Flower Kingdom's plunder. However, despite the outcry, no envoy stepped forward to offer assistance. Seeing their expressions, Saxia understood they were merely curious about the true strength of the Garcia Kingdom. She immediately ordered a counterattack, sending the military base's ships to confront the 8 Treasures naval fleet. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to watch the battle together. To display their strength, Saxia invited the envoys to the highest point of the castle to watch the battle. The envoys took out their binoculars to observe the distant waters where the 2 fleets began their cannon exchange. The Garcia Kingdom's accuracy in firing exceeded that of the 8 Treasures naval fleet, and the cannonballs from the 8 Treasures fleet failed to cause any damage to the Garcia Kingdom's ships. The envoys were left astonished, never expecting that this newly established kingdom would possess such a powerful military and fleet. However, they were unaware that the soldiers of the Garcia Kingdom had been trained by the Navy, and the ships they used were of similar naval design, with iron ships being much more resistant to cannon fire than wooden ones. What's going on? Didn't we say this newly established nation was weak? Why are our troops suffering casualties in this cannon battle? On the pirate ship of the violent pirate crew, Old Cha looked bewildered at the unfolding battle, having expected an easy fight that was now turning into a challenge. The Flower Kingdom had been monitoring the situation at Rose Island for quite some time, shocked by its prosperity. They planned to launch a surprise attack on its founding day to seize the nation, but they underestimated Garcia, never anticipating the Navy's support. Old Cha, seeing his ship suffering damage, felt his heart bleed and urgently commanded a full-speed advance. The violent pirate crew forcefully entered the battlefield amidst the cannon fire, coming very close to the Garcia Kingdom's ships. Once near the Garcia Kingdom's ships, Old Cha quickly ordered his sailors to throw ropes to grapple onto the ships, allowing a large number of pirates to climb aboard. Originally, the pirates thought the soldiers aboard the ships would be weak. However, after engaging in combat, they were astonished to find the soldiers were quite formidable, exhibiting a strong naval combat style. The soldiers coordinated seamlessly, one attacking while the other defended, making it difficult for the pirates to cope. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Old Cha sent out his newest recruits. If Li Yi were to look now, he would recognize that these 2 were none other than Jason and Gino, the infamous bloodthirsty sword brothers. The 2 brothers had been roaming the West Sea after being defeated in Lux and were recruited by Old Cha when they passed by the Flower Kingdom. Once they entered the battlefield, they wreaked havoc. Although the soldiers of the Garcia Kingdom were strong, they were no match for Jason, who wielded the power of the devil fruit. Transforming into a beastman form with horns atop his head, Jason charged forward, causing countless casualties. Gino, moving swiftly among the soldiers, wielded his saber to slash through enemies, creating sprays of blood as if cutting through vegetables. The arrival of these 2 changed the tide of battle dramatically. Although the Garcia Kingdom had capable soldiers, they lacked strong leaders. Just as it seemed they were on the brink of annihilation, a figure descended like lightning, floating above the battlefield with a large horn, stating, "Pirates below, raise your hands and surrender. You are surrounded by the Navy." Old Cha was now utterly bewildered, wondering how the Navy could possibly appear here, and that figure in the sky looked so familiar. After much contemplation, Old Cha finally recalled the news report from some time ago about a young naval rear admiral who had defeated the strongest swordsman of the West Sea, Lux. Old Cha had always thought that was fake news. He had once fought Lux himself, and how could such a powerful swordsman be defeated by such a young Navy officer? How come you 2 are mixed up with the 8 Treasure Navy? Li landed on the warship and looked at the 2 brothers Jason and Gino, having some impression of them. One was a devil fruit user, and the other a swordsman, both skilled enough to be useful as bodyguards for Sasha. You 2 brothers have 2 choices now. What choices? The 2 brothers looked at Li Yi with trepidation, unsure of what he was thinking. The first choice is to resist, and then get beaten by me and captured. I'll leave you a good spot and impel down. The second choice is to follow me from now on, and I'll arrange jobs for you. You have 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9, 8. After just 3 seconds, the 2 brothers chose the first option without hesitation. Resist. What a joke. This guy's strength was terrifying. Since you've chosen to follow me, then you need to do something for me. Kill the pirates of the violent pirate group. Li Yi coldly dropped these words, then flashed and leaped onto the ship of the violent pirate group. On the deck, Old Cha's expression changed drastically as he looked at the suddenly appearing Li Yi. He felt a terrifying aura emanating from Li Yi, even more fearsome than that of his own grandfather Qing Jiao, who had once been able to contend with heroes of the Navy, although he was ultimately defeated by Carp. Li Yi, the Flower Country, is becoming increasingly arrogant, daring to attack the allied nations of the world government. Do you think we the Navy are nothing? Old Cha, this is a matter between the West Sea nations. It's not up to the West Sea Navy to intervene. The Navy headquarters has no right to interfere either. Old Cha, what is the West Sea Navy anyway? Although the naval rear admiral in front of him was stronger than him, old Cha did not show an ounce of fear. Instead, he revealed a strong fighting spirit. As a martial artist, he was very eager to fight this young powerhouse whose fame had recently spread across the seas. Only then could he ascend to greater heights in martial arts. Don't forget, the 8 Treasure Navy is originally a pirate navy. What do you mean the Navy has no power to intervene? Let me tell you now the things that the Navy headquarters cannot manage, the West Sea Navy will handle. The pirates that the Navy headquarters dare not kill, I will kill. The matters that the Navy headquarters dare not oversee, I will oversee. In short, whatever the Navy headquarters can manage, I will manage. Whatever the Navy headquarters cannot manage, I will manage even more. I will strike first and then report. This is the West Sea Navy. Is that clear enough? His arrogance was simply off the charts. Old Cha prided himself on having seen many arrogant individuals while venturing the seas for years. However, compared to this one before him, those pirates seemed weak in an instant. Has the Navy become this wild now? Complaints aside, old Cha felt that when Li Yi spoke these words, he exuded a hint of conqueror's Haki. This Navy officer actually possessed the qualities of a king, just as his grandfather had said. There were many with conqueror's Haki on the seas, but he wondered what kind of king they all aspired to become. Come, let us fight. Although Li Yi's classic line was very imposing, old Cha was not easily intimidated and pointed his longsword at Li Yi. Why is it always about fighting and killing? Why not sit down, have some tea, talk about women, and then come with me to impel down? Isn't that a good outcome? Looking at the highly motivated old Cha, Li Yi slowly drew his saber, and in an instant his entire demeanor changed. A dominating, murderous aura erupted, and the overwhelming killing intent made old Cha break out in a cold sweat. But this did not deter old Cha. After all, which pirate had not experienced countless battles? His own killing intent was not less than Li Yi's. It was just that old Cha lacked conqueror's Haki. Old Cha took the initiative to attack first, raising his longsword to strike down, but in Li Yi's eyes such speed was as slow as a snail, easily dodging the blow. Too slow. Is this the strength of the grandson of Qing Jiao from the 8 Treasure Navy? Having dodged old Cha's attack, Li Yi began to counterattack, swiftly wielding his saber to unleash a series of fierce slashes, forcing old Cha into a passive defense. Li Yi's slashes were like a torrential storm, striking old Cha's longsword and generating countless sparks. Each strike's force left old Cha's hands numb. Such powerful strength. Old Cha never expected Li Yi to possess such formidable power. The ordinary slashes bore the weight of 1,000 tons, and the speed of the strikes was so fast that he had already developed several wounds without realizing it. 8-fist punch. Realizing the gap in their strengths, old Cha stopped probing and unleashed all his power to perform the 8 Treasure Navy's time-honored technique. This technique was characterized by striking the opponent while releasing a powerful shockwave which could not be defended against by ordinary shields, and it also had strong defensive capabilities. While swinging his longsword to block the slashes, old Cha seized the opportunity to punch down on the blade of Li Yi's saber, instantly releasing a powerful shockwave from old Cha's fist that traveled through the blade and directly attacked Li Yi's body. Oh, the 8-fist punch. Interesting. 6 styles paper drawing. The shockwave released by the 8-fist punch followed the blade and attacked Li Yi's body, but did not cause any substantial harm. For at the moment old Cha released the shockwave, he used paper drawing to make his body as flexible as soft mud, dissipating the shockwave's power. How is this possible? Old Cha never imagined that his family's unique skill would not inflict any substantial damage on the enemy. The opponent had simply neutralized the shockwave of the 8-fist punch so easily. As a sign of my respect for you, I will respond with swordsmanship. Breath of thunder, second form, soul concealment. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled and dazzling lightning erupted. Old Cha only felt a sudden surge of lightning before 5 sword lights like lightning struck toward him. A strong sense of crisis prompted old Cha's body to instinctively defend, but his longsword was instantly cleaved in half, and then 4 long wounds appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Bang! The intense pain caused old Cha to kneel on the deck, blood dripping continuously onto the deck, and everything that had just happened felt like a flash of lightning. Having traveled the seas for so many years, old Cha had seen many powerful swordsmen, but he had never encountered a swordsman whose speed was so astonishing. Old Cha could hardly see the action of Li Yi wielding his sword, only feeling as if 5 bolts of lightning had struck him, resulting in severe injuries. The young leaders of the Navy in this generation are truly terrifying. You have lost. Give up your futile resistance. For the sake of your manhood, I will reserve a favorable position for you in the advancing city. Li Yi looked at the old Cha, who was desperately propping himself up on one knee, his eyes revealing admiration. Truly, he would be the future 3rd captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Although his bodily wounds bled continuously, the old Cha relied on his long knife to slowly stand up and said to Li Yi, I have not been defeated yet. You cannot hold on much longer. If you continue, you will die. I now present you with 2 or 3 options. The first option is to lead the 8 treasure navy to surrender and join the Garcia kingdom. The second option is to abandon your feudal resistance, and I will find you a good spot to squat in the advancing city. The third option is to continue your resistance, but I will execute you on the spot for refusing to comply with the law. So what do you think? Aren't my options quite simple and humane? Li Yi earnestly laid out each choice to the old Chai, as if each option was thoughtfully crafted for him, the expression on his face, seemingly saying, "Shouldn't you thank me already?" The old Chai had never encountered someone so shameless. None of these 3 options were good. The first option forced him to betray his kin, which was absolutely impossible. The second option would only be chosen if he were brainless, leaving only the third option. I am the grandson of the 12th pillar of the 8 treasure navy, destined to become the 13th pillar. How could I submit to a woman? Note at this time the old Chai was not yet a pillar, but merely a leader. The old Chai's imposing presence combined with his injuries made him appear extraordinarily valiant, causing Li Yi to question whether he was the true villain. However, this thought was quickly brushed aside. After all, he was the righteous hero, a bane to evildoers. Li Yi actually did not want the old Chai to choose the third option at all. If he could subdue the 8 treasure navy, then the Garcia kingdom would become a strong power in the West Sea. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, reality was starkly different. Every character in One Piece had a stubborn nature to resist until the end, yet oddly those who received help or kindness would follow loyally. Li Yi, it seems you have chosen the third option. I admire your courage. Li Yi, come on, unleash your strongest move and show me your greatest power. Hearing this, the old Chai straightened his body, channeling all his strength into his right foot with armament Haki enveloping it and flashing with a black glow. He then leaped using the hilt of his long knife as a springboard and jumped above Li Yi, delivering a powerful kick to Li Yi's head. The ultimate move of the 8-burst fist, piercing dragon. Piercing nail. The old Chai's strongest technique concentrated the shockwave power of the 8-burst fist into his foot, unleashing a force capable of shattering any object. Not a bad move. By reinforcing your right foot with armament Haki and compressing the power of the 8-burst fist into it, you have generated explosive force. No wonder you were able to kick the head of the green pepper askew again. Unfortunately, this move has no effect on me because you cannot get close. Breath of Thunder, 5th form, Heat Thunder. A slash unleashed a lightning-shaped strike, which raced towards the old Chai imbued with scorching lightning. The piercing dragon's piercing nail collided with Heat Thunder, instantly feeling a surge of thunderous power coursing through his body, wreaking havoc within. The armament Haki wrapping around his right leg was actually being dissolved by the searing lightning. The old Chai, suspended in midair, let out a cry of agony, his body charred black from the damage of the Heat Thunder, before crashing heavily onto the deck. Yet again the old Chai struggled to stand up. Despite bleeding profusely as the future pillar of the 8 treasure navy, he could not die on his knees. Even Li Yi secretly respected this man. Unfortunately, this fiery spirit could not be utilized for his own purposes, so what use was it? Breath of Thunder, 1st form, Thunderclap. With a swift sound, thunder tore through the air, and a rapid strike ended the old Chai. In the final moments, as the old Chai collapsed onto the deck and slowly closed his eyes, Li Yi gently said to him, "Rest assured, I will take good care of baby 5. This raid by the Flower Kingdom ended with the old Chai being slain by Li Yi, who had the members of the 8 treasure navy take the old Chai's body as a final tribute to him. The emissaries from various countries were astonished by the military strength of the Garcia Kingdom and the formidable power of Li Yi. Many of the nations represented had previously been targeted by the 8 treasure navy and were acutely aware of its might. Especially the key members of the 8 treasure navy, who were incredibly powerful, leaving ordinary people with no chance to retaliate. Now, witnessing how easily Li Yi dispatched the next pillar of the 8 treasure navy, the emissaries from various countries could not help but shower him with waves of flattery, followed by indignation as they recounted the various plunders they had suffered at the hands of the Flower Kingdom. Listening to these emissaries' complaints, Li Yi suddenly remembered something. It was said that the 8 treasure navy had plundered extensively, hiding a vast treasure in the ice continent accumulated over generations, a tremendous fortune. To obtain this treasure, only the green pepper's move piercing dragon. Piercing nail could carve through glaciers. Unfortunately, at this moment the green pepper's tip had been broken by Carp, leaving him with nothing but tears of regret over lost wealth. If they could acquire this treasure, the Garcia Kingdom would significantly strengthen its position. Observing the nations that had been victimized by the 8 treasure navy, a plan formed in his mind. Thus Li Yi indignantly proclaimed, "The Flower Kingdom is truly despicable, having wreaked havoc in the West Sea for so many years, plundering wealth from various countries, behaving like a bandit." Exactly. Our nations have suffered greatly from the Flower Kingdom's plunder. We request that Major Li Yi uphold justice for us. Upon hearing Li Yi denounce the crimes of the Flower Kingdom, the emissaries eagerly demanded that he take action against the Flower Kingdom. Faced with these emissaries' demands, Li Yi could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and say, "Our navy cannot take action against a nation." The emissaries asked, "What can we do then?" Li Yi replied, "You should unite to attack the Flower Kingdom." The emissaries responded, "But the 8-treasure navy is too powerful, we cannot win." Seeing the helpless and weak expressions of these emissaries, Li Yi immediately reminded them, "Everyone, do not forget one thing." The emissaries replied, "What thing?" "That is the 8-treasure navy is a pirate crew, and all of your nations are member countries of the world government. If you encounter attacks from pirates, how could our righteous navy stand idly by?" In an instant, Li Yi's statement reminded these emissaries that he was right. They could not defeat the 8-treasure navy of the Flower Kingdom, but they were indeed a group of pirates. They had paid protection money to the world government, and the navy would help them deal with the 8-treasure navy. That made perfect sense. Under the reminder of Li Yi, various nations formed a coalition army led by the Garcia Kingdom, preparing to launch a campaign against the Flower Nation. The nations agreed to gather their forces to declare war on the Flower Nation 2 days later, and with the support of the navy, they clearly felt emboldened before hastily returning to their own countries. As the envoys departed one by one, night swiftly descended. Under the cloak of night, the Rose Archipelago shone brightly with lights. From the Rose Castle, one could observe the bustling streets where people cheered and celebrated the establishment of their nation, as the formidable army provided them with ample security. Sophia gazed at the scene outside the castle, somewhat entranced, feeling as though everything was a dream. Once she had struggled under the tyranny of the bloodthirsty sword pirate crew, but now she had transformed into the queen of a nation, all thanks to that young naval major. She knew she could not do without this man, as everything about her was tied to him. Beneath his youthful exterior lay a man who seemed carefree and indulgent, yet was actually reckless and domineering, brutal and cold. He could engage you in a candid discussion about martial arts, yet draw his gun mercilessly in an instant, embodying the approach of a king. "Those who obey me live, those who defy me die." Having changed out of his naval uniform into casual attire, Li Yi lay on the sofa in the king's room, sipping red wine and admiring the queen's beautiful figure. That night, Sophia donned a white long dress, her beautiful legs clad in white stockings, and her feet adorned with blue high heels, resembling a character from the Fate Holy Grail wore in a white wedding dress. The fitted dress showcased Sophia's exquisite figure perfectly as she quietly gazed at the scene outside the castle, resembling a breathtaking painting. "What are you thinking about, my queen?" He gently wrapped his arms around Sophia's slender waist from behind, inhaling her unique fragrance, instantly invigorated. "Sophia, our nation has just been established. Why did you propose forming a coalition against the Flower Nation with those envoys?" "I killed the grandson of the current pillar of the 8-treasures navy today. We have reached a point of no return with the Flower Nation. Qingjiao will not let us off the hook. Sophia, even if we form a coalition, are we really their match? You've overcomplicated things, my queen. What truly determines the victory of this punitive war isn't the so-called coalition army, but the violent pirate crew and the Western Sea Navy. It has never been the majority of weaklings that decides everything, but the strong who stand atop the pinnacle." Li Yi turned Sophia to face him, gently caressing her face while gazing into her eyes. At that moment, Sophia felt the overwhelming dominance of this man. His aura made her tremble involuntarily, her body growing warm and flushed before she softly collapsed into Li Yi's embrace. "Can you defeat the pillar of the 8-treasures navy, Qingjiao? He is a legendary figure." Sophia, leaning against Li Yi, said worriedly. The 8-treasures navy had dominated the Western Sea for many years, and even the navy had been helpless against them. "Don't worry. I have some confidence in dealing with a Qingjiao who has already been severely injured by carp. During his prime, Qingjiao had a bounty exceeding 500 million berry, and his strength was comparable to carp's. To defeat Qingjiao, carp used mountains as punching bags, ultimately developing a terrifying iron fist after smashing several mountains. In their final battle, Qingjiao unleashed his ultimate move, the no-spike dragon and no-spike nail, yet carp simply used his armed color to wrap his fists and threw a straightforward punch. That punch utterly incapacitated Qingjiao, causing his long, sharp head to retreat as if he had been striking a blow. It was precisely because of this incident that Qingjiao's strength diminished. Without his sharp head, he resembled a toothless tiger, and his bounty dropped to 500 million. Qingjiao harbored deep hatred for carp and his family, yet ironically, he later regained his sharp head with a single punch from Monkey D. Luffy, turning his former hatred into an immense favor, dramatically altering his attitude, as if forced into a redemption arc. Tomorrow, contact Morgans to create a hype in the newspapers. After all, the Flower Nation is a member of the world government. It's unreasonable for you to suddenly band together against them. Although the entire world knows that the Flower Nation is a pirate nation, do you see the Navy daring to send troops to eliminate it? The Flower Nation is recognized by the world government as a member state, holding a legitimate status paying protection fees, the so-called heavenly gold, to the world government each year. Conflicts between nations are normal. In the world of the Pirate King, battles happen almost every day. However, if you suddenly gather multiple countries to attack one, it becomes somewhat unreasonable. Thus, we must seize the narrative in international public opinion, expose the Flower Nation's crimes over the years, and then launch an attack from a position of justice, ensuring that there are no flaws in our actions. Faced with such a formidable coalition of kingdoms, the Flower Nation will undoubtedly mobilize the 8 Treasures Navy, and thus the violent pirate crew will definitely make an appearance. It will be the moment for the Western Sea Navy to showcase its strength. Also, those 2 brothers, Jason and Gino, you can promote them to military officers, as our kingdom is currently lacking powerful warriors. Sophia listened intently to each of Li Yi's words. This man was not only powerful, but also strategic. Most importantly, his martial arts were formidable. Oh, every time she faced him alone, she felt like she was on the brink of death. Suddenly, Sophia felt an unexpected and sudden series of slaps on a certain part of her body, 5 in total. First came a wave of pain, followed by a peculiar tingling sensation that left her feeling weak all over. "You naughty boy, how dare you slap me out of nowhere?" Sophia glared angrily at the bad man before her face flushed. "How about that? This is my self-created martial art, lightning 5-fold slap. Impressive, isn't it?" Li Yi looked at the queen with a mischievous grin, finding her reddened face incredibly adorable. "I am the queen now, you cannot treat me so casually." Sophia protested, but was met with another lightning 5-fold slap, almost bringing her to tears. "Li Yi, this is punishment for you stepping on me with high heels today. Remember, disobedient queens will face the knight's punishment." "Sophia, what punishment?" Suddenly, before she could react, Li Yi bound her hands and whispered in her ear. "Once there was a queen named Artoria who was punished for being disobedient, and then she was tied up. That night, the servants and soldiers of the Rose Castle knew that the naval major had entered the king's room and did not come out all night. The maid waiting outside the king's room heard some strange sounds all night. Occasionally, she heard the queen crying, but curiously, it seemed she was also very happy. Strangely, the queen would occasionally shout, "Daddy pot pot," using these peculiar phrases. The next day, the morning sunlight poured into the king's chamber, where small personal items were scattered across the floor, and 2 figures lay entwined on the large bed. Looking at the queen in his arms, her face flushed, as if she were made of soft clay. It was clear that last night's little games had left her exhausted. Gently kissing Saxia's forehead, Li Yi dressed and left the room. The maids outside the room respectfully greeted Li Yi as he stepped out, and he promptly instructed the queen worked late last night, do not disturb her. Immediately after, Li Yi left the castle and arrived at the military island of the Rose Archipelago, where brothers Jason and Gino were training soldiers at the military base. Li Yi asked, "Are you both getting used to it?" Jason replied, "Lord Li Yi, the environment here is quite good. We are very satisfied. Work hard, and I will not treat you unfairly. Here is the training method for the Navy's 6 styles, which will enhance your strength. Practice it. If you have any questions, come ask me." Li Yi took out a diary from his pocket detailing the training methods of the 6 styles that he had practiced with Zephyr back in the day. Gino exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Li Yi." The 2 brothers were overjoyed. The Navy's 6 styles could only be learned by those who had reached the level of a captain, and its power was formidable, with each of the 6 styles comparable to the abilities of a devil fruit. Work hard and life will get better. After an enthusiastic encouragement, the 2 pirates immediately vowed to reform and pledged their lives to Queen Saxia. Satisfied with their declarations, Li Yi waved his hand, allowing them to continue training the troops. After securing the loyalty of brothers Jason and Gino, he strolled alone along the seaside of the military island. His mind was filled with thoughts of recent battles, recalling the details of fighting each powerful opponent. He concluded that he needed to identify his shortcomings and improve in order to become stronger. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Host Li Yi, occupation Swordsman, level Great Swordsman, main breathing technique, thunder breathing auxiliary, breathing rock, breathing wind, breathing Tao power, 7-0 Haki armament, Haki advanced mutated thunder, Haki observation, Haki beginner conquerors, Haki beginner. Breathing technique realm pseudo-pattern body. Note: the pseudo-pattern body is not a true pattern body. It can be activated at any time, but not for extended periods, or it will harm the body. After carefully examining his various attribute values, he noted that a Tao power value of 7-0 was already at the level of a general. However, since the battle with Dolag, Li Yi understood that the Tao power value could only be used to gauge pure martial artists, Zoan-type devil fruit users, and swordsmen. Natural-type devil fruit users and Paramecia-type devil fruit users could not be measured by Tao power. The power unleashed by Aquinas magma fruit, Whitebeard's tremor fruit, and Dolag's wind fruit was akin to natural disasters, and could not be quantified, which is why the Tao power value of world-destroying levels cannot be calculated. With his current Tao power value of 70000 and activating the pseudo-pattern body, he should be able to reach around 1000. Regarding Haki, Li had currently only mastered armament Haki to an advanced level, and combined with his breathing technique, he had developed a mutated thunder Haki. His observation Haki remained at the beginner level, and his conqueror's Haki was also at the beginner stage. These two types of Haki were currently the weakest, but improving them quickly could not rely solely on hard training. Monkey D. Luffy had proven that Haki only strengthens through combat with powerful opponents. After contemplating, he realized that his only shortcoming lay in sword techniques, as the main breathing technique, thunder breathing, had the most proficient moves, followed by wind breathing. Rock breathing, currently an auxiliary breathing technique for body refinement, was not suitable for combat primarily because the sword techniques of rock breathing did not fit well with practical application. Each of the three breathing techniques had its distinctive characteristics. Thunder breathing had the strongest explosive power, wind breathing was sharp, and rock breathing was as heavy as a mountain. Li realized he currently lacked a sword technique with immense destructive power, one that could devastate with a single swing. If he could merge the three breathing techniques, concentrating the characteristics of thunder, wind, and rock breathing, he might create a sword technique that was explosive, penetrating, and powerful. As the envisioned sword technique gradually took shape in his mind, Li first activated thunder breathing with his internal energy surging like a raging river. After completing a cycle of thunder breathing through his body, he began to incorporate wind breathing, causing his already fierce energy to become like an out-of-control supercar, with a twinge of pain even appearing in his veins. Enduring the pain, he finally added rock breathing, and suddenly his body felt extremely heavy. Sweat beads the size of beans flowed down his breathing, became chaotic, and his internal energy spiraled out of control. In the end, Li spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Merging the three breathing techniques was exceedingly difficult. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm. The different breathing techniques operated under varying conditions, and synchronizing all three was undoubtedly a significant challenge akin to creating an entirely new breathing technique. After adjusting the chaos within his internal energy, Li sat cross-legged, recalling the process he had just undergone, realizing that the layering of breathing techniques had become increasingly difficult to control and ultimately led to loss of control. The reason for the loss of control during the merging operation of the breathing techniques should relate to the order of operation. He needed to establish an operational sequence based on the characteristics of the breathing techniques. After clarifying the reasons, he resumed the operation of the breathing techniques, this time starting with rock breathing. Rock breathing, characterized by its heavy and stable nature, could bear everything like the earth. With rock breathing as the foundation, the swift wind breathing circled around it, and finally the explosive thunder breathing completed the formation. Wind and thunder centered on rock formed a unique operational method, completing the first step of creating the sword technique. After resolving the breathing technique operation issues, he began to create the sword technique. Currently, what Li needed was a long-range sword technique with exceptional destructive power. For close-range assaults, both thunder breathing and wind breathing had their strengths. Whether it was the thunder strike, distant thunder, or dust whirlwind slash, these were all close-range assault skills, while other long-range sword techniques lacked sufficient power. In the entire world of One Piece, the sword techniques with the greatest destructive power belonged to the Elbaf giants Conqueror and Dominion. Excluding Mihawk's basic attack, Li aimed to create a sword technique even stronger than Conqueror and Dominion. In the following days, the soldiers on the military island often saw Li standing alone by the seaside, repeatedly swinging his great sword. For several days, the soldiers continued to witness that figure tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship, inspiring them to train even harder. Hearing about this, Queen Saxia, neglecting her royal duties, rushed to the military island to check on Li. At this moment, she felt a bit worried for him, as she and Li had now become one. They thrived together and suffered together. Upon seeing the once handsome and dashing Li, now dirty and disheveled, resembling a beggar on the street, Saxia instinctively wanted to approach him, but was met with the resistance of Li's conqueror's Haki. Instantly realizing that Li had entered a state of immersive training, she ordered the soldiers to stand guard nearby and return to the castle to handle royal affairs. A few days later, the West Sea was met with a tremendous storm as a super tornado comparable to a level 12 tempest descended upon the Garcia kingdom. Inside the castle, Queen Saxia gazed out at the raging winds, her expression darkening. The destruction caused by such a terrifying disaster-level typhoon was extremely frightening, threatening to obliterate all that had been developed in the Garcia kingdom. At this moment, Li remained by the seaside of the military island. He had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword, yet he had not been able to produce a sword technique stronger than dominion. At this moment on the military island's coastline, Li Yi was still by the sea. He was unaware of how many times he had swung his sword, yet he had failed to unleash a devastating strike. At this time, a massive tornado swept across the sea, visible from any island on the Rose Path, connecting heaven and earth. Panic ensued among the people. The citizens began to stir restlessly, wishing to escape, but the tumultuous waves of the sea made it impossible to leave. What is Li Yi doing right now? Even in the face of such a natural disaster, Sophia maintained her royal composure, calmly inquiring with the court ministers. Li Yi is still practicing his sword on the military island. Practicing at a time like this. Is he insane? Prepare a ship for me, I must see him. Ignoring the minister's objections, Sophia boarded the warship and arrived at the military island. On the shore, Li Yi stood with his eyes tightly shut, holding his great sword aloft, his arms bulging, with muscle emanating a terrifying aura that kept everyone at bay. How long has he been in this position? Sophia questioned the two brothers Jason and Gino. Your Majesty, Li Yi has maintained this stance. His aura is too strong for us to approach. At this moment, the aura Li Yi emitted was a mixture of fighting spirit conqueror's Haki and mutated thunder Haki, with black lightning swirling around him, resembling a descending deity. Hey, does Lord Li Yi intend to cleave that tornado in two? Jason looked at the direction where Li Yi held his great sword aimed at the massive super tornado, suddenly considering a possibility. What a joke. That is a force of nature, a level of disaster that mere mortals cannot withstand. Everyone shook their heads at Jason's words, deeming it utterly impossible. It was akin to a mortal challenging a god. No, I believe he can do it. An exceptionally firm voice rang out as the others who were on their way to see the queen fixed their determined gazes on the figure by the sea. At the moment Li Yi's aura reached its peak, the terrifying pressure caused cracks to form in the ground beneath him, sweeping outwards, forcing the onlookers to retreat. The blade of the great sword, shrouded in armament Haki, appeared like a black blade with spiraling wind blades rotating around the edge, ultimately entwining with the mutated thunder Haki. Ultimate move: Spiral Dual Thunder Cannon. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the crowd witnessed Li Yi's previously closed eyes snap open, lightning flashing, as he swung his sword, unleashing a white shockwave swirling with wind blades and charged with searing black lightning soaring towards the super tornado. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted akin to a barrage of cannons, causing the crowd to cover their ears, yet their eyes remained glued to the shockwave ascending into the sky. Boom. The white shockwave collided with the super tornado, producing a deafening roar. To the spectators, a breathtaking scene unfolded as the white spiral shockwave tore a breach in the super tornado, crashing into its core. Immediately, the super tornado erupted in dazzling light, accompanied by a sound that stunned the heavens. The intense light blinded the crowd, and when it faded, the once overcast sky and super tornado had vanished. The sea returned to tranquility, the sky clear with blue and white clouds. The crowd gazed at the scene before them, their shock lingering to shake the forces of nature with mere mortal strength. Is this really a human? No, he is not a human, he is a god. In this moment, Li Yi's figure became akin to a deity in the hearts of the people. Sophia was utterly captivated, her body and spirit conquered by Li Yi, while brothers Jason and Gino grew ever more resolute in following him, and the others rejoiced in the presence of such a formidable ally for their kingdom. With a powerful swing, Li Yi's great sword shattered into two pieces. This weapon that had accompanied him for so long could not withstand the might of this sword technique. This technique, the Spiral Dual Thunder Cannon, drew inspiration from the two great techniques of the Elbaf giant nation Conqueror and Domination, relying on compressing the internal Haki to unleash a powerful shockwave through the weapon. Li Yi infused this move with the power of three breathing techniques and mutated thunder Haki, resulting in a sword technique that surpassed both Conqueror and Domination. However, it was clear that a weapon of high caliber was required to execute such a skill. The great sword in Li Yi's hand was crafted by the naval headquarters artisans merely of the quality of a fine sword, and now that it had shattered, it proved that even fine swords could not endure the force of this technique. It seems I need to acquire a new weapon. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Li Yi casually tossed it into the sea, realizing that as his strength grew, so too would his need for a better weapon. Just as a wealthy person would not settle for a subpar car, he would surely seek a better Mercedes. It was time for him to obtain a new weapon as well. Turning around, Li Yi noticed a crowd of people standing behind him, their eyes filled with awe, clearly conquered by his strength. Li Yi spotted Sophia among the crowd and walked over, wanting to embrace the queen with whom he had not spoken for days. However, at the moment Li Yi approached, Sophia quickly stepped back, lifting her skirt as she pointed at his clothes and exclaimed, "Don't come near me." Looking down, Li Yi realized that after days of relentless training, his clothes had become filthy and even emitted a fishy odor, making him resemble a beggar. Having successfully created his sword technique, Li Yi ended his arduous training with a burst of lightning disappearing from the crowd, in an instant heading straight back to the Rose Castle to clean up. Inside the castle in the same location, the Queen's room, there stood a large bathtub. After swiftly removing his tattered and foul-smelling clothes, Li Yi sank into the pleasantly warm water of the bathtub, while two lively maidens sprinkled flower petals to enhance the fragrance and eliminate the odor. As the door opened, Sophia entered the room in a sheer red dress. The maidens by the bathtub first bowed upon the Queen's arrival, then discreetly left the room. Sophia slowly approached the bathtub, extending her delicate hands to knead press and massage Li Yi's shoulders. After days of sleeplessness and toil by the seaside, his body was utterly exhausted, and in this moment the weariness melted away. "How does my technique compare to that of the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy?" Sophia whispered softly in Li Yi's ear, her alluring fragrance swirling around him, causing him to gradually become entranced. Indeed, perfume can be intoxicating. Although they are both queens, each excels in different areas, each having their own merits. Poor rating, Li Yi House stated bluntly. In her field of expertise, Stussy is undoubtedly a world-class figure incomparable to ordinary individuals. The queen, who received a poor rating, pouted, clearly angered. Her hands became less gentle, and she seemed to increase her strength as if to vent her frustrations on Li Yi. Feeling the change in strength from her delicate hands, Li Yi realized that this woman was indeed someone one should not offend. Everyone has their strengths. If we're talking about dance, you're far superior to Stussy. Upon hearing this, Sasha's mood brightened and her hand movements became even more graceful. Instantly, Li Yi felt all his tension dissipate and the fatigue of recent days vanished. How did things go? What kind of response did it provoke internationally? Li Yi suddenly recalled the matter he had entrusted to Sasha before his training. "As per your instructions, I have contacted Morgan from the World Economic News Agency. The events of the Flower Kingdom have been published, and the formation of a coalition army to attack the Flower Kingdom has been announced." After the news report, the reaction from the countries of the Western Sea was intense, especially from those nations that had been plundered by the Eight Treasures Navy, whose reactions were the most fervent. On the second day after the report was released, envoys from various countries came to sign agreements with many nations expressing their desire for our Garcia Kingdom to lead the coalition. Sasha recounted the situation of the past few days to Li Yi. During this time, she had been busy with coalition affairs as the queen. "Li Yi, what was the reaction from the world government after the news report?" "Sasha, how do you know there would be a reaction from the world government?" "Li Yi, events that can change or disrupt the balance of a certain sea area will definitely attract the attention of the world government." "Sasha, will the world government stop us from attacking the Flower Kingdom?" "On the contrary, the world government will secretly support us, but they will never make a public statement about such matters. Currently, in the Western Sea, the Flower Kingdom undeniably possesses the strongest military capabilities and financial resources. So why is the world government tacitly allowing the Garcia Kingdom and other nations to form a coalition army to attack? The reason is that the Flower Kingdom's influence in the Western Sea is too strong. Without the suppression of the 4 major crime families and powerful pirate groups, the Eight Treasures Navy alone is enough to dominate the Western Sea. There are no capable forces among the nations of the Western Sea, making the unification of the Western Sea by the Flower Kingdom only a matter of time. The 5 elders from Mariawa likely do not wish for such a strong member to suddenly appear under the banner of the world government, hence, they have made no public statement regarding this matter." The day after the news broke, agents from the world government's CP intelligence agency came delivering a message from the world government. The heavenly gold of the Garcia Kingdom must be doubled. Sasha angrily recounted that day's events, explaining how that detestable CP agent spoke to her with arrogance, showing no respect for the queen, and the demands from the world government were even more outrageous. Doubling the heavenly gold felt like robbery. "Ha ha, what are you laughing at? How can we afford to pay so much heavenly gold every year?" Sasha questioned, looking puzzled at Li Yi. "Li Yi, this is the cost of our attack on the Flower Kingdom. This world has always been about exchanging interests. Sasha, do we have that much money for double the heavenly gold? We don't, but the Flower Kingdom does. Let me tell you a secret. The leaders of the Eight Treasures Navy have hidden treasures in a certain location accumulated over 12 generations. Just think about how much wealth could be in that treasure." Sasha was extremely excited upon hearing this. After all, it was the accumulated wealth of hundreds of years. Nothing excites one more at sea than the prospect of obtaining a treasure. Consider the legendary treasure map drawn by Gold. Roger before his death, which has lured countless naive boys to the sea chasing after what they call dreams. But is there really an abundance of treasures in that great secret treasure? Sometimes Li Yi doubts whether Roger was simply spinning tales, that the great treasure isn't something as mundane as gold. "Beautiful queen, I've just shared this secret with you. How will you reward me?" Li Yi gazed intently at the beautiful queen, his eyes flashing with intensity. His penetrating gaze caused her to exhibit a shy demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. At this moment, the queen's eyes met Li Yi's as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Her body trembled, unable to maintain eye contact with his sharp gaze. "What do you want?" The queen trembled all over, seemingly electrified. Her face flushed as she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Her pitiful appearance was quite captivating. The next day, Sasha led Li Yi deep into the castle where the Sasha family stored their treasures. They passed through various secret passages and arrived at the door of a basement where Sasha inserted a key from a string she held into the keyhole. With a click, the long unopened treasury door made a noise and opened automatically. As Sasha entered the vault, the first thing she saw was boxes of gold and silver treasures, and the walls were adorned with exquisite oil paintings. They walked to the deepest part of the treasury where there was a stone pedestal with a long sword resting on it. "Sasha, isn't your weapon already damaged? This is a famous sword collected by my family, forged by a master blacksmith who specializes in crafting large, powerful swords. Its name is Scarlet." Li Yi examined the famous sword, stepped forward, and picked it up to weigh it in his hand. This sword felt quite heavy in his hand, with a red gemstone embedded in the hilt, and the guard connecting the hilt to the blade was intricately carved with a lion's head totem. With a clang, he drew the long sword. The blade bore red, flame-like engravings. Holding the sword with both hands and giving it a gentle swing, he felt it was far superior to the previous katana. This sword was slightly heavy, double-edged, with a wider blade designed for battlefield slaughter, and the hilt's length allowed for two-handed grips, making it suitable for cleaving. It perfectly met the needs of the breathing of rock for heavy weaponry, while fulfilling the conditions for using the breathing of thunder and the breathing of wind. Long ago, Li Yi had planned to switch weapons, but unfortunately the advanced weapons in this world are primarily katanas, and swords of this renowned level are rare. The higher the rank of the weapon, the more it not only represents sharpness, but also good conductivity for power output. The more advanced the weapon, the greater the output of sword energy and domineering aura compared to ordinary weapons. Moreover, some special famous blades, such as the demon blade Kyuchi and the Enma, possess unique abilities. For example, the Kyuchi blade contains demonic energy that can intimidate enemies like a conqueror's Haki, while the Enma can absorb its wielder's aura to unleash powerful slashes. Thus, possessing a good weapon is akin to having a capability and a buff that enhances combat power. In the Kingdom of Flowers, the atmosphere has been enveloped in sorrow these past few days, as Lao Cha, the future 13th leader of the Eight Treasures Navy, was unexpectedly killed by the Western Sea Navy. They regard the newly established Kingdom of Garcia with disdain, but are envious of its wealth. Why are they envious? It is simply because they are financially strained. The Eight Treasures Navy, originally rich enough to rival nations, amassed vast wealth through constant plundering of other lands. However, the immense treasure they possess is trapped in an icebound continent, and the method of withdrawal relies on physical extraction. What does physical extraction mean? It means that every time they want to retrieve money, they have to use a green pepper to pierce the icebound continent, with the green pepper serving as a human-shaped password for the treasury of the Kingdom of Flowers. But they never expected that the human-shaped password had been broken, preventing them from accessing the money concealed in the icebound continent. It's akin to an old man weeping over a beautiful woman he cannot approach, truly a heart-wrenching sight. However, Li Yi felt that this was rather good. At least it ensured safety. With the treasure hidden in the icebound continent, no one would investigate or misappropriate it. After the former leader's death, the next leader could retrieve the money without needing to prove their relation, nor would they have to make an appointment. The only downside was that it required some effort to extract it. Woo, my grandson. Woo. At this moment, in the base of the Eight Treasures Navy, the green pepper wept bitterly, mourning the loss of his successor, who had fallen to a Navy officer. The more he thought about it, the sadder and angrier he became. From sorrow to extreme rage, the green pepper seemed to go mad, striking his head against the ground, creating deep craters, while those around him dared not step forward to intervene. Damn Navy, I will annihilate all of you. All members of the Eight Treasures Navy, heed my command. Board the ship and first destroy the Western Sea Navy, then the Kingdom of Garcia. I must avenge my grandson. Annihilate the Western Sea Navy. Destroy the Kingdom of Garcia. In an instant, the entire Eight Treasures Navy was filled with a fierce momentum, their battle cries echoing through the sky, shouting slogans to avenge Lao Cha, with the most enthusiastic among them being Abu. Abu, Lao Cha's younger brother, would have been Lao Cha's deputy had things gone as planned. But now that Lao Cha had been killed by the Navy, an opportunity arose for him. Thus Abu was more eager than anyone to avenge Lao Cha, as this would greatly enhance his reputation and make him the next leader of the Eight Treasures Navy. Wait, all of you, stop. Just as the Eight Treasures Navy was preparing to board the ship, a voice rang out, halting their actions. A tall figure dressed in a karate uniform, draped in a black cloak with a mustache and sunglasses, stood before them. The karate uniform bore the words Air Bao. The newcomer was none other than Hua Renbao, the leader of the Air Bao Navy, a placeholder name for now, followed by a group of Air Bao Navy members. What do you think you're doing, Green Pepper? Don't you realize that the Kingdom of Flowers is in a precarious situation? The Western Sea Alliance has already been formed. If you provoke the Navy, now do you want the Kingdom of Flowers to perish? Hua Renbao and his group of Air Bao Navy members blocked the path of the 8 Treasures Navy, scolding Green Pepper fiercely. At this moment, grief and anger consumed Green Pepper's rationality, rendering him unable to comprehend Hua Renbao's words. His eyes were bloodshot, exuding a terrifying aura, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, indicating a return to his former peak. Despite Hua Renbao's bounty of over 100 million, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when faced with such a legendary figure. However, as the leader of the Air Bao Navy, he could not lose face nor retreat. He braced himself against the terrifying aura, preventing Green Pepper from advancing a single step. Get out of the way, Hua Renbao. Green Pepper glared at Hua Renbao, roaring in anger, clearly ready to attack. Clang! The Air Bao Navy immediately drew their weapons upon seeing this, and the 8 Treasures Navy did the same, ready for an internal conflict to erupt. Stop! Don't fight! In the midst of the imminent internal conflict, a figure resembling a lady appeared between the two factions. She wore a red chong sam, her muscular legs clad in high heels with bulging arms, displaying a seductive gesture, while one hand picked her nose, occasionally flicking out unidentified objects, and her ruggedly stunning appearance rendered the previously tense atmosphere silent. Clang! The extraordinary beauty stunned the 8 Treasures Navy, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. Although this was not the first time they had seen her, the visual impact of her appearance was no less than that of a powerful aura. In contrast, the members of the Air Bao Navy had grown accustomed to her presence, their expressions unchanged, as if the woman before them did not exist. This formidable woman, whose appearance shocked all, was named Hualisha, the daughter of the leader of the Air Bao Navy, and known as the Queen of the Sea in the Kingdom of Flowers. According to incomplete statistics, Hualisha has had a total of 25 heart-wrenching love affairs, each tale featuring a pitiable man. Behind Hualisha stood 25 such men, all sharing the common trait of having green hair and being exceptionally resilient. Whenever Hualisha's mother came to her house, she would inexplicably become irritable, and when irritable, she would lash out. Moreover, this woman had a penchant for beating her husband, so, in the Kingdom of Flowers, unless one was left with no choice or unwilling to strive, they would not become a son-in-law of the Air Bao Navy leader. Why do you all have that expression whenever I appear? Is it because I am too beautiful and you are all deeply captivated by me, eh? At this moment, even the members of the Air Bao Navy who had some resistance could not hold on any longer and began to spew out their meals from the previous night. What do you bastards mean by this? My daughter is stunning, comparable only to the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Hua Renbao shouted loudly at the members of the Air Bao Navy, wondering why his subordinates could never understand the inner beauty of his daughter. The members of the 8 Treasures Navy could not help but show disdain. Who in the Kingdom of Flowers did not know that Hualisha was hideously ugly, comparable to the abominations of the Kingdom of Transvestites, and she was also a terrible person? How dare he compare her to the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? Who gave you the courage? Was it the courage from Liang Jingru? Hualisha, you shameless woman. At least my brother is your fiancé, yet you show no sign of grief. You harlot, get lost. Abu's anger flared instantly. This was the perfect opportunity to rise to power. If he could lead the 8 Treasures Navy to defeat the Navy, he would become the next leader. Hualisha replied, Abu, who are you calling a harlot? I simply have a few more male friends. With my beauty, you wouldn't mind my many friends, would you? Abu retorted, get lost. No one can stop me from avenging today. Even the celestial dragons cannot keep that Navy captain here. In that moment, Abu exuded an overwhelming presence. Although he lacked the conqueror's haki, it felt as if he possessed it. He wielded an axe, charging towards Hualisha. A mere trick. 8 strikes, fist, kiss, spear. Hualisha not only boasts of her beauty being on par with Boa Hancock, but even the names of her combat skills are plagiarized. With 2 fingers brought together against her thick red lips, she struck at Abu's axe. The shockwave unleashed from her fingertips shattered Abu's axe into pieces. Only when looking at the wrecked axe did Abu remember that Hualisha had a bounty worth over 100 million. Fragrant leg. With a finger shattering Abu's axe, Hualisha swept her leg towards Abu. Even before her leg reached him, a peculiar scent of salted fish wafted over, causing minimal physical damage, but posing a significant biological threat. His stomach churned, desperately resisting the urge to vomit. He wanted to counterattack, but found himself a step too late, and hastily crossed his arms to block. Hiss, I was careless, I didn't use haki. As Abu's arm met Hualisha's powerful leg, he felt a stabbing pain. Upon closer inspection, he realized Hualisha's thick thigh hairs were as hard as steel needles, causing blood to flow out. Abu, are you alright? I've just found my rhythm. Walisha ruthlessly mocked Abu, occasionally sending flirtatious glances his way, causing both physical and psychological harm. 8 strikes fist. With his left hand blocking Walisha's attack, Abu launched a right punch, unleashing a shockwave that sent Walisha staggering back. Drawing an axe from his back with an aura of immense anger, he swung it down. Behind Abu, the members of the 8 Treasure Navy cheered him on, while the 2nd Treasure Navy remained silently rooting for him to defeat the ugly woman in revenge for countless innocent souls in the Flower Kingdom. Little did he know Abu had become a hero of the Flower Kingdom, eliminating countless toxic women like Walisha in the name of justice. Stop! Stop! As the battle between the two intensified, the leaders of both armies shouted to halt the conflict. In that instant, both sides unleashed their 8 strikes fist, and with a loud bang, the two were sent flying by the shockwave. Huorenbao, Qingjiao, calm down. Let's find a place to talk. Qingjiao, all right. Unexpectedly, Qingjiao agreed, and the two sat down in a room, gazing at each other for a long time before Qingjiao spoke first. Qingjiao, I must take revenge for this grudge. Lao Cha is my most beloved grandson, and no one can stop me. Huorenbao, but with your current strength, can you defeat that Navy major? That person is a powerhouse who has fought against the world's #1 criminal Dorak. He is the new star of this generation in the Navy, and rumors say he could be the 2nd Carp. Since you were defeated by Carp, your strength has significantly declined, making it difficult to return to your peak. Seeking revenge against the Navy in your current state is tantamount to seeking death. Huorenbao spoke solemnly, as the current situation was quite unfavorable for Qingjiao, the 8 Treasure Navy, and the Flower Kingdom. Before heading to the 8 Treasure Navy's base, he had already discussed countermeasures with the king. First, to fight a battle to demonstrate the stance of the Flower Kingdom, and then to compensate appropriately to appease the anger of the Western Sea nations. After all, they had pillaged these countries for so many years. Could they just walk away without giving something back? Qingjiao, I know that I currently lack the power to kill that Navy brat, but if you are willing to help me, I will definitely be able to kill that Navy brat. Qingjiao's words stunned Huorenbao for a moment, and then he suddenly thought of a possibility. His expression changed drastically as he asked Qingjiao, are you planning to use that thing? Qingjiao, only that thing can bring me back to my peak state. Huorenbao, you know the consequences of using that thing, don't you? Qingjiao, I am well aware of the consequences. For the sake of revenge for my grandfather, I do not care. Seeing Qingjiao's resolute attitude, prepared for the worst, Huorenbao ceased his persuasion. After thinking for a while, he said, I can give you that item, but you must agree to one condition. Qingjiao, what condition? Huorenbao, I will not stop you from seeking revenge against the Navy, but you cannot bring the 8 Treasure Navy with you. Surely you don't want the 8 Treasure Navy to be destroyed, do you? Qingjiao, without the 8 Treasure Navy, are you asking me to confront the Navy alone? Huorenbao, that's right. According to intelligence, the coalition from various nations will arrive in the Flower Kingdom in 2 days, and the Navy will certainly follow. Their target is the 8 Treasure Navy, and as soon as the 8 Treasure Navy appears, it will face devastating strikes. Huorenbao, at that time, the only chance for the 8 Treasure Navy to survive will be to leave the Western Sea. The Navy will definitely pursue. That will give you the opportunity to seek revenge against that Navy brat alone. Qingjiao thought for a moment before replying to Huorenbao. All right, I agree, but you must also agree to let my grandson Abu become your daughter's husband. What? Grandpa, you're actually asking me to marry an ugly woman? I refuse. Abu found himself in a state of utter disbelief. What is happening? Just thinking about those thick, hairy legs made him want to vomit. Moreover, this person had gone through 25 suitors, and the last one was his own brother. He never expected to be the 26th. Because right now you lack the strength to unlock the treasures of the frozen continent. Without financial support, how can you sustain the 8 Treasure Navy? Lao Cha can marry Walisha for the family. If you want to become the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, you have only 2 choices: either break through the Ice Lantern continent to obtain the treasures accumulated by the family over the years, or marry Walisha. I choose. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw his grandfather unleash an 8 strikes fist toward him. Wow, old man, how unprincipled. This was Abu's last thought before losing consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself dressed as a groom, bound by at least 5 chains. Ding, 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 ding. A wedding march began to play. Abu came to his senses and realized he was in a wedding venue surrounded by members of the 8 Treasure Navy and the 2nd Treasure Navy, all raising fireworks and showering flowers, their faces filled with blessings for him. The true thoughts of these spectators. Abu is so great. To prevent millions of men in the Flower Kingdom from suffering harm, he actually took on the burden himself. At this moment, Abu seemed to be shining with a radiant light similar to the glow Usopp had when he became the god Usopp in Texas. It was the kind of light only those who sacrifice themselves to illuminate others possess. Thinking about how Walisha had someone to take the burden, he would no longer be harassed by her. Tears of happiness flowed from everyone's eyes. Miss Walisha, do you wish to marry Mr. Abu regardless of whether he has a car, a house, or savings? The voice of the matchmaker suddenly rang out, and Abu looked up in shock to see that the matchmaker was none other than Walisha's father Horenbao. I do. Walisha shyly replied, looking at her robust furry figure in a wedding dress, her stunning beauty accentuated by bright red lips, causing Abu to lose control and vomit. The matchmaker Horenbao, after asking his daughter, turned to Abu and asked, Mr. Abu, do you wish to marry Miss Walisha regardless of whether she is as sturdy as an ox, has thick leg hair, and even a slight body odor? I don't. Unfortunately, Abu didn't even finish his sentence before members of the 8th Treasure Navy and 2nd Treasure Navy covered his mouth with layers of white cloth, leaving him to emit only muffled sounds of protest. Since both parties are willing, you are now legally married. The ceremony is complete. Ignoring Abu's desperate head-shaking expression, Horenbao directly declared the ceremony complete. The process was simple and brutal, and in the next moment Abu was thrown into a room. The room was decorated in a fiery red, and a rugged figure was waiting for Abu. At the sight of Abu, it was as if a beast was howling at a chicken adorned with shimmering feathers. Frightened, Abu struggled desperately, but he was bound by 5 iron chains, and unable to move, only able to watch as Walisha approached step by step. Oh darling, don't be too excited, I will pamper you well. Then, like a pig being dragged to slaughter, the audience outside the room only heard Abu let out a heart-wrenching scream, truly a heart-rending sound that brought tears to the listeners. Abu, help. Walisha cry, all you want to you any good. Walisha, Aru always, how dare you resist? The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. Abu, help. Oh no, don't come up. It will break. The audience outside the room listened to Abu's screams, involuntarily imagining the scene, and soon terrifying images emerged in everyone's minds. In their imaginations, Walisha pressed down on Abu like a monster, while Abu could only silently shed tears. After finishing their mental images, everyone silently mourned for Abu for 3 minutes. However, after turning around, everyone erupted in joyous sounds, linking arms and toasting with glasses, celebrating the arrival of the 26th successor to take over. 8th Treasure Water Army, continue the music. 2nd Treasure Water Army, continue the dance. Cheers. This joyous feast lasted a day and a night, with the cheers of the 8th Treasure Water Army and the 2nd Treasure Water Army echoing throughout the Kingdom of Flowers, amidst which faintly one could hear the horrific cries from a certain room. However, the happy times passed so quickly, and the next day the Western Sea Allied forces came knocking. In the waters of the Kingdom of Flowers, the Allied forces had 20 warships. The 20 warships spread out on the sea like a net surrounding the Kingdom of Flowers. Upon seeing this formation, Horenbao felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the number of ships was even greater than the Demon Slaughtering Order. Usually the Demon Slaughtering Order would deploy around 10 warships, but now among the 20 warships of the Allied forces, only 3 from Garcia were regular military ships of the naval type, while 7 were cargo ships converted with a few cannons, and the remaining 10 were just ordinary vessels. Even lined up on the sea like this, it was quite a spectacular sight, enough to terrify the Kingdom of Flowers. After the Western Sea Allied forces arranged their formation, they gradually advanced. The leader of the 2nd Treasure Water Army knew that with the number of warships in the Kingdom of Flowers, they could not face them head-on. After all, both the 8th Treasure Water Army and the 2nd Treasure Water Army were not adept at naval artillery combat. They were more suited to close-range battles like pirates. Thus, Horenbao decisively ordered that the warships should not engage, allowing the Allied forces' 20 ships to approach the shores of the Kingdom of Flowers. The Allied forces disembarked from their ships and marched towards the capital of the Kingdom of Flowers. At this moment, Horenbao led the 2nd Treasure Water Army and the troops of the Kingdom of Flowers to block the Allied forces, and the long-standing grudges and animosities between the two sides were about to erupt. The sounds of battle resounded, the clash of blades echoed, bullets flew in all directions, and if one wasn't careful they could be hit, while the explosions of rockets and bombs roared incessantly. Horenbao of the 2nd Treasure Water Army charged towards the Allied forces, using the 8 Rush Fist to push them into disarray. Just as the Allied forces were retreating, 2 figures entered the battlefield, heading straight for Horenbao. 6 styles. Shave. Finger gun. Horn spike. Sword wave. Thousand Cuts Valley. Jason appeared in beast-human form on the battlefield, and with a shave he flashed to Horenbao's face, his head adorned with horns like long spears. Following Jason, Gino drew his sword and struck, unleashing 5 sword waves in succession. 8 Rush Fist. Just Force Fist. Facing the 2's attacks, Horenbao threw a karate punch, releasing a shockwave that collided with their attacks. Bang! The collision of the 3 attacks produced a tremendous sound, and Jason and Gino were pushed back by the shockwave released by the 8 Rush Fist. After a round of combat, the three exchanged glances and murderous intent surged. I didn't expect you two to join the Garcia Kingdom's army. Who was it that brought you into this newly established kingdom, that naval major? Horrimbao, I never thought that the once top pirates of the Western Sea would become naval dogs. How ironic. The three were actually quite familiar with each other. During the reign of Lux in the Western Sea, they had frequently clashed with the 2nd Treasure Water Army and the 8th Treasure Water Army. Jason, we have now cleared our names, and we are not naval dogs. We are the captains of the Western Sea Garcia Kingdom's army. Gino and you, the pirate nation of the Kingdom of Flowers, plunder and persecute the countries of the Western Sea, harming the economic environment and causing severe threats to the safety of all nations. We will represent justice and eliminate you. Horrimbao, what? I've never seen such shameless people. Do you even have a stance? Do you have no shame? Ignoring Hoa Renbeo's curses, the two brothers continued their assault, and the three engaged in a fierce battle. Inside the Kingdom of Flowers, the Allied forces and the 2nd Treasure Water Army were locked in a fierce struggle, while a naval warship quietly waited in the waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. On the naval warship, 1,000 elite Marines from the Western Sea Base were ready for action, commanded by Major Mijia. Due to her ability, Mijia had been promoted to the rank of Major, and at this moment, she was observing the changes on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Flowers through a telescope. As the overall commander, General Li was in a room on the warship, resting his head on Soxia's beautiful legs, munching on grapes fed to him by Soxia, squinting his eyes in enjoyment of the Queen's service. In the words of Colonel Rom, this guy is definitely not doing serious work. Have you ever heard of needing a little fun before a great battle to adjust one's mood? But this guy insists that fun can make people feel good, leaving Colonel Rom utterly dumbfounded. Among the entire Navy, you are the best at playing around, and it's with the Queen at that. In the words of Akainu, this guy is a wolf in Navy uniform. Soxia, I'm thirsty. Opening his eyes as if he had just woken up, Li looked at Soxia. As the saying goes, love grows over time, and they shared a telepathic understanding. Soxia immediately understood the naughty thoughts of this scoundrel. She picked up a cup of water, took a sip, held the water in her mouth, and then transported it to Li's mouth, seamlessly pouring water from mouth to mouth. So sweet. Water processed by the Queen is truly different, free of impurities, and carries a sweetness. While savoring the sweet, clear water delivered by the Queen, he also caught a whiff of her uniquely enchanting rose fragrance up close. Instantly, his drowsy head cleared. After the delivery of water, the connection between them remained unbroken, with two pink soft tubes intertwined, exchanging some form of information. A peculiar atmosphere suddenly enveloped the room, as if a symphony of spring filled the air, infused with the scent of love. Suddenly, Li swept Sophia into his arms, startling the Queen, who shot him a glare. Li, you've gained quite a bit of weight recently. Sophia, how much do I weigh now? Li, I can't control it anyway. Just then a series of knocks echoed at the door. Seeing this, the Queen quickly tidied her appearance, instantly regaining her regal composure. Li, come in. The door opened and Misha entered, saluting Li before respectfully saying, Report, Major General Li. The joint forces have already engaged in battle with the Flower Kingdom. Li, how is the situation? Misha, in the initial close combat, the Allied forces were hindered by the leader of the Urbao Navy, but with the arrival of Commander Jason and Gino, the battle has reached a stalemate. Li, have you discovered the movements of the Baobao Navy? Misha, none so far. They haven't appeared since the battle began. At that moment, a sailor rushed into the room shouting, Report, Major General Li, the Baobao Navy has appeared, and they are heading towards the Grand Line. Li, advance at full speed. Block the Baobao Navy. We cannot let them escape to the Grand Line. Li immediately issued the order, and as he prepared to head to the ship's deck, glanced back at Sophia. Wait here obediently for me. Sophia slightly blushed and said, I wish you great fortune in your endeavors, Lord Li. She quickly rushed to the deck, peering through the telescope to see the pirate ships of the Baobao Navy heading towards the Grand Line. No one in the Allied forces expected that the Baobao Navy would abandon the Flower Kingdom, as they were the main force of the kingdom. However, Li immediately thought this was a strategy to reserve strength for a future comeback. Li definitely would not allow the Baobao Navy to escape. He leaped high into the air, using the thunder step to dart towards the Baobao Navy like lightning. Damn little Navy brat, come at me. 8 punches, Marshal head. An angry voice echoed across the sea of the Flower Kingdom, and then a figure shot towards Li like a cannonball. As Li sped towards the Baobao Navy, he felt a powerful killing intent locking onto him. A quick glance revealed Qingjiao, brimming with murderous energy, charging at him bald-headed. Breath of wind, first form, dust, whirlwind, cutting slash. In the air, he spun around, turning into a human-shaped tornado heading towards Qingjiao. The moment they collided in the air, sparks flew, and the resulting force radiated outwards, creating waves on the sea. Boom. With a deafening sound, the sea erupted, waves rising up to 100 meters high. After one strike, the two figures landed on the opposite side of the battlefield between the Allied forces and the Flower Kingdom. As they landed, they exchanged glances, and suddenly electric sparks flickered in their eyes, followed by an eruption of Conqueror's Haki. As the Haki clashed, the sky darkened, the once clear sky turned overcast. The collision of their Haki finally formed a pillar of light shooting up into the heavens. The spectacle of their battle drew countless warriors on the battlefield to look up, and the overwhelming aura shook their hearts. Qingjiao, you little brat, have awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Only Carp and Sengoku in the entire navy possess it. What kind of kingly dream are you having? Li Yi, under heaven I alone am supreme. Qingjiao, you little brat are quite arrogant. Ew, I've never seen such arrogance in the navy. Li Yi, today you'll see. Qingjiao, why do you want to kill old Cha? Li Yi, if you resist arrest and refuse to cooperate, then of course it's justifiable punishment on the spot. Li Yi spread his hands, expressing helplessness. I have arranged everything kindly for you. Why choose the path of no return? Qingjiao, die you damn little brat. 8 punches. An enraged Qingjiao unleashed a punch, and the shockwave rushed towards Li Yi, causing the ground to crack with a boom. However, this seemingly powerful punch was easily dodged by Li Yi with a swift movement. Although Qingjiao's attack seemed fierce, his large body lacked agility. Breath of Wind, 8th form, initial gale, slash. After evading the attack, he immediately launched his sword technique, with the breath of wind swirling around Qingjiao like a gale, unleashing powerful spiral wind blades that tore into Qingjiao's massive body. Clearly, Li Yi's attack was so fast that Qingjiao had yet to react before sustaining damage. Only when he regained his composure did he hurriedly use Haki to defend. Qingjiao, damn little brat, your attack speed is impressive. Ew, I've never seen such swordsmanship in all my years at sea. Qingjiao, 8 punches, martial head spin. Clapping his palms together, Qingjiao's white beard stood on end. He leaped, spinning like a human tornado, charging towards Li Yi. Calmly watching Qingjiao's circus-like moves, Li Yi leaped above the human tornado when it was less than 2 meters away. Breath of Wind, 9th form, Vitala's wind. In midair, Li Yi spun his body upside down, striking downwards with fierce wind blades. The wind blades struck from the top of the tornado, and in an instant Qingjiao's lower body suffered severe damage, with his legs bleeding profusely from the cuts. Boom! With a resounding crash, Qingjiao, heavily injured in his legs, could no longer stand, glaring angrily at Li Yi. He had never seen such a bizarre sword technique, which not only possessed incredible speed, but also had a fierce attacking characteristic, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Li Yi, Qingjiao, you've aged, you are no longer at your peak. Without that sharp point, you are like a toothless tiger. Li Yi, Qingjiao, surrender. Li Yi, the whole navy knows I respect the elderly and cherish the young. Considering your age and weakness, I will find you a feng shui spot to squat in and impel down. Seeing Li Yi's sincere demeanor, as if he was doing it for his own good, Qingjiao was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood. When did the navy have such a shameless person? Calming himself, a resolute and tragic expression appeared in his eyes. He took out a black pill from his pocket, took a deep breath, and swallowed it. Li Yi, what did you just eat, Qingjiao? At the moment Qingjiao swallowed the pill, an intense sense of crisis surged in Li Yi's heart, while Qingjiao began to undergo a transformation, his body glowing red and emitting steam. The originally stout and plump body began to shrink, as if the fat within was burning, transforming him in an instant. Before Li Yi's astonished gaze, Qingjiao's once blunt head, which had been beaten back by Carp, began to grow back little by little. Finally, with a furious roar, his sharp point fully emerged, unleashing a terrifying aura that pierced the sky, creating a large hole. Li Yi, what's going on? What kind of pill can make Qingjiao grow back his sharp point? It is the secret elixir, divine treasure passed down through generations of the Erbao Navy, made from 81 precious herbs and subjected to Flirting's special refining processes, requiring 360 days of refinement to produce one pill. Divine treasure is designed to replenish the deficiencies of the strong. Diluted with water, it has restorative effects, but consuming a whole one will turn into a potent drug that ignites the bodhi's potential, burning life away. After consuming the life force burning elixir that unleashed his hidden potential, Qingjiao underwent a dramatic transformation, appearing as if he had shed several layers of weight. His once white beard turned black again, and his conical head now pointed sharply towards the heavens. In that moment, Qingjiao returned to his peak state, becoming the legendary pinnacle Qingjiao once more. Watching the rejuvenated Qingjiao, Li Yi's expression grew solemn. He never expected that within the world of One Piece there would be such a miraculous pill, far superior to the blue pill. Feeling Qingjiao's aura, if measured by Tao power, it had already reached a staggering 100,000 points, a level of strength equivalent to that of a general. Pseudo. Pattern form activate. Faced with the resurgent Qing Jiao, Li Yi decisively activated the pattern form. Subtle lightning patterns flickered on his body as his momentum soared, reaching 100,000 points of Dao power, matching Qing Jiao's intensity. Qing Jiao, kid, prepare to die. 8 burst fists, pinnacle dragon spike. Fully energized Qing Jiao felt an overwhelming surge of power propelling himself upward like a rocket. Armament Haki enveloped the tip of his spear, aiming directly at Li Yi as he struck down fiercely. Instant thunder. Li Yi swiftly dodged, aware that the force behind Qing Jiao's pinnacle dragon spike was terrifying beyond measure. Boom. The spear-like tip crashed into the ground, unleashing a horrifying shockwave and creating fissures kilometers long and tens of meters deep. The booming sound reverberated, clearly felt by the allied forces and the armies of the Flower Kingdom far away. Qing Jiao, don't run, little brat. Prepare to meet your demise. Frustrated by his missed strike, Qing Jiao unleashed a powerful punch, the shockwave it generated akin to cannon fire. Breath of thunder, black thunder, great thunder serpent. The crimson sword entwined with mutated lightning Haki, slashing forth a crescent wave of black lightning resembling a black thunder serpent that roared with thunderous ferocity. Boom. The collision of two forces erupted with blinding light, followed by a deafening roar that overturned the ground, forming a massive circular crater. Breath of thunder, fifth form, black thunder firestorm. Following one move, another breathing technique was unleashed. The crimson sword swung once more, delivering a black lightning slash that struck towards Qing Jiao with incredible speed. However, Qing Jiao's Kenbunchika Haki was equally formidable. Sensing Li Yi's sword strike the moment it was unleashed, he fully enveloped himself in armament Haki for defense. Zzz. The black lightning slash struck Qing Jiao, covered in armament Haki, causing his body to feel like a piece of red-hot steel. Even with armament Haki covering his entire body, the searing lightning from the firestorm still inflicted pain upon Qing Jiao. However, the assault was far from over. Breath of thunder, fourth form, black thunder, distant thunder. His body erupted with black lightning as he charged towards Qing Jiao. The crimson sword swung at high speed, the blade infused with mutated lightning Haki pierced through Qing Jiao's armament Haki defense, leaving several wounds from which blood sprayed forth. Damn, that little brat actually made me feel pain. Pinnacle dragon spike. Although Li Yi had wounded Qing Jiao, the latter retaliated at that moment, the spear-like tip slamming down with ferocity. Caught off guard, Li Yi hastily blocked with his sword, the tip clashing against the blade with a sharp ding sound. A terrifying shockwave surged through the sword, making Li Yi's arm feel like it would shatter. Coupled with Qing Jiao's heavy weight, an immense pressure bore down upon him. Breath of thunder, sixth form, black thunder, thunderstrike. Lightning erupted from his body as Li Yi instantaneously unleashed countless lightning-like slashes. The sudden explosion left Qing Jiao heavily injured, while Li Yi was also pushed back by Qing Jiao's pinnacle dragon spike, retreating 100 meters and crashing into several small hills, finally stopping with his sword embedded in the ground, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Qing Jiao, kid, you're impressive. At such a young age on the high seas, not many possess such strength. After the exchange, Qing Jiao acknowledged Li Yi's strength. The sea is not lacking in strong individuals, but very few reach such a level at this age. If there are, they must be monsters, much like the formidable members of the Rocks Pirates back in the day. Each one was young and brimming with potential, and after the downfall of the Rocks Pirates, they all became prominent figures on the sea. Of the 4 emperors, 3 hail from the Rocks Pirates, and 1 legendary pirate, Golden Lion, still lives. He was someone who nearly took down the pirate king Jold. Roger. During the Battle of the Walruses, the Roger Pirates were surrounded by the fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates, seemingly on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, a massive storm broke out over the sea, sinking most of the Flying Sky Pirates' ships to the bottom. The Roger Pirates escaped by the skin of their teeth. One must say that Roger truly has the protagonist's halo. Li Yi, Qing Jiao, you truly live up to your legendary status. If you hadn't been defeated by Carp, you would surely have a place among the 7 warlords of the sea. Previously, while listening to the old man Carp boast while picking his nose at the Navy headquarters, I always thought that Qing Jiao, who was beaten to a pulp by Carp, wasn't that impressive. Now, after engaging him in battle, I realized that the so-called legendary Qing Jiao is indeed formidable, reflecting just how terrifying Carp was in his youth. Qing Jiao, what are the 7 warlords? Just trash like Crocodile and Moria. If I wanted to, they wouldn't even stand a chance. I just don't want to be a lapdog for the world government. Qing Jiao, now I'll get serious. Prepare to die. With a clap of his hands, his momentum surged as the power within him coalesced. Suddenly, he crouched down on all fours, transforming his body into a cannon with the spear tip as the barrel. 8th burst fist, ultimate pinnacle dragon cannon. A series of shockwaves erupted towards Li Yi, the dense barrage, forcing him to dodge frantically. Breath of thunder, black thunder, thunder serpent. The crimson sword swung repeatedly, unleashing waves of lightning slashes. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of sword waves and shock waves, destroying surrounding buildings and hills as if they had been bombarded relentlessly. Qing Jiao, kid, your endurance is impressive. Li Yi, of course. I am the one who never falls, the strategist who brings down wolves and tigers. Qing Jiao, if this continues, it will only waste energy. Let's decide our fates with one final move. Qing Jiao, then let you die by my strongest move. Qing Jiao, let me show you what it means to descend with unstoppable iron head skill. With a clap of his hands and a crouch, he suddenly propelled himself upward like a rocket soaring into the dark clouds. Instantly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning as storm clouds gathered, forming a swirling eye of the storm. 8th Burst Fist Ultimate Mystery Meteor Pinnacle Spike. Qing Jiao's voice echoed through the sky, followed by a thunderous crack. His figure burst forth from the eye of the storm, resembling a meteor descending with the spear-like tip enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, as if surrounded by lightning. The green pepper descended like a meteor surrounded by flames and lightning, directly locking onto Li Yi's aura. Before the attack reached its target, a pressure akin to Mount Tai was already felt, causing the ground beneath Li Yi to crack like a spider's web. Faced with such a maneuver, Li Yi had to respond with his most powerful technique. The three breathing methods of rock, wind, and thunder activated in succession within him. He raised the crimson sword, entwined with an aura of dominance as blades of wind spiraled around the sword's edge, ultimately merging with the lightning's might. Ultimate technique: Spiral Dual Polar Thunder Cannon. With a swing of his sword, it unleashed a thunderous roar akin to 1,000 cannons. A spiral shockwave carrying wind and thunder shot upwards like a beam of light, striking the green pepper that fell like a meteor. Boom! In the instant of collision, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the land, heard by everyone in the Flower Kingdom and on the battlefield. They covered their ears, staring in terror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the sky. The force generated raised the sea surface with fierce winds wreaking havoc. Countless hills were destroyed and cities within the Flower Kingdom were swept away by the hurricane, resulting in the collapse of numerous buildings. In the sky, lightning flashed as the green pepper's meteor cone dragon spike and the spiral dual polar thunder cannon held each other in a stalemate, both sides retreating and advancing in a fierce competition of power. At that moment, the green pepper was continuously spewing blood in the air. Its vitality was nearly extinguished, flickering like a candle in the wind, with the only thing fueling its battle being the hatred in its heart. Li Yi on the ground struggled to hold on as the three breathing methods rapidly circulated within him. Hot air burst from his nostrils, and his eyes shimmered with lightning. The pressure from the sky forced his body to continually retreat. His heart thumped violently, echoing like a drum. At this moment, both sides were testing the limits of their physical bodies and the resilience of their wills. A momentary lapse would result in devastating consequences. Time ticked away, and soon the green pepper's conical tip began to falter. Under the rotation of the spiral dual polar thunder cannon, it was gradually worn down while the green pepper's strength continued to decline. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi pushed his breathing method to its limits. The muscles in his arms gripping the sword bulged as his heart thumped loudly. In that moment, life was burned to its utmost, and a pattern of lightning emerged on his face, temporarily activating his true pattern body. With a sudden twist of his sword-wielding hands, he unleashed a violent force, once more causing the ground beneath him to crack. With the enhancement of power, the spiral dual polar thunder cannon turned ferocious, its rotational force becoming increasingly violent, directly eroding the conical tip of the green pepper. Impossible! How can this little brat unleash such powerful strength? The green pepper shouted in despair. The spiral dual polar thunder cannon engulfed the green pepper like an enraged beast, dragging it into the eye of the storm. Everyone witnessed a crimson light erupt in the eye of the storm, followed by a tremendous explosion. Immediately after the explosion's force spread outward in all directions, and the sky appeared as if a small sun had emerged. Everyone was stunned, staring at the terrifying scene in the sky, where the legendary pirate was struck down by a single sword from the naval lieutenant. On the battlefield of the Flower Kingdom, the soldiers of the Erbao Navy and the other troops couldn't help but shed tears, dropping their weapons and kneeling down. Once the green pepper was the pride of the Flower Kingdom, with the name of the 8 Treasure Navy resounding across the seas, yet all of that was no more. The Flower Kingdom, having lost its will to fight, quickly surrendered, and the Allied forces ceased combat, entering negotiations. After striking down the green pepper with a single sword, Li Yi was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to stand. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, feeling a portion of his life force ebb away, his originally golden hair turning white. In his final glimpse, he saw Sophia's figure before losing consciousness. When Li Yi awakened, he found himself on the Rose Islands of the Garcia Kingdom. Sophia, you finally woke up. Li Yi, how long have I been unconscious? Sophia, 2 days. That day Sophia almost thought Li Yi was dead when she saw him lying on the ground relieved only because she noticed his breathing, otherwise she would have buried him. Sophia, why is your hair completely white? Li Yi, perhaps I've been lacking in nutrition lately. Sophia, lacking what? Li Yi, lacking some milk. Sophia, no. Li Yi squinted at the two plump white rabbits, causing Sophia's face to flush as she glared at him, saying, Can you be serious? Li Yi, first get me something to eat, and it all has to be meat, prepare a lot for me. Soon the room was piled high with large meat steaks, chicken legs, and ham sausages. As he gazed at the table full of food, his stomach let out a hungry growl. Grabbing a chicken leg in one hand and a steak in the other, he began to devour them ravenously, leaving Sophia dumbfounded. While consuming copious amounts of food, Li Yi activated the sixth ultimate technique, Life Return, and his previously pale hair gradually turned back to black. By consuming a large amount of food to replenish the energy lost from his body, Li Yi unconsciously learned the Life Return technique taught by Garp to Luffy during his childhood, emphasizing the need for substantial nourishment after battle. After a ravenous feast, he burped contentedly, wiping his mouth. The after effects of burning through his life force were indeed frightening, as he still felt a bit weak. However, the true power unleashed from the complete patterned body was formidable. That violent force surged within him, and Li Yi felt capable of cleaving mountains and rivers with a single sword. After finishing the substantial amount of food on the table, Li Yi lay back on the sofa, resting his head on Sophia's thigh, squinting his eyes in enjoyment of her gentle touches. Li Yi, has the war in the Flower Kingdom ended? Sophia, after you struck down the green pepper with a single sword, the Flower Kingdom lost its will to fight and dropped their weapons to surrender. Sophia, countries are negotiating with the Flower Kingdom, demanding reparations for the years they were plundered. Li Yi, what was the final outcome of the negotiations? Sophia, after some haggling, the Flower Kingdom agreed to pay each country 1 billion berries in reparations, leading to the signing of a ceasefire agreement with the coalition forces, and the war came to an end. Li Yi, 100 billion in reparations will surely leave the Flower Kingdom severely weakened. We should take this time to develop ourselves. Li Yi, have the 8 treasure navy been captured? Sophia, they have all been captured. Major Mish's warship is docked at the Rose Islands port awaiting your orders. After enjoying a delightful series of touches, Li Yi took a carriage to the port of the Rose Islands, where Misha and a group of naval soldiers had been waiting for a long time. Salute. Seeing Li Yi approach, Misha immediately issued the command, and all the soldiers swiftly and uniformly saluted. Li Yi nodded slightly, and then asked Misha, where is Abu from the 8 treasure navy? Mixia reported to Li Yi, all members of the Babao Shueijun have been bound in chains, and their pirate ship is moored on the far side of the harbor. Li Yi, take me there. Soon the naval contingent arrived at the berth where the Babao Shueijun ship lay, its perimeter sealed by vigilant marines. Li Yi, bring me the current leader of the Babao Shueijun, Abu. I will interrogate him personally. At the order, the marines boarded at once. Mixia quickly set a chair behind Li Yi while the marines placed a small table beside him atop, which sat a pot of brewed red tea. Observing the thoughtful arrangement, Li Yi cast Mixia a look of approval. Who would not cherish a subordinate who both speaks well and acts diligently? The marines soon escorted Abu to Li Yi, but oddly Abu had someone clinging to him. 2 people bound together by iron chains. Curiously, he stepped forward to glimpse the other person. When he saw that astonishing countenance, he spat the red tea from his mouth in an instant. Li Yi blurted, is that a man or a woman? Mixia answered plainly, a woman. Li Yi, are you certain she is truly a woman? Go check, she did not escape from some realm of changed bodies. At the thought, Mixia suddenly retched. The memory of that woman's lascivious, glaring eyes struck him as horror itself. Li Yi, really? Is she that frightening? He chided Mixia for his continued retching, but when he turned and beheld the person's flower-like, world-stunning face, then pictured what such beauty might do, he too was overcome and vomited to the ground. Li Yi, stop. Who is she? Still coughing, Mixia wiped his mouth with a white cloth and said, Horlisha, Abu's wife and the companion of the current Babao Shueijun leader. Li Yi, she truly is his wife, one who has passed through that decisive rite. Abu, bound in iron, struggled, and then tears on his face, nodded in confirmation. On receiving Abu's affirmation, Li Yi was struck with sudden awe. This was a man of rare fortitude. Only such a man, able to endure what others could not, could bear companionship of that shattering beauty. Though the two were enemies in that moment, Li Yi's admiration for Abu surged like the unending tide about Twin Cape. Horlisha suddenly cooed, teasingly addressing the golden-haired young man as strikingly handsome. With a fatal seductive glance Horlisha sent toward Li Yi, his limbs trembled and his stomach turned. Li Yi stammered a laugh. Abu cried out, I choose freedom. I will reveal the treasure's location. Between the wide sea and the hellish life within the prison city, Abu chose the former without hesitation. Before Li Yi, he disclosed the Babao Shuijin's hidden hoard upon the Bingfeng Dalu. Li Yi listened carefully, cross-checked the coordinates against his memory, and when satisfied waved his hand. He ordered the Marines to remove Abu's irons and free the Babao Shuijin crew, restoring the pirate ship to its captain. Abu wept with gratitude and offered profuse thanks, hurrying his men aboard to depart. Li Yi called after them, "Wait." Abu asked suspiciously if Li Yi intended to renege. Li Yi replied, "You forgot something. Take it with you and do not leave a mess." He pointed to a burlap sack on the quay that contained Hualisha. Abu glanced at the sack, grief welling in his eyes. Without a word, he shouldered the heavy bundle and boarded. Watching his sorrowful silhouette, Li Yi's respect swelled once more like the relentless currents of Twin Cape. What a pity, yet I am a righteous naval officer. How could I let pirates simply go free? Once the Babao Shuijin ship had cleared the waters of the Rose Archipelago, Li Yi drew the crimson sword from his waist. A martial aura wrapped the blade, whirling wind blades encircled its edge, and black lightning danced along the steel. He intoned an ultimate art, spiral bipolar thunder roar cannon. A spiraling pillar of light blasted forth from the sword, slicing across the sea toward the pirate ship. The thunder cannon engulfed the vessel in a tremendous roar. Brutal force tore the ship asunder, and it detonated the explosion, upheaving waves hundreds of meters high. Saxia had crept up behind Li Yi unnoticed. Looking out at the ship reduced to wreckage, she asked dryly, "Do sailors have no loyalty?" Li Yi sheathed the crimson sword and spread his hands. "I did not break my word when I said let them leave. But I never promised not to kill them. I am a naval officer of justice. I cannot allow these pirates to continue preying upon the seas. Since Qingjiao and Laocha are absent, Abu must go as well. Families should be kept whole," he declared. "I swear I will not tolerate gambling and drugs in any form." Saxia fell silent. Then she said, "Agents of the world government have arrived." Li Yi grimaced. Of course the 5 elders' eyes could not be fooled. The elders had constantly monitored his schemes. The centuries of treasure accumulated by the Babao Shuijin had long been in the world government's sights. Only the right moment to seize it had been awaited, and that moment had come. He forced his anger down. After all, his current strength was insufficient to be invincible in this world. He still depended upon the banner of the Navy and the authority of the world government. Inside the Rose Castle in the conference hall, a CP agent from the world government sat cross-legged, sipping the red tea brewed by a maid while waiting. Upon seeing Li Yi and Queen Sophia's arrival, he remained seated and leisurely sipped his tea, his arrogant demeanor evident even without removing his mask. "Li Yi, has this guy been like this since he arrived?" "Sophia, the people from the world government have always had this attitude." After hearing Sophia's words, a surge of anger ignited within him. How dare this mere dog of the world government act so arrogantly, strutting around as if he owned the place? Who gave him the courage to put on airs before me? Was it him who gave him that courage? Since you don't want to get up, then stay down. With a flash of lightning in his eyes and overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, a domineering aura surged directly towards the CP agent. Before he could react, he felt a terrifying pressure crashing down on him, forcing him to the ground. "Li Yi, how dare you be so rude to a personnel of the world government?" The CP agent struggled with all his might to stand up, but it was in vain. Under Li Yi's conqueror's haki, he couldn't move. Nonetheless, he stubbornly questioned Li Yi. "I am glad the world government sent someone to see me, but I do not appreciate your tone or attitude when speaking to me. Do you understand?" The voice filled with killing intent echoed in his ears, and at that moment the CP agent had no doubt that if he dared to continue nagging, this Marine Major would eliminate him on the spot. "The Gorosei sent me to deliver a special communication snail to you for direct communication." Hearing this, Li Yi withdrew his conqueror's haki, and the CP agent felt his body lighten. Trembling, he stood up and took out a communication snail from his pocket, handing it to Li Yi. After receiving the communication snail, it rang a moment later, and the voice of the Gorosei came through. "Little brat, don't think we don't know you're eyeing the treasure of the 8 treasures navy. Although we don't know how you learned of its existence, this is something the world government has been keeping an eye on." Li Yi, Gorosei, I am not plotting anything. I plan to report the news only after finding it. The Gorosei did not believe Li Yi's words. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a colossal treasure? This little brat was quite cunning. "Gorosei, right now you are the only one who knows the location of the treasure. Immediately retrieve the treasures within." Li Yi, I want to retrieve the treasure immediately, but after the war in the Flower Kingdom, our West Sea Navy suffered heavy losses and urgently needs massive funds for reconstruction. After hearing this, the Gorosei holding the first-generation blade slammed it onto the ground in anger. "That pesky little brat dares to ask us for money." The white-haired Gorosei, that little brat performed well in the West Sea. Now that the 8 treasures navy is gone, they cannot stir up any trouble. The white long-haired Gorosei, that marine brat has great ambition. According to CP's reports, he has awakened the conqueror's Haki. The blonde Gorosei, isn't this a good thing? A young powerhouse with ambition and desire will only work better for the world government. The bald Gorosei. Then we should give him a portion of this treasure. After all, to get a horse to run, one must be willing to feed the horse. After a unanimous discussion, the Gorosei spoke into the communication snail. Little brat, tell us, what do you want? Let's split the treasure of the 8 treasures, Navy 50-50. In the conference hall, Sophia and the CP agent were both utterly shocked, having never seen anyone dare to negotiate 50-50 with the highest power of the world government, the Gorosei. Gorosei, little brat, you are too bold to propose 50-50. Gorosei, it's not that I am bold, but our West Sea Navy is truly poor. We barely have a few new warships. How can you expect me to defend the West Sea? Gorosei, 28%, no more than that. Retrieve the treasure immediately. After saying this, the call ended. Even the world government couldn't remain calm in the face of such immense wealth. In short, the world government also needed money. With the onset of the great pirate era, more and more people took to the seas as pirates. Each year, the Navy's budget kept climbing. The Revolutionary Army emerged, overthrowing kingdoms everywhere, and the Army's budget also increased. Coupled with the extravagant spending of the celestial dragons over the years, even the world government could not withstand it. The next day, the West Sea Navy, along with several warships sent by the world government, headed towards the frozen continent. Based on the location provided by they quickly found the treasure's location. Standing on the ice continent, one could see treasures stretching for dozens of meters, emitting a golden glow. To access these treasures, one would need the pointed tip of a green pepper. But is it impossible to open without the pointed tip of a green pepper? Actually, throughout history, the leaders of the 8 treasures Navy have been powerful individuals who mastered the 8-burst fist at the profound stage, concentrating the shockwave power of the 8-burst fist to break through the ice layer. Slowly drawing out the scarlet sword, a powerful aura enveloped the blade, and black lightning appeared. Unleashed black lightning, continuously infusing it into the scarlet sword to compress it. This move was not a sword wave attack, but rather an attack utilizing the combined power of lightning and Haki. Breath of lightning, dark thunder slash. With a single swing, a massive black sword energy was unleashed, slicing through the ice layer with immense force, revealing a fissure several dozen meters wide. Golden light shot up into the sky, and everyone looked in shock at the wealth that had been frozen for so long. After all, compared to the elusive treasures of legends, this was the real wealth. Everyone descended into the treasure, gazing at countless chests of gold coins. They breathed heavily, yet no one dared to steal, for this belonged to the world government. Looking at the gold treasures, felt little interest. In this world where the strong are revered, one's own powerful strength is fundamental. While wandering through the pile of treasures, also discovered many valuable items, with several famous swords taken casually. The people from the world government remained silent, not daring to utter a word. After several days of transport by the world government CP personnel, the treasures accumulated by the 8 treasures Navy for 100 years were finally emptied, completely filling the decks of 10 warships with chests and coins. Under the sunlight, these warships emanated a golden glow. Among them, 2 warships belonged to the West Sea Navy base, roughly estimated to contain 200 billion berries. Thus, 10 warships amounted to around 1 trillion. When these treasures were transported back to the West Sea, it caused a stir. Even Morgan from the World News Economic Agency specifically sent people over to conduct interviews and, according to custom, held a press conference. At the press conference, they extolled the bravery and strength of the Navy, informing the reporters present of what the wrath of thunder and righteous army was annihilating the 8 treasures Navy, which had plundered in the West Sea for many years. When a reporter asked whether these treasures would be returned to the countries of the West Sea, Lee responded, "Such ill-gotten gains will of course be confiscated and used to maintain world peace. If anyone has concerns, they can inquire with the world government." The reporters present couldn't help but scoff. Who the hell doesn't know that the world government takes the most? Asking the world government for money is like looking for shit. Without a doubt, Lee has once again topped the trending charts, dominating the headlines. This news detailed the fierce battle waged by the Western Sea Navy under Lee's leadership against the 8 treasure Navy, where the valiant Rear Admiral Lee clashed with the legendary pirate Qing Jiao, ultimately slaying him with his formidable swordsmanship. The newspaper featured images of Lee battling Qing Jiao, showcasing a scene shrouded in dark clouds that resembled the apocalypse, with the devastation of the land and city vividly depicted. Due to his lightning-fast sword skills, Lee was granted a title by Morgan's thunderous sword hero. In the Rose Castle, Lee enjoyed the fruits fed to him by the Queen while reading the newspaper. Following the campaign against the Flower Kingdom, the Western Sea entered a period of peace. With $2 billion in funding, Lee began to vigorously develop the Garcia Kingdom. The only thing that annoyed Li Yi was being extorted by Sengoku, who shamelessly called it a loyalty fee. The fee proved that Li Yi was a just Navy officer loyal to the world government, because his actions in the Western Sea severely exceeded the Navy's boundaries, openly supporting a nation while secretly plotting a war which surpassed the Navy's responsibilities. At a Navy meeting, Akainu once again voiced that Li Yi harbored great ambitions, creating a situation in the Western Sea that could become a disaster, and he should be immediately dismissed and recalled to headquarters for investigation. However, Sengoku merely cast a faint glance at Akainu and said all of Li Yi's actions in the Western Sea are tacitly approved by the world government. You have no authority to question their decisions. Those words left Akainu speechless. Despite his high status as a Navy admiral, he was merely a dog before the five elders. Even if he later became the fleet admiral, he would still only stand before the five elders, lacking even the equal status to sit and speak with them, his position being lower than that of a pirate. The five elders' attitude towards red-haired Shanks was far superior to that towards Akainu. No wonder Shanks dared to act arrogantly during the Marineford War, ending a conflict with a mere give-me-some-face. After tossing aside the newspaper, he left the castle and headed to the military island of Rose Island to begin his domineering training. The true pinnacle powerhouses of the sea reached the ultimate realm in Haki physical combat and abilities, including Devil Fruit powers. Especially in the latter half of the Grand Line's New World, Devil Fruit abilities are not the primary factor for becoming a top powerhouse. Haki is the strongest force for every strong individual, and under the support of powerful Haki Devil Fruits, can unleash even greater power. The two powerful techniques of Haki armament, Haki Flowing Sakura and Conqueror's Haki Wrapping, involve infusing Haki into an enemy's body for destruction, with Flowing Sakura specifically designed to deal with high defense foes. Even the Emperor Kaido can't be harmed without Flowing Sakura. Conqueror's Haki Wrapping is an advanced technique that applies Conqueror's Haki in battle, allowing it to wrap around fists or weapons, enabling attacks from a distance. In the clash between Roger and Whitebeard, both their weapons were infused with Conqueror's Haki. What they were truly competing with was their Conqueror's Haki. The basic ability of Conqueror's Haki is to intimidate lesser foes, having little effect on powerful opponents. Even those at the Admiral level are hardly fazed by it. One of the four Emperor's red-haired Shanks has trained Conqueror's Haki to the level where it can alter reality, achieving the realm where a single frown can change the color of the sky. In an instant, Conqueror's Haki can even strike distant enemies like thunder. Extending his right hand into a fist, he wrapped it in armament Haki, recalling all knowledge about Flowing Sakura. Utilizing the breath method to make the armament Haki flow, he struck at a nearby stone. With a bang, the stone exploded from within, shattering into countless small pieces. Observing the power of his punch, Li Yi was quite satisfied. Sometimes advanced techniques are not learned through relentless practice, but rather by grasping their essence. Bang, 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 bang. He punched at nearby stones in rapid succession. After about a practice, Li Yi became proficient in using Flowing Sakura, and the next step was to practice Conqueror's Haki Wrapping. Drawing the crimson sword from his waist, he channeled Conqueror's Haki to wrap around the sword's blade, swinging it to send a dark red wave that sliced a stone in half. But unfortunately, it did not achieve the desired effect of attacking from a distance. Bang, pong, bang, bang. He continued to swing the sword, launching waves of energy that struck the large stones on the island. Finally, after countless swings, a wave of energy cut a stone in half from a distance, and that moment of striking was etched in Li Yi's memory. Looking up, he noticed the night had fallen, shrouding the earth in darkness. Unconsciously, a day had passed, and feeling hungry, he darted like lightning back to the Rose Castle. Within the Rose Castle, a feast of delicacies and fine wines awaited him. After a day of training, he replenished his energy with the food and drink, followed by soaking in a hot spring to relieve his fatigue. The castle's bathhouse featured a large hot spring pool that could accommodate 10 people. Lying in the pool, the temperature was just right, instantly washing away a day's fatigue. After carefully washing his body, he slowly walked to the castle's garden, where the quiet garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Under the moonlight, a figure in a red long dress appeared. Tonight, Sasha wore a short-sleeved floral red long dress, showcasing her splendid figure. Li Yi approached with a smile and said, "Can't sleep, Your Majesty." Sasha shot him a glance and said, "I was admiring the flowers, but unfortunately, I was interrupted by someone." Sasha, Rear Admiral Li Yi, "Do you also come to admire the flowers?" "Of course I came to admire the flowers," Li Yi replied, "but I believe that among the countless flowers in this garden, none can compare to your beauty. You are the most beautiful red rose in this garden." Upon hearing this, Sasha's face flushed red, appearing even more stunning under the moonlight. Suddenly, the queen was pulled closer by Li Yi, the young admiral's invasive gaze unabashedly appreciating the queen's unparalleled beauty. The aura emanating from a strong individual instantly captivated the proud queen, her face turning as red as a blooming flower. Li Yi said, Your Majesty, with such a beautiful night, how about we share a dance? Under the moonlight, the two began to dance gracefully with a gentle breeze, carrying flower petals, creating a scene akin to an exquisite masterpiece. King Alicia, come to meet you, and me what? Squinting at the maid, and then glancing at the sleeping Sophia beside her, the queen was exhausted after last night's playful discussions about the origins of humanity. A blush appeared on her otherwise flawless face, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. Li Yi couldn't bear to wake the sleeping queen, gently covering her with a blanket. With the maids attending to him, he dressed and made his way to the council hall, where King Alicia was anxiously waiting. Upon entering the council hall, Li Yi saw the figure of King Alicia. The king also noticed Li Yi and excitedly approached, grabbing his hand. Hello, Major General Li. It's finally a pleasure to meet you. You must help me save my country. Being so warmly gripped by a man sent shivers down his spine. Suppressing the urge to slap him, he pulled his hand away from King Alicia's enthusiastic grasp. Li Yi, to save your country, what exactly has happened? King Alicia, the nightmarish Don Quixote Doflamingo, is selling arms to pirates in the West Sea and even allows them to fly the Don Quixote family pirate flag for plunder. The condition is that half of the treasures these pirates seize must be handed over to Doflamingo. Doflamingo is one of the warlords of the sea and the current king of Dressrosa. Leveraging the powers granted to the warlords by the world government, he secretly runs an illegal human auction house, providing slaves for the celestial dragons and wealthy nobles, abducting various creatures and engaging in arms trafficking in the underground world. He is the most powerful warlord known in the underground world by the codename Joker. Seeing the West Sea nations gain a substantial indemnity from the war in the Flower Country, Doflamingo hatched a plan to sell arms to West Sea pirates while allowing them to fly the Don Quixote family flag for plunder. The warlords have the authority given by the world government, merely needing to pay half of their earnings to the government, and the Navy is forbidden from attacking pirate ships flying the Don Quixote family flag. Li Yi suddenly asked curiously, why don't you go to the West Sea Navy base? King Alicia looked at Li Yi disdainfully and said, can I find you at the West Sea Navy base? In the West Sea, many know that this young Navy Major General rarely stays at the West Sea base and is instead often at the Rose Castle in the Garcia Kingdom. The relationship between this Navy Major General and the Queen of the Garcia Kingdom is known among all factions in the West Sea. On the surface, Sophia is the Queen of Garcia, but in reality, it is this Navy Major General who truly controls the country. The Queen merely handles state affairs during the day and spends her nights on her knees singing the Tide of the Azure Sea, functioning much like a secretary. After acquiring 2/10 of the 8 treasures Navy's wealth, the Garcia Kingdom began to develop rapidly, purchasing 8 warships in addition to the 2 it already had, nearly matching the standard number of warships for the Demon Suppression Order. Li Yi felt a bit awkward at this moment. As the top official of the West Sea Navy, he spent very few days at the base all year round. All affairs were managed by Colonel Rom and Major Mijia, leaving him as merely a hands-off manager. After listening to the king's account, Li Yi, filled with righteous indignation, declared that he would take charge of the matter and immediately called Mijia to lead 3 warships towards the Alicia Kingdom. On the deck of the warship, Mijia looked worried and said, Major General Li Yi, are we really going to confront the warlords of the sea? All their actions are sanctioned by the world government. Li Yi glanced at Mijia and retorted, why did you join the Navy in the first place? Mijia, to protect my hometown from pirate invasion. That's right, never forget your original intention. What about the warlords? A thief is still a thief. If they dare to cause trouble in my territory, I will show them who is in charge in the West Sea. Just one warlord. If others dare not capture him, I will. If others dare not kill him, I will. I will strike first and report later. That's me, Li Yi, Major General of the West Sea Navy. Li Yi's imposing words inspired all the sailors on the warship, filling Mijia with a surge of passion reminiscent of her initial days in the Navy. Soon the Navy fleet arrived at the Alicia Kingdom. Through the telescope, they spotted 3 pirate ships flying the Don Quixote flag, attacking the Alicia Kingdom. Li Yi immediately launched an attack and captured those pirates. Upon receiving the order, Mijia directed the warships to swiftly approach the shore, then led the Navy soldiers towards the pirates, quickly capturing them. Li Yi, tell me how you obtained that pirate flag, and where did you send the treasures you stole? We are the pirate crew under the warlord Doflamingo. You cannot capture us. We are merely exercising the powers granted by the world government. Do you know how immense Doflamingo's power is in the underground world? Aren't you afraid of offending Joker? One pirate who looked like a leader replied defiantly, thinking that with the Don Quixote flag, even the Navy couldn't do anything to them. Oh, I'm so scared of the warlords. Huh? Li Yi feigned fear before suddenly slapping the pirate away, coldly instructing Mijia dispose of that pirate. With a swift motion, Mijia unsheathed her sword, and without hesitation the pirate was decapitated, the bloody scene making the other pirates tremble in fear. Now who will tell me where you got that pirate flag? Li looked coldly at the remaining pirates while behind Amicia held her bloodied blade, gazing mercilessly at them. Finally, under the terror of impending death, the pirates revealed all they knew. They obtained the Don Quixote pirate flag from an officer of the Don Quixote family. The officers of the Don Quixote family came to the West Sea recruiting pirate crews on a small island, claiming they could allow them to fly the Don Quixote family pirate flag with the condition being that half of the treasures they seized must be surrendered. Every day, they would transport the seized treasures to an island in the West Sea, where there would be someone responsible for receiving them. Moreover, that island had a vast amount of arms for sale, having become an underground arms market in the West Sea. Li, what a bold move! Doflamingo has overstepped his bounds. How dare he openly sell arms in the West Sea without my permission and even set up a small market? It would be a shame not to eradicate it. Li, everyone follow my orders. Depart immediately and destroy Doflamingo's arms market in the West Sea. Following the guidance of the pirates, they quickly located the island where the members of the Don Quixote family resided. Through the telescope, they observed several pirate ships docked, clearly used for transporting treasure. Transmit my orders. 3 warships aim at those pirate ships and fire all cannons. Reduce those ships to rubble. In order to prevent the Don Quixote crew from escaping, Li decisively ordered the destruction of their pirate ships, ensuring they could not transport the treasures from the island. With a single command, the 3 warships unleashed all 30 cannons, in unison the concentrated barrage engulfing the pirate ships. Under the assault of 30 cannonballs, the vessels of the Don Quixote family were reduced to debris, sinking into the sea. The thunderous roar of the cannons startled the pirates on the island. Upon seeing the Navy warships, they all gasped in astonishment, clearly panicking at the sight of the Navy. What are you panicking for? Stay calm, it's just the Navy. We are the 7 warlords of the sea. The Navy cannot capture us. A bald old man with bulging veins dressed in a tight blue and red suit appeared, flanked by a chubby man in a yellow outfit with a propeller-like hairstyle and a tall beauty dressed as a maid in a red bodycon dress, carrying a rocket launcher and cannons. These 3 were the executives of the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji, Bartolomeo, and Baby 5. They had come to the West Sea in accordance with their young master Don Quixote Doflamingo's orders, planning a heist across nations utilizing the authority of the 7 warlords of the sea to plunder freely and subsequently transporting the treasures back to Dressrosa. The appearance of the executives immediately calmed the pirates. Lao Ji's words evidently served as a morale booster, instilling courage in them, even daring to shout that they would show the Navy a thing or two. After the barrage had obliterated several pirate ships, the 3 warships approached the shore, and the Marines disembarked, quickly encountering the pirates. Behind Lao Ji stood Bartolomeo and Baby 5 along with 2,000 pirates, while Li had fewer than 1,000 Marines. Kill these Navy soldiers. With the backing of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirates charged forward with knives, as if invigorated. Facing these pirates, Misha waved her hand, and the Navy sharpshooters formed a line, raising their muskets to aim, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Wait, there's no need to be so complicated with these lackeys. Just as Misha was about to issue the order to fire, Li stopped the sharpshooters and slowly walked forward, casting a disdainful glance at the group of pirates. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes as the intimidating presence of Conqueror's Haki erupted, sweeping over the battlefield. With a resounding thud, the Conqueror's Haki swept through, leaving only Lao Ji, Bartolomeo, and Baby 5 standing, while the remaining 2,000 pirates collapsed, unable to withstand the force. At this moment, sweat beads covered the foreheads of the 3. They had not anticipated encountering an awakened user of Conqueror's Haki in the Navy. They were quite familiar with the power of Conqueror's Haki, as their young master Don Quixote Doflamingo was also an awakened user. Lao Ji gazed at the Navy commander unleashing Conqueror's Haki before him, a young man not yet 20 with a long sword hanging at his waist, golden hair, and a handsome face. He suddenly recalled the figure frequently seen in the news. Lao Ji, you are the Thunderblade Master Navy Major Li. Li, you only recognize my handsome and suave face now. How disappointing. After a 3-second pause, Lao Ji was almost driven to anger, having never seen someone so brazen. Lao Ji, may I ask, why are you leading so many Navy soldiers to attack the personnel of the Don Quixote family? Li, I can't stand the sight of your Don Quixote family, so I came to clean up your act. Do you have any objections? His arrogant and domineering gaze conveyed disdain for the Don Quixote family, instantly infuriating Lao Ji. Lao Ji, I have never seen a Navy soldier as arrogant and domineering as you, Major Li. Li, well, now you have. What's wrong? Come and fight me. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo and Baby 5 prepared to attack, particularly Baby 5, who activated her devil fruit ability, transforming her arm into a cannon aimed directly at Li. Lao Ji, sir, don't forget our young master Don Quixote Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea appointed by the world government, possessing powers granted by the world government. You Navy cannot attack us. Li Yi, picking at the garbage in his ears, looked at Lao Ji with disdain and said, "Indeed, Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea appointed by the world government with powers bestowed by them, but I do not recognize such authority in the West Sea. Li Yi, the West Sea is my territory listens to me." Lao Ji's expression changed dramatically. No one had ever dared to deny the authority of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even if the Navy did not openly acknowledge it, they still adhered to the world government's regulations in private. They never expected someone would dare to refute it in the West Sea. "Lao Ji, what do you want?" "Li Yi, all the treasures on the island are now confiscated and belong to us, the Navy." "Lao Ji, are you joking? These are the possessions of the Don Quixote family. You can't take them." Immediately, Lao Ji assumed a combat stance, while Bartolomeo activated his devil fruit ability to carry Baby 5 into the sky. "He'll leave that old man to you." With a swift motion, he shot up into the sky, looking helplessly as his commander left. He knew the little thoughts of his commander all too well. Yao Yao drew her sword from her waist, activating the first form of the breath of wind, her figure darting towards Lao Ji like a whirlwind. High in the sky, Bartolomeo soared with Baby 5, who aimed a rocket launcher at Li Yi and pressed the trigger. With a boom, rockets shot towards him, yet Li Yi effortlessly dodged them, using lightning step to move through the air at lightning speed, causing Baby 5's shots to all miss. Scythe Woman. Spinning weapon attack. Seeing that her shots were ineffective against Li Yi, Baby 5 activated her devil fruit ability, transforming her long legs into a scythe. Bartolomeo then grabbed Baby 5's hands and spun his body at high speed, attacking like a spinning top, combining their abilities in a performance-like skill that left onlookers speechless. Without dodging, Li Yi drew his crimson sword with Haki swirling around the blade, black lightning crackling as he swung it with one hand. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as the spinning scythe clashed against the sword, unable to force Li Yi to retreat even an inch from the combined assault of Bartolomeo and Baby 5. "Down you go." With a surge of black lightning erupting from the crimson sword, one swing sent both of them flying, separating them as they fell. Just as Baby 5 was about to crash to the ground, a lightning-fast figure caught her in an embrace. To her surprise, it was that Navy Major. For some reason, Baby 5 felt her heart racing at that moment. In her eyes, the Navy Major suddenly appeared so handsome, causing her face to flush. Li Yi held Baby 5 in his arms, gazing intently at her, making her feel shy. "Baby, could you please not look at me like that? Your eyes are so beautiful, just like the starry sky, captivating me endlessly. Your eyes are truly lovely, and they only fit to contain me. Since meeting you, my heart has been racing so fast it feels like it might explode. It feels like I'm going to be killed by you. I now charge you with the crime of stealing my heart, and in the name of love, I shall imprison you in my heart." Li Yi unleashed a barrage of cheesy pickup lines upon Baby 5, who had never encountered such alluring words. Her heart raced, her eyes filled with heart-shaped glimmers. Her face flushed and body heated. She fell into endless fantasies under the assault of his cheesy lines. Meanwhile, Messia, who was in the midst of battle, was left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? "I am risking my life against the enemy, and you just turn around to flirt. Can you act like a decent person?" Rao Ji, witnessing Baby 5's infatuated expression, was instantly enraged. The thought of Baby 5's issues gave him a headache. Baby 5 grew up in a poor family and was considered a waste of food after her birth. Ultimately, she was abandoned by her own mother, which led Baby 5 to vow to become a useful person, someone others would need. Longing to be needed, she found it impossible to refuse anyone who required her help, whether it was for lending money, proposals, or forced sales. She accepted all, believing herself to be needed, which often led her to be deceived. Due to her beautiful appearance and innocent heart, she became the target of countless scoundrels' proposals. However, Baby 5's fiancés rarely survived beyond the second day, as anyone who became engaged to her would be eliminated by Doflamingo. Seeing Baby 5's expression and her trembling body, Li Yi felt everything was under his control. It was time to deliver the final blow. "Baby, I need you, I need your love." The moment she heard she was needed, it shattered Baby 5's last defense. "Baby, you need me, you need my love." "Li Yi, exactly, give me your love." He slowly leaned closer to her enchanting red lips, launching a surprise attack as Baby 5 was caught off guard. Boom. The channels of communication between them connected, two pink soft tubes entwining with each other, exchanging the essence of love. At that moment, the air was filled with the scent of love. Everyone on site seemed to forget what they were doing, staring blankly at the couple embracing and sharing their love. The Navy soldiers were stunned, never expecting their major to be a master of romance, effortlessly conquering a beautiful woman with just a few sweet words. Their admiration for Li Yi surged like the endless waterfall at Gemini Cape. After what seemed like an eternity, they had reached their limit and finally parted. It appeared they had engaged in a soulful exchange. During that time, their gazes filled with images of each other. "Idiot, Baby 5, wake up. He is the enemy of your family. After being blasted away, Bahaflu briefly lost consciousness. When he woke up and saw the scene, he shouted angrily from the sky. Li, do you know that interrupting someone's flirting can lead to serious consequences? Thunder-breathing, great thunder serpent. With a swing of his sword, a golden lightning wave rushed towards Bahaflu like a python at speed so fast that Bahaflu couldn't react and was instantly blasted away. Watching Bahaflu being sent flying, Baby 5 felt worried and scared. Yet Li held her trembling hand and said, "This isn't your fault. If there is blame, it's mine. If loving is a mistake, then let me make that mistake over and over again." His cheesy line struck again, reaching critical damage, and Baby 5 fell once more into the entanglement of love, behaving like a couple in deep romance, oblivious to the world around them. This scene made Rao G's veins bulge with rage, wanting to rush over and give this shameless pair a good beating. Unfortunately, he was blocked by Messiah, only able to watch helplessly as the two lost themselves in their exchange. D1 Fist. Rao G, filled with fury, could only unleash his wrath on Messiah. The power of his fists made it particularly difficult for Messiah to cope. This martial art was a full-body assault, and as Rao G continued to punch, it grew heavier. Wind breathing, second form claw wind. With a swift slash, 4 blades of wind shot towards Rao G, who could only retreat, quickly striking a pose resembling someone with back pain. Back pain style eye burst. His body spun at a speed beyond human perception, attacking Messiah's eyes as he rotated. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising dust. Facing Rao G's extremely swift attack, Messiah wielded her katana, unleashing countless blades of wind to protect herself like a sandstorm. Rao G, your swordsmanship is unique, and combined with that special breathing technique, it can unleash tremendous power. Unfortunately, your current strength hasn't allowed this sword technique to reach its full potential. Messiah, you're impressive too. Despite your frail body, you possess such combat strength and have created this exquisite fist technique. You are a commendable martial artist. Frail. Upon hearing Messiah describe him as frail, Rao G burst into laughter and said, "Young one, do not be deceived by your opponent's appearance. Now let me show you my ultimate secret. Ultimate technique of D1 Fist, combat preservation fist. The essence of D1 Fist can store the strength of youth within the body. Releasing this accumulated power allows Rao G to instantly return to his peak. At this moment, Rao G's stature and size would increase several times, his physique and muscles explosively growing, his strength and skills returning to their pinnacle. However, this technique could not be sustained for long. Over time, his body would revert to its original form. Receive this blow. GS stamp. With both hands forming the letter G, he charged towards Messiah, using the palm of his hand in the shape of a G to deliver a swift energy palm strike to Messiah's abdomen, sending her flying. In the moment she was struck away by Rao G, Messiah could only think, "I was careless, I didn't use shave." Bang! As Messiah was sent flying, she landed near Li. They exchanged glances, and from Messiah's disdainful look a message read, "How dare you indulge in flirting?" The atmosphere became awkward. With no choice, he had to let go of the girl in his arms and swiftly approached Rao G, saying, "Hurry up and use your ultimate move. I'm busy and a beautiful lady is waiting for my loving comfort." Damn, Navy died. GS stamp. He once again formed the G shape with his hands and charged at Li, preparing to unleash a palm strike at Li's abdomen. Rao G's speed was tremendous, but Li was even faster. By the time he posed, Li had already drawn his sword. Thunder-breathing, dark thunder slash. The crimson sword was enveloped in black lightning, and with a swing, a massive black sword energy cleaved towards Rao G, effortlessly slicing through him and splitting a small mountain behind him in two. Looking at the sword marks running down his body, Rao G uttered his last words. "Young man, you lack martial ethics." A rat's tail soup. After Lao Ji was slain, the Navy soldiers swiftly took action. First, they bound Bartholomew with sea stone iron chains, while the remaining ordinary pirates were handcuffed and escorted back to the Navy base. As for Baby 5, she was of course under the close supervision of the Major. Strolling on the island under the guidance of Baby 5, they quickly found the treasures that Don Quixote's pirate crew had plundered from the West Sea. These treasures were stored in a warehouse on the island, and as for how to deal with the spoils taken from various countries in the West Sea, they were of course to be confiscated. Suddenly the phone rang. A pink transponder snail in the warehouse kept ringing. Judging by its expression, it was clear that it was Don Quixote Doflamingo calling. "Lee, hello, is this Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Inside the castle of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo heard an unfamiliar voice from the transponder snail, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. "Don Quixote Doflamingo, who the hell are you, and why is the transponder snail in your hands? Where's Lao Ji? Listen carefully, pirate. I am Major Lee, the person in charge of the West Sea Navy base, known as the Thunder Sword Hero. As for that person, due to his non-cooperation with our Navy's work and his aggressive actions, he has already been executed on the spot by me. In simple terms, I chopped him down. You understand human language, right, Don Quixote Doflamingo? The transponder snail, being a unique creature of the pirate world, perfectly mimicked Li's arrogant expression while transmitting the voice. Such arrogance was unprecedented. No one had ever dared to speak so boldly in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo, leaving him momentarily stunned. At this moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo was extremely furious, veins bulging on his forehead, and a domineering aura erupted from him, breaking through the ceiling straight into the sky. The terrifying aura instantly darkened the sky with thick clouds, and the entire Dressrosa felt the wrath of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Shortly after, Doflamingo's angry roar spread throughout Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo, damn Navy, I will definitely kill you. Kill me. Is this a joke? Don Quixote Doflamingo, without my permission, who allowed you to sell arms in the West Sea and condone pirates plundering? Hey, who allowed this? It is the authority granted to the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. You, a mere Navy major, dare to ignore the orders of the world government. Even the Navy headquarters wouldn't dare. What is your West Sea Navy worth? Once a pirate asked me, what is the West Sea Navy worth? I now tell you what the Navy headquarters cannot manage, the West Sea Navy will handle. I will kill the pirates that the Navy headquarters dare not touch, and I will oversee matters they do not dare to intervene in. In short, I will oversee everything that the Navy headquarters can manage, and I will manage even more that they cannot. Cutting first and reporting later is permitted by the world government. This is the West Sea Navy. Do you understand what I said, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Don Quixote Doflamingo, is the Navy challenging me? If you have the ability, come to the West Sea and take a bite out of me. Very well, wait to bear my wrath. I will be waiting for you in the West Sea. During this time, I will take good care of Baby 5 and provide her with enough care and love. Goodbye. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bastard, how dare you lay a hand on Baby 5? Upon thinking about his innocent maid suffering at the hands of others, Doflamingo could not bear it. Who could endure such a thing? Baby 5 was one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's prized possessions, one of his future warm bed companions, but now the precious little cabbage he had carefully nurtured was about to be taken by someone else. A wave of furious rage surged through him. Boom. In a fit of rage, Don Quixote Doflamingo smashed the transponder snail into a pulp and then gathered all members of the Don Quixote family together. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Bartholomew, and Baby 5 were captured by the Navy in the West Sea, and Lao Ji was even slain by the Navy on the spot. What? The Navy actually dared to attack our Don Quixote family. Damn Navy, they actually killed Lao Ji. They must pay for their blood with blood. Young master, give the order to avenge Lao Ji. Avenge Lao Ji. All members of the Don Quixote family were filled with rage at this moment. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge the Don Quixote family, and it was time for the sea to remember the terror of the Don Quixote family. Everyone shut up. Don Quixote Doflamingo roared, and the scene instantly fell silent. One of the family members, Torpal, with snot running down his face, said, Doflamingo, calm down. If we take our forces to attack the Navy in the West Sea, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the Navy. At that time, we would not only face the wrath of the Navy, but the world government might also strip Doflamingo of his title as a warlord of the sea. Are we just going to let Lao Ji's murder go unavenged? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and the family members wanted to laugh at the sound, but each of them suppressed their urge to laugh. Many found Pika's voice amusing, but no one dared to laugh. The last person who dared to laugh, Bartholomew, was left with only half his life after being beaten by Pika. After Pika finished speaking, all members looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo, waiting for him to make a decision. We cannot openly confront the Navy, so I have decided to go to the West Sea to meet that Navy major. Torpol and Jim will come with me to the West Sea, while Pika and Diamante will stay to guard Dressrosa. After arranging everything, Don Quixote Doflamingo set off towards the West Sea aboard the Flamingo pirate ship along with Torpal, Jim, and a group of ordinary family members sailing at full speed. On the other side, on the surface of the West Sea, 3 Navy ships filled with gold treasures were returning to the Navy base in Grandeur. As the warships docked at the port, Colonel Rom arrived at the port with his men, staring in astonishment at the gold treasures on the ships. This major had gone out to sea and returned with so much money. The Navy headquarters had not allocated funds to the West Sea Navy base for over a year. In the words of Sengoku, no money. If you want money, find Lee. However, ever since Lee arrived in the West Sea base has never lacked money. After plundering the treasure of the 8 treasure Navy, the base now has tens of billions of belly just in gold. The current West Sea Navy is not short on money. Colonel Rom, looking at Lee, who came down from the ship, immediately saluted. Congratulations, Major Lee, on your triumphant return. Li Yi, move the gold treasures from the ship to the warehouse and lock up that fat man in yellow clothes. Then immediately arrange for someone to prepare a luxurious room for me with a bathtub and a big bed. Ooh, I need it for interrogating prisoners. Colonel Rom. However, when he saw Baby 5 behind Li Yi, he suddenly realized it seemed that the Major was gearing up for an all-night interrogation. Nodding to Li Yi in acknowledgement as he prepared to make arrangements, Li Yi suddenly walked over and whispered, "By the way, prepare some colored silk for me, white, black, and all kinds of colors." Colonel Rom's work efficiency was exceptionally high. Soon a luxurious interrogation room was arranged, complete with the necessary supplies to ensure Major General Li Yi would have enough until dawn. Gently cradling Baby 5 as he walked through the long corridor, all she could see were shapes of love in his eyes. To her, Li Yi was charming and handsome in every move, like a prince embracing her. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a spacious room with a large bathtub positioned by the window, allowing one to enjoy the sea view while bathing. A grand bed was adorned with pink sheets. More importantly, there were the enticing supplies enough to fill a cabinet, and several bottles of red wine were thoughtfully prepared. Colonel Rom has truly won my heart. Looking around the room, Li Yi was extremely satisfied, especially with the various colorful supplies that fulfilled all his desires. He gently placed Baby 5 on the sofa in the room, taking off her red high heels and softly massaging her small feet. "Your feet are all sweaty, you must be exhausted today." Under Li Yi's skilled massage techniques, the feeling of fatigue vanished, replaced by a tingling sensation in her soles, causing Baby 5 to inadvertently emit sounds of joy. Seeing Baby 5's blissful expression, Li Yi gradually advanced in his affections. As Li Yi's advances continued, Baby 5's cheeks flushed a deeper red, resembling an apple. Her breathing grew heavier, releasing warm sighs, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Recognizing the moment was right, Li Yi embraced Baby 5, their fingers interlocking as they began a passionate kiss. The kiss, filled with love, left Baby 5's soul conquered by Li Yi, causing her to levitate upside down, and the two ended up performing the legendary Paris Tower flip. After an intense kiss, the flames of love ignited in their eyes, the air saturated with passionate hormones as they rushed together to the pink battlefield. In a moment, the battle dragon roared, causing waves and chaos, crackling loudly. The symphony of spring arose, bringing forth the sounds of love. After the grand battle, Baby 5, with flushed cheeks and drenched in sweat, lay breathless on the bed. "Li, baby, let's take a bath." "Baby 5, I'm okay, darling." In the bathtub, waves rolled as they played like a pair of mandarin ducks. Laughter and joy filled the air, their tongues dancing wildly. "Li, baby, I'm thirsty." In perfect harmony, Baby 5 opened a bottle of red wine, first taking a sip herself, then bringing the rich wine to Li Yi's lips. It was indeed a delightful sip of spring brew, the aroma of wine enhancing the sweetness of her lips. After their bath, Baby 5 changed into a black dress, her thighs tightly wrapped by two straps, allowing Li Yi to experience the ultimate silkiness. In the days that followed, Li Yi lived a joyous and delightful life, daily admiring Baby 5's different beautiful legs. At night, they discussed the origins of human body techniques, relaxing in the bathtub while enjoying the seaside view. Living life to the fullest, isn't life all about enjoyment? Li Yi's life was exceptionally carefree, no matter the technique. As long as he said, "Baby, I need you," Baby 5 would immediately fulfill his requests, ensuring her beloved experienced various pleasures. However, this joy was built upon the suffering of Don Quixote Doflamingo as they sped forth from Dressrosa, swift as the wind, even utilizing special connections to directly pass through Mariewa. Doflamingo's actions caught the attention of various parties, prompting inquiries. In the Chamber of Authority in Mariewa, the 5 elders gathered. The white-haired elder said, "We just received a report from the guards that Doflamingo's pirate ship has swiftly passed through Mariewa, heading toward the West Blue. Does that brat from the Don Quixote family still think he's a celestial dragon? Can he just pass through Mariewa at will?" According to reports from CP0, Doflamingo's men were captured by that kid in the West Blue along with the treasures they looted there. "This is excellent. That brat from the Don Quixote family has been running rampant since becoming a warlord of the sea, extending his reach using the privileges we granted him. It's time to reign in this demon. Can Doflamingo's strength match that of that Navy brat? If Doflamingo dies in the West Blue, all the hard work to establish the warlords will crumble. Has the strength of that Navy brat grown to such an extent?" The elder holding the sword said, "Based on that kid's fight against the peak-level green pepper, he probably has the strength of a vice admiral. That kid is growing too quickly." The elder with the mustache added, "At a critical moment, we must save Doflamingo's life, though after all he is still useful to us." Agreed. 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 At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, as Doflamingo passed through Mariewa toward the West Blue, the information was promptly sent to the marshal's office. At this moment in the marshal's office, Sengoku Tsuru and Garp gathered. Sengoku said we just received news that Doflamingo has crossed Mariehua Strait to the West Blue. Looks like that little brat has stirred up trouble again. It's not entirely Li Yi's fault. Doflamingo was selling arms to pirates in the West Blue, allowing them to fly the Don Quixote flag while plundering. This behavior was a provocation to the Navy's authority, but I didn't expect that kid to directly slay Doflamingo's subordinates on the spot. Suru analyzed the information in her hands. Garp said good job. Doflamingo is scum engaging in arms trafficking and human trafficking across the world. Such filth deserves to be punished. Shut up, Garp, and eat your donuts. Suru said should we call Li Yi to stop him from clashing with Doflamingo? No need. Oh, it's time for someone to teach this former celestial dragon a lesson. After a month of full-speed travel, they finally entered the West Blue. The moment he stepped into the West Blue, Doflamingo could no longer contain himself. He leaped into the air, activating the powers of the string fruit, entangling the white clouds in the sky, swaying, as he flew toward the West Blue Navy base. At the West Blue Navy base, Li Yi and Baby 5 had engaged in countless deep exchanges over the course of a month. Under Li Yi's guidance, Baby 5 learned numerous advanced body techniques and gained some weight. The 36th technique was particularly challenging to grasp. Today is another beautiful day awakened by the stimulating melody of Baby 5, the tide of the Blue Sea. Of course, after waking up, I still had a bit of morning grumpiness and immediately launched into a set of morning calisthenics. Unfortunately, just as Li Yi was about to finish, Don Quixote Doflamingo arrived, filled with rage. Li, get out here. I want to kill you. Doflamingo's furious voice echoed throughout the West Sea Navy base, his conqueror's Haki exploding forth, darkening the sky. The naval soldiers within the base felt the threat and hurriedly armed themselves ready for battle. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you trying to announce to the entire West Sea that Don Quixote Doflamingo has arrived? Are you trying to gain some prestige? At the base, Li Yi arrived late, one hand around Baby 5's slim waist, the other holding the scarlet sword. Doflamingo bastard. You dare to harm my family member. Prepare to face my wrath. I will tear you to pieces. Don Quixote Doflamingo, I won't allow you to hurt my darling. Baby 5 stood in front of Li Yi, arms outstretched to block Doflamingo. In this moment, Baby 5 stood against the odds for love. With her fearless demeanor for love, Doflamingo was both furious and utterly enraged, smoke seemingly rising from his head. Looking at her flushed face, Doflamingo realized that the prized cabbage he had nurtured was completely devoured from the inside out. Doflamingo, get away. You idiot, he's deceiving you. He is nothing but scum. Baby 5, darling, are you lying to me? Li Yi held Baby 5 tightly, gazing into her eyes, and said, what do you see in my eyes? Baby 5, it's my reflection. Li Yi, that means I have carved you into my heart. This cheesy line struck Baby 5's heart perfectly, her face turning red and her whole being starting to soften. As she watched Li Yi's lips approach, she couldn't help but close her eyes, ready to welcome a passionate kiss. Doflamingo was enraged at this moment, feeling like he was being treated as air by the two. It was infuriating. In his fury, he raised his index finger and retracted the others, creating thin lines that shot out like bullets. Bullet lines. The thin lines shot towards Li Yi like bullets, yet Li Yi did not draw his sword. He simply raised the sword effortlessly, using the hilt to block all of Doflamingo's line attacks. Li Yi, Don Quixote Doflamingo, do you know that interfering with someone trying to woo a girl can get you barbecued? Doflamingo let go of Baby 5. Oh, let's have a duel. Li Yi, no problem, but be prepared to die, pirate. After gently stroking Baby 5's forehead, Li Yi disappeared into the sky, the scarlet sword drawn. Boom, the two locked eyes. Conqueror's Haki clashed, and the collision transformed the skies, unleashing a powerful wave. The Conqueror's Haki swept in all directions, causing all soldiers of the West Sea Navy base to fall, leaving only Misha, Colonel Rom, and Baby 5 standing. The weak have no right to witness the Battle of Kings. Doflamingo, hey, the Navy has actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. You are an anomaly among the Navy, just like Carp and Sengoku. Seeing that Li Yi also possessed Conqueror's Haki greatly surprised Doflamingo. Li Yi, what's so surprising? Don Quixote Doflamingo. It's just Conqueror's Haki, as if no one else has it. Doflamingo, among all the Navy generals I have seen, you are the most arrogant one. Li Yi, and you will be the last one you see in your life. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo's palm expelled dozens of nearly transparent thin lines, which then intertwined to form a thick line column resembling hair. The line column stretched back like rubber and then shot out towards Li Yi. Clang. Li Yi raised his sword horizontally to block the Super Strike Whip, hit the blade with a metallic clash, and with a twist of the blade, he sent it flying away. The deflected Super Strike Whip struck the West Sea base building, instantly splitting it in two. The terrifying destructive power left Misha and Colonel Rom with somber expressions. This is the power of the 7 warlords of the sea. A single strike can cause such devastation. Today the West Sea base will likely be destroyed. Instant thunder in a flash. Li Yi appeared directly above Doflamingo, raising the scarlet sword to deliver a downward slash. Playing a pitch-black arm swiftly blocked the strike. Doflamingo's arm wrapped in armament Haki, able to withstand this slash. Li Yi nice reflexes. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, don't get too pleased. Navy of this has just begun. 5 color lines. Doflamingo created a nearly transparent thin line from each of his 5 fingers, posing like a beast's claw, sending the 5 lines towards Li Yi sharp as piano wires that could slice or sever. Thunder-breathing second form Rice Spirit. With a twist of the blade a breath later, he unleashed a 5-hit combo cutting through Doflamingo's 5 color lines. Thunder-breathing third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Lightning gathered, forming balls of thunder that bombarded Doflamingo. Armament color bullet lines, 5 consecutive attacks. Lines spiraled around his fingertips, wrapped in armament Haki. The black bullets fired continuously, exploding upon contact with the thunderballs. Boom, 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 boom. As the explosions rang out, Doflamingo seized the moment, wrapping his foot in armament Haki, kicking towards Li Yi's head. Playing this kick was blocked by Li Yi, with lightning Haki swirling around the sword. The black lightning, carrying intense heat, made Doflamingo feel a scorching pain despite his foot being wrapped in armament Haki. How is this possible? His Haki is even stronger than mine. Doflamingo was secretly astonished, but at that moment Li Yi's punch came crashing in. Doflamingo crossed his arms to defend as Li Yi's fist was similarly enveloped in black lightning Haki. The moment Li Yi's fist struck Doflamingo's arms, the lightning Haki exploded within Doflamingo, causing terrifying damage. Puffed as the lightning Haki erupted, Doflamingo spat out blood, his internal organs charred black scent, flying by Li Yi into the West Sea base building. Boom, half of the entire West Sea base was destroyed in the battle, and Doflamingo smashed a huge crater. While falling, Doflamingo activated the power of the string fruit to repair his damaged organs. One must admit that Doflamingo has developed the string fruit's abilities to the extreme. The string fruit is considered an ordinary fruit. Yet in Doflamingo's hands it has been developed to grant flight capabilities, using strings to wrap around clouds and leap as if flying, and even perform internal surgery to repair damaged organs. In the world of pirates, warriors rely on hard training, while those with devil fruit abilities develop their powers through creativity and knowledge. By combining the fruit's characteristics with knowledge, one can unlock various miraculous and powerful abilities. In short, there are no useless fruits, only useless people. This is the flowing Sakura Haki of Wano country. From the rubble, Doflamingo shoved aside the boulders, crushing his body, while countless crimson threads surged through his frame, rapidly mending his shattered organs. He had never imagined this young Marine Admiral wielded the flowing Sakura Haki, the pinnacle of armament Haki. Though armament Haki was commonplace among New World pirates, mastery of such an advanced form remained exceedingly rare. Wano country's centuries-long isolation meant its elite swordsmen, versed in this supreme Haki, had never set foot upon the Grand Line, thus few even knew such a power existed. A truly formidable foe, not only did he command peerless swordsmanship, but also possessed this exalted armament Haki, rendering close combat utterly untenable, leaving Doflamingo perpetually on the defensive. Doflamingo sneered, "It seems I underestimated you, Marine. Now witness my true power, the awe-inspiring might of a devil fruit awakening. Beyond their innate abilities, certain devil fruits can evolve into a higher echelon of power, known as awakening. For paramecia-type users, awakening grants influence over objects beyond their own bodies." Around Doflamingo, the ruins began to warp and dissolve, the very stones, walls, and debris transmuting into translucent shimmering threads. Laughing with chilling triumph, Doflamingo roared, "You wretched Marine, you dared slaughter my kin. Then let your subordinates be the first sacrifice upon my altar." Tidal surge, white threads. Countless threads coalesced into a colossal, blinding white wave surging toward Myasia, Captain Rom, and the Marines stationed within the base. Towering and omnipresent, the wave bore down with apocalyptic force, leaving Myasia and Captain Rom utterly paralyzed, unable even to raise a hand in resistance. Wind-breathing supreme technique. Dark thunder phantom sword dance. At that critical instant, Li Yi blurred forward, appearing before them in a flash. Black lightning erupted from his entire being, his blade sheathed glowed with a sinister obsidian radiance, thickly enshrouded in crackling black thunder and wreathed in crimson light. As the tidal surge, white threads loomed mere instants away, he unsheathed, blazing faster than lightning, and unleashed 10 colossal slashes of black thunderous energy. The thunder sword auras collided with the white wave, ripping it asunder in an instant, then surged onward with devastating ferocity, cleaving straight toward Doflamingo. Impossible. How could my tidal surge shatter so easily? For a fleeting moment, Doflamingo staggered, stunned, disbelieving that his awakened devil fruit power had been so effortlessly undone. Yet the thunderous slash forced him back into instinctive defense. Shield white threads. From the ground erupted twin titanic barriers, woven from gleaming white threads, intercepting the 10 thunderblades. The violent detonation of lightning shattered both shields instantly. Damn it! How could its power be this overwhelming? Doflamingo had not anticipated such sheer destructive force. Only by conjuring 5 successive shields in rapid succession did he finally halt the onslaught. Myasia, evacuate Baby 5 and Buffalo from the prison. Captain Rom, you lead the troops out of the base. Surveying the landscape, now a labyrinth of writhing threads, Li recognized Doflamingo's awakened power. Yet he had not expected this contemptible scoundrel to resort to underhanded treachery. The moment the order was given, both officers sprang into motion, only for Doflamingo to deny their escape. Ocean expanse, white waves. The earth itself liquefied into a churning tempestuous sea of threads, engulfing all who attempted to flee. Thunder-breathing third form, distant thunder. Black lightning exploded from his body as he shot forward at blinding speed, piercing the thread sea like a bolt from heaven, and materialized beside Doflamingo, his crimson blade flashing in a whirlwind of high-speed strikes. Incredible speed. Shield white threads. An instant before the blade struck, 2 luminous thread shields snapped into place before Doflamingo, precisely as Myasia's group broke free from the ensnaring tidal threads. Boom! The thunderous slashes tore through the shields like parchment, hurling Doflamingo backward across the ruins. Li scoffed, Doflamingo, you cowardly cheat. You strike from the shadows like a gutter rat. Curse Marine, I will kill you. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike, threads. Thousands of armament-infused threads erupted from the ground, arranged like flamingo wings, encircling Li and hurtling inward with lethal precision, aiming to impale him 1,000-fold. Thunder-breathing sixth form, lightning thunderclap. From his core erupted a storm of black lightning, unleashing countless razor-edged thunderbolts that severed every incoming thread midair. Then Li soared skyward, hovering above Doflamingo with serene dominance. Any more tricks left? Doflamingo snarled. I loathe anyone standing above me. So die, you insolent worm. 16 sacred malevolent bullets, divine execution. 16 colossal threads, dense with armament Haki, surged upward like vengeful serpents, streaking toward Li at impossible velocity. High above, Li raised his sword with both hands poised for annihilation. Within him, the rock, wind, and thunder-breathing techniques converged, his entire being infused with Haki, unleashing an aura of terrifying cataclysmic magnitude. Supreme technique, spiral dual pole thunder cannon. His blade, sheathed in black radiance, spun violently, whirling gales entwined with black lightning, before cleaving downward in a spiraling shockwave charged with annihilating thunder energy. Boom! 2 titanic forces collided. A deafening detonation shook the heavens, sending shockwaves that churned the ocean into towering apocalyptic waves. For a breathless moment, the powers locked in midair. Then Doflamingo's 16 sacred projectiles began to fray, grind, and splinter under the relentless spiral pressure, until they shattered completely into drifting fragments. The thunder spiral shockwave then slammed into Doflamingo, launching him westward like a meteor, crashing deep into the west blue seabed. The impact cleaved the entire west blue base in half, then shattered it entirely into rubble, which sank silently into the abyssal depths. Every sailor aboard the warship stared dumbfounded, speechless at the sight of an entire naval stronghold obliterated in a single stroke. Captain Rum drew a sharp, icy breath. This was no minor incident. Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, had just been defeated, not by a fleet, not by an admiral, but by a mere marine rear admiral. Word of this would shake the 4 seas to their foundations, reshaping the very balance of power across the world. Li commanded, Myasia, dispatch a retrieval team to fish that pirate out of the trench. Myasia replied, why didn't you just grab him on your way down? Do you have any idea how exhausting a proper fight is? Right now, I'm taking Baby 5 for a thorough cleansing, and then a well-deserved moment of tranquility. Myasia stared blankly, her expression frozen in silent, incredulous bewilderment. Inside a room on the warship, upon seeing Li, Baby 5 leaped into his arms. They shared a passionate kiss to alleviate the pain of their brief separation. Darling, are you hurt? I'm so worried about you. Baby 5 carefully examined Li's body, and after confirming that no vital parts were harmed, she sighed in relief. Aren't you worried about your young master? Baby 5 replied, I'm more worried about you. I'm afraid you can't defeat the young master. Li reassured her, it's fine, he's just one of the 7 warlords, I can handle it. Baby 5 exclaimed, you're amazing. A casual remark revealed a touch of dominance, instantly captivating Baby 5. What's wrong with your body? Baby 5 asked blushingly. Li Yi replied I might have sustained a minor injury earlier causing my chi to become turbulent. Li Yi said seriously. Baby 5 asked will that affect your body? Li Yi responded over time it could have serious implications for my health. Baby 5 asked what should we do? Li Yi replied only you can heal my wounds. Baby 5 responded, but I don't know any healing techniques, how can I treat your injuries? Li Yi said don't worry, I'll teach you. He whispered the healing methods into Baby 5's ear causing her to blush like an apple. Encouraged by Li Yi, Baby 5 began the healthcare procedure. Under Baby 5's skilled medical care the swelling quickly subsided. After gently comforting the sweaty Baby 5, Li Yi headed to the part of the warship where prisoners were held, where Don Quixote Doflamingo was already shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs by Missy. Li Yi asked how do you find your time in the cell Doflamingo? If you're bored I can arrange for a newspaper for you. Doflamingo replied should I thank you for that you bastard? Li Yi retorted if you want to kneel down and thank me I wouldn't mind. Doflamingo responded you're the most shameless person I've ever met. Li Yi remarked compared to you scum I'm much better. Doflamingo threatened I advise you to release me quickly or you'll suffer the consequences. Seeing Doflamingo still acting arrogantly despite being restrained, Li Yi felt displeased. What gave him the courage to act so brazenly while being a prisoner? Entering the cell, Li Yi immediately slapped him while cursing, do you think I'm giving you face? How dare you threaten me? Do you think your former identity as a celestial dragon scares me? Doflamingo had not expected that Li Yi was completely unfazed by his former status as a celestial dragon. Each slap he received inflicted intense pain. In his fury, Doflamingo instinctively tried to retaliate only to remember that he was shackled with sea prism stone and could not muster any strength. After several slaps, his face swelled like a pig's head. Infuriated, Doflamingo wanted to curse, realizing that Li Yi was intentionally slapping his face and had even shattered his glasses. For someone like Doflamingo who had merged with his glasses, this was utterly unacceptable. Doflamingo said, very well, Rear Admiral Li Yi, you are the first to dare to humiliate me in this manner. If you don't kill me today, they'll definitely find a chance to eliminate you once I get out. Though Doflamingo's face was bruised, he still maintained his bravado. Li Yi replied, you won't get the chance to escape. With his hand gripping the hilt, the sword slowly unsheathed as Li Yi prepared to deal with Doflamingo. Suddenly Colonel Rom burst in holding a din mushy, rushing over to Li Yi. Colonel Rom said, Rear Admiral Li Yi, there's a call from the higher-ups of the world government. Doflamingo laughed heartily, ha ha ha, it seems you won't be able to kill me today. Taking the din mushy from Colonel Rom, Li Yi picked up the receiver and said, hello, I am Rear Admiral Li Yi. May I ask what instructions the Gorosei have? The Gorosei responded, release Doflamingo. Today's events must not be exposed, we have already sealed off the information. The Gorosei continued, you cannot kill Doflamingo. This way the structure of the 7 warlords will not be complete and the balance of power at sea will be disrupted. Do you understand what I mean? Li Yi replied, Doflamingo forcibly intruded into my West Sea naval base and caused massive destruction. I am detaining him according to the law and preparing to send him to Judicial Island. The Gorosei insisted Doflamingo cannot be sent to Judicial Island. As for the damage at the naval base, the government will allocate funds for you to rebuild it. Now execute the orders of the world government. Li Yi responded, all right, I will follow the orders, but I want to seek compensation from Doflamingo for the damages to the base and the mental distress caused to me personally. Doflamingo's lungs were about to explode with fury. So after all this, you still consider yourself the victim, huh? Meanwhile, in the room of authority in Mariawa, the Gorosei were also speechless. You killed someone's officer and took their beautiful maid, and now you still have the face to say you suffered mental harm. Are you going to say you feel weak and need some nutritional compensation next? The Gorosei warned, kid, don't go too far. Doflamingo has already been taught a lesson, this matter ends here. Li Yi replied, 10 devil fruits, and I'll let him go. Doflamingo exclaimed, what? 10 devil fruits? Why don't you just go steal some? The Gorosei replied, kid, don't go too far. How could we possibly give you 10 devil fruits? Li Yi suggested, then 5 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits. With the capabilities of the Don Quixote family, you should be able to find them, right? The Gorosei asked, what do you want the devil fruits for? Li Yi replied, it's perfectly normal for me to use them to cultivate capable subordinates. The Gorosei agreed, we accept your terms. Now hand the phone to Doflamingo. Throwing the din mushy to Doflamingo, he caught it and shouted into the receiver, hello old man, I didn't agree to this bastard's conditions, hurry up and order him to let me go. The Gorosei replied, shut your mouth Doflamingo. This matter does not require your consent. If you weren't of any use, we would have long stripped you of your title as a warlord. Doflamingo was about to retort, but the Gorosei hung up without giving him any face. Li Yi said, did you hear what the Gorosei said? Quickly call your people and get the devil fruits sent over. You leave as soon as the fruits arrive. After speaking, Li Yi turned to leave. Doflamingo called out, bastard, where are you going? Li Yi shrugged and replied, I was injured in the battle earlier. I need to find baby 5 to treat me. Doflamingo. Healing. Since when can Baby 5 perform medical skills? I had no idea. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the unscathed Li Yi and then at his own battered body, shouting loudly, "I'm covered in injuries, I need healing." Li Yi looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with disdain, saying, "Didn't your fruit ability develop healing capabilities? You can heal yourself, why waste medical resources?" Doflamingo was furious at this moment. "If I could use my fruit ability, I would have charged at you and fought to the death already. Sorry, I forgot you're handcuffed with sea stone. It's fine, but it's just a minor issue. You can endure it. Alright, I won't chat with you any longer. I need to hurry and find Baby 5 for treatment. These injuries, if held in for too long, can easily lead to internal injuries. They need to be released in a timely manner. Alright, bye." Shameless to the core, only someone as exceptional as Li Yi could consider that as healing. At this moment, Doflamingo suspected whether this was a fake navy. When did the navy produce someone so exceptional? Could this Li Yi be an undercover agent sent by another force, just like he had arranged for Virgo, to infiltrate G5? Due to the West Sea base being destroyed in battle, Li Yi could only lead the West Sea Navy to the Garcia Kingdom, taking refuge on a military island. Inside the Rose Castle, Sosaya looked at Li Yi holding Baby 5 and instantly felt a surge of jealousy. All men are indeed fickle. "Li Yi, what's wrong? Are you jealous?" Seeing Sosaya's angry expression, he began to gently soothe her. "Sosaya, how could I dare to anger our Major General? The Major General is indeed fortunate to have found such a beautiful girl." "Sosaya, all men are no good. They love the new and hate the old. Indeed, women can be unreasonable when angry, but Li Yi was no exception." He directly picked Sosaya up. To deal with a woman in such a state, he decisively unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes infused with a hint of thunder power. The moment they struck, a faint bolt of lightning entered her body, making Sosaya tremble, followed by her body going soft. Sosaya's face turned red. "You don't follow the rules of combat using sneak attacks. You bully me, you jerk." As she struggled free, she punched Li Yi, causing him to fall to the ground with a slight trickle of blood from his mouth. "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Seeing this, Sosaya hurriedly hugged Li Yi, her expression filled with concern as she looked at him suddenly weakened. "Darling just fought against the young master and got a bit injured. He hasn't recovered yet. Baby 5, but using the healing method taught by Darling can heal his injuries." "Sosaya, what kind of healing method?" "Baby 5, just stretch your ear over here." Hearing this, Sosaya leaned forward and Baby 5 narrated the healing method in its entirety. After hearing it, Sosaya's face turned bright red. Sosaya blushed and asked, "Have you used this healing method?" Baby 5 replied seriously, "I've tried it. After the treatment, Darling was in a very good mood and recovered quite a bit." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's proceed with the operation quickly." After saying that, the two worked together to remove the clothing, obstructing the procedure, glancing at each other with flushed faces. "Sosaya, should you go first or should I?" "Baby 5, how about you go first?" "Li Yi, how about you both come together?" As Li Yi enjoyed the duel treatment, Don Quixote pirates Porel and Dedrin had already arrived at the Garcia Kingdom. Long before Doflamingo flew alone to the West Sea base, they rushed there at full speed, just in time to witness the battle between Doflamingo and Li Yi. In the hearts of Porel and Dedrin, Doflamingo was an undefeated legend. They thought it would only take a moment for Li Yi to be defeated. However, as the battle between Doflamingo and Li Yi began, they were horrified to find Doflamingo was being overwhelmed by Li Yi from the start, eventually even using the awakened power of his devil fruit. Originally believing that Doflamingo's awakened fruit ability could suppress Li Yi, they never expected Li Yi's strength to be so formidable that Doflamingo was ultimately defeated. For the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, whom they had always revered as a king, had been defeated, falling to a navy major in the West Sea. This news would surely shake the seas. Porel and Dedrin watched as the navy fished Doflamingo out of the sea, wanting to rush forward to rescue him, but upon seeing Li Yi behind the warship, they dismissed that thought, only able to follow the navy's ship from afar, coming near the waters of the Garcia Kingdom, quietly waiting for news about Doflamingo. Ding ding ding. Suddenly Porel's transponder snail rang. He hurriedly took out the receiver and asked Doflamingo, "What's wrong?" "I'm not dead yet. I'm currently imprisoned in a navy cell and can't get out." In the cell, under the supervision of Maishia and Colonel Ram, Doflamingo managed to connect with Porel. "Porel, Doflamingo, do you want us to storm in and rescue you?" "Doflamingo, don't come. Your strength can't handle that navy major." "Then what should we do? Should we call the family members to the West Sea?" "Doflamingo, no need. Quickly call back and have 5 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits brought to the West Sea from the family treasury, and the navy will release me." "Porel, Doflamingo, I understand. I will notify the family members to prepare immediately." Thus Porel immediately transmitted the message back to Dressrosa, and at the same time the news of Doflamingo's defeat in the West Sea spread throughout the New World. Although the world government had blocked the news, preventing the World News Agency from reporting, the well-informed underground world had already heard of it. As one of the kings of the underground world, Don Quixote Doflamingo, codenamed Joker, was actually defeated in the West Sea, imprisoned by the West Sea Navy, and had to pay 5 devil fruits as ransom to be released. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku, after reviewing the West Sea battle report, looked at Vice Admiral Kizaru and said, "The battle was intense, destroying the West Sea base. Doflamingo even used the awakened ability of his devil fruit, yet he still couldn't defeat that kid. In fact, he was ultimately defeated and is now imprisoned in the Garcia Kingdom." 2. This was to be expected, but Doflamingo awakening his fruit was quite surprising to me. Indeed, the awakening of superhuman-type devil fruit abilities is rare, who once awakened the fruit's power becomes incredibly terrifying. Zhonghua said he had heard the world government stepped in to protect Duo Fu Langming, blatantly ignoring Navy headquarters and issuing orders directly to the West Blue Navy. He replied that those high-ranking figures of the world government could not care less about the feelings of Navy headquarters. To them, the Navy was merely a hunting dog they kept. Zhonghua scoffed at the irony of creating the Wangxia Kueihai, pirates legally permitted to pillage, all in the name of maintaining a so-called balance. He explained that the Wangxia Kueihai had in fact been established by the world government to balance the power between the Navy and the emperors of the sea. The three forces checked each other, and that was why the world government protected Duo Fu Langming. He wondered aloud, when Li Yi could be transferred back from the West Blue to headquarters, the West Blue was too small to tolerate his antics. Zhonghua replied that he had been trying to arrange it, but Qi Quan and Qing Ji were not fond of the fellow. Li Yi's actions in the West Blue had stirred great controversy within headquarters. He suggested transferring Li Yi to the Science Corps to keep him with Huang Yuan. Zhonghua grimaced at the thought of the two uncle and nephew loafing together. At the mere idea of those two lounging in chairs sipping tea and loafing about, Zhonghua felt a headache coming on. I better not send him to the Science Corps. If the Science Corps became a sanctuary for idling, it would be ruined. What? Duo Fu has been defeated. That cannot be, Pai Ka said in disbelief as she listened to Bo Laer describe the situation over the Dindin Mushi in the Dressrosa Palace. Bo Laer explained the situation plainly. It was true that Duo Fu had been defeated, but the world government had suppressed the news. Only the underground world seemed to be spreading word of it. A West Blue Navy Rear Admiral was demanding 5 ordinary beast-type devil fruits in exchange for Duo Fu's release. Pai Ka fumed that the audacious Navy dared extort their Tang Ji-Huda family, who she vowed to take every family member to the West Blue at once. Bo Laer shouted into the Dindin Mushi asking if she was mad. He warned that this would mean open war with the Navy. Taking so many troops away from Dressrosa's Navy base would invite a strike from headquarters, and she might not even clear the New World before being attacked. Bo Laer berated Pai Ka for her rashness and ordered her to go to the family treasury and select 5 ordinary beast-type devil fruits, instructing Yaman D to deliver them to the West Blue. Though angered by Bo Laer's reprimand, Pai Ka, thinking of Duo Fu still trapped in the West Blue, hung up and went straight to the family vault. The Tang Ji-Huda family treasury did not boast the wealth of the Hachihua Navy, but over the years Duo Fu Langming had used his Wangxia Kueihai authority to build enterprises across the world and the underworld. The vault's treasures were nevertheless staggering. Pai Ka ventured deep into the vault and opened a golden chamber to find 10 devil fruits neatly stored, 8 beast type and 2 paramecia type among them. Rumor had long spread across the seas that the Tang Ji-Huda family possessed a rare talent for locating devil fruits. They were said to possess a peculiar knack for finding these forbidden treasures. Pai Ka soon chose 5 ordinary beast-type devil fruits and handed them to Yaman D, who sped toward the West Blue. After tireless sleepless travel, he reached King Jiaxiao and met with Bo Laer without incident. The two boarded the Meguei archipelago and, led by the inner court ministers, entered Meguei Castle to wait in the council hall. Yaman D fretted over why the man had not appeared. Bo Laer urged patience. Duo Fu was still in his hands, and they could not fight him yet. An hour later, Li Yi arrived, his steps slightly unsteady from surgery. He moved with a languid gait, his body still somewhat weakened. Yet after Baby Five's meticulous treatment and Suo Shiya's tender care, his internal injuries had improved considerably. Though the two women had known each other only briefly, their unspoken harmony now seemed seamless, surrounding Li Yi with a palpable sense of affection. Yaman D, furious, demanded that they release their young master at once, or the Tang Ji-Huda family would crush the West Blue. At the sight of Li Yi, Yaman D's outburst was a naked threat. Bo Laer was too late to stop him. Li Yi thundered that no mere pirate would dare be so insolent before him, declaring that in the West Blue no one had the right to be more brazen than he. A savage surge of conqueror's Haki erupted from him, and for a moment Li Yi stood like a demon god. The once clear sky above Meguei castle-blackened clouds roiled, and lightning cracked, as if a storm had been summoned. That terrifying presence washed over D like an avalanche, as if crushed by Mount Tai. He could not draw breath, and with a sudden weakness in his knees sank to his knees. Li Yi stepped forward and struck D with a palm imbued with Haki. The blow came with lightning speed before D could react. One slap sent him flying. Recovering D activated his devil fruit, his cloak hardening like steel. But Li Yi declared that devil fruit powers were of no use before him. He called out 6 powers: Storm Kick, War Axe. Armament Haki coiled about his feet as he unleashed a sweeping blow like a black battle axe aimed straight at D. The floating fruit power proved helpless against the 6 powers augmented by Haki. The strike ignored defense and slammed into D, forcing a spray of blood from his mouth. Yet Li Yi's assault was not finished. After cleaving into him with one kick, Li Yi followed with another that sent D crashing into the council hall ceiling, then pursued at breathtaking speed to strike him again. D was batted about like a ball kicked through the air. Finally, Li Yi imitated the inner lotus of the shinobi, delivering a final kick that hurled him away. The impact hurled D into the council hall floor, smashing a large crater into the stone. The brutality of the assault left Bo-Lei sweating cold. He hurriedly produced the box containing the devil fruits and respectfully handed it to Li Yi. Bo-Lei announced that the fruits were for Li Yi. Li Yi opened the box to find 5 devil fruits arranged neatly, each a different hue and resembling the heads of beasts. Under Bo-Lei's explanation, the 5 were all beast-type devil fruits: the dog fruit Siberian husky form, the dog fruit Siberian breed, the zebra fruit, the porcupine fruit, and the cat fruit in a tabby form. After learning the names of the 5 fruits, Li Yi waved them off and told them to take Duo Fu Lang Minggu and leave. The 2 led Duo Fu Lang Minggu out of the cell. He had hoped to take Baby 5 with him, but Bo-Lei prevented it. Unwilling, Duo Fu boarded the Huoyan Yao and slunk away in humiliation. After acquiring 5 devil fruits, Li Yi summoned his subordinates Mishia, Colonel Ram, and Gino, his trusted trio from the West Blue, none of whom had yet consumed a devil fruit. Given their innate potential, incremental cultivation and battlefield experience would yield progress far too slowly. To rapidly ascend in strength, they had no choice but to ingest devil fruits and become deviants. Zoan-type dog fruit Snow Wolf model. Zoan-type dog fruit Siberian husky model. Zoan-type zebra fruit. Zoan-type porcupine fruit. Zoan-type cat fruit tiger striped cat model. Li Yi laid all 5 devil fruits upon the table, introducing each in turn, then invited them to select the one most suited to their nature. Mishia, choose one, Li Yi urged. She shook her head. Her path was that of the pure swordsman. She refused to bind herself to the power of a devil fruit. Li Yi turned to Gino, who scrutinized each fruit with careful deliberation before finally selecting the Snow Wolf model of the dog fruit. As a swordsman, Gino's synergy with the Snow Wolf model would dramatically amplify both his strength and speed, especially the wolf variant famed for its blinding swiftness. Only Colonel Ram remained hesitating indecisively, clearly afflicted by chronic indecision. Already advanced in years, his latent potential had long since been exhausted. A further growth under conventional means seemed nearly impossible. Ram, take the porcupine fruit. I believe it suits you perfectly. The zebra and cat fruits emphasize agility over raw power, unsuitable for your current condition. What you need is a brute force devil fruit, one that augments sheer physical might. I'd prefer the Siberian husky model. Choose the porcupine fruit instead. The porcupine's raw strength surpasses even that of the Siberian husky. After prolonged hesitation, Ram ultimately acquiesced to Li Yi's counsel and selected the porcupine fruit. Rumors claimed devil fruits tasted abominably, like excrement itself. As the 2 stared at their fruits, instinctively swallowing hard, they shut their eyes and bit down, only for an explosive burst of juice and a bizarre, overwhelming flavor to detonate across their tongues. How does it taste? Shall I add sugar or salt? Li Yi and Mishia watched as both men took a single bite. Yet even that one mouthful froze their expressions in grimacing disbelief. Seeing their contorted agony, Li Yi turned to Mishia and snapped, "Step back. Now." The next instant, Ram and Gino erupted simultaneously. Thankfully, they dodged just in time. "So, how was it? Fragrant? Or truly like dung?" In unison they groaned, "Revoltingly foul. Utterly unbearable." "How do you feel?" "A new force has awakened inside me, surging forth without cease." "I feel it too. My body is transforming unmistakably." "Let's test your powers on the training ground." The 4 strode onto the parade ground, drawing the rapt attention of assembled soldiers. Li Yi stood at the center and commanded, "Attack me, using your devil fruit abilities." Instantly both activated their powers, shifting into hybrid forms. Engino's skull elongated into a lupin muzzle, razor-sharp claws erupted from his fingers, a thick tail unfurled behind him, and his frame swelled noticeably larger. Rom's transformation dwarfed Gino's. His stature ballooned, rising from 1.7 meters to a towering 3 meters, a veritable giant among men. His arms bulged with titanic muscle, shredding his uniform. Yet the most startling change was his head, now wholly transformed into that of a boar, snout and all. At the sight of Rom's grotesque metamorphosis, stunned silence fell over the entire ground, everyone straining desperately not to burst into laughter. By the heavens, this is the second elder brother himself. Ha! And the absurdity was irresistible. Tears streamed down Li Yi's cheeks, and soon the entire assembly roared with unrestrained mirth. Laughter thundered across the field, until Rom's fury ignited like wildfire. Shut your mouths. What in the hells is so damned funny? Enraged, he raised a colossal fist, veins surging beneath taut skin, and slammed it downward. The ground shattered, instantly fracturing outward in jagged spiderweb-like fissures. The soldiers recoiled in terror, clamping their lips shut at the terrifying display of power. Even Rom himself stood dumbfounded, his own strength now monstrous beyond measure. That single blow rivaled the destructive force of an artillery shell. See, I told you. The porcupine fruit was your perfect match. And he spoke with solemn conviction, then 10 seconds later broke into helpless howling laughter and turned away. Rom stared blankly, his expression unreadable. And having completed their transformations, the two locked eyes, tension coiling like drawn springs awaiting the first strike. Rankyaku. Line. Gino channeled his power into his leg and unleashed a razor-straight linear slash, its impact detonating like cannon fire as it rocketed toward Rom. Rom merely lifted an arm and blocked the Rankyaku effortlessly. The attack slid off him like rain off stone. Did I swallow a counterfeit devil fruit? It's not the fruit, it's the type. Boars are armored in thick, resilient hide. Your slash lacks the penetrating force to breach it. My turn. Shave. Iron body fist technique. Nina Blur. Rom closed the distance, striking Gino with a devastating punch. Astonishingly, he moved while maintaining iron body, a feat implying accelerated blood flow and hyper-responsive musculature. Gino drew his twin blades midair, intercepting Rom's fist. Metallic clangs ringing out where steel met reinforced flesh. Clang, 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 clang. Rom's massive fists hammered relentlessly. Gino could only parry, his desperate defense exposing the yawning chasm between their strengths. 6 powers, razor slash. Overwhelmed by Rom's brute force assault, Gino abandoned direct confrontation and activated the extended technique of shave. He shot vertically skyward in a straight line, then rained down a barrage of Bladian kick strikes. Rankyaku, 4-sword style, knees slashes descended like a typhoon, but against Rom's dense, impervious hide they struck with little effect. Realizing restraint was futile, Gino encased both blades in armament Haki, crossing them to gather immense cutting power. Rom in turn coated his fist in armament Haki, the pinnacle of his own technique. 2-sword style, wolf fang slash, armament Haki, iron body fist. At the apex of their convergence they charged, blackened blade meeting blackened fist in a cataclysmic collision. A deafening boom tore through the air as the parade ground heaved upward, stones exploding skyward, leaving devastation in the wake of their ultimate clash. Cease the battle. Seeing both sides exerting their full strength, Li Yi shouted to halt the fight, knowing that continuing would only cause mutual harm. Li Yi, very good, continue to hone your skills. Li Yi, perhaps you all might reach the level of awakening. In the days that followed, peace reigned, ushering in a blissful life of leisure. In the morning, training began with breathing techniques to refine sword skills, followed by midday practice on the training ground with his subordinates guiding them in their mastery of dominance and martial arts, drawing from experiences learned in Zephyr. In the afternoon, he enjoyed tea while experiencing a top-notch massage from Baby 5, and in the evening he engaged in a high-level martial arts exchange game with 3 others. Such a day was blissful, filled with joy, simply perfect. Arriving on time for work was a basic quality expected of a naval rear admiral. However, it seemed that good times never last long. Whenever one wished to completely relax, someone would inevitably appear to disrupt this idyllic life. On this day, a strange small boat appeared on the comm, see the entire vessel square and resembling a coffin with a figure seated atop, wearing a round hat and carrying a massive black cross-shaped sword. The newcomer was none other than Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea known as Hawkeye. What? You say Hawkeye has arrived? As Li Yi enjoyed his delightful afternoon tea, he listened to Maishia's report. Hearing about the arrival of the 7 warlord of the sea, he was puzzled, having just seen one Doflamingo depart, and now another Hawkeye arrives. Was this never ending? When Li Yi arrived at the port, he found all the Navy personnel on high alert, each aiming their firearms at Hawkeye. Everyone lower your weapons. In a flash, he moved among the soldiers, signaling them to lower their weapons. Upon seeing the Admiral arrive, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, all lowering their weapons and standing beside Li Yi awaiting orders. Li Yi, may I ask what brings you to the West Sea, sir? Hawkeye, I'm here to find you. Li Yi, it seems we don't know each other, do we? Hawkeye, you are quite the swordsman. There are few who can catch my interest on the sea. Li Yi, it is my honor to receive recognition from the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye, let us have a duel. At this moment, everyone was utterly shocked. The world's greatest swordsman was challenging Admiral Li Yi. This news would surely shake the seas. Li Yi, you wish to challenge me? Hawkeye, what's the matter? Afraid to accept my challenge? Li Yi, pirates should not underestimate the courage of the Navy. Everyone present gasped in awe, gazing at Li Yi with reverence comparable to the endless waves at Twin Cape. This was the world's greatest swordsman, the pinnacle of swordsmanship that all swordsmen looked up to, boldly addressing a pirate. What incredible spirit! Huh! Faced with Li Yi's arrogance, Hawkeye did not get angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. Hawkeye, you really are as rumored a bold and arrogant individual. I look forward to our battle. Let me see your swordsmanship. Li Yi, all right, I accept your challenge, but it must be 1 week from now, and I will choose the location. How does that sound? Hawkeye, no problem, you choose the place, and I will wait for you on this island. After finishing speaking, Hawkeye left his coffin-shaped ship at the port and began to wander around Rose Island. Myshia, shall we send someone to monitor him? Li Yi, forget it, Hawkeye is one of the top powers of the sea. If he truly intends to attack, you won't be able to stop him. Just go about your duties and don't pay too much attention to him. News of the world's greatest swordsman challenging the Navy's rising star Admiral Thunder, Sword Li Yi, spread throughout the seas, causing a stir among various factions. Holy Land, Mariehua. In the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders began to discuss this matter, deliberating whether to intervene in this duel. The sword-wielding elder Hawkeye is challenging that young brat. Should we stop it? The curly-haired elder, though that young brat has decent strength, he stands little chance against Hawkeye. The bald elder, this news has now spread throughout the seas. We can no longer contain it. Regardless of who wins, it will have significant repercussions. The white-haired elder, if Hawkeye loses, the world government will lose face, and the importance of the 7 warlords will significantly diminish, which is detrimental to maintaining the current balance. The scarred elder, but have you considered what would happen if that young brat wins? The Navy's reputation would soar, and they would gain a young admiral-level powerhouse. The 5 elders engaged in heated discussions about whether to intervene in this battle. In the end, they reached a consensus they would not stop the duel. If Hawkeye loses, the world government will seek to recruit stronger pirates to take his place among the 7 warlords. If Li Yi wins, he stands to become the next admiral of the Navy. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Watching the headline news in the newspaper, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. The West Sea had turned into a hotspot for world news, frequently making headlines, and Li Yi had become a news sensation. Sengoku, Tsuru, what do you think about this matter? Tsuru, what reaction has the world government had? After all, it involves one of the 7 warlords. Sengoku, the world government has not issued any statements. It seems they are tacitly allowing this duel. Tsuru, if Li Yi wins, the Navy's reputation will be enhanced. Sengoku, but can that brat really defeat Hawkeye? He is the world's greatest swordsman. In the New World, Dressrosa Doflamingo read the news in the palace and immediately exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the report, "Those stupid Navy fools, there's no way they can defeat that guy Hawkeye." The battle between the great swordsmen would shake the very earth with each strike. To provide a stage where both could fight freely, Li Yi specifically called upon the Navy's scientific unit to construct an island dedicated for their duel. At the same time, to ensure that everyone in the world could witness this peak showdown of swordsmen, it was decided to use numerous video snail devices for a live broadcast. After arranging everything, Li Yi decided to enter a 7-day seclusion for cultivation. As the saying goes, with a heart free of women, the sword naturally becomes divine. Forgetting his love, he would slay the demon with a single stroke. Sitting cross-legged at the highest peak of Rose Island with his sword in hand, he slowly operated the breathing technique to feel the fluctuations of the world around him. At this moment, Li Yi allowed himself to be buffeted by the wind and rein his spirit attuned to the myriad things of heaven and earth. His aura continuously transformed, sometimes like thunder, sometimes like a storm, and finally, it became as heavy as the earth. Ultimately, his aura diminished to the point of being almost imperceptible, as if merging with the heavens and the earth. Li Yi's chances of defeating Hawkeye were minimal. The only opportunity to win lay in comprehending the supreme realm of martial artists within the breathing technique. Perceive the world. The transparent world is the supreme domain that martial artists yearn for, akin to the ultimate realm that the Upper Moon 3 Akaza relentlessly pursued, transforming into a demon in the process. The terror of this realm is exemplified by Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, who has honed his observation haki to the point of briefly glimpsing the future, allowing him to foresee any attack from his opponents. However, this does not mean Katakuri can truly see the future. It simply indicates that he has refined his observation haki to its peak, rendering the predicted movements of enemies or certain events as vivid images in his mind, not an absolute certainty. If he could truly predict the future, then why did he still lose to Monkey D? Luffy. Similarly, within the transparent world realm, one can also anticipate the movements of their foes, but unlike Katakuri, who can visualize the future attacks of his enemies. The transparent world is more akin to instinctively perceiving the enemy, where one's body unconsciously responds to threats with immediate counterattacks. From a practical standpoint, it is far superior to the advanced observation haki. After all, while you are busy predicting with observation haki, you might already be struck down by a martial artist who has comprehended the transparent world. This is merely one of the abilities of the transparent world. Once this realm is achieved, one can visually discern all the organs and muscles within an enemy's body with the naked eye, assessing their condition by observing the movements of their muscles, much like an X-ray machine. Simultaneously, one's reflexes receive a tremendous boost, making the enemy's attacks appear as if they are slowed down innumerable times. One's aura can be freely controlled, making it impossible for the enemy to gauge your attacks through your presence, while the mastery over one's physical strength reaches its zenith, allowing a mere fraction of power to unleash multiplied force. These are the wondrous abilities of the supreme domain known as the transparent world. Li Yi immersed himself in an intense state of cultivation, seemingly disconnected from everything outside. However, in preparation for this peak duel, the entire Garcia kingdom became engulfed in a flurry of activity. As news of the duel spread, swordsmen from various seas rushed to the West Sea, eager to witness this pinnacle swordsmanship battle in person. This surge of interest led to a booming tourism industry in the Garcia kingdom, with inns fully booked and swordsmen adorned with blades visible on every street corner. Occasionally, a few drinks would lead to disputes escalating into fights, but fortunately, with the West Sea base being under reconstruction and the West Sea Navy stationed on Rose Island, patrols by naval soldiers kept these wandering swordsmen in check. Meanwhile, several miles away from Rose Island, a peculiar flying machine hovered in the air. Battleship Momonosuke had returned with the Navy's scientific team to construct an island. The very thought of that detestable fellow's face instinctively made Momonosuke resist this order. However, since it came directly from the Navy headquarters, he had to follow commands, even if he hadn't formally joined the Navy. Fortunately, that detestable guy had gone into seclusion for training, so he wouldn't have to see that face. Everyone get to work immediately, finish early, and go home earlier. Under Momonosuke's command, the scientific team swiftly began constructing the island using the flying machine. Following Li Yi's requirements, the island was to be large, solid, and resistant to cuts. Upon hearing these requirements, Momonosuke rolled his eyes. Resistant to cuts. In front of the world's greatest swordsman, what can withstand a strike? Why not just use sea stone to build an island instead? The publicity for this duel had been significantly pushed by Morgans, with news headlines for several days focused solely on promoting this swordsmanship showdown. Simultaneously, Morgans personally headed to the West Sea, bringing with him the latest video snail capable of projecting recorded images indicating his intent to conduct a live broadcast of the duel. Since stepping onto the island, Hawkeye had been elusive, residing in a luxurious small building arranged for him by Sosaya, with designated personnel, providing Hawkeye with 3 meals a day. Each meal was made with top-quality ingredients and prepared by master chefs using the most simple cooking techniques to create the most delicious dishes. Upon learning that Hawkeye enjoyed drinking, they even brought out the lawfight that had been stored in the Rose Castle for a long time. 6 days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Li Yi remained motionless, meditating atop the mountain, feeling the changes of nature as the sun rose and set. His aura waxed and waned, resembling a tree. In this moment, Li Yi seemed to grasp the workings of the universe, his breathing merging with nature. The scene before him transformed. A leaf blown by the wind appeared to drift slowly in his eyes, with even the minute patterns on the leaf visible with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, a seabird flew by, and at that moment Li Yi could clearly see the various organs and blood flow within the bird. After days of diligent meditation, he finally touched the threshold of the supreme domain transparent world, but this wondrous sensation dissipated quickly. A feeling of hunger arose within him, and as he stood he felt incredibly weak. To wield the power of this realm also required a robust physique. With a single step, he moved like a flash of lightning towards Rose Castle, where Queen Sosaya was engrossed in handling state affairs. As the Garcia kingdom developed rapidly, the number of affairs she had to manage increased daily, causing her considerable headaches. Suddenly, she was embraced from behind, feeling a familiar aura, and the restless claws an immediate wave of unusual sensations washed over her. Yet as a queen, she had to maintain her dignity, so Saya kept her red lips sealed, suppressing any strange sounds. Hey Rule, I haven't seen you for a few days, and now you're trying to act all aloof. I guess I need to unleash my ultimate move, the unbreakable grip. The ultimate move emerged like the hand of God, the claws of a demon, plucking the sun and moon from the heavens. There is no one in the world quite like me. Even if you are a queen of great authority, you would instantly suffer internal injuries and turn crimson. Lee, have you missed me these days? So Saya, some people are busy with nonsense all day, and I don't even know where they've been hiding. Lee, I was merely training for the duel, nothing more. So Saya suddenly teared up. I thought you had found someone new and forgotten about me. Seeing the beauty in his arms, crying, Lee gently comforted her. How could I forget? My longing for you these days is as boundless as the sea at the twin cape of the East Sea. Endless and continuous. The power of cheesy love talk is always remarkably sharp. A tender and caring confession penetrated the queen's heart, causing her to melt and lay softly in her lover's embrace. So Saya, a man's words are nothing but deceit. Lee, if a man isn't bad, a queen won't fall in love. So Saya, look at how you've been training these days. You reek. Lee, then let's go for a wash. So Saya. The waves of the ocean rolled and crashed while the dragon and phoenix danced in the water, accompanied by the fragrance of beauty. After days of fatigue, the weariness vanished under the masterful techniques of Suashia. After changing into new clothes, the table was already set with the carefully prepared food by Baby 5. As they savored the delicious dishes, the two women took turns pouring fine wine into their mouths, indulging in the dual pleasures. After feasting and drinking, they embraced each other and fell into a dream, resting for tomorrow's duel with Hawkeye, ensuring they conserve their energy for the challenge ahead. The next day marked a highly anticipated occasion for the entire ocean. The sky was clear and sunny as everyone awaited the showdown between the great swordsmen. The island designated for their duel had just been completed yesterday. Following Lee's request, two towering mountains were constructed in the center of the island, and the island itself was built to be particularly sturdy. Surrounding the island were numerous ships of varying sizes, all gathered by swordsmen from different seas who had already landed on the island to secure their positions and wait for the duel to commence. Image-transmitting snails had been set up all around the island, striving to capture every moment of the duel. In the taverns across the four oceans, image-transmitting snails broadcasted the duel, with young swordsmen eagerly anticipating the battle. Inside a tavern in the East Sea, Rorinoa Zoro with green hair and 3 swords stared intently at the projection, eager to witness the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman. In the kingdom of Rommel in the New World, Cavendish held a newspaper featuring a photo of Lee, his eyes glued to the projection, resembling a fan eagerly awaiting the appearance of his idol. Finally, amidst the crowd's anticipation, Hawkeye made his entrance, sailing in a coffin-like ship and leaping onto the peak of one of the mountains. Following Hawkeye's appearance, Lee also emerged. In stark contrast to Hawkeye's understated entrance, he made a grand entrance flanked by 2 beautiful women on the deck of 3 warships. To wish Lee victory, Suashia and Baby 5 wore sexy red cheongsams today, complemented by black stockings symbolizing a triumphant start. Lee donned a white naval uniform suit with a sword hanging at his waist, while a cape personally stitched by Baby 5 draped over his shoulders, adorned with lightning patterns and the words Thunder embroidered in golden letters. As the warship slowly approached the duel island, Lee kissed each of the 2 women before leaping to another peak on the island. The 2 men, under the gaze of thousands, stood atop the peak, facing each other. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling the figures of the 2 swordsmen as they gradually gathered their momentum to prepare for the attack. In that moment, both the swordsmen watching from the sea and the audience in front of the image-transmitting snails felt a pressure akin to a storm about to break. Hawkeye slowly drew his formidable black blade knight, while Lee rested his hand on the hilt, the breathing technique of thunder resonating within him, crackling like thunder with each breath. Simultaneously, Lee activated his pseudo-pattern body. Faced with the world's greatest swordsman, he held nothing back and launched a full-scale attack right from the start. Golden lightning erupted from his body, resembling a deity. His hand, resting on the sword hilt, tightened, exuding a domineering aura that enveloped the blade. Breath of thunder, first form lightning, flash 48 strikes. In an instant, Lee moved like lightning. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air as he struck towards Hawkeye. Clang, clang, clang. In a moment, a flurry of rapid slashes like a tempest descended upon Hawkeye, with everyone seeing Lee darting around Hawkeye, delivering rapid strikes. The lightning-like speed was so swift that even the swordsmen on the island couldn't discern it, only catching glimpses of the afterimages left behind by the rapid slashes. Amidst the onslaught, Hawkeye remained calm, unfazed, even if Mount Tai were collapsing before him. With the massive black blade knight, he easily deflected Li Yi's repeated strikes. Though the black blade looked heavy in Hawkeye's hands, it was astonishingly agile, as if it were an extension of his arms sweeping through his foes like a black dragon. The clash of their swords generated a fierce aura that carved cracks into the ground of the island. By the end of the 48 strikes, there were a total of 48 sword scars on the mountain where Hawkeye stood. Hawkeye remarked impressive sword techniques. I've never seen such speed and explosive power in swordplay. Engaging with you brings a long-lost pleasure. The swordsmen watching from the island and everyone observing via the image-transmitting snails were all in awe. This was the battle of great swordsmen. The audience was dazzled and unable to see clearly. They could hardly make out Li Yi's figure on the image-transmitting snails, only witnessing a lightning bolt attacking Hawkeye and the ground cracking under the ferocity of their battle. In the East Sea Tavern, Roronoa Zoro watched the battle on the image-transmitting snail, feeling an overwhelming shock. He had thought himself the strongest swordsman in the East Sea, ready to challenge the world's top powerhouses. At this moment, he understood the gap between himself and the world. He had been a frog in a well, and the desire to venture out to sea arose within him. In the kingdom of Rommel in the New World, Cavendish let out a scream upon seeing Li Yi draw his sword, captivated by his dashing movement, inadvertently becoming a fan of Li Yi. After a round of exchanges in the duel, Li Yi felt a surge of pressure. Hawkeye's presence was profound, effortlessly handling Li Yi's series of rapid attacks. The domineering aura surrounding the Black Blade Knight was not inferior to his own, perhaps even stronger. Breath of Thunder, 5th form, Heat Wave Thunder. A sword strike released a scorching electric slash towards Hawkeye. However, in response to such an attack, Hawkeye wielded the Black Blade and struck, unleashing a massive green sword aura. Boom. The Heat Wave Thunder was instantly shattered, but at that moment Li Yi continued to unleash his sword techniques. Breath of Thunder, 4th form, Distant Thunder. Lightning erupted as he dashed toward Hawkeye, swiftly swinging his blade for a high-speed slash. What a welcome! Seeing the high-speed strike, Hawkeye also swung his black blade with equal speed for a counterattack. The speed of their sword strikes was invisible. The swordsmen watching from the island could only see afterimages with their swords colliding like two dragons, producing a series of fireworks. Boom! After the final clash, the two men distanced themselves. This time Hawkeye struck first, wielding the Black Blade Knight and unleashing a barrage of green sword auras. Breath of Wind, 2nd form, Claw Wind. The gusts clashed with the sword auras, but they shattered upon contact, unable to withstand Hawkeye's strikes. Hawkeye's sword aura was too powerful, which is why he rarely resorted to aerial slashes or sword waves. His sword aura was sufficient to sweep away everything. The sword energy surged across the land, which at this moment resembled tofu, with mountains being neatly sliced open and the earth cracking into massive fissures. Such terrifying energy continued unabated, stacking upon itself like giant waves on the sea, each one stronger than the last. The swordsmen watching from the island dared not stay in place, hastily fleeing to the edges of the island to watch from a distance, fearing they might accidentally be hit by the terrifying sword energy. Eagle Eye, what's wrong? Is your ability only this much? Facing the sword energy attack from Eagle Eye, Li Yi had already exerted all his strength, countering with sword energy against sword energy. Breath of Thunder, ultimate skill, Dark Thunder Slash. Black lightning coiled around the sword as he slashed out a massive black sword energy carrying the power of thunder, which violently collided with Eagle Eye's green sword energy. Boom! The collision of the two sword energies emitted a dazzling light, generating enough force to upend the ground, sending boulders tumbling. Eagle Eye, good, keep this momentum. As the two continued their back-and-forth clash, Eagle Eye's fighting spirit was completely ignited. The speed of his Black Knife Knight became increasingly rapid, with sword energy crashing in like massive waves. As it is said, the stronger the opponent, the stronger one becomes. This battle was the most difficult one Li Yi faced in this world, yet the mightier the enemy, the more it could awaken his potential, allowing him to break through to new realms. With the scarlet sword in hand, he swung it at great speed, unleashing bolts of lightning sword energy like thunder crashing down. In an instant, the sword energy crisscrossed with flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. The entire small island had been utterly destroyed by the battle. Li Yi once mentioned needing to make the island sturdier, but even the sturdiest island could not withstand the might of a great swordsman, just as Warpeach Maru said, unless it were made of sea stone. The clash of sword energies continued for a while, and Li Yi's body began to feel fatigued. The continuous use of sword energy attacks consumed much more stamina than sustained sword wave attacks. Eagle Eye, this is the extent of your ability. I'm a bit disappointed. He ceased launching sword energy attacks and swiftly appeared before Li Yi, continuously slashing with his Black Knife Knight. At this moment, Eagle Eye's slashing motions were even faster and more precise than before, targeting vital areas. Eagle Eye, your swordsmanship indeed has decent power, but you seem a bit too reliant on it. Your sword art has too many unnecessary movements. It's flashy, but impractical. While attacking, he pointed out Li Yi's shortcomings, transforming into a mentor for on-the-spot teaching. However, Eagle Eye's teaching was somewhat bloody, with each strike blood spilled, and soon Li Yi was covered in wounds. Yet at this moment Li Yi was highly focused, his breathing synchronizing with the rhythm of battle, making his movements more agile and swift. In Li Yi's eyes, Eagle Eye's movements began to slow down, and he could clearly perceive the internal organs, muscle movements, and blood flow within Eagle Eye's body. Effortlessly responding to Eagle Eye's close-range slashes, they exchanged blows. The sound of their blade clashes resembled a melodious tune, with their coordination seamless. Gradually, Eagle Eye realized that Li Yi had undergone a tremendous transformation, effortlessly countering his slashes, even experiencing a significant boost in physical strength, making his movements more agile. At this point, Li Yi had entered a state of perceiving the world clearly, where everything around him slowed down, even predicting Eagle Eye's next attack. Whooshed! With a sound, Li Yi vanished from before Eagle Eye, and even with Eagle Eye exerting his full observation Haki, he could not detect him, as if his entire presence had completely disappeared. Suddenly a sense of danger surged, and instinctively Eagle Eye turned and slashed. With a clang, Li Yi had silently appeared behind him, with the observation Haki proving ineffective. How did he do that? Eagle Eye was astonished. From the information he had gathered, it did not indicate that Li Yi was a devil fruit user. How could he completely conceal his presence, blending in like the wild grass on the ground? Not dwelling on the question further, he forcefully swept upward with his black knife, unleashing a close-range sword energy towards Li Yi. In the blink of an eye, his body reacted and executed 6 styles paper drawing, becoming as flexible as soft mud to evade the attack. Breath of Wind, Third Form, Clear Gale, Evening Tree. While dodging the attack, he slashed with his longsword, unleashing 3 wind blades in counterattack. At such close range, Eagle Eye had no choice but to retreat, simultaneously blocking with his black knife. Breath of Thunder, First Form, Dark Thunder, Lightning, Flash, 48 strikes. However, having blocked the wind blade attack, Eagle Eye could not withstand the rapidly approaching slash. Swoosh! Blood burst forth from his arm, and this was the first time Eagle Eye had been injured amidst their prolonged battle. All the spectators were equally astonished. From the beginning of this duel, Eagle Eye had the upper hand, dominating Li Yi with his strength. Yet in the blink of an eye, Li Yi was able to withstand Eagle Eye's attacks, and in an instant launched a series of counterattacks, ultimately injuring Eagle Eye. Li Yi, having executed 48 strikes, transformed into a streak of lightning, unleashing rapid slashes toward Eagle Eye, who also exploded forth with speed rivaling Li Yi's. The two became streaks of green and black light, darting back and forth across the island, resembling 2 meteors colliding, causing the ground to crack and mountains to crumble in their wake. Boom! After a fierce exchange lasting some time, following the last intense collision, the two distanced themselves to cease their attacks, regulating their breathing to recover stamina. In the midst of a series of intense clashes, they engaged in fierce, close combat, both covered in numerous wounds, with rapidly depleting stamina, forcing them to stop. "Haha, you are quite good, my Hawk Dracul, recognize your swordsmanship." Eagle Eye smiled joyfully. Nothing was more delightful than finding an opponent with whom he could unleash his full strength. Since the red-haired swordsman's arm was severed, he had no one who could serve as a rival. At this moment, the young figure opposite him ignited the long-lost fighting spirit within him. To be acknowledged by the world's greatest swordsman, I am truly pleased. Moreover, among all the swordsmen I have encountered thus far, you are the strongest, perhaps the only one who is strongest. Hot breaths escaped his nostrils, his body gradually adjusting the rhythm of his breathing, yet Li Yi's body was nearing its limit at this moment. To maintain the state of perceiving the world clearly requires a strong physique, yet, with his current pseudo-spotless body, it was impossible to sustain this state for long, leaving Li Yi with little time. Once his breathing was regulated, his body erupted with dazzling black lightning, the momentum continuously rising. On the opposite side, Eagle Eye raised his black knife knight with Haki enveloping it. Both unleashed their conqueror's Haki, instantly darkening the sky with ominous clouds, flashes of lightning and thunder, as their most powerful moves were charged with a terrifying aura sweeping in all directions. The swordsmen watching on the island were rendered unconscious by the conqueror's Haki. The ultimate duel of the kings of the sword left no place for the weak to observe. The two mighty forces of conqueror's Haki erupted, and soon the 2 waves of Haki violently collided. With a loud bang, the moment of collision produced a sound that shook the heavens like the beating of celestial drums, causing all spectators to feel as if a heavy hammer had struck their hearts. The 2 waves of conqueror's Haki seemed to engage in a struggle, advancing and retreating. Finally, the 2 forces exploded, releasing a terrifying energy that shot up into the sky, tearing a hole in the heavens. At the moment the sky was torn apart, all the spectators were stunned. The intensity of their duel was capable of rending the very fabric of the sky. All the pirates and swordsmen watching from the four seas swallowed hard. This was the power of the strong in the new world, capable of shattering the earth and tearing the sky with a mere strike. In contrast, the individuals from the first half of the Grand Line seemed incredibly weak. No wonder it was called paradise. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two parties reached its peak, poised to unleash their strongest strikes at any moment. The audience in front of the projection screen was fixated on the two, aware that the outcome of this battle would have far-reaching consequences. In Dressrosa of the New World, Doflamingo watched the projection screen with great excitement. Hawkeye, take that guy down. In the Holy Land of Mariehua, the 5 elders, the world's rulers, were also watching this duel. One of the 5 elders with a bald head looked at the one wielding the sword and asked, "Does that kid have a chance of winning?" The one with the sword replied, "If that kid can maintain this state, Hawkeye could really be defeated." In this special state, the kid's perception, reaction, agility, speed, and physical strength have all reached their peak. The other 5 elders nodded in agreement. Among them, this one possessed the strongest swordsmanship, even facing Hawkeye without fear. The curly-haired elders said, "After this battle, grant him a code name and consider him for the next admiral." Agreed. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, a meeting room was filled with elite rear admirals and vice admirals, all staring intently at the projection screen, especially the vice admirals wielding swords who wished they could witness the battle in person. "Do you think that kid can win?" asked a weasel. "It's tough. Hawkeye is too strong," replied Stollerberry. "Although Hawkeye is strong, that kid still has a chance if he can maintain this state. What do you think, Peach Rabbit?" "He's already reached his limit. He could fall at any moment." Peach Rabbit looked at the white figure on the projection and couldn't help but worry, as she could tell that Li Yi had reached his limit. On the duel stage, the two prepared, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a thunderclap pierced the sky, illuminating it. It was at that moment that Li Yi moved. The air seemed to explode, and a circular barrier appeared behind him. Breath of lightning, secret technique, Godspeed, dark thunder slash. As he moved, it was like a flash of lightning, producing a screeching sound. Everything in Li Yi's eyes became still as he raised his sword to strike at Hawkeye. At this moment, Hawkeye's movements seemed incredibly slow to Li Yi, and the sword aimed for Hawkeye's chest. But something terrifying happened. Despite the incredible speed, Hawkeye's eyes could catch Li Yi's sword strike. Hawkeye also moved the black sword wrapped in Haki, sweeping out, slashing towards the oncoming Li Yi. Boom! A metallic clash echoed through the heavens and earth. The swords met, but there was no real collision. Both weapons were entwined, with Conqueror's Haki striking at the opponent's weapon from afar. The force generated by the clash of the Conqueror's Haki overturned the ground, and the ground beneath both fighters began to crack like a spider web. Both were enduring a contest of strength, Haki, and endurance. Suddenly, Li Yi felt his breathing become chaotic, his strength began to wane, and his body seemed unable to move. The limit of his pseudo-striped body had finally been reached, and at that moment Li Yi exited the state of the transparent world. It was at this moment that the force of Hawkeye's slash erupted. The black sword swept out, unleashing a wave of black sword energy that struck Li Yi's body, sending him flying. Swish! The sword energy cut through Li Yi's body, leaving a long gash on his chest from which blood gushed forth as he flew backward. Boom! Hawkeye's slash directly split the island in half, and the island began to sink slowly as Hawkeye sheathed his black sword on his back. At that moment, the outcome was clear. Everyone felt pity for Li Yi, but also marveled at Hawkeye's strength. Perhaps given a little more time, Li Yi would surpass Hawkeye. As this duel concluded, the projection image faded, leaving all who had witnessed this spectacular duel wanting more. Li Yi, having been wounded by Hawkeye's sword, slowly rose from the ground, the bleeding from his wounds having stopped due to the breathing technique. This move was Li Yi's fastest technique to date, but he never expected Hawkeye to see the trajectory of his attack and respond with precise slashes. If it weren't for the fact that Li Yi's striped body couldn't hold out in the end, the outcome would have been very hard to predict. Watching Hawkeye prepare to leave after the duel, Li Yi called out to him, "It's over. Why leave so quickly? Stay for a drink." Hawkeye turned around at the words and said to Li Yi, "All right." Under the sunset, the two raised their glasses in the garden of the Rose Castle, drinking the exquisite wine from the Sorsha family, with carefully prepared food on the table. Under the careful treatment of Baby 5 and Sorsha, the wounds were quickly bandaged. Hawkeye looked at Li Yi, who was being pampered, and suddenly had a strange thought. Perhaps he should also find a companion. Hawkeye said, "You're really a strange guy. I've seen many swordsmen who focus entirely on swordsmanship, but you seem different. Yet the realm you have reached surpasses that of many. Perhaps it's talent. I thought you would kill me with that last strike," replied Li Yi. "Why would I kill you? Killing you would mean losing an interesting opponent in this world. If you can maintain that special state, I think it might be me who gets defeated. There should still be many powerful swordsmen in this world." For example, isn't the Golden Lion a renowned great swordsman from the previous era? The Golden Lion has become useless since escaping from Impel Down. I want fight against swordsmen who can't fully exert their peak strength. What about that old man in Marioa? Have you fought him? Asked Li Yi. Hawkeye replied, he's the only swordsman among the upper echelons of the world government. I haven't fought him because the 5 elders rarely leave Marioa due to their special status. What about the Pirate King's first mate Rayleigh? Asked Li Yi. Hawkeye said Rayleigh is old and lacks the same passion he had in his youth. Now he's just an old man in sobriety. So at this moment the strongest swordsmen in the world are just you and me. Hawkeye replied. Eagle Eye left quietly after finishing the treasured wine just as quietly as he had arrived. 2 days after Eagle Eye's departure, the results of the battle were published in the newspapers. The thunderous swordsman narrowly loses to the world's #1 swordsman. The newspaper's headline conveyed the outcome of the battle, using the term narrowly loses to save face for the Navy and the world government. However, everyone who witnessed the duel felt that Li Yi's strength could rival that of Eagle Eye. The world government even granted Li Yi the title of Major General Thunderous, as those with titles in the Navy are generally elite officers. Typically, only elite officers of the Vice Admiral rank are granted titles, so being awarded a title at the Rear Admiral level indicates the world government's high expectations. After the great battle, Li Yi took a few days off to consult with Sengoku, and then he himself led a warship to the East Sea with Misha. After his battle with Eagle Eye, Li Yi became increasingly aware of the necessity to resolve the issue of the false stripe. To solve this problem, Li Yi recalled all the plot points in his mind, and finally found something that could resolve his Bodis issues. The creature mentioned in the legend of the Millennium Dragon, it is said that the bones of the Millennium Dragon can be used to create an elixir of immortality. Though it is unknown whether it is true or not, this indicates that the bones of the Millennium Dragon contain immense vitality, which should be able to resolve the issue of the false stripe. According to the Navy's intelligence analysis, at this time Monkey D. Luffy should just have set sail and has not yet accomplished anything significant, hence there is no bounty issued. Recalling the location of Battleship Island, guided by the compass, he quickly discovered the position of Battleship Island. On Battleship Island, the girl ABI saw the Navy warship approaching from the distance, and a look of fear appeared on her face as she hurriedly ran into the house shouting, "Grandpa Rodden, the Navy is here again." Rodden, quickly go to Grandpa Long and hide him. ABI's Grandpa Rodden, is the Navy coming to take Grandpa Long away? Rodden, don't ask so many questions, just hide Grandpa Long quickly. Soon the Navy warship docked, and Li Yi led the Navy soldiers ashore, quickly discovering Rodden's house. A group of Navy soldiers surrounded Rodden's house, and the sight of such a formation left Rodden pale with fear. Li Yi, hey, put down your guns, what are you doing? You're scaring the old man. Upon hearing this, the soldiers quickly lowered their weapons, and Li Yi understood why the old man was so frightened. According to the plot of the Millennium Dragon, Admiral Nelson Roy of the East Sea Navy's 8th Division and the Navy mercenary Eric were also in search of the Millennium Dragon. So after pretending to ask if any pirates were active nearby, he led his soldiers away from Battleship Island. Once the warship was far enough to be out of sight of Battleship Island, Li Yi ordered Misha to remain in place while he returned alone to Battleship Island. Alone on Battleship Island, he continuously searched for the cave where the Millennium Dragon was hidden. Although he had a general idea of the location from memory, it would be difficult to find the dragon's cave without ABI's guidance. However, if he had advanced observation Haki, he could also locate the dragon's lair, similar to the perception range of the Heart Network in Sky Island with precise positioning. With no other choice, he had to use the method of waiting in ambush, hiding near Grandpa Rodden's house, while waiting for ABI's to appear. However, ABI's was very cautious and did not show up even after a long wait. At that moment, a ship was approaching on the sea, and after it docked, about 20 people disembarked, each holding firearms, led by a man wearing black sunglasses with purple curly hair. This man was Eric, a Navy mercenary known as Whirlwind Eric, a scythe fruit user who could conjure winds to deliver slashes, seeking to obtain the legendary dragon bones that can grant immortality, and thus collaborated with Nelson Roy. With a wave of his hand, the mercenaries quickly found Grandpa Rodden's location and surrounded him instantly. Grandpa Rodden was knocked to the ground with a painful groan by the mercenaries before being bound. At this moment, ABI's, who had been hiding in the shadows, rushed out and stood in front of Grandpa Rodden, shouting loudly, "Don't hurt my grandpa." "Eric, little girl, you don't want your grandpa to be harmed, do you?" "Eric, then tell me where that Millennium Dragon is." "ABI's, I want to tell you you're a bad guy. What do you want to do to Grandpa Long?" "Eric, of course I want to obtain his dragon bones to create the elixir of immortality." "ABI's, I will never let you harm Grandpa Long. I want to tell you where he is." Upon hearing this, Eric's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he said, "Since you won't tell me, then I will kill your grandpa." Eric's arm slowly raised, slicing through the air with an invisible wind blade. Scythe wind blade. "No, ABI screamed in agony as she saw the wind blade poised to strike Grandpa Rodden. At that moment, Li Yi, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly appeared in front of Rodden and ABI's, effortlessly deflecting Eric's attack. Staring in shock at the figure that had suddenly appeared and casually dismissed his attack, Eric was taken aback, feeling a strange familiarity with this person. Eric, you are Major General Thunderous of the Navy. Eric never expected to encounter the Navy's most prominent figure, the one who had narrowly lost to the world's #1 swordsman, in such a place. Eric had watched that battle. The terrifying power that could split the earth and shatter the heavens was deeply engraved in his mind. He had originally thought himself formidable with his devil fruit powers, but after witnessing that duel he realized how limited his perspective had been. Eric, may I ask why Major General Thunderous is here? Li Yi, I don't need to explain why I'm here, but what are you doing here? Why are you binding this innocent old man and bullying a young child? Eric, we are executing a task assigned by the Navy, no further comment. Li Yi, I don't care what you're doing. Oppressing civilians in broad daylight is akin to pirate behavior. As a Navy officer, how can I ignore this? Everyone flee. Seeing that Li Yi was about to make a move, Eric decisively chose to run, realizing he had no power to resist against such overwhelming strength. However, could they escape from Li Yi? With a swift movement, Li Yi appeared in front of them, drawing his sword and unleashing a wave of sword energy. Foolish. The sword wave swept through all the mercenaries, splitting them in two. Eric barely saved his life by using a fallen mercenary's body as a shield. Then he fled in a panic while Li Yi quietly watched him run. Run, go ahead, and get 100 meters away. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I am being very merciful. After saying this, he slowly raised his sword and unleashed a massive sword energy. 100 meters away, Eric thought he had escaped, but upon looking back, he was horrified to see the enormous sword energy approaching. Scythe Windblade Barrage. Watching that colossal sword aura cleave toward him, AI-like was stunned to the core. At the brink of life and death, he made a desperate flailing attempt to survive. He swung both hands frantically, releasing ever more gusting blades in a vain attempt to stop it. Yet before a sword aura capable of rending the earth, AI-like's attacks were ineffectual. He could only watch the oncoming strike with helpless eyes. With a hissing cut, the sword aura sliced through AI-like's body and blood blossomed. Its force remained undiminished and cleaved a small mountain in two. Master, are you all right? After dispatching the mercenaries, Li Yi turned and looked toward the elderly grandfather and his grandchild. Abisi and Grandpa Luodan stared at Li Yi in utter astonishment. This young naval officer was overwhelmingly powerful. With a single sword, he had slain the mercenary who wielded a devil fruit ability. Grandpa Luodan, thank you for your help, sir of the Navy. Li Yi, no thanks necessary, it was nothing. We in the Navy are messengers of justice, scourges of evil. We will not tolerate the oppression of ordinary people by dark forces. Abisi, Grandpa, this naval brother looks so familiar. Isn't he the handsome man from the newspapers a while ago? Li Yi, little miss, you actually know me. Abisi, of course I do. Your photos have been in Hyunio's news these past few days. At that moment, Grandpa Luodan also recognized the young man. Grasping Li Yi's hand warmly, he exclaimed, it is Major General Laming in person, messenger of justice, scourge of evil. With you here, the two of us have no need to fear that Nelson Loy. Isn't Nelson Loy the Admiral of the Donghai Navy's 8th Squadron? Why would you fear him? He is Navy after all. Li Yi feigned surprise as he asked. Abisi, that pot-bellied, big-eared naval officer, is a monster. He wants Lord Long's dragon bones to make an elixir of immortality. Li Yi, who is Lord Long, and what is this elixir of immortality? Li Yi fired a rapid volley of questions. At first, Abisi hesitated to speak, but recalling the newspaper reports about him, she chose to trust him and told the whole story about the millennia-old dragon. It turned out the aged millennia-old dragon wished to return to its homeland Shirluo Island, but had lost the ability to fly with age and asked Abisi to escort it home. Yet because of its extreme age, the old dragon had forgotten the location of Shirluo Island. Abisi inquired about the island at the Navy, which attracted the attention of Nelson Loy and AI-like, who had long been seeking dragon bones. AI-like then came to the island to capture Abisi, trying to force her to reveal the dragon's whereabouts. As an officer of justice, Li Yi would rush to aid civilians in distress without hesitation. He declared he would do everything in his power to escort Lord Long back to Shirluo Island, and Abisi thanked him profusely. Guided by Abisi, they arrived at the cave where the millennia-old dragon hid and finally beheld a legendary being. Unlike the cloud-riding dragons of Huaxiao, this dragon's appearance was closer to the Great Western WIRMS. They sensed the dragon's life ebbing. It was clear the old creature urgently needed to return home for healing. Li Yi ordered the Navy under Maxia's command to swiftly construct a transport carriage for the dragon. They hoisted the massive beast onto the wagon, then at the harbor of Junjian Island transferred it to a specially made small wooden boat. The warship towed the little boat carrying the dragon out to sea. Unbeknownst to Li E. Nelson Loy, who had been secretly watching, discovered their departure and led the 8th Squadron in silent pursuit. During the voyage, BC kept questioning the old dragon, trying to stir its memory of the route to Shirluo Island. Li E knew the old dragon's senility required a particular stimulus to recall the past. Under his careful orchestration, a sailor accidentally spilled scalding food onto the dragon's bald crown. The heat jolted the dragon, and at last it remembered the direction of Shirluo Island. Guided by the dragon, they sailed east of Junjian Island, crossed the Heishichen barrier, endured harsh weather, and finally reached an island. But Li Yi realized this was not Shirluo Island. The abandoned isle was one where Abyssus ancestors had once lived. They led the old dragon into a circular structure on that island. When the dragon saw the pattern on the ceiling, a memory flashed through its mind, and it recalled the location of Shirluo Island. They departed the isle and set course for the place the dragon remembered. Yet the moment they exited the Heishichen barrier, Nelson Louis' 8th Squadron closed in and surrounded them. No fewer than a dozen warships, their numbers rivaling an extermination decree, ringed them. Chains linked between the ships formed layered blockades that made Li Yi's warship difficult to break through, while Nelson Louis' flagship sheltered behind the blockade to direct the operation. Mixia, good grief. How does the allegedly weakest Donghai possess so many warships? Weren't the pirates here supposed to be weak? This fleet could launch an extermination decree on its own. Li Yi, a mere admiral with the airs of a king. Does tiny Donghai truly need so many warships? Though Donghai is reputed to be the weakest sea, its navy is absurdly more ruthless than the pirates. They bully civilians with impunity, brutal figures like Colonel Axe and local tyrants such as Nelson Loy. In short, power has corrupted them. They hide in Donghai to reign as petty emperors. Mixia, Major General Li Yi, the enemy fleet has sent over a Dindin Mushi. Mixia handed over a telephone shell that emitted a soft buzzing. When Li Yi lifted the receiver, a voice with Nelson Louis' piggish sneer came through. Li Yi, hello, this is Li Yi. Nelson Loy, why are you surrounding my vessel? Nelson Loy, Li Yi, hand over the millennial dragon, or you won't want trouble breaking out in Donghai. Li Yi, do you think a mere dozen ships can intimidate me? What gives you the gall to threaten me? You're nothing but a fat pig hiding behind Donghai's power. Nelson Loy, damn you boy. I don't fear you. Even if you are a great swordsman, a naval bombardment at sea will finish you all the same. Enraged, Nelson Louis ordered his fleet to open fire. Countless cannonballs streaked toward Li Yi's warship, exploding in the water nearby and sending towering sprays into the air. Abisi watched the rain of cannon fire in terror and looked to Li Yi. He reached out and gently stroked her head, saying, "Don't worry. There is nothing to fear. It's only a fat pig." His calm voice and the warmth of his palm gave Abisi a sense of safety. Even as so many enemy shells bore down upon them, Li Yi remained composed and unshaken, as steady as a mountain, even with ruin before his eyes. The warships of Nelson Roy formed a circular formation and were connected by iron chains to prevent the enemy from escaping. A dozen warships fired shells together, and any ordinary pirate would surely meet their doom. This pudgy, big-eared admiral still possesses some skill, but it's only enough to deal with the pirates of the East Sea. The pirates of the first half of the Grand Line cannot even imagine how terrifying the pirates of the New World are. The great swordsman casually struck, cleaving the city wall and tearing the earth apart. That was practically a basic attack. Figures like the four emperors, such as Whitebeard, could even cause the sea to tremble, creating monstrous waves. Could a mere human truly achieve this? Ultimately, the pirates and navy of the four seas are merely a bunch of frogs in a well, having never witnessed the world of true power. To them, things like warships, cannons, and firearms are merely toys. As cannonballs flew continuously, Li Yi leaped into the sky, drawing his crimson sword. With a casual wave, a circular wave of sword energy spread out, causing all incoming cannonballs to explode in midair. With a shout, breath of thunder, sixth form thunderclap, Li Yi erupted with dazzling golden lightning, unleashing countless lightning-shaped slashes towards the encircling warships. Upon impact, the lightning-shaped slashes unleashed horrifying power as warships were cleaved open, turning into debris scattered upon the sea. From the rear, Nelson Roy watched in terror as everything unfolded before him, disbelief etched across his face with beads of sweat the size of beans continuously rolling down his pig-like visage, soaking his clothes. Retreat. Immediately withdraw. The godlike power finally brought Nelson Roy back to his senses. At this moment, he understood the terror of the great swordsman. The massive warships began to slowly turn around. In the sky, Li Yi observed Nelson Roy attempting to escape, slowly raising his sword. "It's too late to run. You navy trash shall sink to the bottom of the sea," he declared. Breath of thunder, ultimate art, great thunder serpent. With both hands gripping the sword, he struck down forcefully, unleashing a massive arc-shaped wave of sword energy, like a gigantic lightning python bearing down upon the main warship. Boom! The great thunder serpent swiftly cleaved the main warship in two, and then the power of the lightning exploded, tearing the entire vessel into pieces that sank into the depths. After dealing with Nelson, Roy Lord Dragon let out a thunderous roar, a sound so immense that Misha, ABIs, and others had to cover their ears. After the roar, the old dragon struggled to stand from the small boat, flapping its wings as it attempted to ascend. However, it only managed to rise a short distance before crashing heavily back onto the wooden boat. "Lord Dragon, pull yourself together," ABIs exclaimed, watching Lord Dragon fall onto the wooden boat, shedding tears as she called out, trying to awaken the old dragon's spirit. Suddenly, echoing from the distant sky, came the sounds of dragon roars. Everyone looked up to see a group of Millennium Dragons flying towards them. The group of Millennium Dragons flew above the old dragon, forming a circle and emitting their roars. The old dragon finally collapsed, its eyes closing, and ABIs on the warship wept, unable to fulfill her promise to the old dragon. Seeing this from above, Li comforted. "ABIs, do not be sad. You have already fulfilled your promise to Lord Dragon." ABIs replied, "But I haven't brought Lord Dragon back to the dragon's lair yet." "No, you have already brought him back to the dragon's lair, for this is the Lost Island." As his words fell, the sea trembled violently, and everyone on the warship felt something rising beneath the ship. Soon an island emerged from the water. The Millennium Dragons descended upon Dragon Island, a place filled with countless fossils of Millennium Dragons and some dragon eggs on the verge of hatching. "Lord Dragon," ABIs cried out, rushing towards the old dragon, repeatedly calling its name. "Why won't Lord Dragon wake up? Didn't he say that he would recover as long as he returned to the dragon's lair?" Li approached ABIs and said, "This is the dragon's tomb, but also the place of the dragon's rebirth. Lord Dragon has not perished, he is simply being reborn here in a new form." ABIs looked up at Li and asked, "Really?" Li pointed to a dragon egg not far away and said, "Do you see? Lord Dragon is obtaining a new life." At that moment, the shell of the dragon egg was already covered in cracks. In the next instant, a newly hatched Millennium Dragon broke free, and ABIs joyfully embraced the newborn dragon. Li then signaled Misha to take ABIs back to the warship. Afterward, Li walked alone on Dragon Island. The moment the island appeared, the system within him emitted a prompt guiding him to search for the items that would fully awaken the patterns. Following the system's guidance, Li soon arrived at a cave. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he increasingly sensed a vast power, eventually reaching the end where he was met with a gigantic pool of water. In the center of the pool lay a colossal dragon bone, shining with a golden hue, its size several times that of an ordinary Millennium Dragon, exuding immense energy. Just as Li was about to fly to the center of the pool, a Millennium Dragon suddenly attacked him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that this Millennium Dragon had golden feathers. Dodging the attack of the Millennium Dragon with a swift move, Li looked at this golden Millennium Dragon, which was unlike any other. It sported antlers and bore some characteristics of a divine dragon, indicating it was a king among Millennium Dragons. "I only seek one item and mean you no harm. Do not obstruct me." After issuing a warning to the Millennium Dragon King, Li attempted to approach the pool, but the Dragon King disregarded him and launched another attack, spewing forth a torrent of dragon flames. "Wow, it can even breathe fire." Li was momentarily astonished. Looking at the golden Millennium Dragon, he was filled with the desire to tame it. He extended a fist, exuding dominance, and with a swift movement appeared before the Millennium Dragon King, delivering a powerful punch that knocked it unconscious. With the Millennium Dragon King no longer obstructing him, Li swiftly approached the golden dragon bone in the center of the pool, removed his clothing, and sat cross-legged before the bone. System begin absorption. Report: the host is preparing to absorb the ability of the golden dragon bone and awaken the complete pattern body. With the command given, the system began to absorb the energy of the golden dragon bone, and an endless stream of energy flowed into Li's body, replenishing the vitality he had lost in battle. His body became intensely hot as golden patterns resembling dragon scales appeared, radiating golden light. With every breath, it sounded like the low roar of a dragon, emanating a domineering dragon might that swept through the surroundings. Report: the energy of the golden dragon bone has been fully absorbed successfully, awakening the pattern body. Dragon scale battle body. The powerful dragon might swept across the entire Dragon Island, and all the Millennium Dragons sensed this, might raising their heads to let out roars that even caused the surface of the sea to tremble. Inside the cave, Li's body shimmered with golden light, radiating bolts of golden lightning as a phantom resembling a divine dragon from ancient China manifested behind him. The terrifying might of the divine dragon swept across the area. Just as the dazed Millennium Dragon King awoke, it sensed this overwhelming might, feeling a deep-rooted fear and trembling from within its soul, causing it to kneel and plead for mercy. Sensing the power surging continuously within his body, Li Yi's right hand formed a fist and struck upward. Boom! The terrifying force of his punch directly shattered the cave hidden within Dragon Island, sending shockwaves soaring into the sky. Huh, what's happening? This old dragon has actually knelt down. Could it be that it has been overwhelmed by my kingly aura? After experiencing the power of the dragon-etched battle body with a punch, I saw the golden Millennium Dragon lying on the ground, trembling and signaling for mercy with its eyes. Seeing its pitiful expression, Li Yi withdrew his oppressive aura, prompting the dragon to scurry over, rubbing its head against his body. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed. Report: a potential mount for contract has been discovered. Would you like to establish a contract? Li Yi replied, we can still establish a contract. How does that work? The system responded, simply place your hand on the mount's head to complete the contract. Placing his hand on the Millennium Dragon King's head, an extraordinary connection began to form between them, allowing Li Yi to sense any thought from the Dragon King in that moment. With a thought, the system interface appeared in his mind. Host: Li Yi, profession swordsman, level grand swordsman, main breathing technique breath of lightning, auxiliary breathing techniques breath of wind, breath of rock, Tao power 100000, exceeding mortal limits, calamity level, Haki advanced armament, Haki intermediate conquerors, Haki mutated lightning attribute, Haki intermediate observation, Haki breathing realm pattern, dragon-etched battle body, awakened, capable of emitting dragon might, can merge with conqueror's Haki to transform into dragon might, Haki translucent world, understood, he blade none, mount Millennium Dragon King. Looking at all the data on the system interface, apart from the conqueror's Haki and observation Haki being at the intermediate level, the armament Haki was at the advanced stage, and only the He Blade realm remained unawakened. It was uncertain what abilities would be unlocked upon awakening the He Blade. After absorbing the golden dragon bone, Li Yi jumped onto the back of the Millennium Dragon King. Having signed the contract, the Dragon King was now connected with Li Yi's mind, spreading its wings and flying out of the cave through the hole Li Yi had created. In the sky, standing on the back of the Millennium Dragon King, embracing the blue sky and white clouds below him, lay the vast ocean, and he soon spotted his warship. Mishia, after following Li Yi's orders to return ABIs to the warship island, headed back to prepare for Li Yi's arrival. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed in the sky, and then a golden Millennium Dragon suddenly flew towards him. The soldiers on the warship raised their guns ready to shoot, just as Mishia spotted the figure on the dragon's back and hurriedly shouted at the soldiers. Everyone cease fire. Hearing this, all the soldiers lowered their weapons. At that moment, the golden Millennium Dragon gently landed on the deck of the warship, its massive body occupying the entire deck. Thankfully, the naval warship was large enough, or else it could not accommodate the Millennium Dragon. The figure on the dragon's back descended, and everyone immediately saluted Major General Li Yi. He waved his hand to signal the Marines to continue their work, then led Mishia into the captain's cabin. Mishia asked, Major General, is that golden Millennium Dragon now your mount? Li Yi replied, that's right. Li Yi continued, what happened while I was away? Mishia responded, yes, the headquarters called to question us about why we eliminated Nelson Roy from the 8th Legion. Li Yi asked, and how did you respond? Mishia replied, I reported the events to headquarters and emphasized that Nelson Roy was abusing his power for personal gain. Li Yi said, good, afterward take the warship back to the West Sea. Mishia asked, but Major General, aren't you returning to the West Sea with us? Li Yi replied, I have matters to attend to at the Grand Line. After outlining his instructions and taking a short rest, he mounted the Millennium Dragon King, setting his sights on Aska Island in the Grand Line. The purpose, of course, was to acquire the cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword. As a grand swordsman, Li Yi felt that even a bloody sword of the great knife level was unworthy of him. He needed a supreme great knife that suited him. Legend has it that the 3 princes of the Aska Kingdom, upon their first encounter with a beautiful sorceress, all fell in love with her. To win the sorceress' affection, the 3 princes drew forth the 7-star sword, which signified their claim to the throne, leading to war. The earth and ocean cried out, absorbing the grievances of countless innocent sacrifices. Subsequently, the 7-star sword, infused with the hatred and blood of countless people, summoned slaughter and destruction, transforming into a demonic sword that could rival the original Gueche. The weak who wielded the 7-star sword would easily fall under the control of the sword spirit within, becoming puppets of the sword. Aska Island is located in the Grand Line, and with the Millennium Dragon King as his flying mount, Li Yi quickly located the island. From high above, Aska Island appeared adorned with dense forests and winding rivers where people lived peacefully in tranquil villages. He directed the Millennium Dragon King to descend into the forest following the flow of the river, when suddenly he spotted a beautiful figure swimming in the water. With a slender figure and long sapphire blue hair rivaling that of the Empress, she had long, finely toned legs, and in the water, she resembled a mermaid cradling 3 purple jade orbs before her. This beautiful girl was none other than Maya, one of the hidden beauties of the pirate world and the sorceress of Aska Island, bearing the secret to preventing the resurrection of the 7-star sword. At that moment, Li Yi's eyes were captivated by Maya's swimming posture in the water, especially her alluring figure as she came ashore, which left him drooling. Who was standing there? Suddenly spotting a figure in the forest, Maya hurriedly donned her clothes, looking on with a tense expression. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, beautiful miss." Li Yi stepped out of the forest, but the moment he emerged, Maya was so startled that she panicked, clutching the 3 purple jade orbs and fleeing desperately. Seeing Maya flee in a panic, Li Yi realized he was mistaken for someone from the Navy swordsmanship hall, and Maya believed he was there to snatch the 3 jade orbs. Based on the plot, it was likely that Saga had already acquired the 7-star sword and had fallen under the control of the sword spirit within. Maya, seeing Li Yi in naval attire, ran frantically back to the village, shouting to the villagers, "The people from the Navy swordsmanship hall have arrived." Upon hearing this, all the men in the village picked up their weapons, standing at the village entrance waiting for Li Yi's arrival. Walking along the path, Li Yi soon arrived at the village entrance, where he was greeted with swords and knives by the villagers. Despite Li Yi's explanations that he was the righteous Navy and the nemesis of evil, the villagers refused to believe him, showing just how thoroughly Saga had tarnished the Navy's image. Faced with the enthusiastic welcome of the villagers wielding knives and swords, Li Yi did not retaliate. He easily evaded their attacks with simple movements of his body. Seeing that no matter how they attacked, they could not harm the naval officer before them, the villagers ceased their assault and cautiously watched Li Yi. "Stop! You cannot defeat this powerful naval lord." At this moment, the most respected elder of the village spoke up. As the oldest sage in the village, she could see that this naval officer meant them no harm. "Elder, may I ask, are you from the naval dojo?" Li Yi: "No, I am merely a traveler passing by." "A naval officer? Elder, from the sword at your waist, you should be a swordsman. You have come for the 7-star sword, haven't you?" Li Yi: "Indeed, I have come to obtain that sword." "Elder, why do you all wish to possess that cursed sword?" The elder sighed helplessly. The power of that demonic sword was too terrifying. Its wielder would be controlled by the sword, influencing a group of people, turning them into puppets of slaughter. At this moment, a villager rushed over, shouting loudly, "Soldiers from the naval dojo have arrived." Everyone's gaze turned to Li Yi, who helplessly said, "I truly am not from the naval dojo. I am not acquainted with those false naval officers." Soon soldiers from the naval dojo entered the village. Just like in the play, Saga's 3 major disciples, Bukongu and Bismarck, led the naval soldiers into battle against the villagers. How could the untrained villagers stand a chance against these men? Bukongu, a large man with a massive physique, wielded an iron rod, swinging it to instantly send a villager flying. Bismarck, covered in armor, was impervious to the villagers' weapons. Soon he set his sights on Maya, lunging at her with his sword. Maya, frightened, closed her eyes. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw that the thrusting sword had been caught between Li Yi's fingers, unable to be drawn out despite Bismarck's efforts. Bismarck, staring at the naval officer who appeared before him, exclaimed in shock, "Li Yi, the thunderous swordmaster." Upon hearing Bismarck's words, all the soldiers from the naval dojo stopped their attacks, gazing at the figure holding the sword. He was a powerhouse capable of competing with the world's greatest swordmaster. The swordsman of the naval dojo looked at Li Yi with immense reverence. "Li Yi, do you still consider your actions to be those of a just naval force?" With a gentle press of his fingers, there was a sharp crack, and Bismarck's sword snapped cleanly into the broken blade, flying back before he could react. With a slicing sound, the blade penetrated Bismarck's body, blood gushing forth, leaving the naval soldiers paralyzed with fear, causing them to flee. "Li Yi, you no longer have the qualifications to be called just naval officers. I shall punish you with thunder." Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap, flash, 48 strikes. In a flash, he moved like lightning, darting between the soldiers of the naval dojo. Wherever he went, the soldiers fell one by one. Bukongu trembled in fear at the sight, but with a surge of courage, he brandished the iron rod and charged at Li Yi. The iron rod swung down, but Li Yi caught it steadily with one hand and crushed it into a pile of scrap metal. With a kick, he struck Bukongu in the chest, the tremendous force penetrating his body and shattering his heart. At this moment, the villagers gazed at Li Yi in awe. The power he displayed with every move was akin to that of a celestial being. The remaining soldiers stood, and suddenly their eyes turned red, recklessly attacking with blades. This was the power of the 7-star sword controlling them, turning them into instruments of slaughter and destruction. With a roar, an imposing dragon aura erupted from Li Yi, causing the soldiers of the naval dojo to tremble uncontrollably. The dragon aura specifically countered the malevolent power of the seven-star sword, and soon the soldiers regained their senses. Under Li Yi's guidance, they began to repair the damaged village. At that moment, the elder brought Maya, before Li Yi thanking him for defeating the naval soldiers. She recounted the reasons for everything that had transpired, which began with Saga, the childhood companion of Roronoa Zoro. One night, during a pirate raid on the village, Saga and Maya sought refuge in an ancient tower containing the seven-star sword. Inside the tower, they fought against the pirates. However, having lost an arm, Saga was no match for the pirates and was soon defeated, falling onto the stone coffin that held the seven-star sword. As the pirate's blade approached Maya step by step, Saga felt a desperate thirst for power. The blood flowing from his body awakened the dormant seven-star sword, which then took control of him. With the seven-star sword, Saga easily dispatched the pirates attacking the village. Afterwards, he used the sword's power to command the nearby naval soldiers, establishing the naval dojo on Osaka Island and waiting for the arrival of the blood-red full moon. Every 100 years, on the night of the blood-red full moon, the seven-star sword would fully resurrect, turning the world into a hell of slaughter and destruction. The only way to prevent the resurrection of the seven-star sword was through the 3 purple jewels and the priestess. On the night of the blood-red full moon, the 3 jewels must be placed at the towers of the giant gate Greed Wolf and Breaking Army, and the witch would perform a prayer ceremony to create a barrier isolating the power of the red moon and stopping the resurrection of the seven-star sword. Bukongu and Bismarck were following Saga's orders to seize the jewels, yet they had no idea they would encounter Li Yi, the harbinger of death. Maya, feeling guilty for Saga being controlled by the seven-star sword to save her, vowed to rescue him. Within the naval dojo, Saga, noticing that his 2 disciples had not returned, sent his 3rd disciple Doma to the village to gather information. Soon Doma returned to the naval dojo, looking somewhat terrified. Kneeling before Saga, he said, "Master Bukongu and Bismarck are dead." "Saga, who did this?" Doma took a deep breath and replied, "The thunderous swordmaster Li Yi." "What did you say?" "He actually appeared on Osaka Island." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Li Yi's name, Saga showed no sign of fear, instead laughing maniacally, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light. "Doma, master, he is a swordsman who can contend with the world's greatest swordmaster. Can we oppose him?" "Doma, as long as it is the blood-red night, when the seven-star sword resurrects, I will possess invincible power." Now Saga had lost his original intent of seeking the just sword, seemingly losing his sanity, as well, truly believing he could defeat a great swordsman with just one sword. Soon the night of the full moon arrived. At the request of the elder and Maya, Li Yi agreed to help them complete the sealing ceremony. The naval soldiers and villagers would place the jewels on the 3 towers while Li Yi would guard Maya's side. The sun began to set, night quietly fell, and the blood-red full moon hung in the sky, looking particularly frightening. Maya donned priestly attire, her black and white long dress, making her appear sacred and untouchable. Wearing a white crown that complemented her beauty, she deeply attracted Li Yi, who couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Maya's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. Under Li Yi's protection, she stepped onto the sacrificial platform to begin her prayers. Meanwhile, the 3 jewels were placed on the towers of the giant gate Greed Wolf and Breaking Army. As Maya continued her prayers, the 3 jewels emitted beams of light that soared into the sky, forming a barrier that blocked the rays of the red moon. At that moment, a figure appeared at the sacrificial tower, slowly ascending the sacrificial platform, revealing a terrifying, killing intent as they looked at Maya, who was deep in prayer. "Saga, you have arrived." As the jade pendant formed a barrier, the naval dojo's Saga felt a wave of weakness. The full moon's radiance was cut off by the barrier, preventing the seven-star sword from absorbing its power. To absorb the power of the full moon and fully revive the seven-star sword, Saga ordered Doma to destroy the jade pendant, while he himself made his way to the altar, knowing that only by killing the soul, which Maya, could no one stop the revival of the seven-star sword. "Li Yi, you blatantly ignore me like this, and you even plan to kill the beautiful Maya right in front of me. I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe." Li Yi looked at Saga approaching him, or rather he focused on the seven-star sword behind him. The sword emanated an evil power that continuously entered Saga's body, as if countless tentacles were tightly grasping him. "Saga, thunderous sword master Li Yi, I've long admired your name. Ooh, I never expected someone like you to appear on Asuka Island. Li Yi, wherever evil arises, there will be a messenger of justice punishing the wicked in the name of thunder." "Ha ha." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Saga burst into laughter, his eyes glowing red. "Saga, justice. Saga, what is called justice is merely great power. Only those with mighty power are the true justice of the world." Li Yi shook his head at Saga's madness. This child has been completely controlled by the sword, and one wonders if there is any hope left for him. Li Yi, is this the sword of justice you seek? Saga, you have strayed from your original intention. Your justice is merely a form of tyranny, and great power should be used to protect the weak and innocent. Shut up, my justice does not require your judgment. Let me show you my sword of justice. Saga drew the 7-star sword from his back, pointing it directly at Li Yi. Words could no longer sway the heart already controlled by the 7-star sword, and only the clash of blades could awaken him. Reluctantly drawing out his long sword, the aura released immediately made Saga's hand tremble involuntarily. However, under the control of the 7-star sword, he quickly regained his frenzied demeanor, leaping as he raised the 7-star sword above his head to strike down. Clang! The sound of swords clashing echoed, facing Saga's attack. Li Yi merely raised his sword to block, casually, finding such a level of power utterly uninteresting. Clang, 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 clang. Saga launched a frenzied assault on Li Yi, wielding the 7-star sword with his left hand. However, to Li Yi, the movements of these attacks were slow as a snail, and he easily blocked every single one. Li Yi, this is the power of the 7-star sword. I'm deeply disappointed. Saga, this is merely a warm-up. Now let me show you the true power of the 7-star sword. Saga, demonic fire slash. The tip of the 7-star sword struck the ground, then drew a line on the earth before thrusting upward, shooting forth a projectile of green flames. Watching the fireball hurtling toward him, Li Yi was rendered speechless. Judging this attack from Saga with his current swordsmanship and insight, he could only describe it with 2 words: garbage. Such an attack contained no swordsmanship technique at all. It wasn't even a flying slash, just the demonic fire released by the 7-star sword. Faced with such an attack, Li Yi couldn't be bothered to use his sword. He simply extended his left hand and punched, sending the fireball flying. Saga, indeed you are worthy of the title Thunderous Sword Master, able to block my powerful slashes. However, I still have other moves to unveil. Demonic Fang Assault. A sword thrust sent flames erupting from the blade of the 7-star sword, forming a fiery serpent that lunged forward with its fangs bared. However, this attack was easily dodged by Li Yi. Unwilling to back down, Saga continued to swing the 7-star sword, summoning several fire serpents to surround him. The fire serpents opened their venomous mouths, aiming for his neck, but before they could even get close, they were sliced apart by a single strike. Saga, how is this possible? I need more power. Saga shouted angrily at the red full moon in the sky, and suddenly a corner of the jade pendant barrier vanished, causing the entire barrier to collapse. Among the 3 towers holding the jade pendant, one was destroyed by Doma, and the pendant was split in 2 by Doma's blade. With the jade pendant barrier gone, the red light of the full moon shone down, and Saga felt an unending surge of power flooding into him, making him feel as if he was about to transcend. With newfound strength, Saga's first target was Maya. Although the jade pendant had been destroyed, as long as Maya remained, she still had the ability to seal the 7-star sword. Demonic Fire Slash. The 7-star sword swung, releasing a fireball attack. After absorbing the power of the full moon, the fireball was noticeably larger than before. Maya did not expect Saga to be so ruthless. Seeing the giant fireball soaring toward her, she could only close her eyes and await her demise. With me here, how could I allow you to suffer even the slightest harm? Maya opened her eyes, and what greeted her was Li Yi's handsome face, and the incredibly warm gaze between those eyes seemed to be a bolt of lightning striking her heart, causing it to race. Embracing Maya, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, and gazing at her beauty that rivaled that of an empress, Li Yi found himself deeply entranced. Their eyes unconsciously locked, confirming the connection. At this moment, if not now, when would they kiss? Li Yi's fiery lips slowly moved toward Maya, getting closer to a kiss. At this moment, Saga stood dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? What kind of scene is this? Can you at least show some respect for me as the villain? I have my pride. Furious, Saga wildly swung the 7-star sword, unleashing a relentless barrage of demonic attacks. Saga, do you know that interrupting someone's heartfelt exchange will get you roasted? As the heartfelt exchange was interrupted, Li Yi could only embrace Maya with one arm, while using the sword in the other, dodging the continuous fire attacks. The two moved gracefully, as if dancing under the red moonlight. This scene further enraged Saga, seemingly causing green light to radiate from his head. In his fury, the slaughtering power of the full moon continuously infused into Saga, and with the blessing of the full moon's power, his body gradually began to merge with the 7-star sword. Maya gasped, "Hurry, stop, Saga. If this continues, he will merge with the 7-star sword. I must seal the 7-star sword completely, otherwise this sea will become a world of slaughter and destruction." Maya tried to break free from Li Yi's embrace, but his arm was like steel, unyielding. "Maya, let go of me. I need to seal it." "Li Yi, tell me, do you want to use your life to seal the 7-star sword?" Maya, this is the only way just like my ancestors did 1,000 years ago. This is fate. Slap, 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 slap. As soon as Maya finished speaking, she felt a series of 5 smacks on her bottom. The force was not great, but stung a bit, yet she felt an electrifying tingle surge through her body, causing her to tremble and turn crimson like an apple. Maya, why are you hitting me, you bad person, especially in that place? Li, a fool wants to die, so I had to teach a lesson. Maya, this is the fate I bear and I cannot escape from it. Li, nonsense fate. Since you cannot escape, I will sever your fate. With his left hand embracing Maya and his right hand raised high with the crimson sword, he gently swung the blade. Breath of Thunder, ultimate art, Great Thunder Serpent. The sword blade cleaved through the air, sending a lightning sword wave like a python crashing towards Saga. At the moment of impact, the 7-star sword slipped from Saga's grasp. Saga, are you alright? Saga, having lost the 7-star sword, fell to the ground. Seeing this, Maya quickly rushed over to check on him. Meanwhile, the 7-star sword, which had fallen to the side, began to float in the air, seemingly trying to escape. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the sword's hilt was firmly grasped by Li. The 7-star sword struggled violently in his hand, trying to break free, but soon it stopped shaking. The green patterns on the blade emitted an eerie green glow, as if calling upon the power of the full moon above. The next moment, the crimson light of the full moon descended upon Li like a beam. In an instant, Li's entire body was enveloped in red light, and an intent filled with slaughter and destruction invaded his consciousness. The terrifying power of thousands of years of slaughter and destruction invaded his mind, causing Li's complexion to change dramatically as his eyes emitted a red glow, his face revealing a frenzied expression. Maya, watching Li's strange transformation, was very worried. She wanted to intervene, but now the power of the full moon had completely infused into Li's body, making her prayers futile. Ha ha ha, I never expected to find such a powerful physique. Now I can fully resurrect myself. Immortal, accept my power and become my puppet. The voice of the spirit of the 7-star sword echoed in his mind incessantly, eroding Li's consciousness. However, at that moment, the sound of the system resonated in Li's mind. Report, a weapon suitable for refining into the hegemonic blade has been detected. Do you wish to proceed with the refinement? And since it's been discovered, why not refine it immediately? With a cold shout, the dragon's might erupted, golden lightning bursting forth from his body, and his body revealed its dragon's might. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated in his consciousness. Under the intimidation of the dragon's might, the spirit of the 7-star sword was frightened back into the sword. Damn it, how can this human possess dragon's might? With the system's assistance, the domineering aura and lightning enveloped the 7-star sword. Under the infusion of these two energies, the 7-star sword turned a deep crimson, resembling a piece of red-hot iron. Simultaneously, the millennia of slaughter power infused into Li's body coalesced. This terrifying power of slaughter merged with the shadow of the divine dragon behind him, giving the shadow a tinge of red. I know if this continues, I will disappear. The spirit of the 7-star sword pleaded for mercy, but Li did not cease his actions, continuously channeling his power into the 7-star sword. Soon the spirit of the 7-star sword was completely obliterated, and the system within the sword birthed a new spirit, which quickly established a connection with Li. At the moment the new sword spirit was born, the hegemonic blade was successfully refined. Under the influence of the domineering aura and lightning, the patterns on the new 7-star sword's blade changed, the original green patterns transformed into golden dragon patterns, and the inscription Demon Godslayer appeared in ancient Chinese characters on the blade. Looking at the long sword in his hand, Li was very satisfied. He opened the system interface to check the attributes of the 7-star sword in host Li in profession swordsman, in level grand swordsman, in main breathing technique breath of thunder, in auxiliary breathing techniques breath of wind, breath of rock, in Tao power 100000 numerical limit, in domineering advanced armament, Haki supreme conquerors, Haki slaughter conquerors, Haki fused with a millennium of killing. Intent accumulated by the 7-star sword mutated lightning attribute Haki. Intermediate observation Haki in breathing technique realm in pattern dragon pattern battle body has awakened characteristic, can emit dragon's might, can combine with conqueror's Haki to transform into dragon's might Haki, can unleash a slaughter domain where all fruit abilities are nullified. Transparent world understood in hegemonic blade 7-star sword characteristic can unleash special slashes to eliminate devil fruit powers in Mount Millennium Dragon King, and after looking at all the attributes on the interface, Li felt that he had one big. Not only did he obtain a weapon surpassing the supreme great sword, but it also came with special skills. The dragon pattern body, having absorbed millennia of slaughter power, further developed a domain skill instantly, enhancing Li's combat power. Looking at the long sword in his hand with great satisfaction, he soon felt a bit awkward. The length of the 7-star sword was quite long, making it cumbersome for Li Yi, who stood nearly 2 meters tall. Carrying the sword made it impractical to wear a flashy justice coat. Report the 7-star dragon pattern sword has established a connection with the host, and is now a spiritual weapon that can be stored in the system space. At that moment the system's voice echoed, and in the next instant the 7-star dragon pattern sword in his hand vanished. With a thought, a light circle appeared out of nowhere, and the hilt of the 7-star sword slowly emerged from the light circle, looking as spectacular as when Yuan Tuo summoned the Xianyuan sword in the TV series Xianyuan, Sword the Sky's Mark. Maya watched everything unfold in front of her, not expecting the 7-star sword to be subdued. Observing Li Yi, who could summon the 7-star sword at any time, she realized that the millennia-long mission had finally come to an end, and such incidents of the 7-star sword controlling humans to do evil would no longer occur. The two brought Saga back to the village, and upon learning that everything was finally over, the villagers held a feast to thank Li Yi. The villagers celebrated with laughter and dance while preparing delicious food to treat Li Yi and the naval soldiers. Having lost the 7-star sword, Saga regained his senses. After learning everything he had done, he felt immense guilt, staying quietly in a corner. Although Saga had caused much harm while under the control of the 7-star sword, his actions stemmed from his desire to protect the village. He had underestimated the sword's power, which led to his control, so the villagers did not blame him. Instead, they were happy for him being able to break free from the sword's influence. Li Yi approached Saga with a cup in hand and said, "What's wrong? Are you still feeling guilty about what you did?" Saga replied, "I have been searching for the sword of justice, yet ironically, I was controlled by the power of the 7-star sword. With such a weak will, I cannot find my own sword of justice." Li Yi said, "The reason you were controlled by the 7-star sword is due to your own weakness, which allowed the sword's power to dominate you." Saga sighed, "I have lost my right hand, which is a fatal injury for a swordsman. No matter how hard I try, I can never become strong. Do you know the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, and he, like you, is missing an arm? Yet despite this, he has become a top powerhouse of the seas through his own efforts without relying on external forces or devil fruits. If red-haired can become strong, why can't you? Even without the power of the 7-star sword, can you not become a strong warrior?" After absorbing Li Yi's motivational words, Saga seemed invigorated, deeply bowing. "And thank you, Li Yi, for your guidance. I will remember it clearly." Seeing Saga rejuvenated and filled with determination, Li Yi handed the crimson sword to him and said, "Don't forget your original intention. Since you are searching for the sword of justice, then become a just marine." Saga excitedly accepted the crimson sword from Li Yi and then formally saluted him. "In, salute Major General Li Yi." From then on, a swordsman renowned for his left-hand swordsmanship appeared on the Grand Line. In the quiet village under the night sky, a celebration feast was underway, yet Maya's figure was nowhere to be found. Curiously, he approached his grandmother and inquired. With a mysterious smile, she replied, "Maya is waiting for you by the river. Hurry." By the tranquil riverside sat a beautiful figure illuminated by the moonlight, making her appear exceptionally divine, her delicate white feet creating ripples in the water. "You're here." Maya looked at Li Yi, who emerged from the forest, gently asking, her eyes sparkling with love, as if she had awaited her beloved for ages. In that moment, her face flushed, her breathing quickened, and her body trembled slightly. For some reason, during Li Yi's moment of action in the village, his invincible presence and righteous demeanor were deeply etched into Maya's heart. Maya felt a deep sense of guilt towards Saga, for Saga had been controlled by the 7-star sword for her sake, but that was not true love. Li Yi, the village is holding a celebratory feast. Why are you alone here at such a joyful moment? Maya, I enjoy the quiet. What about you? Li, it was Grandma who called me here, ha. Maya, thank you for helping us end this millennium-long calamity and for freeing me from my fate. Li Yi, you don't need to thank me, it's what a righteous navy should do. I once promised the world in my newspaper to eradicate evil and crime. At that moment, under the moonlight, Li Yi's voice seemed to radiate a dazzling glow, making Maya feel an unparalleled sense of security, as if the man before her was the embodiment of light illuminating the darkness. Maya was somewhat mesmerized, her face turning even redder. Li Yi, are you alright? Maya, I'm fine, just a bit hot. How about we go swimming together? Maya's voice was as soft as a whisper, as if speaking took all her strength. After speaking, she covered her flushed face with her hands and quietly awaited Li Yi's response. What did you say? Let's swim together, ha. Little did they know that happiness would come so swiftly. Indeed, a scoundrel's luck is rarely this bad. With a swish, the ceremonial attire fell to the ground, revealing a breathtaking scene before Li Yi. Majestic mountains loomed, each peak distinct from afar, creating a magnificent panorama. Like two terrifying colossal beasts roaring, it also resembled the faint red tassels in a misty world. Splash! Maya jumped into the water like a mermaid, but in Li Yi's eyes, she was even more beautiful than a mermaid, gazing at him with seductive eyes, and in that moment the signal for offense was given with no retreat possible. I'm feeling quite hot right now. What to do feeling uncomfortable? There's no choice but to rely on the body to cool down. Maya, wait for me. Let me show you what a land gunner and a water swordsman are. With a swish, this was undoubtedly the fastest speed of undressing in history. Under the moonlight, two figures played in the water, splashing and creating ripples. Meanwhile, inside the Panga Hall of Mariehua, the highest-ranking powers of the world government, the five elders, were all kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads to listen to the figure on the throne above, the true ruler of the world government, the pinnacle existence among the celestial dragons. I sense that the cursed seven-star sword has appeared. The accumulated killing power of Skypia Island has resurfaced after a millennium. I can feel that someone has obtained this sword and acquired that millennium of killing power. IM's voice was somewhat hoarse, making it hard to discern his gender. His words carried no joy or sorrow, devoid of emotion, yet they struck the five elders' ears like thunder. Elder with the sword CP0 has sent word confirming that the seven-star sword has been obtained by a Marine Major. I'm Marine Major. Who? Bald Elder Marine Major Li Yi. Is that the one causing a stir in the West Sea recently? Bald Elder, yes. At this moment, curly-haired Elder suddenly asked, Lord, should we recognize someone who possesses the seven-star sword as a king? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other five elders became extremely grave as they lowered their heads, not daring to look at him on the throne. The ancient king of the Asker kingdom was one of the rulers who participated in the War of the Gods, wielding the seven-star sword to slay numerous divine beings of the Luresia divine clan. Though he ultimately did not become one of the 20 kings who created the world government, his qualifications as a king have always been recognized by the 20 kings possessing the right to challenge them. Now that Li Yi has obtained the seven-star sword, it is equivalent to acquiring the qualification for the throne of the Asker kingdom. If he can defeat one of the 20 kings, he could become one of them. It is no wonder the five elders appeared so grave. This could lead to significant changes. Time passed slowly, and the Pango Hall fell into a deathly silence where even breathing could be heard. The usually high and mighty five elders were now sweating. After a long while, IM's voice broke the silence. He is a variable filled with destruction and slaughter. He may become the one to extinguish the light. Since he possesses the seven-star sword, he has the qualifications of a king. If he has the strength to rule, then let us recognize him as king. These words stirred up great waves in the hearts of the five elders, signifying that in the near future a new king would be born into the world. Long-haired elder, there is one more matter to report to the five elders. News from Alabasta indicates that the warlord Crocodile is attempting to research the ancient texts to find the ancient weapon Pluto, and that the Devil Fruit user Nico Robin is working for Baroque Works. Those who attempt to contact the Void Century must be killed. As the word kill was uttered, the air in the entire Panga Hall turned frigid, the ground beginning to freeze, and a terrifying killing intent surged into the sky, causing dark clouds to gather over Mariehua, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Above the Grand Line, lying on the back of a 1,000-year-old dragon, Li Yi reminisced about the beautiful night spent with Maya, who appeared exceptionally shy after her first taste of love. Yet under Li Yi's guidance, she made rapid progress, their love resonating through the night sky, her voice melodious and enchanting. As they prepared to leave Skypia Island, Li Yi sincerely hoped that Maya could join him. However, she declined, knowing that being by Li Yi's side would only be a burden, as she needed to grow stronger to stand beside him. With no other choice, Li Yi gave Maya the animal-type striped cat Devil Fruit, hoping she could grow stronger quickly, while also envisioning her in a navy uniform with a short skirt and black stockings, lost in endless fantasies at the thought of that image. Brulu brulu brulu, the sound of the snail phone rang, and upon picking up the receiver, the voice of the five elders came through. I accidentally posted the wrong chapter. This chapter belongs to the second volume, but I didn't notice and published it in the first volume. I hope the author assistant can update the functionality. For now, I can only republish it. I am very grateful to those who have always supported me and have been reading my book. I will continue to work hard and strive to complete it. I hope everyone can provide more feedback. This chapter mainly introduces the protagonist's abilities and character settings. Li Yi, the Great Swordsman. Main breathing technique, thunder breathing. Other breathing techniques serve as auxiliary methods that can merge with the main breathing technique to evolve various sword techniques. Haki Advanced Armament, Haki Top-Level Conquerors, Haki Killing Conquerors, Haki fused with the Millennium Killing Intent accumulated by the 7-star Sword Mutated Lightning Attribute, Haki Top-Level Observation, Haki. Breathing Technique Realm. Pattern awakens the pattern by absorbing the energy of the Millennium Dragon King's bones, transforming into the Pattern Battle Body Dragon Pattern Battle Body, whose power surpasses that of the giant race, indestructible and difficult for blades to inflict harm. Transparent world understanding achieved. The protagonist will subsequently use the abilities of the transparent world instead of observation Haki. Sword of Hilaire. The 7-star sword continuously infuses thunderous power, unleashing the destructive force of thunder that annihilates all life. Mount Millennium Dragon King. Self-created technique Spiral Dual Polar Thunder Cannon. Subsequently self-created thunder-breathing sword techniques 7th form Thunder Dragon, Breaking the Void 8th form Thunder Dragon, Tail Spin 9th form Falling Thunder, Meteor 10th form Thunder Spear, 11th form Wrath of the Thunder God. Awakened Fruit form Thunder Emperor. The form granted to the protagonist after the awakening of the fruit, where thunder forms golden armor, flames form a cloak, and a golden crown composed of thunder coalesces above the head. In this state the protagonist can wield near-divine power. Shatter and Break /A/ launched using the abilities of the Tremor fruit. God's Breathing. The breathing technique used by the protagonist in the awakened fruit state. First form. Extreme Thunder Instant. In the future the protagonist will create more sword techniques of God's Breathing, while the system will grant the protagonist the ability to absorb devil fruit powers. This means that the protagonist will possess more than one type of devil fruit power in their body. However, the protagonist will not have zone abilities as they primarily focus on swordsmanship. In the latest chapter, the protagonist has already acquired the abilities of the Big Mam Soul fruit. In the future, the protagonist will utilize the abilities of the Soul fruit combined with the high-tech power of the pirate world to create clones. These clones all possess strong physiques, pattern battle body, and can use breathing technique sword skills, as well as inherit one of the devil fruit abilities from the protagonist. Currently, it is envisioned that there will be 3 clones. These clones each possess the protagonist's concepts of good and evil along with a certain degree of self-awareness, but they are absolutely obedient to the protagonist. Furthermore, the protagonist's consciousness can control the bodies of the clones at any time and can see what the clones see. It is akin to the protagonist having a secondary account. In the subsequent storyline, while the main self engages in romantic discussions and saving the world, the clones will handle those matters while the main self will take care of romantic pursuits. I have been writing this book for over a year, intermittently reaching 700 words. I am actually a worker in a workshop passionate about anime and One Piece. Writing this novel is a daily hobby for me. Though my writing may not be the best, I am deeply grateful to those who continue to pay attention to this book and to the fans who have supported it. I hope you will keep following this book and leave more comments, whether criticism or praise, all will be accepted. In the Hall of Power at Mali Chaoya, the curly-haired elder of the 5 elders set down his Dindin Mushy handset. Just moments ago, the 5 elders, acting in the name of the world government, had issued an order to Li to sail to the Alabastan Kingdom and arrest Keluoketer, a directive that also effectively stripped Keluoketer of his 7 warlord status and commanded the capture of Ni Kaluobin. The curly-haired elder asked, "Are we truly going to entrust this mission to him?" The blade-wielding elder replied, "Given the present state of Alabastan, only his strength can keep the sand crocodile in check. The others cannot be spared." The bald elder said, "That red-haired fellow suddenly returned from hiding in the New World to the Paradise route. For now, we can only have Qingji keep watch in secret." The long white-haired elder added, "And 2 very troublesome figures have also come to the Paradise route." The scarred elder said, "The 2nd Division captain of the Baihuzi pirate crew Fire Fist AC and the turncoat Tichi. These 2 have both appeared in Alabastan at the same time." The bald elder murmured, "There is also a young upstart just making a name for himself who is heading to Alabastan, and his name even carries a D. 3 people with the letter D converging on one place. What on earth could this portend?" The blade-wielding elder observed, "The so-called will of D yearns for freedom and lack of restraint. Rather than a creed, it is a force that shatters order. Their appearance always heralds upheaval across these seas." The bald elder said, "I heard that Straw Hat Luffy was in Logue Town when Duelage appeared." The curly-haired elder asked, "Is someone personally escorting his son to sea?" The curly-haired elder continued, "The leader of the Revolutionary Army who proclaims freedom and equality has a son who has become a pirate. How ironic." The long white-haired elder remarked, "Compared to the New World, the first half of the Grand Line Paradise is stirring with tempest." The bald elder asked, "Is the balance of the world about to shift again?" In the desert kingdom of Alabastan, where sand covers the land and the weather is merciless, 3 years earlier, a vast quantity of dancing powder had been shipped into the capital Urbana. Since then, rain fell only over the capital while the rest of the country parched. Under Keluoketer's meticulous machinations, the populace was led to believe that the king had been secretly using dancing powder. When used, dancing powder could conjure artificial rain clouds, but those clouds brought rain only by stealing moisture from other regions, forcibly diverting rainfall to the powder's locale. Keluoketer then planted seeds of discord to provoke division, cultivating a rebel faction in Alabastan poised to overthrow Guanbula's rule. When two forces tore into bloody conflict, Keloakiter would stage a heroic return and seize the throne, a ploy much like Doflamingo's. Li sometimes wondered whether he had learned the trick from that man. Above the blue sky aboard the back of the Millennium Dragon, Li set out for Alabaston upon receiving the command from Mali Chiaya. By timing it out, the Straw Hat crew might by now also be heading for Alabaston. The Millennium Dragon flew with astonishing speed and soon reached the port capital of Alabaston Rahara. Li leapt down from the dragon's back, leaving the beast nearby while he walked the city alone, his marine cloak of justice drawing every eye. A sudden thunderous bang rent the air, and a tornado of fire and smoke twisted above the city. Passers-by froze in terror and cried out, "A fight between devil fruit users has broken out." Looking up at the pillars of flame and smoke, Li deduced that it must be Smoker clashing with AC. The Straw Hat crew should be nearby. He moved like a bolt of lightning toward the conflict, and in an instant arrived at the scene, quietly concealing his aura to watch the battle of fire and smoke unfold. The combatants traded fierce blows, columns of flames soared into the sky, yet neither side could overcome the other. Li could only shake his head at Smoker. The time spent in paradise had left him little improved. Comfort had dulled any true progress. Despite having been taught by Zephyr, Smoker could not subdue Fire Fist, AC, a pirate only 3 or 4 years from debut. It was clear Smoker had relied too heavily on his devil fruit and neglected hand-to-hand techniques and Haki training. AC said, "I see, Marine Colonel, our powers cancel each other out. Let's end it here. Farewell." After seeing Straw Hat Luffy withdraw, AC prepared to leave. Yet as he turned, a terrifying surge of Conqueror's Haki struck. Not only AC but the attending Marines felt that dread as well. In an instant, aside from AC and Smoker, others collapsed and could not rise. Even Dazuki held on only for a moment before faltering. The two who remained standing did so with great difficulty. Even AC's brow broke out in beads of cold sweat, remarkable for a user of the flame fruit to be perspiring. Smoker fared no better, but in his heart he was stunned beyond measure, wondering which great figure had appeared in Alabaston. The Conqueror's Haki was so dreadful that even in the desert it felt bitterly cold. The sky itself seemed to run blood red. The fleeing Straw Hat crew saw the strange spectacle and halted in their tracks. Even from a distance they could sense that terrifying aura of slaughter. Straw Hat Luffy wanted to return out of concern for AC, but Zoran stopped him. The Conqueror's Haki, born from a blade steeped in 1,000 years of killing, was incomparable. When it unfurled, the heavens turned hue. Across the seas, perhaps only the red-haired Conqueror could rival it. A deathly silence fell. The two men seemed frozen in place. Then footsteps sounded, soft at first, tap, 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 yet in their ears they thundered like a storm. "Smoker, long time no see. Our reunion disappoints me somewhat." A familiar voice spoke, and the oppressive Conqueror's Haki pressing on Smoker vanished. He turned, and a well-known figure stepped forward. Smoker asked, "Li, what are you doing in Alabaston?" Li replied with mock sorrow, "Oh, how hurt I am, Smoker. Is this how you greet an old friend you haven't seen in ages?" Smoker said, "Weren't you living carefree in the West Blue?" Li answered, "This time I came on orders from the world government to apprehend someone." As Li spoke, he glanced toward AC, whose face drained of color in an instant. Could the world government already know his lineage? Seeing the young Marine commander in the cloak of justice, AC immediately recognized him. AC exclaimed, "You are Li, the thunderous great swordsman." Li said, "I didn't expect my reputation to have reached the new world." AC, thinking Li spoke in jest, gathered his spirit and strength to attack, never imagining he would be so ill-starred as to encounter such a top-tier warrior. The live broadcast of Li, the thunderous great swordsman, clashing with the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye in the West Blue, had been watched by the Baihuzi pirate crew. AC remembered his captain's grave expression after seeing it, though it soon returned to normal. AC once asked Bisuda how his swordsmanship compared to Li's. Bisuda sighed and admitted, "I am not his match." AC had stood stunned for several minutes after hearing that. Bisuda, nicknamed the Flower Sword, was one of the top great swordsmen of the age, and yet confessed he was inferior. A testament to the thunderous great swordsman's strength, which far surpassed even the new world's finest sword arts. "Hey you, stow your Conqueror's Haki for a moment. Have you not seen every Marine on the ground?" Simoji pointed at the fallen Marines. At his words, Li withdrew his imposing aura, and both Simoji and AC felt the crushing pressure upon them ease. "Hey Dasiki, wake up already." Simoji seized the prone Dasiki and shook him. Dasiki's eyes slowly opened, and he stared at Simoji. "Lieutenant, what is going on?" Li, Sergeant Dasiki." Dasiki retrieved the glasses that had fallen and put them on. When he clearly saw the blade before him, he was astonished and sprang to his feet in salute. "Hail, Major General Li." Excitement lit his face. He had never expected to see in Alabaston the era's youngest great swordsman. one who could stand alongside an eagle eye in swordsmanship. AC, watching Li Yi and Disiki exchange words, tried to slip away. But under Li Yi's observation, Haki, every twitch and step of AC was controlled. Fire Fist, AC, did I give you permission to leave? As AC turned, Li Yi's voice came from behind, freezing him in place. He turned back with resignation. AC, are you here to arrest me? Li Yi, I arrest any pirate I find. You merely happen to have been encountered. Li Yi, here's the deal. If you can withstand one of my slashing strikes, I will refrain from taking you today. AC was dumbfounded. Why would a naval major suddenly propose such terms? He had no time to ponder. Confronted with the would-be admiral's authority, he did not hesitate to unleash his strongest skill. Great Flame Ring. Yindi. With both hands spinning, the flames in AC's palms rose into a towering pillar. Ring upon ring of conflagration coalesced into a massive fireball, a little sun, hanging over the city, sending scorching waves in every direction. Temperatures spiked. Townsfolk lifted their faces toward the small sun and broke into sweat. Fear spread, and all fled the city in a frantic stampede. Shimiji, Disiki, and the surrounding marines stared at the dreadful sun-like fireball with grave faces. Long accustomed to missions in the East Sea, these marines had never witnessed such a sight. Many trembled in their boots. Li Yi, impressive showmanship, spectacle, and visuals are flawless. As pyrotechnics, this is very well executed. AC, in all my years at sea, I have never met someone so brazen. Li Yi, today you will see precisely that. AC, hey Major General Li Yi, where is your sword? A great swordsman surely does not go without a blade. At that remark, everyone realized Li Yi bore no sword. How could he cut anyone without a blade? Li Yi, my sword. Li Yi, you will see it soon enough. Li Yi, Qixing sword appear. Under puzzled gazes, Li Yi slowly extended his right hand. A ring of light formed in the space before him, from which the hilt of the Qixing sword materialized. In front of stunned onlookers, Li Yi performed an empty space draw. The moment the Qixing sword was fully drawn, murderous intent surged to the heavens. The theatrical display of arrogance hit its mark. Li Yi savored the shocked expressions around him. He remembered watching a historical drama of the Xianyuan sword years ago, how Yuan Tuo's blade drawing had seemed irresistibly dashing. At a distance, Suolong brandished his third-generation guache. At his waist the steel sang. At the instant the Qixing sword appeared, Disiki's eyes exploded with star-like light as he fixed them on Li Yi's blade. This is the legendary Holy Sword, Qixing sword, a name blade comparable to a dozen peerless great blades. Disiki stepped before Li Yi, notebook in one hand and pen in the other, feverishly recording every detail. Shimiji, weary of Disiki's mania for swords, scooped him up and dragged him aside. Li Yi, you've been charging your stance for long enough. Show me what you've got. AC, then take this. He swung the great flame ring. Yindi, with his right hand, the enormous fireball hurtled toward Li Yi, bringing a rolling tide of heat. Behind them, aside from Shimiji and Disiki, the other marines had already fled. Li Yi regarded the blazing orb and merely shook his head. AC had developed his devil fruit power well. The Xiao fruit yielded 10 distinct techniques, in his hands a balanced set of offensive and defensive options. But AC had focused on technique alone, neglecting the cultivation of raw strength and Haki. During the Summit War, he had been overwhelmed by Qiqiuan's Yanjiang fruit, and Xiao fruit had since been mocked by lesser seamen as something even dogs would refuse. Li Yi slowly raised the Qixing sword aloft, its tip pointing to the sky. He breathed a thunder breath. Golden lightning crackled across his form. Against AC, Li Yi did not even need to arm his Haki with electricity. Thunder breath, secret art, great thunder serpent. He cleaved a vast arc of sword energy, leapt forth and condensed into a colossal golden serpent, roaring like a dragon as it lunged at the blazing sun. When the two titanic attacks met, the great thunder serpent erupted with overwhelming force, shearing the fireball cleanly in two as if slicing soft tofu. Disiki stood aghast. In that instant, he witnessed what a true master's cut could do. Rumble. The split halves of the fireball plummeted to the ground and detonated in a terrible blast. The city became a sea of flames, yet the severing great thunder serpent still surged forward with destructive might to strike at AC. AC, impossible. My Yini was shattered, and that slash still wounds me. Boom. The great thunder serpent struck AC, leaving a gash across his chest. Its force hurled him away. He vanished from the marine's sight. Shimiji, hey, you did that on purpose. Knock Fire Fist AC away. You're letting him go. Li Yi spread his hands helplessly. What do you expect me to do, Shimiji? Do you know what it would mean to capture Fire Fist AC? Disiki, Major General Li Yi, what would happen if we arrested Fire Fist AC? Li Yi, prepare yourselves to go to war with the Baihuzi pirates. At those words, Disiki drew a sharp breath. Baihuzi is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, famed as the strongest man alive. A war between Baihuzi's pirates and the Navy would reshape the world order. Shimiji, still we cannot let pirates go free. Li Yi, Shimiji, no wonder you are still a captain. Sometimes a man must see beyond skirmishes and killing, one must understand the broader balance of the world. What good does merely arresting every pirate do? Every year new sailors take to the seas. Can you arrest them all? Since Gear de Luogie's death opened the great pirate era, each year more ships cast off for the horizon. Some call it pursuing a dream, others call it piracy, robbing, burning, and plundering to grow rich. Such is the climate of the age. Can you really clamp it down by arrests alone? You cannot. As long as the great treasure exists, men will continue to sail. To use Blackbeard's maxim, human dreams do not end. Smoker was at a loss for words, yet he still needed to capture these pirates, especially Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker, tell me your true purpose for coming to Alabasta. The warlord of the sea crocodile. Smoker, the world government is going to take action against Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Smoker was utterly shocked. Crocodile was a legally recognized pirate by the world and one of the warlords of the sea. The world government was actually going to take action against him. Something significant must have occurred in this country. Smoker's expression turned extremely serious at that moment, and even Tashigi became incredibly tense. Smoker, what could be such a big deal that the world government would take action? Crocodile is searching for ancient weapons. You should know that anything related to ancient history is absolutely forbidden in the eyes of the world government. Anyone who touches it must die. At that moment, Smoker recalled the O'Hara incident where the world government directly issued an extermination order deploying Admiral Akiji at the time. Aside from Nico Robin escaping, all the scholars of O'Hara were killed. Smoker, I just saw Princess Vivi of the Alabasta royal family with Luffy and his crew. It seems she intends to use their strength to confront Crocodile. Tashigi, why didn't she ask the Navy for help? Crocodile is a warlord of the sea. The Navy won't take action against him, so she can only rely on the pirate's strength. Smoker, it's truly ironic that she would rather seek help from pirates than the Navy. Smoker slammed his fist heavily against the wall, feeling an intense anger at that moment. He only wanted to strive for a higher position. Let's go, Smoker. Pirates should be defeated by the Navy, and this country should be saved by the Navy, not by pirates. Smoker, are we going to capture Crocodile? Since the world government has already issued the order, then let's catch this disgusting pirate and send him to impel down. Then let's set a battle plan. Smoker, what battle plan? The target of Luffy's crew is Crocodile, so wait for them in the capital and take care of Baroque works first. Smoker, that sounds like a decent plan. What shall we call this battle plan? Operation Crocodile Slayer. With a loud bang, Ace blasted away by Lee's big thunder snake, crashed directly onto the pier, landing heavily on the ground with blood pouring from his wounds. Luffy, Ace, what happened to you? Who hurt you like this? Ace, get out of here quickly. Hearing this, Luffy's crew quickly helped Ace onto the Going Merry, swiftly heading towards the inner river of Alabasta. On the Merry, Chopper took out a medical kit to treat Ace. Under Chopper's skilled medical care, Ace's wounds quickly stopped bleeding, and after bandaging, his complexion improved significantly. Luffy, was it the Smoke Man who hurt you like this? Zoro, idiot, those are sword wounds. The person who hurt him is a great swordsman. Ace, Luffy, your companion is not wrong. The one who hurt me is indeed a great swordsman, the youngest great swordsman in history, the thunderous great swordsman Lee. What? The thunderous great swordsman? Everyone was astonished. The name of the thunderous great swordsman was now known across the seas. Through Morgan's news agency and the live broadcast with Mihawk, Lee's name spread throughout the ocean. Even the most remote East Blue knew of Lee's name. It could be said that Lee had already become a renowned powerhouse in the pirate world, stepping into the realm of peak combat strength in the sea. Ace, Luffy, leave this country. With that man around, you won't be able to defeat Crocodile, because that is the face of the world government. Luffy, I refuse. I promised Vivi that I would definitely defeat that guy Crocodile. If that Navy dares to get in the way, take them down together. Seeing Luffy's serious and eager expression, Ace grabbed him by the collar and shouted angrily, You idiot! Do you know how strong he is? You saw the devastation caused by the recent battle, right? Do you know how he countered my strongest move? He only used one sword. That terrifying slash tore through my strongest move, Flame Emperor, and ultimately sent me flying. Ace's words left everyone on the ship in silence. The terrifying battle scene was incredibly shocking. The giant fireball resembled the sun, and the majestic sword wave was like a massive python, depicting a mythic battle. I don't care. No matter how strong that guy is, I'm going. Monkey D. Luffy was not intimidated by Lee's immense strength, but instead revealed a high fighting spirit, never backing down as the destined one. You idiot, I really can't do anything with you. He'll go with you guys. Ace had no way to deal with his foolish younger brother. Luffy, Ace, thank you both. Vivi's eyes were filled with tears at that moment. Luffy's reckless willingness to help moved her deeply, yet she was completely unaware that the Navy was already taking action to save her country. In the inner river of Alabasta, a Navy warship was advancing towards the capital. On the warship, Smoker was continuously training the Navy soldiers, vowing to capture Monkey D. Luffy in Alabasta. As the highest-ranking officer on the warship, Lee was currently lounging on a beach chair, drinking ice-cold beer, and enjoying the beautiful time. In a corner, Tashigi was secretly watching Lee struggling internally. Looking at the famous sword Shiyu in her hand, she thought about how those precious swords had fallen into the hands of countless pirates. Tashigi's resolve became incredibly firm. To grow stronger, and to prevent those precious swords from falling into the hands of pirates, she took a determined step towards Lee. Taking a deep breath, she bowed her head and said, "I humbly request Rear Admiral Lee to teach me swordsmanship." The sudden voice startled Lee awake from his nap. Looking at Tashigi, who was bowing and pleading beside him, Lee revealed an evil smile. "Lee, no problem, but I need to see your determination." Lee smiled mysteriously and took out a set of clothes for Tashigi. After catching a glimpse of the clothes, her face turned red. "If you truly have the resolve to grow stronger, you wouldn't feel ashamed. These are specially designed clothes for women to practice martial arts." In a yoga outfit, Tashigi quickly changed into the clothing, and the tight fit showcased her slim figure, accentuating her alluring curves instantly, leaving the soldiers on the warship dumbfounded. "What are you guys staring at?" Smoker, who was training, noticed that the soldiers' gazes were all off, each staring in a certain direction. Smoker turned around and was immediately furious, spitting blood. "Damn it, I'm working hard to train the troops, and you're over here flirting with my subordinates. Truly, the world has lost its morals and society has decayed." Smoker, Sigma to Sigma. "Tashigi, you idiot, why are you wearing such strange clothes?" "Tashigi, this is the outfit Rear Admiral Lee gave me specifically for practicing martial arts." Upon hearing this, Smoker immediately lunged at Lee, gripping his collar and roaring, "Did you just say this is for practicing martial arts?" Lee looked at Smoker with disdain and said, "This is a high-tech training outfit invented by Dr. Vegapunk, designed to stretch the body and enhance flexibility. It is suitable for performing various high-difficulty postures, and it can also help women slim down. I paid a hefty price to obtain it." "Smoker, you bastard, stop trying to fool people with such nonsense." "Lee, you're wrong there. Who in the entire Navy doesn't know that I am a person of great character?" "Smoker, the military dogs at Navy headquarters shake their heads after hearing about your character." "Lee, not bad, Dasky, spread your legs a bit more, just like that, very good, nice." "Oh, haha, lift your back half a bit, yes, just like that, very well done." Lee found the series of movements pleasing to the eye, but upon seeing Smoker's murderous expression, he decided to stop. It was time to teach real skills, and fortunately the system had recently unlocked the breathing technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had anything suitable to teach Dasky. The water breathing technique, as one of the 5 major breathing techniques in Demon Slayer, is relatively gentle, characterized by flexibility and defensive capabilities, with a total of 11 forms of sword techniques. As a Navy Sergeant, Dasky had good physical qualities and didn't need to train like the protagonist Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. Instead, he directly taught her the method of operating the breathing technique, explaining how to execute it before teaching her the sword forms. "Now I will teach you the sword techniques of the water breathing technique." Water breathing, first form, water surface / Holding an ordinary katana, as soon as the grip was secured, the water breathing technique activated. In the next moment, he drew the sword in a horizontal slash, and a blade of sword energy appeared like ocean waves, effortlessly severing the iron pillar used for training in front of him. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. With a leap into the air, his body spun, utilizing the momentum of the descent to cleave the iron pillar in half with a single stroke. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Moving gracefully as if dancing, he attacked, while simultaneously defending, showcasing a sword technique that balanced offense and defense. With Dasky's current strength, mastering the first 3 forms of the water breathing technique would surely lead her to comprehend the realm of cutting through iron, and combined with these 3 sword techniques, her power would undoubtedly soar. The training routine for the following days would consist of a pleasing yoga session followed by practice of the breathing sword techniques. The mini-ship's Straw Hat crew was already advancing towards Crocodile's stronghold in Rain-based, the Dream City, in the hearts of all civilians in Alabasta, a place free of water shortages and disasters, and free from the disturbances of rebel armies. Here there is also the luxurious gambling hall, Rain Banquet, where every guest indulges in extravagance, spending money like water. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived in a luxurious VIP room of the Rain Banquet gambling hall. He was a plump man with dark skin, curly black hair, and a face full of beard. Blackbeard Teach, who had fled from the New World all the way to the Grand Line. According to the original plot, Teach should not have appeared in Alabasta, yet he had mysteriously shown up. In the VIP room, Crocodile sat at the gambling table opposite Blackbeard Teach, with Nico Robin standing beside Crocodile. Crocodile looked at this uninvited guest with confusion. After all, this man had killed his crewmates and then fled to the Grand Line. Such a person would provoke disdain wherever he went. After all, one must adhere to a code of ethics in this line of work, as no one wanted to be stabbed in the back unexpectedly. Crocodile, what do you want? Teach showing up in Alabasta. Teach, I didn't want to come to this hellhole. You should know I'm being chased, and fled here. Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division Commander. What's it like being hunted by your former captain? Teach, it's a terrible feeling. Crocodile, speak, what brings you to me? Teach, the Dark King. The mention of the 2 words Dark King immediately ignited Crocodile's killing intent. This was something he had been plotting for a long time, and he absolutely could not allow any mistakes. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face death. Desert Sword, he extended his right arm, transforming it into a blade of sand, and with a swing it cleaved the long gambling table in half. The attack, not losing momentum as it surged towards Teach. Dark Water, facing Crocodile's Desert Sword attack, Blackbeard remained unperturbed as he extended his right hand, and black smoke emerged effortlessly, absorbing Crocodile's attack. Teach, haha. Crocodile, let's talk it over nicely. I'm not interested in the Dark King. Crocodile halted his attack upon hearing this, but his killing intent remained unchanged, ready to strike Teach at any moment. Crocodile, tell me how you know this. Who told you? Teach, the beautiful lady standing beside you should be the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, the only survivor of the O'Hara incident, and the only one in the world who understands the interpretation of the historical text. What do you think she is doing here? Standing beside Crocodile, Robin trembled involuntarily. The moment this man fixed his gaze on her, it felt as if a black hole was trying to pull her in. Robin sensed that this man harbored a presence that even demons feared. Crocodile, since you're not interested in the Dark King, then what are you doing in Alabasta? Teach, I came to kill someone. Crocodile, who? Teach, Monkey D. Luffy. Boss, a man wearing a straw hat is causing a ruckus outside, shouting he'll knock you flying. The VIP room's door swung open as a henchman burst in, breathless and flustered, reporting the commotion unfolding in the casino hall to Crocodile. Thatch let out a booming, raucous laugh. Ha ha ha. Who'd have thought our target would walk right in? That straw hat boy is mine. Upon hearing of Monkey D. Luffy's arrival at Rain-based Casino, Blackbeard rose, turned on his heel, and strode toward the main hall. Crocodile rose as well, intrigued, curious what skill this straw hat boy possessed to dare challenge him. Robin followed swiftly at his side. The 3 entered the casino hall just as battle erupted. A phalanx of casino guards had encircled Luffy tightly, layer upon layer. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. In facing overwhelming odds, Luffy struck first, his rubbery arms whipping fists forward like machine gun rounds, sending guards flying in all directions, collapsing one after another. After unleashing hundreds of rapid-fire punches and felling every guard, Luffy marched straight up to Crocodile and bellowed, "So you're Crocodile, the one who ruined Nefertari Vivi's kingdom. I'll knock you flying." This brash straw hat boy stood before him like a child throwing a tantrum, chattering nonsense about knocking him flying. Ridiculous. Utterly absurd. And yet, this pirate carried a bounty of 30 million berries. Had the Marines truly lowered their standards so drastically? Hey you, Crocodile, I'm gonna knock you flying. In Crocodile glared, eyes narrowed with disdain. A mere 30 million berry pirate dares challenge one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What arrogance emboldens you? Crocodile gazed coolly. Let me show you now. The chasm that separates me from pirates like you. As he strode forward, hand resting lightly on his golden hook, Crocodile prepared to discipline this reckless, overconfident youth, only to be halted by Thatch. Thatch roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, I told you, he's mine. And Crocodile replied curtly, then finish him quickly. Don't interfere with my business. I earn millions of berries per second. Thatch grinned. Don't worry, I'll end this swiftly. And he stepped forward until he stood face-to-face with Luffy and declared, Monkey D. Luffy, we've finally met. Luffy frowned. Who are you? Do we know each other? Thatch smiled faintly. We've never met, but we share a single burning dream to become king of the pirates. Luffy thrust his chest forward. I'm the one who'll become king of the pirates. Thatch laughed darkly. Ha ha ha. There can be only one king. And today, Straw Hat Luffy, your journey ends here. Dark hole, knees dark fruit power activated. Black smoke billowed from his body. As his palm touched the casino floor, an oppressive wave of darkness surged outward, swallowing the entire hall in shadow. Crocodile growled, do you intend to trap me too? In that instant, Crocodile seized Robin and leapt upward, his desert saber cleaving through the ceiling as they soared onto the rooftop overlooking the battle below. Unaware of the technique's peril, Luffy sank instantly into the black mire, crushing pressure bearing down upon him, his struggles futile against the suffocating void. Thatch laughed again. Ha ha ha. Straw Hat Luffy, your devil fruit power now belongs to me. He drew a small blade. Not ordinary steel, but one forged from sea stone designed specifically to subdue devil fruit users. Straw Hat Luffy die. In with a savage grinning snarl, Thatch lunged, blade aimed straight for Luffy's heart. Fire Fist. At that critical moment, a blazing fist descended from above, blazing with incandescent fury, striking Thatch Heaton. Boom! And the fire fist struck true, hurling Thatch backward. Ace descended like a falling star, just in time to snatch Luffy from the grip of the dark hole. Luffy, Ace. You're here, in Ace, you idiot. You always rush in without thinking. In Thatch chuckled, ha ha. Captain Ace, what a persistent fellow you are. You really are tenacious. Chasing me all the way from the New World to Arabasta, refusing to let go. In Thatch rose slowly, dusting himself off, then laughed heartily at the familiar figure before him. Ace's voice hardened. Thatch, you've committed unforgivable crimes. I'll bring you before Father myself, to face his judgment. Thatch scoffed. Crimes? Please. I merely claimed what was mine. The dark fruit. I waited years for it. Do you think I'd surrender it to anyone? Dark water. And he extended his right hand. Black smoke coalescing into a swirling vortex, sucking tables and chairs inward with irresistible force. Release. And instantly, everything drawn into his palm erupted outward like a volcanic blast, hurtling toward Ace and Luffy. Blazing steel wall. Nace swept his arm. A wall of fire surged upward, intercepting every projectile. Then he turned sharply. Ace, you hold him off. I'm going to knock Crocodile flying. While Ace and Thatch clashed, Luffy stretched his arm upward, latched onto the ceiling, and vaulted onto the rooftop in a single fluid motion. Luffy shouted, Hey, Crocodile, I'm going to knock you flying. In Crocodile sneered, Foolish brat. You'll learn the gulf between us firsthand. Sandstorm. A miniature tornado swirled between his palms, then exploded outward, engulfing Luffy in a desert tempest that hurled him far across the sands. Crocodile followed close behind. As a sand fruit user, Crocodile held unparalleled advantage in arid terrain. Legend said that amid the dunes he could match any opponent evenly and without effort. Thud, and Luffy crashed headfirst into the desert floor. As he staggered upright, Crocodile approached at a leisurely pace, utterly unruffled, as if confronting a child rather than a rival. Gomu no Gatling, and Luffy attacked without hesitation, fists blurring like gunfire streaking toward Crocodile. Yet every punch passed harmlessly through Crocodile's body. At the very moment of impact, Crocodile's form had already dissolved into sand, rendering Luffy's blows as futile as striking windblown dust. Crocodile stood still, puffing calmly on his cigar, watching the boy exhaust himself. Did this reckless youth not even know that Logia-type devil fruit users could transmute their bodies into elemental matter? Luffy gritted his teeth. Damn it. Why won't my punches hurt him? Crocodile exhaled smoke, voice dripping with contempt. You fool. You don't even understand Logia powers, yet you dare challenge me. How utterly ignorant. Let me show you true strength. Desert Saber. Knee's right arm transformed into a razor-sharp blade of sand, then slashed forward in a single devastating arc, splitting the earth and igniting violet lightning along the fissure. The sand blade cleaved toward Luffy, who barely dodged the colossal strike, rolling aside just in time. For Crocodile, a warrior of such caliber, to miss with a single attack against a rookie worth only 30 million berries. It defied belief. In truth, Crocodile regarded Luffy as nothing more than a pest, playing with him like a cat toying with a mouse, unveiling one overwhelming technique after another to flaunt his supremacy. Crescent Dune. And immediately after the Desert Saber, Crocodile reshaped his right arm into a crescent-shaped scythe of sand, then charged forward at blinding speed, slashing downward. Though the blade struck flesh, Luffy felt no pain. Yet he sensed something far worse, his body's moisture draining away rapidly and relentlessly. Luffy gasped, What's happening? Why am I suddenly so thirsty? In Crocodile murmured coldly, Straw Hat. Perish slowly, parched to dust. Desert Sunflower. In Crocodile pressed his palm to the ground, channeling his fruit's power deep into the dunes, manipulating hidden aquifers beneath the sand until a quicksand vortex opened, dragging Luffy helplessly into its grasp. Luffy strained. Damn it. I can't break free. In Crocodile laughed. A low resonant boom. Ha! On the desert, I am king. Take your dreams with you to the grave. Desert Prison. In Crocodile waded into the quicksand, stepped beside the immobilized Luffy, and gripped his throat, drawing the last drops of moisture from his body until he shrank into a desiccated husk. Once drained, Crocodile tossed the lifeless shell aside like refuse. 30 million berries. That's all you were worth. This is the difference between us. After defeating the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, Crocodile turned to leave, and the dehydrated Luffy lay silently in the quicksand like a desiccated corpse, unaware if he was still alive. Suddenly a figure appeared at the edge of the quicksand, a slender silhouette wearing a cowboy hat, dressed in a purple tank top, and a matching short skirt complemented by a white coat. The newcomer was none other than Nico Robin, who quietly observed the Straw Hat Kid in the quicksand, crossing her arms to activate her devil fruit ability. Around Luffy's body, arms began to emerge from the quicksand, lifting him away from it. The arms transported Luffy to Robin's side, where she retrieved a water pouch from her waist and poured water over him. Upon encountering the life-giving water, Luffy's dehydrated body immediately began to absorb the moisture and slowly recover. At that moment, Robin, daring to secretly aid an enemy as Crocodile's subordinate, naturally had her own plans. Robin's relationship with Crocodile was essentially one of cooperation. Crocodile needed Robin to decipher the historical texts, while Robin sought a powerful ally to find the stone tablets that recorded those texts. Both parties shared a common goal, yet each harbored their own schemes. Once Crocodile learned the entirety of the historical texts, he would eliminate any witnesses, while Robin had no intention of revealing the content of the texts to Crocodile. She was merely using him. In order to have a slim chance of survival, Robin chose to save Luffy, and upon seeing him begin to recover, she left quietly. At the Rain Banquet Casino, the battle between Ace and Teach had entered its final phase, their fierce conflict enveloping the area in black smoke and flames. The entire Rain Banquet Casino was left in ruins from the aftermath of their battle, and both fighters were nearly exhausted. Teach, haha, it's no surprise that Captain Ace is formidable. He'll put an end to this today, but I won't let the Straw Hat Kid escape. Suddenly, Teach turned and ran, and Ace, wanting to pursue, found himself too weak to do so. Ace, damn it, Teach got away again. Ace, why did Teach suddenly target Luffy? Ace was perplexed by Teach's sudden attack on Luffy, as ever since he murdered Sachi and consumed the dark fruit, Teach had become increasingly strange. During the pursuit from the New World, Ace noticed that Teach often spoke to himself, as if conversing with another person. At that moment, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others arrived, meeting Ace in the ruins of the Rain Banquet Casino. Zoro, Ace, where's Luffy? Ace, oh no, I forgot, that idiot went to find Crocodile by himself. Sanji, that idiot went to challenge Crocodile alone. Nami, quick, let's find that idiot. Soon they found the severely dehydrated Straw Hat Kid Luffy near the quicksand, who revived immediately after drinking a large barrel of water. Luffy, did that guy Crocodile say something about starting a banquet when he left? Nami, not good. Crocodile is headed to the capital Alyabarna. We must hurry to prevent a clash between the rebel army and the kingdom's guards. Thus the Straw Hat crew boarded a giant crab and sped towards Alyabarna. Under Nami's charm, the giant crab moved at high speed, quickly arriving at the capital. At this time, Crocodile had already led the members of Baroque Works to Alyabarna, awaiting the arrival of the rebel army, and had placed powerful explosives in the public square of Alyabarna. This plan appeared quite perfect, not much inferior to Doflamingo's scheme. Unfortunately, Lee Yi was fully aware of this perfect plan. While teaching Dasky swordsmanship, he also sent Smoker to find the leader of the rebel army, Guansha, and informed him of Crocodile's plot and the truth behind Alabastus Drought. Initially, Guansha was skeptical, but as Smoker pointed out that only the capital and Rain base had seen Rain, his doubts grew. Eventually, Smoker revealed that everything was instigated by Crocodile's Baroque Works, and those with skull tattoos on their arms were indeed members of Baroque Works. Upon receiving Smoker's hint, Guansha indeed discovered several members of the rebel army with skull tattoos on their arms. All of them were spies sent by Baroque Works. Crocodile wondered why the rebel army had not arrived yet, but he did not dwell on it. Even without the rebels, it would be simple for him to seize this country with his immense power. Once he obtained the ancient weapon Pluto, he would establish a nation with formidable military strength. A group from Baroque Works entered the capital Alyabarna. Crocodile, accompanied by Nico Robin, headed straight for the palace just as the Straw Hat crew arrived in Alyabarna, only to be intercepted by Baroque Works upon entering. Without the rebel army to impede them, they quickly returned to the palace, informing everyone there of Crocodile's conspiracy and their intent to blow up the palace housing the historical texts. At that moment, Crocodile appeared along with the long-missing King Cobra. Crocodile, hey, you actually want to blow this place up? That's not acceptable. This will be my home from now on. Cobra, Crocodile, what do you want? Crocodile, Pluto. Cobra, how do you know that name? Crocodile, take me to the stone tablet that records the historical texts immediately, or I will detonate the specially made bombs in the square's bell tower with an explosion radius of 5 kilometers, enough to annihilate those soldiers. Nami, you monster, they have no grievances with you, yet you can be so heartless. Cobra, alright, I'll take you. Crocodile, you are surrounded by our navy now. Raise your hands and surrender. Suddenly a voice thundered in everyone's ears, and Crocodile looked up in shock, seeing a figure in a navy justice coat descending from the sky, illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a deity walking down from the heavens. Thundersword Hero Navy Major Lee E. Crocodile gazed at the descending Navy officer, a young face with golden hair hailed as the strongest among the new generation of the Navy. Admiral Lee, why have you appeared in this country? The moment Lee appeared, Crocodile felt an ominous premonition. The young naval officer exuded an intangible aura of overwhelming danger, vaguely reminiscent of the sheer terrifying presence he had once confronted when challenging Whitebeard. Crocodile could scarcely believe his own instincts. He refused to accept that someone so young could possess such terrifying strength. Though he had witnessed Li Yi's sword duel with Dracul Mihawk, Crocodile had assumed Mihawk had held back. Yet now standing face-to-face with Li Yi, he realized this young admiral was truly Mihawk's equal in power. Li Yi cast a disdainful glance at Crocodile and said, "Are you out of your mind? You're a pirate. I'm here to arrest you. Did you think I'd thrown a party?" Crocodile retorted, "Hold on. Have you lost your senses? I am a Shichibukai officially appointed by the world government, granted immunity and lawful rights to plunder. The Marines have no authority over me." Li Yi slapped his forehead and said, "My apologies. I forgot to inform you the world government's highest echelon has already revoked your status as a Shichibukai Crocodile." Those words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The sudden revocation of Crocodile's Shichibukai title meant he would forfeit all special privileges granted by the world government. Crocodile exclaimed, "What nonsense! How could the world government arbitrarily strip me of my Shichibukai rank?" Li Yi replied, "Crocodile, do you truly believe the 5 elders in Mary Joa remain ignorant of your search for the ancient weapon Pluton?" Crocodile gasped, "Impossible. How could the world government know of my plan?" Li Yi countered, "Honestly, I wonder how your mind works. Do you really think such petty schemes could escape the 5 elders' notice?" Li Yi declared, "Enough talk. Pirate Crocodile, you are hereby formally arrested. Please comply. Raise your hands above your head and clasp them behind your neck. Your cooperation will determine whether I reserve you a decent cell and impel down." Crocodile roared, "You fool. You dare mock me. I am Crocodile, the king of the desert. Defeating me here, in the desert, is utterly impossible." Li Yi asked, "Does this put me in a difficult position?" Crocodile glared back, "Then don't make it one." Li Yi turned sharply toward Blackbeard. "Titch. What arrogance from a traitorous pirate. Once Crocodile is subdued, you'll be next." Blackbeard sneered, "You think you can capture me? A marine who chases after that straw hat brat like a hound." Smoker interjected, "I must clarify. The operations commanding officer is not me." Blackbeard demanded, "Then who is it?" Smoker replied, "The Thunderclap, Great Swordsman, Admiral Li Yi. That monster actually came to Alabasta." Teach clearly harbored great fear towards Li Yi, muttering strange words like variables under his breath. "Teach, that guy actually came to Alabasta. Some matters need to be resolved quickly. You 3, including the rest of the palace, will all die." Teach's expression twisted into a grimace. A peculiar diamond pattern appeared on his forehead, exuding an aura of extreme evil, shrouding the entire palace in thick black smoke. Ace's face turned serious. At this moment, Teach's aura was exceedingly malevolent, giving off a very dangerous vibe. "Ace Navy, I think we should temporarily cooperate for now." Smoker also sensed Teach's danger and nodded in rare agreement. "Luffy, what's up with Ace? He suddenly feels so annoying." "Ace, Luffy, be careful. Let's join forces to take this guy down." Faced with Teach's drastic transformation, the 3 decided to unite against him. 2 figures stood opposite each other in the desert, their battle intent rising continuously. One was the king of the desert, the other the youngest swordsman of the age. "Crocodile Kid, no one in the desert can defeat me." Li Yi cast a disdainful look at Crocodile. "Fool, you speak as if you're invincible. Why are you still looking for the king of hell?" Li Yi, in the end, you who were defeated by Whitebeard have now become a weakling who only wishes to rely on outside power. Crocodile, shut up you. What do you know? As long as I obtain the king of hell, even the world government will fear me and acknowledge my kingly status. Li Yi, I've seen many delusional people like you. Hurry up and make your move. My time is precious. My little disciple Dasky is still waiting for me to teach her yoga step by step. Crocodile bastard, you dare underestimate me. Desert sunflower." Enraged, Crocodile's right hand touched the ground, manipulating the water veins beneath the desert to create quicksand to trap Li Yi. This move, combined with the desert environment, was nearly invincible. No one could escape it. In the original storyline, Crocodile and Luffy would have their final battle in a palace housing historical texts. If Crocodile had not been overly confident in his strength and chosen the desert, it was likely that Luffy would have never been able to defeat Crocodile. After touching the desert for a long time, strangely no quicksand formed beneath Li Yi's position. The ability of the sand fruit fell silent within a 3-meter radius of Li Yi, leaving Crocodile shocked to find his prized ability ineffective in the desert. "Li Yi, what's the matter? Is your devil fruit ability malfunctioning? Aren't you surprised?" Crocodile, "Impossible. This is the desert. My devil fruit ability shouldn't fail here." "Oh, what a joke." Desert Sunflower is indeed powerful in the desert. Its strength lies in ensnaring enemies in quicksand, making it hard for those without flight or teleportation to escape. As the wielder of the sand fruit, Crocodile could control all the sand of Alabasta as a weapon, which is why he was known as the Desert King. Unfortunately for Crocodile, he faced Li, who possessed the domain of slaughter. As Crocodile unleashed the Desert Sunflower, the slaughter domain took effect, rendering all devil fruit abilities useless within it. Breath of Thunder, first form Thunderclap. In the moment that Crocodile was still in a daze, Li activated his breathing technique, his figure like a bolt of lightning as he swung his sword towards Crocodile. Just as Crocodile sensed the icy killing intent, the blade of the 7-star sword was already upon him. In a critical moment, Crocodile raised his left hand, the golden hook, to defend. Clang! The golden hook collided with the 7-star sword, producing a thunderous sound that sent shockwaves stirring up clouds of yellow sand. In that instant, Crocodile felt a terrifying power emanating from the 7-star sword. The immense force shook his body, and his left hand showed signs of fracture. Crocodile immediately elementalized into a flow of sand, retreating swiftly, secretly grateful that he hadn't used his elemental form to take that sword strike. This blow not only possessed terrifying power, but also had armed color Haki entwined around the blade. Crocodile was not a pirate of the first half of the Grand Line who foolishly believed that blades could not harm Logia-type users. Hey Crocodile, aren't you said to be unbeatable in the desert? Why are you running so far away after just one exchange? With your current performance, I seriously doubt whether you want to challenge Whitebeard or were just dragged around by him. Watching Crocodile rapidly distance himself, Li admired Crocodile's strength as a warlord. Upon realizing he couldn't overpower Li, he immediately created distance. With Li's current strength of 100,000 combat points, he wouldn't be afraid of Kaido or Big Mom. If Crocodile dared to engage him in close combat, it would be a death wish. Sandstorm. A small sandstorm formed in Crocodile's right hand, suddenly sweeping towards Li. However, Li effortlessly flicked the 7-star sword upwards, slicing through the storm, then quickly slashed back. Breath of Thunder, secret art, Thunder Serpent. The reverse slash resembling a giant serpent shot towards Crocodile. My sandstorm attack was so easily countered. Crocodile was somewhat incredulous. His opponent had merely countered his skill with a flying slash and immediately retaliated. Watching the giant Thunder Serpent sword wave rapidly approach, Crocodile's right hand transformed into a sand blade, executing a desert blade slash. Boom! The Thunder Serpent collided with the desert blade, producing a deafening roar. After executing the desert blade, Crocodile did not stop his assault, continuing to swing his right hand transformed into a sand blade. Desert Blade Chaos. With Crocodile's continuous swings of his right hand, a series of desert blade attacks surged forward incessantly. Crocodile, do you wish to compete with the great swordsman in slashing? How foolish. Let me show you a sword technique I've recently practiced. Breath of Moon, 7th form, Eclipsing Mirror. A sweeping slash unleashed 5 powerful purple shockwave slashes that tore through the desert land, colliding with Crocodile's desert blades. Boom, 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 boom. The two engaged in long-range slashing, producing a series of booming sounds upon collision, creating deep, bottomless cracks in the desert and stirring up clouds of yellow sand as the sky darkened. Between them, slashes exchanged with sword energy soaring and yellow sand swirling. At this moment, Crocodile was in peak condition, seemingly returning to his form when he challenged Whitebeard, as purple lightning flickered within the desert blade, suggesting that at this moment, even Conqueror's Haki was entwined with his devil fruit abilities.